Guhan's voice seemed particularly clear in the rolling storm of laws. Let Bei Gongyu, who was in boundless rage, was slightly stunned. Not stupid. I also know that what Guhan said is right. If there is anything more hateful, the one who deserves to be killed is husband Yi Tian. It was clearly like that he can't help myself. But when he was young he made a promise to himself, mirror flowers in water moons. But he betrayed himself and used his only son as a laborer people come to drive. If Yi Tian didn't do this, Yi Qingyun might have continued to thrive happily in the eternal Yi family long. There is no need to fight for life and death in the underworld like an orphan fighting for an illusory tomorrow. He would not have completely fallen out with Yi Tian many years ago, and he would not have been afraid of being regarded as there is something wrong with God. He doesn't need to experience such unbearable loneliness and pain here. There will be a very full, very happy family. But obviously killed the son is the person in front of me. The enemy who killed my son is right in front of me. Should I take revenge? I know that seniors have their own obsessions. Guhan smiled, still smiling easily, but you have to understand that our ultimate goal is the same. I also want to kill Yi Tian, the culprit, and completely destroy the eternal Yi family. Because if it weren't for him I might not have been with Yi Qingyun for the opponent. Maybe I don't have to go through so many things that make me feel painful and angry. Senior put down. Seeing that he is cooperating with me, he will kill Yi Tian first and destroy the eternal Yi family. Then we can use our own abilities to resolve our grievances. This is the best option, isn't it? Furthermore, the senior should be alone now, and it is basically impossible for him to take revenge on Yi Tian and the eternal Yi family. But it is possible to cooperate with me. This is your only chance. Let's not talk about whether you can kill me or not. Once you attack me, there will be no room for maneuver. Guhan's voice gradually became filled with a certain the power seemed to come from the abyss. You really don't want to kill Yi Tian and destroy the entire eternal Yi family and these culprits. Bei Gongyu's eyes were red slightly. At this moment he really wanted to kill Guhan. But I don't know why at this moment the murderous intent towards Guhan is far less than that towards Yi Tian and the entire eternal Yi family. Because suddenly I felt it was ironic and funny. Guhan, this indirect killing my son's enemies, dare to admit that they are killed his own son and even dared to come and cooperate with him. But what about Yi Tian? As a husband and a father he is extremely hypocritical and disgusting. None of their own bones when done, a pawn for one's own interests. This is a beast, a disgusting hypocrite to the extreme. Bei Gongyu's icanthus, the hatred in my heart suppression reached the extreme. Ha ha. Suddenly Bei Gongyu laughed and laughed while crying. The laughter became louder and louder as if she was crazy. Suddenly, I thought of something. His son Yi Qingyun should have died long ago. Yi Tian and even the entire eternal Yi family should have received the news long ago. Because his son Yi Qingyun is very important to their plans. Now that he was being killed by the man in front of them, how could they not know? No wonder recently I received news that the Yongheng Yi family seemed to be looking for someone, and it seemed to be the person in front of me. But the eternal Yi family is still hiding it, don't want to let knowing that Yi Qingyun is dead. Are you feeling guilty? Are you scared? Why? Why did they send Yi Qingyun to the underworld as a pawn despite their own objections? They never thought that this day would come. After knowing this, there will be a day when you will feel scared and guilty. Bei Gongyu's laughter became louder and louder. The breath became more and more violent. And go up there, even some strength unable to restrain gradually broke that the shackles of a true immortal. The overwhelming hatred turned into reality and even turned into promoted force, constantly impacting the blockage for who knows how many the realm of the year. This is. At this moment the whole divine religion shock. Tu and Shenzhen, the sleeping immortal king, was startled. All cast their eyes towards this place. Bei Gongyu is actually going to be promoted to immortal king. They were somewhat surprised and even more interested. If Bei Gongyu could be promoted to immortal king, they would. The divine religion has 3 immortal kings who are fully capable of the only dominant force in this starry universe. We are here to help. The 2 immortal kings were just about to descend upon Bei Gongyu. Epa. Get lost. I don't need your help. How dare you! If it spreads to my palace, I will immediately stop my promotion. Origin. The whole the god of religion will be buried with me. After saying this, they were originally extremely happy that another immortal king would appear in their own forces. The cult will for the many overlords, the human face of the religion white. A being who is in the process of ascending to the immortal king, not to mention those below the level of immortal kings. Even the immortal kings might be directly affected. Heavy damage. The two immortal kings who were rushing towards Bei Gonyu's palace suddenly a meal noodles. It's extremely ugly. One of the immortal kings, who was somewhat similar to Bei Gonyu, sighed at this moment. It seems you is still resentful of our decision back then. The immortal king who was speaking was named Bei Gongxian, and he was also Bei Gonyu's father. At the beginning, Yi Tian wanted to send Yi Qingyun to the underworld. When he realized his own purpose, he did not object. That is the case, my son has always resented me. Now there are still some origins in the bloodline, but the father is long gone. Palace. Listening to Bei Gonyu's words, Guhan's eyes widened, flashing. Yi Qingyun's mother is really crazy. He is closest to Bei Gonyu, and it is also the most obvious. Bei Gonyu was definitely not joking just now. I really want to expose myself. Pull the whole tie. God taught me to be buried with me. What? I saw you look so calm before. I thought you really weren't afraid of death, but now you are afraid. After venting for a while, Bei Gonyu's eyes a little clearer now. The flow, a mocking smile appeared. To be honest, I am if good kill two birds with one stone. I also resent two divine cult, because when that guy Yi Tian took my son away, the family I trusted most did not speak for me or stand up for me. They all deserve to die. And you killed my son. I hate you too. Now not only can I drag in the family I hate, but I can also drag in you, the enemy who killed my son. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Hearing this, Guhan narrowed his eyes. Senior, are you threatening me? Guhan was also very clear about it. Bei Gonyu just wanted to give him a warning. Cooperation is allowed, but the strong shall prevail. Later he must be Bei Gonyu must be the leader, otherwise there is no point in discussing this cooperation. Bei Gonyu didn't care and laughed sarcastically. Our relationship isn't that good and we both want to kill each other, but for some reason you need me and I need you, and we're working together temporarily for the sake of benefit. But there are no restrictions on this. Cooperation can be interrupted at any time. And when to interrupt is decided by the strong, isn't it? Guhan noodles. It's not surprising that Bei Gonyu would think so. He has lived for so many years, and if he doesn't have any thoughts at all, then his life would really be in vain. Senior, don't you understand? Guhan also smiled, smiling indifferently as if everything was under control. You can't kill me even if you break through to become an immortal king. You can't kill me, and I can leave anytime I want. As he spoke, Guhan suddenly turned towards Shu Kong, cupped his hands. Since this lord is determined to protect me, he won't let me be killed by Bei Gonyu, right? There is someone behind him. The veteran immortal king Dongxing had previously given him face and wanted to establish a good relationship with him. Therefore this senior who followed him secretly was definitely extraordinary, and he might even want to protect him. Chapter 623. There is a secret backer. As soon as Guhan said this, the air suddenly became dead silent. Previously everything was under control, and I even felt that I could do whatever I wanted. Guhan's Bei Gonyu was a little bit stiff. What's the meaning? The palace? Anyone else? Now he is infinitely close to the immortal king. His cognitive ability is so strong. Why didn't he notice anything? But after a few moments, still no one showed up. Bei Gonyu couldn't help but frown, suspecting that Guhan was bluffing and deliberately playing tricks on her. He also overestimated Guhan a bit. But Guhan's current attitude made I couldn't help feeling a little contemptuous and angry. I know that the senior is here since I left the East Star Sea realm and came here. The senior seems to have been following me afterwards. Guhan spoke again calmly. Completely through special magic hidden in space folder deep the glitz. After hearing what Guhan said, there was also a change. What condition? Guhan noticed exists? You know, I have always kept my whereabouts. It is hidden very well, and with the special magic weapon given by the palace master, it should be impossible to be detected. But, seeing Guhan looking so confident, Fu Hua felt a little unsure. Should he go out? In fact, Guhan, I don't know where Fu Hua is hiding, and I'm just guessing. Saying this can even be said to be an attempt to trick Fu Hua out. But he knew that there was definitely someone watching him secretly, and they didn't even have any ill will towards him. Everything that had happened in the East Star Sea realm before was enough to prove his guess. However, the immortal king of the East Star, who was completely unfamiliar with him, repeatedly attacked his master, showing goodwill or even deliberately favoring him. Afterwards, they were besieged by a group of small fish at Xinghaya, and another person suddenly appeared to help each other. He is not a fool if he still can't guess that someone is just entering the immortal realm has paid attention to him, so it can be said that he has lived several lives in vain. Time passed by little. Just when Bei Gongyu felt that Gu Han was playing a trick on her, she was annoyed when he was angry and wanted to teach the other party a lesson. Bei Gongyu, that's enough, you'd better not attack him. Otherwise you will be completely death will be gone, revenge will be gone for luxury. A voice coming from nowhere suddenly sounded in Bei Gongyu's mind. Bei Gongyu was suddenly shocked. The sound was sudden and strange, and Bei Gongyu was completely unable to capture or detect the source of the sound. At least there are layers of system. Today's palace a person broke in. How is it possible that he didn't even notice it? Who are you? Do you want to protect this guy? Yaoqi Fairy Palace. Fu Hua only said these 4 words lightly. But just these 4 words. But Bei Gongyu's pupils suddenly shrank as if struck by lightning. The mind was momentarily dazed and confused. As if due to excessive shock, the aura that was originally rising suddenly stagnated, almost causing backfire. The name of Yaoqi Fairy Palace is well known to everyone in the entire Taichu Fairyland. Whether in his youth or now, Bei Gongyu has always had a fantasy that if he were a person from Yaoqi Palace, he would have already obtained everything he wanted, and why would he have to go through the current situation? Pain? But now the person from Yaoqi Palace that I've been thinking about appears in front of her eyes. It was for a strange man, which made there has been some collapse of faith. Why? Why? The other side. Looking at Bei Gongyu's watch, something incredible happened. Rich changes. Gu Han was also stunned. He just made a casual bet like that and actually won? That unknown strong man actually hidden here in the main hall. You know, he can mix 2 divine religion. This still relies on the power of the system. How did the other party escape the detection of the 2 immortal kings and even appear in this hall? Gu Han became more and more curious about this person who had been following him quietly. Who was the powerful person behind? He. At this moment, Bei Gongyu suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. Original's cultivation level after breaking through to the immortal king. You can climb further and reach the realm of immortal king. But at this moment his breathing gradually subsided and he looked as if he had suffered a huge blow, as if he had lost his parents. So what if he becomes the immortal king? The immortal king, who is high above the rest in the eyes of countless immortal beings, is able to control a part of the starry sky and universe. The immortal king who decides the life and death of all living beings. Even revenge is impossible. Even when the murderer of his son was right in front of him, he did not have the courage to seek revenge. How absurd and ridiculous! Although I was unwilling in my heart. But Bei Gongyu also knew that it was too late to cooperate with Gu Han. The only way out, the only choice. We can cooperate, but I want you to fulfill your previous promise. After destroying the Eternal Yi family and killing Etion, the grudge between you and me must be resolved. You want to kill me and I want to kill you too. The 2 of us are only together because of temporary interests. Nothing else matters. That's natural. Gu Han smiled and didn't care. The system task label also said that you can use the power of other strong people to help yourself complete it. The plan to destroy the Eternal Yi family is also effective. There is a newly promoted immortal king like Bei Gongyu who is even Yi Tian's nominal wife. It will also be easier for him to destroy the entire Eternal Yi family. What a pity. The being who was protecting him in secret seemed unwilling to take direct action. Otherwise, just destroy the Eternal Yi family and get the system reward directly. That would be great. Etc. After a while, after discussing the follow-up cooperation plan, Gu Han was about to leave when Bei Gongyu suddenly said, "Don't, Jade Song. If you dare to hurt our cooperation will be broken." Gu Han smiled and continued to walk out. Don't worry, it can also be regarded as a check and balance between us. After all, I am also worried about you. Should understand what I mean. Implications. If you dare to do anything bad to me, I will kill Bei Gongyu. Bei Gongyu remains silent. Her face gradually covered. The shadow covers him and I don't know what he is thinking. After a while only a whisper was heard from the darkness. Yi Tian, I will make sure you die a miserable death definitely. What happened to the second miss? Did the first madam hurt? Beigong Yuga had just brought Guhan out and a lot of the powerful members of the divine religion rushed forward to ask. After all, Beigong Yu doesn't let anyone get close to her the palace. Only Beigong Yuga knows the truth condition. And it's okay, already he was promoted to immortal king. Although Beigong Yuga was impatient, he still explained some basics condition. After hearing these words, many of the strong men of the divine religion also felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Especially in the distance, Beigong Xian felt even more inexplicably complicated. Family. Finally, another immortal king emerged, but unfortunately this immortal king was extremely hostile to the family. It is unlikely that he will contribute to the future prosperity of the family. Remember, don't tell anyone about Yi Qingyun, spread it out. Beigong Xuanqinshan gave an order in a low voice. Beigong Yu is now, if the immortal king knew that his son was dead, he will definitely go crazy and even take revenge on the entire Eternally family, which will cause their family to be involved this war. But they don't know their behavior will the religion of God was pushed into the abyss of complete destruction. Chapter 624, the scheme is deep and the heart is dark. Guhan didn't care about what happened next. After leaving the palace where Beigong Yu was, to avoid any further trouble, Guhan decided to pick up catch original drama Yi Qingyun's fiancée Li Shui. Yuka. But maybe it was caused by the previous incident, too quiet. It also attracted Li Shui's attention. On the way they met Li Shui. Along with a call, a fragrant breeze came from the sky. Soon a snow phoenix in white gauze of Z along with several guards landed in front of Guhan and the other man. The girl has a beautiful appearance with an innate noble and cold air. His cultivation is also very good. In Guhan's knowing that the other party's cultivation is already infinitely close to being a true immortal. Even stronger than Yi Changcheng. Now he has not yet fully comprehended the immortal burial technique. It is still a little difficult to control the opponent. Even if you understand it, you can't defeat it instantly. The gap in cultivation is too big. Should I give drugged? Don't get me wrong, the medicine he is talking about is not some shady medicine. Instead, he wanted to learn how to suppress the move of the demon emperor Tu Ling. Grind the 9 heavens soul binding stone, try to get Li Shui directly in shape a seal of law system. Even if we cannot completely seal his cultivation strength, also let the other side cut 5 or 6. Yuga, what happened in the palace where Aunt Beigong Yu was staying? What's up? Li Shui glanced at Guhan and didn't think about it anymore. She asked about what had just happened thing. Taking advantage of the two chat, Guhan remained silent with a slight thought. A system panel that only he could see immediately unfolded. Soon Guhan saw what he was looking for among the dazzling array of system products. But after reading the detailed introduction of the suffix, I was a little dumbfounded. Jotian Fulling Stone, Xianyu version 15,000 villain points per stone. 1 conceal the half immortal. 3 pieces conceal the red dust fairy. Note, 70 pieces conceal a top-level immortal king at most. At most it will have an impact on the immortal lord. The quasi-immortal emperor is useless. Seeing this, Guhan just felt that some dogs. He had previously used the Jotian Fulling Stone in the Xianhuang world, but it only cost 3,000 villain points each. But now it takes a full 15,000 villain points. Moreover, the Xianhuang world used the 9 heavens soul binding stone, which seemed to be of no use in the fairyland. Now there are only more than 40,000 villain points. All of the energy used to buy the 9 talent spirit stones only left a few dozen villain points, completely declaring bankruptcy. Originally he was thinking of experimenting on humans. But now he can only gamble once, no convenience benevolence. Still, with Beigong Yuga, Li Shui was flowing and Guhan was slightly, the thought was deep. What should I do next to make my plan more effective? What about merit? Li Shui must be captured. Eliminate Book of You can collect different outside the newspaper. Moreover, if he could capture him, he would definitely make his money back and even gain more villain points. The villain point is also the basis for him to become stronger quickly. Beigong Yuga, who was chatting with Li Shui, suddenly there was a slight change and the voices froze for a moment. Yuga, what's wrong? Li Shui saw that his condition was not right and asked with some concern. I'm fine. Beigong Yuga smiled slightly forcefully. I just suddenly thought of something. Aunt's recent the condition is very bad. I have lost weight. I was thinking, why don't we make something delicious for Auntie to make her happy? After hearing this, Li Shui was slightly stunned, a touch of incomparable and smile. Sister Yuga has grown up. I will be with you from now on. Beigong Yuga wanted to say something but pursed his lips. Still nothing was said. Sir, could you please not hurt Sister Li Shui? She is a very kind person, not a bad person. Beigong Yuga, who was standing in front of Guhan, was a little timid and looked very conflicted at the moment. Li Shuiga, the memory is deep. Even if at this moment her soul consciousness has been reshaped and changed by Guhan and she is absolutely loyal to Guhan, but she still subconsciously does not want to hurt Li Shui. Don't worry, as long as you do the next thing done I won't hurt. Yes, I can guarantee that. Guhan smiled and took out a box containing the 9 heavens spiritual stone small porcelain bottle stopper to Beigong Yuga's singer. You will mix these things later to those food and let taste more. I just want your sister Li Shui to add to our big family of justice. Believe me, your sister Li Shui is thoroughly, we will definitely not regret it. After arranging a series of plans, Guhan the shadow disappeared again. Soon, relying on the words, this ultimate stealth technique quickly bypassed Tai. The supervision of many powerful people in the divine religion has begun again. Arrived at the palace where Beigong Yu was. You just left, why are you here again? Beigong Yu's voice sounded faintly, carrying a hint of coldness. Senior, we are now in the same boat, so we have to work together to deal with the Eternal Yi family. It would be better to do it today than to wait for another day. After that I will find a way to bring Yi Changqing here. Senior, please lend me a hand and help me delay this guy first. How about that? You want to attack Yi Changqing? Beigong Yu's voice sounded slightly incredulous. Although Yi Changqing is nephew. But I haven't seen this nephew much, and he had already completely fallen out with his sister Beigong Yan, and even with this nephew there's nothing good about it. And this bastard even wants to take advantage of his son's fiancée Li Shui. I have long wanted to teach the other party a lesson. If I could use Guhan's help, it would be a good choice. You have to think clearly. This place is too. My sister Beigong Yan is also here. If you are found, I can't save you. Don't worry about this, senior. Guhan smiled as if everything was under control. He knew that Beigong Yu had his own thoughts, and so did he. Do this, not only can you leverage your power, you can even kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Li Shui is the original drama, after all. Beigong Yu's daughter-in-law. Absolutely. Beigong Yu would definitely not be happy if Li Shui was attacked, and if he noticed something he would even try to stop it. But if he lets Beigong Yu and Yi Changqing restrain each other, then he will have its time to do it. TSK, poor Beigong Yu, who is already old, was played around by this guy Guhan. The vanity hidden in the dark, generous. Always hiding in the dark, observing Guhan's whereabouts to prevent him from encountering any accidents. Naturally, he also knew Guhan's general plan. He is so calculating and has a dark heart. The Yanghengyi family has provoked such a guy and is hated by him. I'm afraid it's the end. Chapter 625, Impact on the Immortal Emperor Realm. The Immortal Realm catastrophe is coming. But suddenly vanity became suspicious again. Although the Eternal Yi family is the strongest in the entire fairyland. But that's actually it. As the ruler of Yaoqi Palace, it would not be too difficult for their palace master to completely destroy the Eternal Yi family. Just send a few guardian elders to completely raze the Eternal Yi family to the ground. But now the Eternal Yi family is going against Guhan, whom the palace master values so highly. Why doesn't the palace master take action to punish him? Perhaps the palace master, you have your own ideas, right? Vanity throws everything in your mind out of the window. Anyway, just need to protect Guhan, just hurt. At the same time, Yaoqi Palace won the magnificent palace. The air in the hall was filled with fairy spirits lingering. Many terrifying smells, all the shadows gather here. From the outline it seems that everyone is sun. Can their cultivation levels are more terrifying than each other? The lowest being can be compared to the immortal king. At the top there sat a dreamlike figure, the shadows all look vaguely sacred sun. But at this moment his aura far surpassed that of everyone present. Just sitting there. Afterwards thousands of immortal spirits boiled, one grand and ethereal vision after another appeared as if the sun, moon and stars were floating and dancing in it. I have called you all here today to announce two things. Ji Yao's voice echoed for a long time and it was clearly heard by everyone present. First, I will be in seclusion from today on trying to reach a higher level. When these words came out, everyone below was slightly stunned, then there was a huge uproar. The palace master finally made some progress who was going to go into seclusion. How strong is Ji Yao? We know it clearly. A long time ago. His strength has already reached the limit of quasi-immortal emperor. He is only one step away from the legendary supreme immortal emperor, or even just a fine line away. Just break that barrier shackles our palace master will as a new generation of myth lead the fairyland. After all, since that catastrophe, there is no more immortal emperor in the immortal realm. In that glorious era, there are dozens of immortal emperors in their fairyland. There are even a few who are rumored to have surpassed the immortal emperor. But after that catastrophe they disappeared without a trace. It's like being wiped out directly. Even if it can carry eternity, there is no trace of them left in the long river. This has always been a question buried in their hearts, a fairyland regret. But if the palace master can at this level, the entire fairyland will definitely usher in a brand new era. After all, the Taichu immortal realm is vast and there are countless forces. There are also some who have already broken through to the quasi-immortal emperor level but have been unable to break free from the shackles and break through to the supreme existence of the immortal emperor. These guys, even in many things I will follow the Yaoqi fairy palace, responded tit for tat. Even want to conquer the Yaoqi fairy palace. But as long as an immortal emperor is born, all these people will also fall silent. Even led by them. For countless epochs the palace master had never been in seclusion. Now that they suddenly announced that they would be in seclusion, there must be something going on. Enlightenment, there is a high probability that you will break through to this level. Just as the people in Yaoqi Palace were excited when Ji Yao's voice continued to ring. The second thing is, I'm going to, after the retreat, a special mark will be left behind. If Yaoqi Palace encounters any crisis, you can tell me. Wake. The most important thing is that the person that vanity protects is very important. If anything happens to him, you need to rescue him at all costs. If there are any needs, you also need to do your best to cooperate. This is the most important point you need to keep in mind. After these words were spoken, many powerful men from Yaoqi Fairy Palace were once again in a trance. Fu Hua is Ji Yao's direct disciple. At this moment he is less than 500 years old, but he is already a powerful immortal king. This can be called the most outstanding genius among the most outstanding geniuses. As a direct disciple, go out and protect someone, we know it too. Therefore they also doubted the relationship between this person and the palace master. But it wasn't until now that the palace master said it himself. We were still somewhat shocked, even a little dazed. Who is this person? How could it possibly make the palace master, who has already reached the supreme realm, care so much about it? Ji Yao didn't intend to explain further. Once again, we must protect Guhan and wake him up in case of any accident. Points back. Ji Yao's deep eyes, there is divine light flashing the end of the sea of stars. Time is running out. Those guys have already noticed it. Perhaps he would appear earlier than expected, regardless of the cost. I also have to plan ahead and make preparations early. When leaving, Ji Yao seemed to have thought of something. He paused slightly, infused a trace of divine consciousness into a piece of jade and casually threw it into the hands of an immortal. Bai Ling this matter and I'll give it to you to do, and don't make any mistakes. At the same time, to theism, Guhan had no idea what was happening in the outside world. At this moment he has already started his plan. What, Bai Gong, you wants to see me? Palace. Yi Chongqing frowned when he heard the report from his subordinates. He frowned, feeling somewhat suspicious. Bai Gong, you was still going crazy this morning and even attracted the attention of the entire the gods, or all the dog is restless. Why do you want to see me now for no reason? Go Changqing, this is tie in the divine religion with your mother and your grandfather here that Guy Bagong you wouldn't dare to do anything to you. One of the sound rang out. The speaker wearing a luxurious and elegant palace dress dressed extremely elegantly and luxuriously. He has a noble temperament and his facial features are somewhat similar to Yi Changqing. It was Yi Changqing's biological mother Bai Gongyan. Although Yi Changqing was somewhat reluctant. But I think what my mother said makes sense. Besides, his aunt had at least broken through to the level of immortal king and could be considered an adult in the entire immortal realm. It is a good idea to ease the relationship or even leave a good impression. The other side. The palace where Bai Gong Yuga lived. The plan is proceeding as usual. Bai Gong Yuga, the reason was to make something delicious for his aunt Bai Gongyu, and he invited Li Shui to make some together food. As an immortal, they have already been fasting for a long time. Even if they don't eat anything for their entire lives, it won't have much impact on them as they can simply absorb the spiritual energy. Food for these cultivators, if it is not a great tonic, and no one would have nothing better to do than eat. At this moment, the various ingredients prepared by Bai Gong Yuga are extremely thick. Dragon liver marrow, various million-year-old magical herbs and precious medicines. Gold. The glass bowl is filled with non-renewable energy from the sun and the moon, Hua, the spirit that absorbs the fairy spirit of the fairyland. Just by piling up these ingredients here, the fairy energy of this area becomes tangible. If it is cooked with additional ingredients, it can be comparable to some top-level elixirs. You're really rich. Even though Gu Han was used to big scenes, he felt generous. The wealth of these major forces in the fairyland is beyond imagination. Looking at Li Shui, who was cooking with Bai Gong Yuga and laughing happily. Gu Han, the corners are slightly hooked. The princess of the Life Dynasty should not have any good things. Then take down Yi Changqing. Perhaps he wouldn't need to borrow any villain points, he could rely on these resources to quickly reach the level of Immortal King. Chapter 626, The Taste of the Ancestors Instantly Suppressed. Sister, try this marrow soup. Very tasty. At this time, Bai Gong Yuga put a bowl of hot soup in a glazed jade bowl and placed it in front of Li Shui. This bowl of soup has actually been sprinkled some grinding 9-day spiritual stone. Leave it for your aunt. A touch of joy smile. I didn't think about anything else, I just felt that I didn't need these. However, at Bai Gong Yuga's strong request, Li Shui no longer refused. Immortal, originally a native fairy of the fairyland quality, in fact it is rich in fairy spirit. Then use various kinds of supplementary materials. This bowl, the marrow soup, is particularly fresh. A mouthful of fresh soup, there was a strange force spreading from the abdomen. However, Li Shui still slightly arrived, something is wrong. The meridians that were gradually expanding seem to affected by some force, it feels a little blocked. Li Shui didn't think much about it, thinking that this might be due to eating these foods, other effects that occur later. Bai Gong Yuga, who was standing by, saw it all. Take a sip but said nothing. Go get all the remaining ingredients from the treasury. Bai Gong Yuga threw out another list. This was used to send away the guards who were waiting outside. The guards didn't think much about it. This place is too theism, there is no way that there is any bold lunatic who would dare to take action here. Several guards left not long after. Li Shui, something felt wrong. The meridians are becoming more and more blocked. Even I feel that my strength is gradually declining. Sister Li Shui, what's wrong with you? Bai Gong Yuga seemed to realize something was wrong at this moment and hurried forward to support him. No, it's okay. Li Shui frowned. This condition, I have never seen this before I entered it has reached this state. Could it be that bowl just now? Is there something wrong with the marrow soup? Impossible. Bai Gong Yugi, the relationship is very good, how could it be inexplicably poisoning? Maybe this bowl Suiyumoto, there is a problem. Gu Han, you are becoming more and more vicious, you wanted to turn a couple against each other, now he is asking his younger sister to poison his older sister. The more I look at you, the less I see you are a good person. Xiao Haizi and Gu Han hiding in the dark. Xiao Haizi was holding a bowl of drink, a few sips of marrow soup from time to time. Blink. It's the taste of our ancestors. Always pay attention to the outside world. Jing, what's the difference? Send me a message immediately. Guhan was too lazy to pay attention after the voices finished directly from the Tibetan walk out of the void. It's almost time the fish have net. It's his turn to reap the harvest. At the same time, Li Shui is getting better. Feel your own. Gradually something went wrong. Even if I'm already using special techniques to resist. But the meridians were becoming more and more blocked, and even his strength was to a great extent. Today's he might not even be able to exert half of his strength. Li Shui became more and more alert and even became a little wary of Beigong Yuga. All the changes are from drink that bowl. The marrow soup begins. There is definitely something wrong with the soup. Yuga, did you tamper with the soup? Why did you do that? While Li Shui asked the question, in secret use divine thoughts. Want to make something happen here? Tell yourself a few guard. Let them come back as soon as possible. However, until this time, Li Shui was shocked to find that this area had been completely blocked off at some point. The spiritual message hasn't even spread out yet. Already arrived. The obstruction of the unknown force was cut off in an instant. No reason I let done. At this moment Guhan slowly walked out of the hall. Walked in. There was a hint of smile on the corner of his face. Is it you? Li Shui was slightly stunned and even more confused and puzzled. Met Guhan. But this man is just Beigong Yuga's bodyguard. The god is also an insignificant little man. He has had a good relationship with Beigong Yuga since childhood. Why would Beigong Yuga do this for such a villain? Right, unfavorable. This guy is definitely not Beigong Yuga's bodyguard. There must be another reason. But Li Shui knew that now was not the time to figure all this out. The longer the time goes by, that the stronger the control in the realm of cultivation, the faster it is. Boom! Li Shui's breath was roaring. Thousands of immortal runes gushed out. Weak instant bowel movement. A green road full of lifelong river. Originally even under the aura of cultivation has further even stronger. It is an existence infinitely close to a true immortal. Even if the strength falling but matching the life river of life blesses you with your innate magical power, still possible, exuding strength comparable to that of an immortal in the mortal world. Although it is not clear what the cultivation level of the person in front of me is. But be confident and defeat it in an instant. No matter what strategies or plans the other party has, they are all pale and powerless in the face of absolute power. Li Shui, the shadow, disappeared instantly in a small space. The speed was also astonishingly fast, like a bolt of lightning cutting through space. In an instant he appeared above Guhan's head. At this moment not at all for Sun's weak, with only cold murderous intent in his eyes. Boom! The long sword slashed down with a bang, bringing up a dazzling and brilliant sword. The whole hall was buzzing with the impact of the sword energy. Ming. But due to some invisible barrier no one noticed what happened here. Quiet. However, Li Shui saw that the sword could easily inflict heavy damage on a powerful mortal immortal and was about to take Guhan's head. There was only a ding sound like metal. There was a crashing sound. Then Li Shui awareness arrived. The powerful force blocked it, and the long sword in his hand seemed to be trapped into the abyss in quagmire. He was firmly stuck in it. How is this possible? Li Shui's pupils contracted. The sword that had just been slashed out was actually two. The fingers were easily pinched. Despite no matter how hard he exerted his strength, the sword could not fall even a bit. Come back. I have never encountered strong. But this is the first time I have encountered such an easy disintegration. The one who attacked young man. Guhan smiled indifferently. But his eyes were equally cold, without a trace of sympathy for women. He just flick your finger. There is one. The terrible force roared hair. The shock directly broke the palm of Li Shui's hand holding the sword, and she almost couldn't hold the sword. The huge force directly bounced him away. But it was too sudden and too unexpected. Li Shui was still shocked and flew backwards. But seized this moment of opportunity. Guhan clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. Boom! The brilliant fist light burst out, and the majestic force directly shattering the phantom of the long river of life, hitting Li Shui's squarely mouth. Immediately let spit out a mouthful of scarlet fresh, smashed hard in the distance. The breath became extremely weak. Sister Li Shui. Beigong Yuga noodles unbearable. She was also afraid that Guhan would be too harsh and beat her sister to death. You bastard. Li Shue's fresh red horn flowing out the breath became more sluggish. I am very dissatisfied and unwilling. If not most of the meridians are blocked, his strength has been greatly reduced. Why is he in such a mess now? Li Shui thought of something and her pupils shrank. Are you the one who was in Tai Divine City causing a series of the thief Guhan? Chapter 627. The Supreme God blesses the status, the source of the great road of life. During this period Yi Changqing did not past run this way. I often talk about my previous experience in Tai, what happened in the city of God. Even told Guhan's name. Guhan smiled and didn't care. Line Hair the shadow disappeared from the spot in an instant and attacked Li Shui again. Book the powerful general in serious injury circumstances. Li Shui knew that she was no match for him. I didn't plan to follow Guhan just. He used his remaining breath to deal with Guhan and delay time. However, but forgot except besides Guhan and the other person there was another person. Li Shui took out a jade pendant that contained a majestic breath of life. Just ready to use, force broken. A chill suddenly rose behind my back. Li Shui's scalp suddenly went numb, just wanted to transfer. But it was still a beat too late. A long sword pierced through and in an instant where shoulders blood gushed out of the wound like a spring and the intense pain made Li Shui. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. After all, the relationship with Bei Gong Yuga is too good. Well, even if the other party is right, poisoning, the subconscious still feels that the other party poses no threat to him. Just like this, I got caught. Bei Gong Yuga's sword also seemed to be painted with Jiutian Lingshi and the seal, the power of control. Suddenly, let the level of cultivation further declined. This time it fell directly to the beginning, the fairyland of the mortal world. Why? Li Shui's eyes cracked. Li's cold face looked a little ferocious. I really don't understand why Bei Gong Yuga would betray me. It's okay if you don't understand, you will understand later. I can even let you meet your fiancé whom you haven't seen for a long time. A voice with a smile came. Li Shui raised her eyes, subconsciously go one hand toward covering the face. Then the consciousness is sinking in the darkness. What on earth is this kid doing? He asked me to contain Yi Changqing, so why hasn't he shown up for so long? Palace. Bei Gong Yu frowned slightly. There is always a bad premonition in my heart. After all, I have lived for thousands of years, I have seen so many people. Guhan gave the first impression is not that he is a good person. This guy is the kind of person who will do anything to achieve his goals. And I am also very crazy, just like when I just came to. The religion of God was established in the city of God. This is the best proof. Something has happened to Yuga. Li Shui, will something happen to her? Did he deliberately let himself and Yi Changqing be restrained here while he chose to attack Li Shui? Bei Gong Yu had all kinds of thoughts in her mind. I wonder if my aunt has anything else to say. Yi Changqing's voice sounded from below. Obviously, after staying for so long, he was a little impatient and wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Humph. Tell your father for me that I will make him pay me back 100-fold from now on for what he owed me. Bei Gong Yu's voice was cold, mixed with overwhelming hatred. Don't think he has calculated everything. Even the descendants of the bloodline can be sacrificed, guy. Sooner or later you will be deserted by everyone and end up with nothing. These words seem to be an outlet for emotion, but also seem to be a forced release of emotion. Now it's a bit crazy. The son he cared about most was dead. Because Yi Tian died for the main reason. I have lost everything, so what does it matter if I lose some important things or even my life? The palace where Bei Gong Yuga lived. Guhan, you have only been in the fairyland for a short time and you are playing people? Su Lun Yue, if they knew they would castrate you directly. Get out of here. Guhan kicked the little black guy who was making sarcastic remarks beside him. His face, some of them are not pretty. Li Shui, this guy has a very high spiritual status, received the blessing of some existence. He can't completely control it, he can only change or control it, part of subjective consciousness. As for the one who gave Li Shui the soul blessing, strength also gave him some all. It was when he broke through to become the great emperor in the Shenhuang world. Wu Dao cast his eyes from a distant and misty place, one of them. It's the work of the so-called Supreme God again. Guhan gritted his teeth. These bastards. I go against him every time. Wait until you have something. Well, we must find a way to bury these guys first. I just don't know if this counts as control or if it counts as completion system tasks. After a moment, Li Shui eyelash feather holding his slightly heavy head, he slowly woke up. I am different from Beigon Yuga. I totally forgot what just happened. A piece of memory in his mind had been cleared by Gu Han with great effort and even slightly rewritten. And previously the injury has been fully recovered. So I don't even know what happened just now. Sister, are you okay? Beigon Yuga hurried forward and said worriedly, you haven't had a good rest during this period of time. You were overworked just now and suddenly fainted. I fainted. Li Shui was a little suspicious. But in my memory I have been, the rest was very bad. Plus I just tasted some special food. Return when the sunlight came back, he suddenly fainted. Leave everything in your mind behind. Li Shui suddenly thought of someone who was very important to her. Named Du Gu Han. I can't explain the reason, but the other person is very important to me. Even more important than Bei Gongyu. This thought almost appeared in Li Shui's mind at that moment. In advance, Gu Han, who was hiding, heard the system's broadcast in his ears. Bite. Congratulations to the owner. Li Shui, the descendant of the Supreme Bishop of the God of Controlling Life, was rewarded with 150,000 villain points. Obtain the Source of Life Avenue X5. Gu Han was overjoyed. It's worth it for him to gamble everything he had before the family took such a gamble. Although he did not completely control Li Shui. But I seem to occupy an important position in the other person's heart. Even if the other party still has a little self-consciousness. But still possible he controlling or even changing it is not a big problem. And he has also gained the most important villain point. The rest there is no need to be in a hurry. Li Shui will be able to help him later and provide him with report the best. If it cannot be provided, it is no loss to kill it. We have dealt with the most difficult Li Shui. It's time to deal with that kid Yi Changqing. Gu Haning disappeared again and rushed towards the palace where Bei Gongyu was. As for whether Bei Gongyu has noticed it, will she turn against him? He might have had to worry earlier. But now he can be sure of himself, there is someone behind. Since I am sure that I am in the fairyland, there are also people who do a lot of things there. It is possible there are a lot of concerns. Chapter 628 Town Yi Changqing, I have already dealt with your people. This guy is really reckless. Once or twice is enough. Now you are even attacking the heir of the Life Immortal Dynasty. Are you so bold and reckless, or do you think you can defeat me? The glitz hidden in the dark was watched from a god's perspective. Really, Gu Han is here in his heart. He is a crazy and ruthless person. First, the two young ladies from the divine religion took action. Now even the first successor of the Life Immortal Dynasty has fallen into his clutches. Moreover, the methods used by this kid Gu Han were extremely evil. It can directly change people's memory and affect other people's subjective consciousness. He doesn't look like a good person at all. But after sighing, I didn't think much about it. There is no right or wrong on the road of the truth. The one who can make it to the end and have the last laugh is the winner. The other side. Since my aunt has given all the instructions, if there is nothing else, Changqing took his leave first. Yi Changqing bowed slightly and was about to lead his people out of the hall. Bang! There was a muffled bang from the direction of the door, and the two heavy doors slammed shut at some point. And in front of the gate, a film. It was a man who was about the same age as him, no, even younger than him. Young man, there is a smile on his face and his eyes are indifferent. It made Yi Changqing feel a little cold in his heart. Who are you? Yi Changqing was alert with an ominous premonition flooding all over. You've been looking for me, haven't you? Don't you recognize me? Yi Changqing was slightly stunned and then his pupils shrank, his face full of disbelief. Gu Han. You are Gu Han. It was almost at the moment when Yi Changqing made the sound. Gu Han Hun breath hair. The whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant like a shadow. Yi Changqing's pupils contracted. Too fast almost to him, it's hard to capture. Boom! Yi Changqing didn't dare to think too much and took out his own lifelong weapon, a golden sword made of special material. He held the spear with both hands and held it horizontally in front of him in a defensive posture. However, there was a loud roar. Yi Changqing felt as if he was hit by a small mountain and his palms felt a sharp pain and numbness. The whole person is here under the impact of the huge force. He suddenly fell backwards after walking dozens of feet away. A conspicuous trace was left under the feet. Powerful. Gu Han is stronger than he expected. Just now he fell at a disadvantage. But why is this happening? How could he become so strong? I am a powerful immortal in the mortal world. His cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Red Dust Immortal. It has only been less than 3 months since Gu Han ascended to the fairyland. Even if he has improved, how could he be so terrifying? But Gu Han didn't give him time to think about it. Now that we have taken action, we should act quickly and decisively to avoid any further complications. The Hanshao sword appeared in Gu Han's hand. Cold Sky Sword Spirit. Recently I have been constantly adapting to the laws of the fairyland and am still dormant. But this does not affect the cold sword. Body becomes sharper and stronger. Boom! Gu Han held the long sword in his hand and slashed out again. The majestic sword energy whistled out and the residual force of the sword energy pierced Yi Changqing's skin. A sharp pain. Ant! This guy made a Theism the thief. Gu Han, why don't you take action to kill him? In fact, Yi Changqing is not stupid. I guessed something during the conversation. There is a high probability that this ant of mine is related to Gu Han. Otherwise, such an immortal king, how powerful is he? The moment Gu Han made his move, he should have noticed that he could easily suppress him by just emitting a breath of air. However, his ant did not allow him to fight with Gu Han. This made Yi Changqing feel even more. It doesn't feel good. Hee nephew Changqing, aren't you in no danger of life and death right now? Bei Gongyu sat on the throne, corners slightly raised. Besides, both of you are just sparring normally. Auntie is here, you will be fine. If you don't help, no one will help you. Yi Changqing, I've wanted to kill you for a long time. This damn thing has been eyeing his son's fiancée. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Furthermore, Gu Han is a very arrogant guy, so arrogant that he doesn't even take this immortal king seriously. If it weren't for their mutual interests, Gu Han, there is another great terror behind. He would never let Gu Han jump around like that in front of him. This time he also wanted to use Yi Changqing to test Gu Han. How much I boasted about myself before. But if you can't even take down Yi Changqing, you even need help. That means Gu Han Ben, it's also a waste. Cooperation, there is no need. Even if we cooperate, nor will Gu Han be the leader. Gu Han obviously knew this too. He didn't hold back at all when he started. Quality, it was boiling, even melting the meaning of burial and extinction into the sword energy. Intend to defeat it instantly from the front. Damn it. Yi Changqing felt both furious and aggrieved. What made him furious was that he had apparently guessed what his aunt was thinking. She actually wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. She is truly the most vicious woman. It's a pity here, no matter how you put it, it's to the core area of the cult is even in the immortal king's palace. He actually encountered life-threatening danger here. This is so fucking outrageous. But now he has nowhere to go. How the sword energy came from all directions and he had no way to avoid it. If you can't bear it, you will be seriously injured or even die. Yi Changqing roared and the spear in his hand burst into a dazzling light on. He swung his arms with all his strength and stabbed out several sharp spear beams in succession. The whistling of the gun even formed a group of golden dragons appeared and bit towards Gu Han. Of course, Yi Changqing is also a very scheming person. On the surface he pretends to be at the end of his rope and wants to fight to the death. But he secretly tried his best to get in touch with the guards outside the hall. Hope they must rescue and kill Gu Han as soon as possible. But he was afraid that Bei Gongyu had already taken measures to completely seal off this place, ensuring that the breath did not leak out while also blocking the transmission of sound from the soul. Bei Gongyu seemed to have guessed what the other person was thinking. The corners are slightly tilted, the thoughts are slightly, a small gap opened up in the space. The agreement between me and Gu Han is just responsible for restraining Yi Changqing. Gu Han will deal with Yi Changqing himself. Help to block the breath from leaking out. This is already, do the best you can. Blocking soul transmission is another bargaining chip. It's also Gu Han's own business. This old witch. Gu Han cursed in his heart. But he didn't say anything because they were essentially enemies and were just cooperating temporarily for some reasons. But he had already arranged everything. Yi Changqing, it's useless no matter how much you transmit your voice. Gu Han smiled as he attacked. Those guards of yours have already been dealt with by my people. Chapter 629, Naturally I have the capital to go crazy. At the same time outside Bei Gong Yu's palace. Senior, this jade is used to contact cousin Changqing, right? Bei Gong Yuga is a little suspicious. Give this jade to Sister Li Shui. If cousin Changqing gets into danger later, you won't blame me, right? No problem. The top true immortal of the young Hongyi family waved his hands with a smile. I'll just prepare a few more pieces later since His Highness Li Shui is interested in talking to my fourth young master. These little things are nothing. And now it is also in the divine religion the fourth young master will not be in any danger. While speaking, this top true immortal from the eternal Yi family was so excited that he almost laughed himself into pieces. The fourth young master has always wanted to have a deep relationship with His Highness Li Shui Flo. Now that Princess Li Shui has come to him in person and wants the sound transmission jade, of course he has to give it to her. Although this sound transmission jade is very special, it is used for urgent contact. It can even ignore some special seal system, and even some spatial distances are extremely precious. But I thought that even if the fourth young master knew that I had acted on my own initiative, he would definitely not say anything. Maybe he will even reward himself greatly. I really did a great job this time. After that, the fourth prince will definitely give himself a generous reward as a reward. Li Shui smiled as she received the special sound transmitting jade stone. Completely ignored the continuous voice transmission. Even put it in storage in the ring. I'm too lazy to pay any more attention to it. Yi Changqing didn't know what was happening outside. He is still in the brain, conducts sound transmission. Someone came to rescue. For this he was hit by Gu Han's sword and his entire left arm was cut off and destroyed. Damn it! What the hell is this? Condition. I sent so many messages, why hasn't he come to rescue me yet? Yi Changqing's mentality was a little broken. What the hell is this? What's the situation? He used it specifically for a special jade stone for transmitting sound urgently. There are special system. The old man who was in charge of being his protector should have already. It should be as it should be. Why haven't you come to rescue? Could it be that just as Gu Han said, old Ming had been dealt with in advance? But this shouldn't be the case. No matter how you look at it, this place is too god religion. The top-level true immortals are not cabbages sold on the roadside. If someone kills him, there will definitely be a big disturbance. It's better to be quiet. Boom. But just like this moment of distraction, Gu Han seized the opportunity again. A brilliant sword energy was once again slashed out by Gu Han's sword. The meaning of the burial path contained in it easily tore apart the spear light that Yi Changqing had fired with all his strength, and then the aftermath continued to slam into his superior. The huge force immediately caused Yi Changqing to fly backwards and fall several times on the ground. At this moment his hair was disheveled, his left arm was cut off, and he could only hold he used the spear as support to hold himself together and not fall to the ground. Gu Han. This place is too god's religion. If you kill me, you will be in big trouble. Aunt. Do you really want to leave it like this? Are you going to kill me? My mother will never let you go. Yi Changqing was also a little crazy at this moment and didn't care what to say or not. Bei Gong moon change. Indeed, if Yi Changqing died, this is also a big trouble in the palace. Kill you? Why would I want to kill you? A light laugh was heard. Gu Han's the shadow appeared in front of Yi Changqing in an instant. A big hand stretched out like an iron clamp grabbed Yi Changqing's neck with one hand and lifted him up with force. Originally in a state of severe injury, Yi Changqing had no power to resist. Like a drowning fish, he was lifted up by Gu Han with one hand and his feet kept moving step. Boom! Scarlet the flame suddenly burst out from Gu Han's palms, and the speed visible to the naked eye instantly enveloped Yi Changqing's entire body. Yi Changqing only felt that his soul was constantly burning and he kept making heart-wrenching screams. But this time his luck was not so good. In Yi Changqing's soul hiding a special system. Guhan frown make him some Shi and Yiqing Yun's the pulses are somewhat similar, perhaps it was set up by Yi Tian. Guhan looked up, looking at Bei Gongyu. He smiled and said, Senior, since we have already cooperated we should at least contribute something to each other, right? I attacked Yi Changqing. Senior should be able to lend a hand to erase the thought in his mind, make it? Moreover, this the seniors should also be very, it is not too difficult to change it. Bei Gongyu sneered, it was you who wanted to attack Yi Changqing, so I helped you. Points not helping you, but also reasonably come and speak to me in this commanding tone. Actually, I wanted to take action. But when he thought about the loss he suffered at Guhan's hands before, but I don't want to act rashly and give the other party an advantage. Guhan's smile faded. He was not surprised by this. If that's the case, then I will kill him directly. Before killing him I will deliberately hold back and let him pass on the message through telepathy. I think Senior probably doesn't want to see you and I team up. Exposed bar? Of course, if you don't mind, then I don't mind either. After hearing this, Bei Gongyu, who was originally smiling, it suddenly became cold. The terrible breath from the aura emanated from it, instantly locking onto Guhan. Are you threatening me? You provoked me for no reason and provoked an immortal king, and on my territory. Do you know how stupid this is? Snort! Come play this with me. Guhan did not give in. There is someone behind me. Try to kill me if you dare. Besides, my town Yi Changqing is beneficial to both you and me. If you try these tricks on me now, be careful or I will flip the table. This cooperation is no longer necessary. Guhan knew that at this time he must not half a point a sign of taking a step back. Otherwise it would be easy for Bei Gongyu to catch the master power or even be led by the nose by the other party. After all, the gap in strength between them is there. He is not a true immortal this year, while Bei Gongyu is an immortal king. Even though there are suspected protectors, there is no guarantee that the other party will be on his side all the time. Maybe he has plans for himself as well. The direction of destiny still needs to be in our own hands. While the situation is favorable, he also wants to create the most favorable result for himself. Bei Gongyu was furious and his aura became even more terrifying. Even the surrounding space was slightly distorted and changed, and the laws became extremely heavy. The power of the immortal king has as if he wanted to crush Guhan at any time. Fragments. Vanity in the dark frowned slightly but was still ready to strike at any time. Guhan still refused to give in and even planned to go all out. He would do as he said before and deliberately let Yi Changqing perform telepathic communication before killing him. You are such a madman. And such a guts. Be careful that you will suffer a great loss and fall flat on your face in the future. Bei Gongyu snorted coldly but still waved. The sleeves of the robe emitted a special aura which easily wiped out the special thing in Yi Changqing's soul consciousness system. Guhan also quickly staged an epic face change smile. At the same time, again sent strength to make scarlet. The flames completely covered Yi Changqing's soul consciousness and began to reshape it. Crazy? Why can't I be crazy? I'm less than 24 years old this year, but I'm already at the 7th level of the Red Dust Immortal. As long as I have enough resources, I have enough confidence to break through to the Immortal King level or even higher. Senior, do you think I have the right to be crazy? As for the loss, it's a loss. I've already been so arrogant, so what's the big deal about a little loss? Chapter 630. Let this day for the eternal nightmare of the Yi family. As soon as these words came out. Don't talk about Bei Gongyu. Even the vanity hidden in the dark was completely silent at this moment. These words also came to my mind later. Wake up. Yes. Guhan is less than 24 years old now. At such an age he is really too young to be in the fairyland. Then at this age it seems that I haven't officially entered the immortals and the mortal world are only half immortals. But the fighting power this kid has shown now is enough to fight against top-level mortal immortals. Just based on this performance, Guhan can be called a monster among monsters. Bei Gongyu frowned slightly, also in silence. Over the years I have seen countless talented people from the fairyland. But Guhan is definitely the most evil among them all. Not only is he under 24 years old, as far as the Red Dust Immortal is concerned, all the proud ones in the fairyland. Given enough time he will definitely a giant in the fairyland, just the immortal lord or even the legendary quasi-immortal emperor. As for the immortal emperor and so on, still feels impossible. That supreme realm of existence is not something Guhan can handle of. Not long. The scarlet flames covering Yi Changqing were receding like water. As Gu Han's hand slowly loosened, Yi Changqing slowly fell like a puddle of mud fall to the ground. You won't kill him. Bei Gongyu frowned slightly. I don't understand what Gu Han meant by this. What? Things have come to this point, keeping Yi Changqing will only cause more trouble. However, in the next moment a scene beyond his imagination appeared. Yi Changqing, who was in a coma, slowly opened his eyes. Expected anger and violence did not appear. Seeing Gu Han at the moment of seeing the shadow, Yi Changqing's eyes flashed with enthusiasm, hurriedly bowed and said, I am Changqing, Your Excellency. This scene made Bei Gongyu stunned. What condition? Yi Changqing and Gu Han should have an irreconcilable life and death feud, right? After being unconscious for a while and waking up again, how come the whole person suddenly Gu Han's subordinates? Is it the scarlet, the strange flame changed some of Yi Changqing's ideology and soul memory? Bei Gongyu thought of something, suddenly became sync. Gu Han. Did you use the same method to change Yu Ji's memory before? Previously, just in doubt. Suspect my nephew who I raised since childhood. Why is it so good? Someone from Gu Han's side? And in the bones be respectful. Now understand everything. It turned out that Gu Han had secretly acted and used this method to change his nephew ideology's soul memory. Bei Gongyu was a little angry. But now that it's over, it's hard to say anything. Although Bei Gongyu's soul consciousness has been changed, still alive, no other impacts. Okay. All this is with Gu Han and the Eternal Yi family. Don't put some irrelevant, needless to say, outsiders were involved. Besides, in 1 or 2 months at most, it seems that the Eternal Yi family's family ceremony will be held, right? Bei Gongyu's eyes are deep, cold flowing. Yi Tian, I will definitely give you a big gift on that day. Eternal Yi family core hall. Master, now the source of the seed was taken by Gu Han. My child has been taken away. How should we hold the family ceremony 2 months later? Should we hold it at all? The most important part of the family ceremony is this: super, the source of seeds. Now super, the resource seeds have been lost and the passage is completely broken. What is the point of holding this family ceremony? Then what shall we do? Super, the source seed is not only related to the future rise of my Eternal Yi family but also has a great deterrent effect. If other families knew about this, the source seed is gone and my Eternal Yi family is in danger. Several elders of the Eternal Yi family were debating fiercely below. The appearance of Gu Han and the death of Yi Qingyun interrupted too many of their plans. The family ceremony 2 months later was an extremely critical step in the original plan of their Eternal Yi family. Because in this family ceremony they will pass through a special law channel that has been left behind long ago and communicate with the one existing in Yi Qingyun. Super, the source seeds are connected. Through this channel their Eternal Yi family can continuously provide energy for super, the source of seeds delivers power, allowing it to. And Yi Qingyun will also get this. With the relative feedback of strength will become even stronger. But it happens. Yi Qingyun is such a loser and died before the ceremony began. Even super, the seeds of origin are still falling. It came into Gu Han's hands. If they continued to infuse power through this special channel of law, it would only be a benefit to Gu Han. Go on, of course I have to go on. It was not until Yi Tian's voice rang out that the noisy debate below was temporarily silenced. Calm. Yi Tian sat on the main seat and said calmly, we must not only hold this ceremony but also make it as grand as possible. After these words were spoken, many elders below were a little confused. Overtake, the source seeds are gone. Why do we have to hold such a grand family ceremony? Isn't it a waste of time and resources? However, Yi Tian did not emphasize too much and just gave this instruction. Moreover, this order was issued in the name of the head of the family and all family members must take this matter seriously. Since super, the source of seeds, is gone, the plan is completely ruined. Gu Han has also arrived in the fairyland. Yi Qingyun couldn't finish his plan, then he will complete it himself. As long as I can break through that realm even one day for the Supreme Immortal Emperor, I can give up everything. After leaving the council hall, 5 different laws of law were flowing in Yi Tian's deep eyes. If Gu Han were here, he would definitely be able to hear the aura of these 5 laws is exactly the same as the aura of the 5 supreme gods. Family ceremony. Gu Han, who also received this news from Yi Changqing, frowned slightly. Why do these big families like to hold so-called grand ceremonies? At that time it was in the Xinhuang world. The Taihua immortal dynasty also seemed to have held such a grand ceremony. Final introduction. The original play. This was a major event which greatly enhanced Yi Qingyun's strength. Now the Eternal Yi family is also doing something similar. Could it be something big? If the original play, if you count. Guhan's memories kept flying. Putting aside Yi Qingyun's past in the original play, the opportunity gained in the play greatly improved the strength of the play, not to mention nodes. For a period of time Yi Qingyun did not go anywhere and was just in seclusion, but his strength changed dramatically. Could it be related to this so-called Eternal Yi family ceremony? Unfortunately, although Yi Changqing is a descendant of the Eternal Yi family, he knows also limited. Even super, I don't know what the source seed is. But he was too lazy to care too much. He had originally planned to go to the Yongheng Yi family. Since the Eternal Yi family wants to do such a big thing recently. That just happened to be what he wanted. A family ceremony, right? He wants to change this day, the eternal nightmare of the Yi family. But before that we need to further improve our strength. Of course, with Bei Gong, Yuga, Li Shui and Yi Changqing, 3 senior workers, people are here. He has no worries about chain repair resources. These 2 months he wants to strive to break through to become a true immortal. At the same time, Shenhuang World, Misty Fairy Island, the place where immortals are buried. My original, I'm in seclusion now. What happened to Guhan? I'm mainly counting on you. Ji Yao's point suddenly appeared in this void space filled with the power of annihilation. Are you sure? Should we return to the fairyland as soon as we get trapped? Those guys are very alert now. It will be very dangerous if you go back now. Chapter 631. Let the name of burial Dao resound throughout the heavens and break through to become a true immortal. In the center of the dark and empty world, Zhang Shuyu is still trapped by countless chains of laws. But originally it was full of the ultimate god, enough to seal the town. All the chains seem like to the point of corrosion. The god of the surface, it became dim and black spots filled with the power of annihilation appeared one after another. Most of the chains of laws have collapsed. As more of these chains of laws break, more and more are infected. Zhang Shuyu's strength is gradually becoming more terrifying. As another chain of laws breaks, his strength has already reached the true fairyland. And it's still climbing further. If we continue, his cultivation will even be infinitely close to that of a quasi-immortal emperor, or even break through that of a quasi-immortal emperor and be comparable to a pseudo-immortal emperor. In the fairyland where there is no immortal emperor now, a quasi-immortal emperor can cause a stir in the city. Not to mention that he was above the quasi-immortal emperor, half a step away, a pseudo-immortal emperor in the immortal emperor realm. Didn't you say that before? We don't have much time left. He is improving very fast. I think it won't take long for him to reach the level of immortal king anyway. The day will come eventually. If I were born earlier, I could also lend him a helping hand. Haunting the funeral ruins moon, the breath of annihilation became increasingly dense and solid. A few towns bondage, the chain of laws broke again and the breath further climbed. And that which filled the entire immortal burial ground, the power of annihilation, is also like when a certain force pulls you like a whirlpool, like water. It faces the burial ruins moon flood. The fairyland and even the entire universe may have long forgotten the meaning of the 3 words burial master. But it doesn't matter. At most half a year, the 3 words burialist will once again appear in the fairyland. Time passes by little by little. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Bei Gong, Li Shui and Yi Changqing, 3 senior engineers, with the help of countless valuable resources provided by others. On this day, Guhan's cultivation, he broke through to the level of true immortal. Boom boom. Almost at the same time there were lightning and thunder in the starry universe where Guhan was, and the thunder from the fairyland, which was even more terrifying than the thunder from the avenue of the Shenhuang world, had arrived. The vast Taichu immortal realm has given birth to countless powerful creatures. If the fairyland has no rules to restrict there, as time goes by, these creatures will become more powerful than each other. Even if it is the fairyland, the number of strong people is also limited. Once there are too many strong people, it will cause the collapse of the universe and even the rules. Guhan is a genius who has a monstrous talent and has already broken through to the level of a true immortal before the age of 24 to the rule system. At this moment, the divine thunder of the endless fairyland avenue descended from all directions, covering the starry sky. Even let in this star-filled universe, the strong men from the divine religion and other major forces have noticed this and are looking towards this place. Someone is going through the immortal tribulation. It seems to be a true immortal calamity. Have the cultivator who responded was full of disbelief. Are you sure you are serious? A true immortal can attract such a terrifying avenue of thunder? Countless monks and living beings were shocked. They all cast their thoughts towards this place. Retreat quickly. How dare you probe my divine thoughts? Those who are here will die. But in the next moment, a vague and grand sound came from the endless starry sky, which even contained the power of the immortal king. Many powerful people were immediately frightened. Not to mention, the immortal king is already considered an adult in the entire immortal realm. Moreover, the aura of this immortal king is extremely youthful, so youthful that it's unbelievable. In the entire fairyland, there are only a few forces with such young fairy kings. Anyway, in short, anyone who breaks through here must have a powerful background. The small fry cannot afford to offend him. Master Immortal King, please calm down. We have no intention of offending you. We will withdraw now. Many powerful men hurriedly withdrew their spiritual thoughts and sent messages to say that they had no ill intentions for fear of being implicated. Vanity stands on the void. He didn't pay any attention to the people around him. Anyway, I have made it clear, if anyone dares to come, just kill them. The reason now, there is a change from darkness to light and even a look of determination to protect Guhan. News has also come from the Yao Qi Fairy Palace. The palace master is about to go into seclusion. Let be sure to take good care of Guhan and make sure nothing goes wrong. If there are any unusual changes, you can send a message to the Immortal Palace at any time. The Immortal Palace will send enough powerful people to help Guhan completely resolve the crisis. Until now, I recall this had made Fu Hua feel very nervous. The Palace Master is now one of the most powerful people in the immortal realm, the strongest being under the Immortal Emperor. Are you trying to become the Immortal Emperor by retreating now? But with the Palace Master's current strength, even if he does not break through to the Immortal Emperor, no one in the entire immortal realm can be his opponent. Will there be any crisis in the future if the Palace Master wants to break through to become the Immortal Emperor? Vanity throws all the thoughts in your mind behind you. Eyes again towards Thunder Center. Then again, his title of the youngest immortal king in the history of his fairyland would probably be replaced soon, right? I'm already going to how long will it take to become a true immortal? For the immortal king? 100 years old? 50 years old, or? Fu Hua was shocked and threw the idea in his mind to the back of his mind again. 25 years old immortal king? Even novels don't dare to write like this. Do you really think that practicing Taoism is something that can be done casually? There are too many things to master for the immortal king to accumulate knowledge. One also needs to comprehend thousands of laws. The immortal king can even open up a space domain that belongs to him alone in this vast starry universe. And in his own unique space, the immortal king is invincible. Except for the immortal emperor, who has truly transformed. Even the current quasi-immortal emperor cannot easily and completely kill an immortal king in the immortal king space. The best way is time. The magic of time blocks the opponent and throws our storm deep, sealed for thousands or tens of thousands of years. That is to say, the immortal king can be sealed, but it is difficult to kill him completely. Quasi-immortal emperors are basically impossible to be sealed. Even their souls all are completely wiped out, but as long as there is a little trace, even their breath, after years of precipitation, they will still be able to return to the human world again one day. The words of the immortal emperor are immortal. It has long been bound to the fairyland universe. Unless the entire fairyland universe is destroyed, as long as the universe still exists, the breath laws of the universe, the immortal emperor will also be restored with the birth of the universe. Guhan is so young now and hasn't even comprehended the laws, so how can he break through to the realm of immortal king or even higher? Unless he had already mastered these things before, and after breaking through to this level of cultivation he would be able to comprehend and master them naturally. But that's even more impossible. Chapter 632 Introduction. Rules. The instigator of the second catastrophe. Immortal kings are difficult to kill. Not to mention the immortal emperor, or even some beings that surpass the immortal emperor. They exist eternally and are indestructible. How could they be destroyed? Even reincarnation and reconstruction? And even if he was reincarnated and cultivated again, it should be in a place like the fairyland. How could it be possible to be in a desolate place like the lower world in Xianhuang world? The netherworld is too barren and uncertain. There are too many factors. This was once deduced by a powerful person in the fairyland. If they were to disperse their cultivation now and go to some wild lower world to reincarnate and cultivate again, it is basically impossible to cultivate to their current level or even higher. Not to mention that repairing chains in the netherworld is like being handcuffed with countless shackles. Without enough resources and a big enough background, it is easy to fail halfway. Uncertain, there are too many factors. Therefore, even if there were fallen immortal kings or even powerful people in the history of the immortal realm, their reincarnations, it will only appear in the fairyland. Why think so much? Guhan can't be the reincarnation of some powerful person. Fuwa shook his head, putting all his thoughts aside. He may be able to break through to the immortal king, but that should be his limit. Guhan, who was in the thunderstorm, had no idea what was happening in the outside world, nor was he worried that someone would come to stop him from overcoming the tribulation. After all, he always knew that someone was protecting him in secret. If the other party chooses to turn a blind eye and allow some powerful people to obstruct him or even kill him during the tribulation, then there was no need to be in Bei Gongyu's palace. Help yourself to speak. Lei Jia roared and the laws boiled. Thunder had drowned everything and blocked everything. According to common sense, existence in such a thunder zone must use some special rules. The barrier draws the thunder disasters one by one, which has a real exercise effect. And you must also find the right balance. The thunder tribulation pulled, then you can't exercise achievement. If the thunder tribulation attracts too much, it will cause collapse. Not even to mention the robbery success will also be severe backlash, caused his cultivation level to drop directly. But when it comes to Guhan, he doesn't have to think so much. Just one word: suck. Suck it to death. A thunderstorm with destructive power, it couldn't affect Guhan at all. Just hit Guhan on it, quickly melts to him. The power of annihilation of the burial way. The destructive thunder tribulation didn't even have time to strike send. Already once it was affected, the destructive power dissipated in an instant. Transformed into a relatively harmless energy, the quality is integrated in an orderly manner to Guhan. This phenomenon shocked and delighted Guhan. Really, his breakthrough in the fairyland was too smooth. The laws of the fairyland have basically no effect on him. The thunder that seemed to be devastating to outsiders was just a tonic to him, a tonic that made him stronger quickly. In the Xianhuang world, due to the restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth, in many cases the power of burial annihilation is also in the restricted range. This prevented him from using his full strength. But after arriving in the fairyland, the control is gone. He can use it however he wants. This, he even used his power more and more practice. For example, when facing a thunderstorm, he could use the power of annihilation to remove all the destructive energy in the thunder, leaving only the energy that was beneficial to him energy. Facing violence, the law of energy, he can also the power of annihilation, calming the energy of the law tidal storm. Continue to absorb this relatively steadily energy. He can use the power of annihilation however he wants. And in this process, Guhan gradually comprehended the prototype of some laws, the prototype of the laws of the fairyland. The prototype of the law of the sea of stars, the prototype of the law of storms, the prototype of the law of space, the prototype of the law of destruction. If Fuhua saw this scene, his worldview would definitely be shocked to pieces. The prototype of the law, the prototype of the law of the fairyland, this is a prerequisite power that one must master before becoming an immortal king. Only by integrating multiple laws and finally unifying them into one, turning them into a law domain space that belongs to one's own control, and then fishing for the third generation in the long river, and finally you can prove for the immortal king. But in the eyes of these people, even if they are the chosen ones born and raised in the fairyland, the laws of the fairyland have great influence on them, control or even repulsion. If they want to comprehend the rudiments of the immortal realm's laws, they must use your spare time to understand, master and polish. It is equivalent to analyzing and peeling off layer by layer, finally obtaining the essence of the prototype of the law and then integrating it. But to Guhan this was totally unreasonable. There is no need for any comprehension, mastery, or polishing. He only needed to use the power of burial and annihilation to forcibly erase the repulsive force of the prototype of the law, and he could make it perfect. It fits with oneself. He completely skipped the time for polishing and matching in the middle. Guhan's cultivation began to rise rapidly. The power of the immortal source began to spreading like water. Helped him to easily break through to the true immortal realm, and he didn't even stop yet. The power is still rising further. The first level of true immortal, the second level of true immortal. Breakthrough so quickly, success? And the cultivation level is still increasing. The outside world waiting for the glitz outside the thunderstorm. After all this, his face was full of disbelief. I thought Guhan was the best at overcoming the tribulation. It will take several days and nights. After all, the necessary condition for promotion to true immortal is understand the prototype of a law. The immortal king's words you need to understand more than 20 kinds. The best opportunity to comprehend the rudiments of the law is actually during the process of overcoming the tribulation. Normally, if one wants to comprehend the rudiments of a law, even the most wicked genius would have to spend a month or even longer. According to Guhan's talent and qualifications, he said that the other party could comprehend the rudiments of a law in a few days, which was already an overestimation, and even an overestimation. But why is Guhan so fast? But what is unknown is that just now Guhan has already comprehended the prototypes of dozens of laws. And he didn't stop yet. He continued to comprehend while breaking through. The number of comprehended prototypes of the laws soon approached nearly 100 and was even increasing rapidly. Such an act against the will of heaven also caused a disturbance in some fairyland laws. Except for the immortal venerable and those above him, others I hadn't noticed at all. What's going on? Why has the order of the fairyland, which has been peaceful for countless years, suddenly become chaotic? Such a mess. It seems that a great catastrophe is about to come to the fairyland. You hear you. The rules and order of the fairyland are in chaos. It is also possible that a person of the era was born and disturbed, affected by order and rules. Am I wrong? Before the great calamity of the immortal realm, the rules and order of the immortal realm were in chaos after a long time. In the endless starry sky of the fairyland universe, powerful divine thoughts and even huge shadow in a special way flow. The order of the fairyland, which had been peaceful for countless years, suddenly changed on this day. Is something big really going to happen? Is the second calamity of the fairyland coming? Chapter 633, Another Past Life. Not only these hidden in the depths of time and space in the fairyland, the ancient great power was suddenly shocked by Guhan's tribulation. At the same time, in the eternal Yi family, Yi Tian, who was meditating in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes in a flash of shock. After receiving the blessings of the 5 supreme gods, his eyes have changed and can see some subtle changes in rules. The first moment you open your eyes, what others can't see, circumstances. He saw that the rules were rolling violently at this moment. It even began to melt like ice and snow, as if it was eroded by some force. A certain ominous and disturbing atmosphere came from the depths of the melting rules released. This is an ominous sign. Soon in the fairyland there will be a big advent. Yi Tian frowned, subconsciously relying on one's own feel towards starry skygo. But the fairyland is so vast that it is boundless. Even though his eyes, even after breaking through the boundless stars, the source of the aura could still not be found. Regarding external affairs, Guhan knew nothing about it. Transformation while cultivation continues to improve. His consciousness was also in a trance into a special world. Like a starry universe. A starry universe that is completely different from what we know. Filled with the power of the world, is completely different from the laws and rules of the outside world. It was filled with a dead silence and desolation, devoid of any life. But this the power makes Guhan feeling some awe. This the power is very similar to the meaning of nirvana, burial way. Moreover, this the force seemed to be pulling his consciousness, sinking deep into this strange starry universe. Continuously sinking, sink again. After an unknown amount of time, Guhan suddenly regained consciousness from his confusion. Guhan looked up subconsciously as if he had noticed something go. At some point, a huge film. A man with a blurred face sitting on a huge throne film. He seemed to be the source of this desolate and dead world, and this world existed because of him. Obviously the shadow has no breath of life. But Guhan can. To this dead silence the shadow seemed to cast a glance towards him. Guhan's scalp tingled. Use strength. Wanna make yourself away from this world that seems like an illusion of consciousness. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was impossible. Achievement leave. That road, it was becoming more and more obvious, even making Guhan's heart beat fast. Perhaps it was this staring at me made me feel uncomfortable. Away from this world, can't leave. Guhan gritted his teeth and chose to go with the person who was looking at him. Shadows stare at each other. However, he saw nothing he didn't see. The shadow has a slightly ferocious face. All I saw was darkness, a darkness as silent as death. Without waiting for him to react, hidden here in the dead silence power, it rushed towards him like a raging wave. His consciousness was carried farther and farther away until he was gradually moving away from this dead world. The moment consciousness returns, he suddenly saw the one sitting on the throne. Shadow face. Strange, but all. The dead silence is like black, generally deep eyes reflecting a film. One that is exactly the same as his film. Boom. The remaining thunder exploded and the aftermath shook. The starry sky is thousands of miles long. Shocking, the thunderstorm on the earth gradually subsided. At the same time, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. But he didn't have time to explore his and the gains from the breakthrough. Some only have palpitations and fear, don't understand. What condition? Just now I was immersed in that dark and empty world of being. Why is he so similar to him? That look made him feel strange and all. Especially him and that shadow's eyes. The moment of convergence. It feels like looking in the mirror and seeing myself. Could it be that I am my past life? At least there are 9 lives. He was also very interested in the term past and present lives. No, not unfamiliar. But he searched his memory and found that he had no such past life. Yes, he has been wandering around the Xinhuang world. Don't say there is an extraordinary share. Fairyland, he never been here. More and more doubts, it keeps growing in my heart. Until the sound transmission jade talisman in my arms buzzed. The sound of a bell suddenly brought Guhan back to his senses. The one who transmitted the message was Yi Changqing. Now the other party is his own worker. He also specially asked Yi Changqing to collect news, especially about the Eternal Yi family. My lord, there are less than 5 days until the Eternal Yi family ceremony begins. Do you still want to go? Less than 4 days. Guhan was a little confused. Did it take him 8 full days to break through? It was not until this time that Guhan had time to start exploring the gains from his breakthrough. He comprehended the rudiments of 379 fairyland laws and his cultivation level was raised to the 4th level of the true fairyland. This is not the most important thing. He had previously known nothing about the initial form of the laws of the fairyland. Now there is an extremely high enlightenment and self-awareness. He can even easily integrate the embryonic forms of these fairyland laws into one, turning it into a law that belongs to him alone. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of the meaning of burial. Such a huge harvest made Guhan feel like he was in a dream. Total after Zhu came to the fairyland, his cultivation level and strength have been greatly improved. Lun Yue and Bingli said that it is difficult to improve strength in the fairyland, but it is not that difficult. Guhan muttered. Decided not to waste time and sneak back to Tai Divine Cult. Take Xiao Haizi with you and head to the Eternal Yi family territory immediately. Before leaving, Guhan seemed to remember something and bowed in the direction of the starry sky. I don't know what you need, but thank you for your protection these days. If you need anything, please let me know. I will do my best to help you. Gu will do his best. This breakthrough was so smooth thanks to the strong people who helped me secretly, so I have to express my gratitude. The next moment after Guhan left, the starry universe suddenly hummed and a starry vortex emerged. The shadow slowly emerged. Now I was trapped by Guhan's departing figure. I was silent and somewhat doubtful about life. I just didn't see if he knows his mistakes. His cultivation has already broken through to the 4th level of the true immortal realm. And the rudiments of the laws of the fairyland that I have comprehended are more than 50 kinds, right? As a fairy king with outstanding talent, the prototype of the fairyland law that I have mastered is not for cultivators of lower realms than oneself. The number of prototypes of immortal realm laws mastered, maybe I've noticed something. But I don't know why some know. With just one simple breakthrough, he was able to comprehend the embryonic forms of more than 50 fairyland laws? Did this ascend from a place like the Netherworld? Are you sure he's not the reincarnation of a super boss from some fairyland? Chapter 634, The Doomsday Catastrophe of the Eternally Family. Time flies. The Eternally family ceremony is approaching soon. On this day, the Eternally family invited countless forces from the immortal realm to participate. Although the Eternally family no longer has an immortal lord in charge. But their strength was also strong at their peak. They had a half-step immortal and 3 immortal kings. Now there are only 2 left. But because Yi Tian, the head of the Eternally family, is the last disciple of Tianyan Xianzuan, there is some all forces responded and gave enough face. Likewise, mixed in Guhan, one of the members of the divine religion, also came to the Eternally family territory today. Soon a huge crystal city appeared. It's so big. Guhan was shocked. This was the largest city he had ever seen in his life. Then Shanghai City is too. All divine cities must be big. And the workmanship is extremely standard and neat at a glance, go to extremely rich. It is surrounded by huge and thick walls engraved with various special ancient inscriptions like crystal. The highest wallet is also several thousand meters thick, and its thickness is amazing, more than 500 meters. It would be difficult for even an immortal king to directly attack such a huge and majestic city. Are these guys from the Yanghanyi family extravagant or afraid of death? They actually used so many materials to build the city. Guhan thought to himself that these materials should be enough to build many good weapons, but all of it was used to build the city. The Eternally family is indeed luxurious enough. Later we will blow up the entire Eternally family city and see if we can salvage some materials. There is definitely money to be made, and a lot of money. Because there would be a storm in this city later, Guhan was carefully observing the layout of the city and the arrangements of the guards. But he soon discovered many green trees entwined on the city wall plant. Among them, the crystal shining emitting 8 gave him a sense of danger. There is actually a life force wave. It's a fairy plant. And it is an extremely powerful demon plant. That is the guardian immortal plant of the Eternally family, a half-step immortal king. Baigong Yuga, who was standing by, saw Guhan staring at the plants. Look, he explained, I heard that the Eternally family also raises a guardian fairy. Its strength is even stronger than this guardian fairy plant. Guardian fairy? Guardian of the immortal plant? The Eternally family is so luxurious and has such a rich heritage, thick? Including them, not to mention the family strength plus this so-called guardian. I ascent their family the most. There are 3 immortal kings, 2 half-step immortal kings, or even more? Guhan felt a bit overwhelmed. Moreover, among the forces that came to participate in the so-called family ceremony today, there might also be the immortal king who came secretly. However, this city He made a rough estimate. Toit covers nearly 1 million square kilometers. And that doesn't include some surrounding areas. Such a large territory can actually help him a lot hide, and when the time comes to muddy the water, you can just transform yourself into someone else and hide, and it will be difficult for the immortal king to find you. At this moment, Guhan and his group had not arrived yet. Many immortals, as soon as the mounts flew outside the city, they all became depressed and circled around unwillingly city. Find a place to land. Baigong Yuga came back to his senses at this time and gave an order. A few immortals the mount then headed outside the city while the earth flew away. Is there anything left? Immortal mounts seem to be used specifically for storing mounts. Baigong Yuga whispered again, my lord, there is a special inscription engraved above the city of the Eternally family null system. Except for the elders and senior members of the Eternally family, everyone else will to a certain extent. There is no way smooth null. Of course, immortal kings and those above them have no worries, the system cannot affect them. Guhan also silently wrote down the news. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. The more information you know now, the more you will be able to understand later. Eternally family. The Yanghanyi family's main city is very big. There are also the outer city. Now except for the core area of the city, other areas will be open to the public. But there must also be something that matches its share. In a side hall in the core area of the Eternally family. Yi Tianchen, he looked a little tired, looked at Yi Changqing and others below and said again, I have a plan. My Eternally family may be great, the most important thing for you now is to protect yourself. Some things don't get involved if you shouldn't. Father, are you worried about that Guhan's thieves will mix am I the eternally family? A handsome man, the young man with the strongest aura among the four, said he is just a small person who ascended from the lower realm, at most it is just immortal. Even if there are powerful true immortals to help, my eternally family has so many powerful people, so why should we be afraid? If he dares to come, we have plenty of ways to kill him. Brother is right. Soon another young man took over and said, I am just a mayfly, I don't know how vast the sky is, I really think I can shake the sky with my own strength, am I the eternally family? If this kid dares to come, there is no need for the family to take action, I alone can kill him. Although I am not as good as my 3 elder brothers, I also want to contribute to my father and the family. The last young Z also spoke. Yi Changqing thought about it, then clasped his hands together and said, Father, me too. Okay, this matter, it's not you who should heartfelt. Yi Tian smiled and signaled that they don't need to take it to heart. Guhan's matter, it's just a small matter, my fairyland may be bigger soon, Shinichi, a catastrophe may come. As soon as these words came out, the people below suddenly turned pale. Great calamity in the fairyland. Make is the catastrophe that will cause countless lives in the fairyland to perish and disappear coming again? The world is coming. Before the catastrophe, you can only protect yourself by constantly improving your strength possibility. Go ahead, take my imperial edict to the treasury and select some suitable resources while the situation in the fairyland is relatively stable. Recently try to improve your strength as much as possible. After Yi Changqing and others left, silence soon returned to the hall. Yi Tian was speechless for a long time, then raised his head towards the roof. It's as if I have seen through the endless universe and my eyes are filled with thousands of the light is flowing as if I see a certain future. The eternal Yi family was in mourning, with countless family members dying tragically and their buildings collapsing. How many immortal kings are there? Shadow and their eternal Yi family's territory. A great war broke out, the sky and the earth were shattered and the stars fell. And of his several descendants only one will die in the end. In this extremely brutal war, he also saw no shadow, a figure that kept him awake at night and wanted to kill him completely, Shadow Guhan. All these disasters may have originated from Guhan. Guhan. This guy is just not sure, the factor must die no matter how great the price. There was a cold light flashing in Yi Tian's eyes and his shiny black hair. Many strands have begun to turn pale as if they have completely lost their vitality. He had just paid the price of his own lifespan to glimpse some scenes of the future. In the future, the eternal Yi family will be in trouble because of Guhan extremely weakened or even completely destroyed. Originally, he never took Guhan seriously. After all, the other party had just ascended from the lower realm and was also a threat to their huge eternal Yi family. It won't have any impact. But now, Guhan's the speed was so fast that even he was a little scared. Chapter 635, Lever Pry. 2 major families collide. Yi Tian let out a long sigh in his heart. He felt a little regretful. I regretted underestimating Guhan from the beginning. Perhaps when he went to the mortal world for the first time, he should have sent more powerful men to surround and kill Guhan. But in fact, he was overestimated enough. But their eternal Yi family has 7 top-level mortal immortals who have descended to the mortal world. Even if the cultivation is, as long as he recovers to the semi-immortal level, he will be able to sweep across the entire Xianhuang world. But I didn't expect it to end in a miserable defeat. Yi Tian knocked on the jade throne. A figure quickly split from the space appeared in. Send someone to inform the ancient Zhang family and ask them to send more people over. Here comes an immortal king. Tell them that Guhan will most likely come to my Yongheng Yi family this time. This is the best chance to kill him. Guhan is a cunning man and is good at disguise. Once he escapes from my Yongheng Yi family, when they come to the ancient Zhang family, they will surely stir up a storm. If you want to avoid this possibility, if this happens, then please cooperate fully with my eternal Yi family as soon as possible. Regardless of whether the scene he just saw was real or not. Finding a way to drag the ancient Zhang family into the water is definitely the safest method. If their eternal Yi family really suffered a disaster, they could still rely on the ancient Zhang family to alleviate some of the losses. I am the eternal Yi family. There are 3 immortal king palaces in the city, as well as several god generals' mansions, the mansions of the elders and even the commanders. At the same time, a descendant of the eternal Yi family pulse introducing it to Guhan and other city condition. Guhan didn't care too much about it, greedily absorbing the energy that permeated the surroundings. Eternally family, the energy in the urban area is higher than that in that atmosphere in the city of God is much more intense. Of course the table the greed shown is actually pretended. After all, he is now playing, he is still Baegon Yuga's bodyguard. As a guard, I naturally have limited experience. When you come to a place with such a strong fairy spirit, you naturally have to absorb it. No, the Eternally family guards following them were out of contempt. It's like watching a bumpkin coming into the city. Obviously, even if the Eternally family and the divine religion is an in-law on the surface, but the people on both sides are not harmonious. Going around in circles. This direct descendant of the Eternally family, the Pulse, quickly brought Baegon Yuga and his group to in front of the palace. Normally there is nothing wrong with such a process. But the palace where Baegon Yuga and others stayed was a side hall that looks somewhat plain. And looking around, the palace has the lowest rank. Other palaces are either magnificent and grand in workmanship. There are even special rules engraved in its system can lead fairy. She can better help the monks to repair the chain. But they want to rest here. There was nothing in the palace, and from the outside it was not as magnificent as the other palaces. There are no special rules engraved system. What do you, the Eternally family, mean by this? Baegong Jade Song God suddenly became shin with some anger in his tone. My cousin Baegong Choshue doesn't live in a palace like this. Are you treating me differently? The leading young man from the Eternally family was a little embarrassed, but he still said, Miss Yuga, many distinguished guests have come to my Eternally family to attend the ceremony. Miss Yuga and others arrived late and the other palaces had almost been allocated, so the family had no choice. Miss Yuga will just bear with it a little bit. You farted. Baegong Yuga suddenly became even more angry. Do you really think I'm a fool? I have seen a lot of idol palaces. Those palaces are better than this one. You, the Eternally family, did this on purpose to embarrass me. Why can Baegong Choshue live in a better palace but I can't? Did that bastard Yi Changqing ask you to do this? As soon as these words came out, the young Hanyi family man who led the way suddenly looked a stiffness. Baegong Yuga actually guessed it right. Is it really Yi Changqing who asked him to bring Baegong Yuga here, of the palace? I will take care of anything that comes my way. But with a voice transmission suddenly into the young man's ears. The young man, who was originally a little embarrassed, suddenly she got angry and said, Miss Yuga, I've already told you that you came late. All the rooms in the palace have been allocated. Those palaces are also allocated to VIPs, and Miss Yuga is a member of our young Hanyi family. What's wrong with making do with her? Or is Miss Yuga here to cause trouble? This palace, can you stay here? After these words were spoken, Baegong Yuga became completely furious and looked like he wanted to start a fight here. And the noise here, the silence, is also very great. Soon the news spread to the Eternally family and even to in the ears of the guests. But after figuring out that this was a dispute between Baegong Yuga and Yi Changqing, no one cared about anything anymore. Baegong Yuga was the religion has spoiled him. It's bad enough that he was arrogant and domineering in the divine religion, but now that he has come to the Eternally family, he still dares to be so arrogant and domineering. It would be strange if he doesn't suffer losses. Of course. I heard that Master Changqing always goes to the divine sect would be targeted and harassed by Baegong Yuga, and now coming to the Eternally family is also a good opportunity circulated. That's right, no one should say anything about anyone else. Why can Baegong Yuga target our fourth young master? Why can the fourth young master target just not? Okay, after all, we are in-laws in public, just talk about it. No, the members of the young Hanyi family and even the guests were talking about it. No one blamed Yi Changqing. In the eyes of many people, this was just a minor incident. But little do people know. This suddenly the conflict that arose was part of Guhan's plan. He wants to use this little lever, pry the entire Eternally family and tie the religion. Ultimately the two forces collide. Anyway, he only wanted one result: to disrupt the situation, cross the better. At the same time, in a side hall of the young Hanyi family. Humph. Baegong Yuga, this bitch was in theism. It would be fine if you targeted me and treated me badly, but now you have come to my Eternally family and dare to be so presumptuous. He even dared to instigate his own guards to provoke the Eternally family cultivators. Do you really think I dare not let him suffer some hardship? Yi Changqing Shenleng Mo ordered, "Go find a way to deal with Bei Gong Yuga." A few people on the side the guards took action and tried their best to teach them a lesson. Or just shut them down. My eternal Yi family prison. But sir, this is if they didn't do anything out of the ordinary. We have no right. The eternal Yi family guard commander below difficult. Then go and motivate them. This is our eternal Yi family. We have the final say on how to implement the rules. Are you afraid of these things? What for? What happened? I will take care of it alone. Promise. Yi Changqing has said so much. Several commanders of the eternal Yi family guards did not say much and prepared to act according to Yi Changqing's words. At the same time, Guhan also received the message from Yi Changqing. Sir, the plan has unfolded as you wished. Chapter 636 Wind and Cloud Mixed Start. Guhan was not surprised to receive this message. Yes, he arranged all of this. Whether it was Yi Changqing deliberately making things difficult for Bei Gong Yuga or arrange a side haul to embarrass them. Or maybe Bei Gong Yuga sent his guards to provoke the eternal Yi family cultivators. He had arranged all of this from the beginning. These two people were playing double roles according to his plan. A single spark can start a prairie fire. A small contradiction can catalyze it. With just a little fanning, the raging fire even caused a great disaster. IX's past experience made him very wary of such tactics as fanning the flames and making a big deal out of small matters. Why do I always have a bad omen? At the same time in the palace, Yi Tian, who was meditating in seclusion, slowly opened his eyes. Deep eyes flow. There was a hint of uneasiness. There is still 1 day left until the family ceremony. According to his judgment and prediction, if Guhan wanted to cause trouble, he would probably take advantage of the day of the family ceremony. That day had the most people and was the most chaotic. Guhan wants to mix it, is also the easiest to come in. Could it be that the prophecy he saw earlier made him uneasy so that he now had some bad premonitions? The other side. Guhan brought some of Bei Gong Yuga as the guards walked in the eternal Yi family in the city. Their purpose was very simple: to buy some local specialties for their young lady Bei Gong Yuga. As the leader of these people, Guhan strolled around like a street kid. On the surface, it was to help the young lady buy local specialties. In fact, he wished Yonghun Yi family the city's environment. After thoroughly muddying the waters of the eternal Yi family, it will be convenient hide and run away. The core area of the eternal Yi family and even the surrounding areas are the most heavily guarded place. He is an ITI smelled the aura of many powerful people. If you want to cause trouble, you must stay away from the core area. Eternal Yi family, the city area is not small. It also covers more than 400,000 square kilometers. The immortal king's divine consciousness wants to completely cover it. It would take more than 10 breaths to check everyone. Because in the city, the true immortal powerful one, there are many concerns when traveling in a hurry. Arrival occurs even in a quiet place. It takes a dozen breaths of time. During this period, it's enough for him to pretend to change other strong men smooth Jinshan shell. Just stir the city area is not enough. If you want to, when they get up, they have to kill people who are important to the eternal Yi family. This creates division and confusion. The eternal Yi family is completely stand up. Guhan continued to, according to Yi Changqing, he has 2 older brothers and a younger sister. My eldest brother is a 7th level true immortal. My second brother is a 3rd level true immortal. My little sister is the weakest. The immortal in the mortal world will not last long. Who should be killed? If possible, of course, kill them all together to make the situation more confusing. Only left to Yi Tian, leaving Yi Changqing as the last son. And it's his ghost. Of course, it would be safest to kill the weakest Yi Huanling first. Afterwards, after getting up, he went to kill Yi Changqing's eldest brother and second brother. Guhan thought of a lot of things in an instant and kept perfecting his plan in his mind. But at this moment, Guhan's brows suddenly frowned. The troublemaker has arrived and the plan is about to begin. At this moment, when they arrived, some people gathered around quietly. Among them, there was even a powerful person who was close to being a true immortal. 2 top-level red dust immortals, 8 red dust immortals above the 5th level. It can be considered a big deal. Guhan didn't care. But the few cannon fodder guards who didn't know the truth were now alert. They are also. I felt something was wrong. Everyone, there is trouble, it's done. Guhan's voice suddenly appeared in the ears of Bei Gong Yuga. The guard thought to himself, the person lurking here is most likely sent by Yi Changqing. They don't dare to cause trouble to the young lady, they just want to take action against us and use us to give the young lady a warning. You must be careful, don't think this is nothing will happen to the city, but be careful or you may lose your life. When these words were spoken, the already vigilant people were suddenly startled. Yi Changqing is going to send someone to attack them? Even want their lives? No matter what, this place is the eternal Yi family city. Brother Zhang, are you too vigilant? After all, we are Miss Yuga's people. Do they dare to attack us in public? Someone asked uncertainly. Do you really think you're important? Guhan sneered. We return, after all, we are just Miss Yuge's guards. To put it bluntly, we are just an insignificant dog raised by Miss Yugu. If you die, you die. Will Miss Yuga choose to completely turn against the young Yi family because of our death? Stop daydreaming. Now all we have to do is stay vigilant, and as long as these guys dare to do something bad to us, we will take action. If we die, we are just a bunch of useless trash, no one will stand up for us. But if we survive the trouble, then we will be Miss Yuga's guard. And the eternal Yi family is doing this to the face of God. It's even more of a provocation to the lady. To the divine religion will definitely protect us. Guhan coaxed and fooled him. The guards, who had not taken the matter seriously before, suddenly became more alert. Yes. No matter what these guys from the Yi family are planning, they just want to survive. If you dare to attack them, don't blame them for being ruthless. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. Yi Changqing sent several guards to lead the troops, quietly voiced the proximity of a small encirclement was formed. Their purpose was to surround these people and then look for opportunities to cause trouble. I never thought of surrounding and killing them. After all, this place is still in the eternal Yi family city. They don't dare to. He killed someone with his own hands and was afraid of being pushed out as a scapegoat. This guy is really here to kill us. The encirclement is just an attempt to cut off our chance of survival. But Guhan is still here. The explanation continued to instigate several guards. If they come closer later, we will attack them directly. Don't hesitate. If you hesitate for even a moment and end up dying, don't regret it. Bei Gong Yuga's guards, more solemn, secretly holding the sword at his waist. Thin tears oozed from his forehead, cold sweat. As several people around them approached again, their vigilance suddenly reached the extreme, ready to take action at any time. Guhan's eyes suddenly flashed and he suddenly drew his sword and attacked. At the same time, there was a loud shout. Together, hand. Kill. Chapter 637. Completely mixed. Even the immortal king can't bear it. Everything happens so suddenly. Because of Guhan's words, several other guards also in the nerve in a tense state. Hearing Guhan's angry roar at this moment, he didn't think much about it and subconsciously drew his sword and attacked. Phew! The energy on Guhan's sword sent very fast. The semi-immortal leader didn't even react when he suddenly felt a chill on his neck and his consciousness was lost dark. A head fell to the ground with a thud. Before this man died, there was shock, fear and confusion in his eyes. Why would the other party suddenly kill me? Why was he powerless to resist? The opponent's sword is incredibly fast. Kill. The other four Bei Gong Yuga, the guards, at this moment took advantage of the surprise attack and injured or killed several people. The powerful men from the eternal Yi family suddenly had red eyes after they realized what was happening belatedly. You're looking for death. Under the leadership of the two red dust immortals, the remaining few people ran over quickly. Guhan slashed out with his sword once again after killing an eternal strong man of the Yi family. Let's go. Go find the lady. Guhan shouted, put away his sword and turn, just run. His main purpose is to make a big fuss, the bigger the better. If we fight to the death with the strong men of the eternal Yi family now, we will easily be surrounded. In case of confusion, Zhongbei town, if he was surrounded, all his plans would be ruined. Now that the fire has been lit, it's time to add fuel to the fire, fan the flames and make the fire bigger. You killed someone in my Yi family and you still want to run away. Quick! Kill them! The two red dust immortal commanders shouted loudly and led their men to chase after them. Because there is a special null they cannot yet null. At this moment everyone could only rush around in the streets chasing frantically. Although it is impossible flying in the air. But with the help of the characters, with the help of Guhan's speed only got faster and not slower. If he wanted to, he could easily shake off the pursuers behind him. But he did not choose to do so and even deliberately let it go. Until a moment later. Hirjing finally attracted the attention of a patrolling city guard. But since the sky is engraved, these guys can't be flying in the air, you can only run behind. For a moment he was still a little distance. Guhan was also speechless. Make such a what is the use of the system? The person who came here slowly to cause trouble had already run away. But perhaps the Eternally family did not expect that someone would dare to let's make trouble in the city area. Brood for a while, Guhan suddenly shouted, I am Miss Yuga's commander of the guards. Eternally family, there are villains in the city who are trying to kill me. If anyone hears this, please tell our Miss Yuga. At this time, several powerful men of the Eternally family who were affiliated with Yi Changqing were getting closer and closer to Guhan and the others. After hearing these words, they immediately looked livid. After all, he is a top-level mortal immortal and originally wanted to lead the team to target Guhan. But now the plan has not even started to be implemented, but it has been known in advance. The other party even killed several of their people and deliberately turned the tables on them, which really made him furious. At this moment a sound came from the front, quiet. A 15-man city patrol team finally arrived and blocked the street. The breath of leadership, he shouted, how dare you attack my Eternally family city, you are making trouble, do you want to die? Guhan's eyes were slightly. The second wave of drama is coming. The patrol city guards were involved, make a bigger fuss. It was you, the powerful men of the Eternally family, who openly attacked us first. As the defenders of the rules, shouldn't you, the city patrol guards, punish those who broke the rules? You farted. The red dusty mortal commander in the back slightly changed and shouted, Zhang Xian. You bastard, slandering. I'll wait, I didn't attack you at all, it was you who killed someone in the street first. City patrol officers, please act quickly and help me capture this thief. I will give a reasonable answer later on behalf of others. He even went to the young master to admit his punishment. This red dusty mortal commander is not afraid of his, even though his identity has been exposed. This place is still the Eternally family after all. And it's best not to involve the city patrol guards. The city patrol guards are responsible for protecting the rules. Their Eternally family city, there are also other sects and even branches of affiliated forces sitting in to carry out necessary cooperation with their Eternally family. Oftentimes they fight with the city patrol guards road. The duty of the city patrol guards is to never favor any party and to act fairly according to the rules. If we help their Eternally family stir up this mess today, this will definitely damage the reputation of their Eternally family, make huge loss. It even allowed some people with ulterior motives to make a big fuss about it. But Guhan doesn't care about that. At this moment he continued to shout loudly, the Eternally family sent strong men to attack and kill me, Miss Yuga of the divine religion. Even colluding with the city patrol guards. In this way, in broad daylight, they are so arrogant. I suspect that the Eternally family wants to use this incident to kill the descendants of various major forces. Please inform Miss Yuga if you hear this, be careful, leave the Yonghongyi family quickly. Guhan is a true immortal after all. Even if deliberately, the sound of disguising one's own cultivation was also extremely loud. Thousands of meters in radius, no, everyone heard the shout and it immediately caused a great uproar. Damn it! How dare you talk nonsense like that, language! The ones who roared were not the ones who were chasing Guhan. Instead, they were several city patrol commanders who came rushing over. There is a patrol commander. Ran was furious. What are you still standing there for? Take them all down. This kind of thing, they can't recognize it. Now their family ceremony is just around the corner. No, the descendants and even direct descendants of the sect came to participate. If this hat is put on their heads, their Eternally family must definitely offend them indirectly. The power caused quite a bit of trouble. These people will be beheaded. Several commanders of the city patrol guards naturally knew that Yi Changqing and Bei Gong Yuga did not get along, so it was normal for them to send people to teach Bei Gong Yuga's guards a lesson. For the sake of being of the same race, even if they are the executors of the rules, they will turn a blind eye. But these rubbish, after joining forces, not only did they fail to capture the opponent, but they also let the opponent run away. Even talking nonsense in the streets language call. It's more of a hassle than a problem, and it only causes trouble for them. Thing if the situation gets out of hand, not only will the family ceremony not be able to be held as scheduled, it will also become a laughingstock for the other major sects and forces that are coming to participate. Guhan doesn't care what the people of the Eternally family think. He is here to mess things up, make a big fuss. At this moment he was running and shouting all the way. No, everyone who came to attend the Eternally family ceremony heard about this. But because he didn't want the matter to get bigger and reach the ears of the upper echelons of the Eternally family, so the matter didn't become a big deal. They also want to take advantage of the situation, solve this potential big trouble in advance before it gets out of hand. Yi Changqing colluded with the city patrol guards and wanted to take the opportunity to kill the descendants of the major sects. You bastard! How dare you talk nonsense, language! The city patrol guard blocking the road ahead had a face full of anger, had drawn his sword and looked ready to attack at any time. You guys want to kill me, don't you? Now many people have heard what I just said. You for patrolling the city, you dare to attack me openly before you find out the truth. My Miss Yugu will definitely kill you when she finds out about this. Several patrolling city guards hesitated for a moment after hearing this. But Guhan didn't care about that and went forward and slashed with his sword again. You! The patrol guards were full of disbelief. I had no intention of attacking Guhan and the others. I planned to wait and see condition. I didn't expect the other party to take the lead attack and kill them. But the reaction speed of several people was not slow. They used their cultivation power and attacked Guhan in tacit understanding. The cultivation base of these 10 people is not low, and the weakest one is also a semi-immortal. Both commanders are mortal immortals. In there it is known that Guhan's current cultivation level is only the 4th level of Red Dust Immortal. If they work together, it won't be difficult to defeat the opponent. However, several swords, vertical and horizontal, missed so fast that this cannot be captured. No one can react. Snap! Phew! Until Guhan's the shadow is like a ghost from several people while passing by. The next moment, woo, the sound of being cut off spray, the sounds rang out at the same time. Guhan's footsteps continued to move towards the distance run. The last 10 city patrol guards fell to the ground abruptly after he ran several hundred meters completely dead. Is this guy crazy? Yi Changqing's subordinates who were chasing him were extremely frightened at this moment. The other party actually killed the city patrol guard. And it's a team of 10. 2 mortal immortals and 8 semi-immortals. This person was responsible for maintaining the stability of the Eternally family city, but today he was killed in the street in the city. At this moment Guhan was still fanning the flames, running wildly and yelling, "Miss, please leave here. Yi Changqing and the patrolling city guards are colluding to murder you, miss, please leave." Far Bei Gong Yuga, who had already received the news, had already brought people here. After hearing these words, then he was furious. Yi Changqing, you are such a despicable person. How dare you? Bei Gong Yuga sighed. The 2 true immortals who were protecting them were also somewhat incredulous and dumbfounded at this moment. They also knew that their young lady and Yi Changqing did not have a good relationship, and the two did not get along well with each other. But Yi Changqing actually wanted to kill their young lady? Are you crazy? I'm not afraid of them being two. Was the Church of God completely angry? Miss, please go. Guhan roared and ran towards Bei Gong Yuga, at not slowing down at all. Yi Changqing's subordinates who had been chasing Guhan and others also slowed down their pace at this moment and hurriedly explained, "Ms. Yuga, please don't misunderstand. Master Changqing definitely doesn't have such thoughts. And I didn't intend to kill Miss Yuga. What does guard mean?" This person has some hesitations when speaking. He was obviously frightened too. This guy is so damn bold. Even a fool knows that Yi Changqing can't stay in the Eternally family city, the one who killed Bei Gong Yuga. Even their master wouldn't do such a thing. As for Bagon Yuji, it's nothing for the guards to teach them a lesson as a warning. It is also a very normal struggle among young geniuses. But what about now? But it has come to this point. The incident has become known to everyone and it may even be difficult to resolve. Miss Yuga. Zhang Xian dared to attack and kill the city patrol guards in broad daylight. The crime is unforgivable. At this time several people heard the commander of the city patrol who came with Jing also caught up. You farted. Guhan shouted. I just arrived at the Eternally family city today. You city patrol guards actually know the name of such an insignificant person like me. Do you really think that everyone is a fool? The patrol guards teamed up with Yi Changqing to kill me in the street. Even if I didn't intend to harm the young lady, I would still let her so embarrassed. Or is it your Eternally family? We are not welcome at all. Theology didn't even take us too seriously. The religion of God is in my eyes. At this time Bagon Yuga came to his senses, belatedly breath surge. You are so brave. I just in the first day of entering the city he attacked and killed me in the street. Guard, you were trying to intimidate me and make me remember this for a long time. I'm two people of the divine religion cannot be bullied by others at will. You guys don't take me seriously, so don't blame me for not keeping you noodle. Two elders kill these guys and set an example for others. The divine religion is not someone that anyone can mess with at will. Bagon Yuga took the strong men on the side gathered towards Guhan. At the same time he shouted to the two true immortals to kill the group of people in front of them. Seeing the two true immortals hesitate, Bagon Yuga was furious. You guys don't even listen to my orders. But my aunt said that you two must obey my orders this time. This group of guys attacked and killed my people in the street, which is a blow to my entire tie, the face of God. To be a fair and just city patroller, for the knife in Yi Changqing's hand you got involved in the conflict between me and him, you deserve to be put to death. Even if I kill them, I want to see if the Eternally family has the nerve to question me. As soon as these words came out, the two true immortals looked at each other. No more hesitation, direct, use your cultivation to make a move. It would be fine if the patrolling city guards and Yi Changqing's men killed Zhang Xian on the spot. But they failed to kill him and it caused a lot of uproar. After all, they are now from Bagon Yu's lineage. Bagon Yu had always been at odds with the Young Yi family. Now Bagon Yu for the immortal king. If this matter, when Bagon Yu heard about this, they would also be in trouble. And this matter is indeed related to, for the sake of the face of the divine religion, if nothing is done, people's hearts will surely be dispersed. Kill. The true immortal powerful one took action, even though this place was already in the outer city area. But Makeoff Silence is also amazing land. The raging storm of laws instantly raised countless pavilions and towers to the ground. Hair. Guhan doesn't run away now. The figure flashed and disappeared again. Taking advantage of the supervision rules here, the system is stirred and hurriedly began to plant some special long-range detonators. Jade Talisman. Get up, the more the better. It would be best to destroy the entire Yi family. Deep void. Flashy and somewhat silent look below. I feel like I'm having a headache again. Have to. It just stopped for a while and then it started again. It's done. What Guhan wants to do this time, Jing, might lead to the emergence of the immortal king. This guy really doesn't consider the consequences. Perhaps it will be difficult for me to protect this guy alone. I must report to Yao Qi Palace and ask for help. He felt that even he, the immortal king, might not be able to withstand Guhan's crazy behavior. Chapter 638, The Immortal King's Jade Talisman. Please invite the immortal king to come. This area is completely messed up. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Countless residents in the Eternally family city were in panic. A piece of was frightened flee. Sudden huge Hairjing also attracted many other powerful men from the Eternally family, and more city patrol guards came from all directions. No one expected that someone would dare to take action. At the same time, such a huge the silence naturally reached the ears of the Yi family's top leaders in the core area. Many Eternally family elders and high-ranking officials. He was furious. How dare you? This Bagon Yuga is so outrageous. He knew that the Eternally family ceremony was just around the corner, yet he allowed his subordinates to cause trouble in the city. I heard that this is a dispute between Changqing and Beigong Yuga. Changqing is too reckless. The family ceremony is just around the corner. How can we create unnecessary trouble at this time? Send someone to resolve this matter immediately. They are rebelling. Listening to the instructions of the many elders below, Yi Tian frowned slightly. From this morning till now he has been filled with an ominous premonition enveloped. Is it because of this incident? To the god cult and their eternal Yi family, it's a big trouble, but it's not a small one either. Anyway, it's just a dispute between juniors. Let Yi Changqing and Beigong Yuga solve it themselves. He didn't believe that such a trivial conflict could continue to affect his mind and make him uneasy. Could it be that Guhan has already sneaked in? Are you coming in? Yi Tian couldn't help but murmur in his heart. It has only been more than 3 months since he ascended to the fairyland. Has this kid become so terrifying? Does it really take 100 years to grow up or even destroy his eternal Yi family? Maybe not even a year. While he was feeling fear and trepidation in his heart, his determination to kill Guhan became even stronger. Enough! Stop it! This is our eternal Yi family holy city. How dare you be so presumptuous? Do you all want to die? At this time, several more terrifying auras came from the depths of the eternal Yi family, rising up. The 4 eternal immortal elders of the Yi family came together. Their auras were shocking the sky. Elder! Several people were beaten. The city patrol commander was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Overjoyed, he cried out, "Elder, please make the decision for us." Beigong Yuga ordered his men to slaughter us wantonly, even in my eternal Yi family holy city. This is really too much. You farted. Beigong Yuga was furious. It was obviously you guys who attacked and killed me without any reason. Guards first. You are the patrol guards of the eternal Yi family. How dare you attack and kill me in the street today, guard? Do you want to kill me in public tomorrow? Beigong Yuga, stop talking nonsense. The Yongheng family elder who was in the lead hurriedly rebuked. We, the Yongheng family's city patrol guards, are fair and just, and we follow the rules. How could we possibly kill someone in the street? This big hat can't he, otherwise the eternal Yi family will definitely beto great implications. As he spoke, the leading elder, falling to Guhan again, several city patrol commanders of my Yongheng family said that you were the first to kill. In this case you will tell me what happened to you before. Come in detail. If yes, we must uncover the truth, even if it costs a huge price and requires the use of the most precious treasures in the world. Guhan thought about it and immediately said, I will follow Miss Yuga's orders and wait for people to go out of the palace to collect specialties and some resources. When I was about to return to the mansion, I was surrounded by many powerful men led by this person. I had no choice but to lead my men to resist. I could only kill them to break the encirclement. When I was about to escape the encirclement, the city patrol suddenly appeared with people blocking our way. I definitely didn't lie about this, and everyone else can attest to that. The 4 remaining Beigong Yuga guards also nodded in unison, firm. Not to mention they are all on the same boat. And just as Guhan said, everything they had encountered before was indeed like this. The head of the eternal Yi family elder shouted angrily, how dare you in my eternal Yi family holy city? Anyone who injures someone should be beheaded according to the rules, and the actions of the city patrol guards are also within the rules. Guhan did not give in and said angrily, I also know about this matter, but Yi Changqing's subordinates are suspected of having connections with the patrol guards' flow. Yes, pass. I even signaled them to stop me and so on. We really had no way to escape, so we had no choice but to kill them and report the matter to Miss Yuga. But the commanders of the city guards who came later did not take any action to stop them, and they joined forces with them to attack and kill us together. At this point Beigong Yuga's eyes were cold and she sneered, I saw this with my own eyes. Several patrol commanders joined forces with Yi Changqing's men and chased my people in the street. Elder, is this what you mean when you say the city patrol guards only uphold the rules and don't get involved in other disputes? The leading elder frowned but remained calm. Towards the commanders behind him, asked, do you take Miss Yuga's words seriously? Elder. Several commanders were one of them quickly spoke up. When I arrived I didn't see anyone chasing Zhang Xian, I only saw Zhang Xian killing a patrol team. Later Commander Mo arrived. I thought he also saw this and wanted to help us kill Zhang Xian. Before he finished speaking, Guhan snorted again, I have already shouted out the truth loudly. Is this commander deaf, or did he hear it without hesitation and wanted to take advantage of the situation to kill me and silence me? Are all the people in the Eternally family such double-standard and hypocritical people? Asshole. The leading elder Ran became furious and looked like he wanted to kill Guhan. Guhan was scolding him as well. He is a true immortal after all, how dare you humiliate him like this? But Baigong Yuga took a step forward, his face it was extremely ugly and the voice was full of anger and murderous intent. What a Eternally family! They bullied me so much and even wanted to kill me in front of me. Kill him if you want to. If you kill Zhang Xian, there will be no evidence against him. Today I was killed in the street guard, kill me again tomorrow. Do you think that I am close to my aunt Baigong Yu so I can take whatever I want? This is my lady. In that case I will ask my aunt to judge the matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Baigong Yuga took out a special jade talisman from his arms. There is an extremely terrifying aura flowing through it, about radiated the power of the Immortal King. The Immortal King's Jade Talisman. The pupils of several elders of the Eternally family shrank, shocked change. The Immortal King Jade Talisman created full force under this Jade Talisman can launch an attack comparable to that of an Immortal King. Not only that, once the Jade Talisman is used, when an Immortal King senses that his descendants are in danger, he will use their breath as a mark of the location and directly break through the starry sky and universe to descend. Baigong Yu is a madman now. People are extremely hostile to their Eternally family. Now as for the Immortal King, the religion of God cannot restrict it even if it wants to. If he finds an excuse to descend upon the Eternally family, wouldn't the Eternally family be in chaos? Chapter 639, Immortal King Battle Hair. You Gu. This is just a small matter. You must make a big fuss. The cult of God, is it embarrassing for everyone? If you have anything to say, let's sit down and talk it over. The head of the Yonghengyi family elders also changed their expressions and hurriedly scolded in a low voice. Baigong Yu is now the Immortal King and his mental state was not right either, and he was extremely hostile to the Eternally family. If it were to befall their Eternally family, it would definitely be a disaster. However, hearing this, Baigong Yuga smiled, his eyes red, his voice full of grief and grievance. I just came to the Yonghengyi family today, but you arranged a most remote side hall for me, giving me a show of power. I swallowed my anger and didn't want to argue with you. My guards went out to help me collect resources and you wanted to kill me in the street guard. Now you, as the elder of the Yonghengyi family, he still killed people in front of me. Everyone is bullying me. Everyone is bullying me. I want to find my aunt. Let beat you guys to death. Baigong Yuga. The pupils of several elders of the Yonghengyi family were condensed, feeling that something was wrong. He wanted to capture Baigong Yuga. However, Baigong Yuga is like emotionally out of control. Directly the Immortal King's Jade Talisman in his hand broke. Boom. Suddenly a terrible energy wave spread out. Several immortal elders of the Eternally family reached out to grab Baigong Yuga. Under the impact of the terrible force, both arms were blown off, flying horizontally. The terrible energy storm continued to spread and engulf them. All of them were blown to pieces, leaving only a few hanging on the crystal bones. Wherever the energy storm passed, the void collapsed, the laws disappeared, and an extremely huge vacuum hole emerged. True Immortal and Immortal King are two completely different realms. A random attack from the Immortal King can instantly destroy the true Immortals. This is the aura of the Immortal King. So huge the silence left the entire Eternally family, including countless guests who came to attend the ceremony, stunned and dumbfounded. How did the Immortal King come out for no reason? And it seems that he is not the Immortal King of the Eternally family. At the same time, far beyond the endless starry sky theism, Baigong Yu, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The corners are slightly curved. But then the eyes are deep, then there emerged tremendous anger and murderous intent. What a Eternally family! They bully me one after another and even dare to hurt my nephew. Today is a fight to the death. Boom! Immortal King's breath, the whole starry sky was violent. A huge white, the shining sun rises at the end of the void. Immortal King's breath, the starry sky is billions of miles long and countless stars are buzzing. Shake. You! Are you crazy? Already trapped, the silent Baigong Xian once again came out of the sky, deeply religious, appeared, his face full of horror. Myself just now for the Immortal King. It seems that he wants to go to the Eternally family to cause trouble. Get out of here, old man. Bei Gongyu said angrily, the Eternal Yi family bullied me one after another. Do you really think I would care about that dog of divide? If you dare to stop me, we will fight here for 300 rounds today, even if the whole Tai is destroyed. What's wrong with God's religion? I'm your father. How dare you talk to me like that? Bei Gongxian was also furious, and a terrifying aura emanated from him. The same thing happened to the starry sky. Old man, if you tell me to get out of here again, I'll beat you up too. Bei Gongyu didn't give any face at all. Emerged the huge sun of law. Behind it became bigger and brighter. A certain realm of immortal king is already there, about to expand. The whole thing is to the territory of the religion is beginning cracking and collapsing. Bei Gongxian's pupils shrank. Your own Bei Gongyu seems to be stronger than imagined. After all, Bei Gongyu was once a top genius in the fairyland. In some aspects he is no worse than Yi Tian, and even stronger. If it weren't for that year, the blow was too great already in the immortal king realm. Plus it was because of anger and hatred that he broke through to the immortal king level. What they comprehend is the power of the law of destruction that can help them take revenge. At this moment the strength of the immortal king is far beyond that of ordinary immortal kings. Even compared to some of the older generation of immortal kings. Bei Gongyu smashed the void with one palm, directly creating an endless cosmic void. A flash of shadow, it quickly disappeared into the void. Master, it seems like something big is about to happen. What should we do about this? There is too much elders of the divine religion. They were worried that no matter what, they were still relatives of the Yanghengyi family. If they started fighting, it would not only cause a huge joke but also a huge and meaningless loss. Bei Gongxuan mu flashing, he still ordered, let's go. Go to the Eternal Yi family. Let his old father sit in the palace after the teaching of God. Bei Gongxian no longer hesitated, raised his hand and tore through the void. With Tai, a group of powerful men from the divine cult rushed towards the Eternal Yi family. That in his heart the regret became more and more intense. Some are heartbroken. Maybe I shouldn't have done that back then. Boom! The starry sky where the Eternal Yi family is located is now filled with law storms, and thunder is flashing. The faint power of the immortal king, it enveloped all directions as if the end of the world was coming. Idiots. They are all a bunch of idiots. It's fine if they can't do something like this during a family ceremony. Reason also, I can't handle it well now. I'm still talking about this matter, it's a big deal. Yanghengyi family high level also a mess of porridge. That madman Bei Gongyu has already broken through to the immortal king, and his strength is not weak because of what happened back then. He has always wanted to cause trouble for our Yanghengyi family. What happened today is not the result of the Lord. Send the opportunity in front of you. Humph. What's there to be afraid of? My Eternal Yi family, including the entire clan, there are 3 immortal kings. If Bei Gongyu dares to cause trouble, he will be suppressed. That's it. You say that so easily. You think it's to will the immortal king of the divine religion just ignore it? If they take action, even evolution, the immortal kings fought against each other, and even we fought against the theistic. What's the point? Yi Tian, who was sitting on the throne of the patriarch, frowned wrinkles and just felt a constant headache. Could it be that the battle between the immortal kings that he had seen before was what might happen in the near future? He has consumed hundreds of years of his life, so he should at least see what happens 1 or even several years later, right? So what he saw was what happened a few days later. While countless powerful people in the Eternal Yi family were terrified. Yi Tian, you are so brave. If you don't give me a generation, I will crush your Eternal Yi family to the ground. A shocking earthquake. The voice of Yunxiao comes back. Open it. It turned out to be Bei Gongyu who had arrived. Chapter 640, Fanning the Flames. Gong. The couple fought. Boom boom. With the sound back, and there is also a shock, the roar of the stars. At this moment the starry universe where the Eternal Yi family was located was instantly lit up as if a light was turned on. A bit there is also a huge sun of law rising up. Bei Gongyu is a palace made flying face, cold and solemn. The aura of the immortal king radiates tens of millions of miles of stars. During this time 2 imaginary long rivers of time rushed in from the ethereal land, stretching across Bei Gongyu back. Among them 2 are exactly the same as Bei Gongyu. The shadow slowly walked out, also exuding a sense of surprise. The immortal king of the universe. Future past, it turns out that you have been settling down all these years. You have already fishing for my future in the long river, and the past exists. Did the immortal king solidify it in one go? A shocked and somewhat helpless voice suddenly came from the depths of the Eternal Yi family. Sounded. Another huge and brilliant sun rises in the empty universe. Yi Tiana's shadow slowly emerged from it. At this moment on that handsome face frowning. After reaching the realm of immortal king Yucantime, the long river condenses 3 generations. Past, now, future. Now you don't need to spend too much energy to gather just achievement time. The long river will be a ray of time, the tributaries of the long river to oneself. This is the end of the condensation. And the past and future, you need to find a way to our fishing in the long river. Past, the most important. Without the past there would be no present, let alone the future. Now the strength will be greatly damaged or even destroyed. And the future, it's like nothing. Ji Ping can only be compared to the power of a pseudo-immortal king at most. In 3 existential circumstances. Future, the most powerful. After all, if one has enough talent and qualifications, one's future strength will definitely be strong enough. If we condense the future, the strength of the future will be much stronger than it is now. One, you can enter immortal. If the immortal venerable further develops, he will become a quasi-immortal emperor. In fact, there is no clear conceptual distinction between the quasi-immortal emperor and the immortal emperor, it is just a difference in sedimentation. In fact, there is no such realm as quasi-immortal emperor. Because there has been no immortal emperor in the immortal realm for countless years, and no immortal emperor has ever appeared again. Many people do not know the true strength of the immortal emperor, so a quasi-immortal emperor realm was set up. But in fact, this realm is just a powerful existence that has reached the end of the road to becoming an immortal lord. In Yi Tian no the middle. Bei Gong Yu's future not weak. To comparable to a 4th stage immortal king, this has already reached the middle stage of the immortal king. Looking among the immortal kings, he is already considered one of the stronger ones. He has accumulated so many years the future, he had only just reached the 7th level of immortal king. While Yi Tian and Bei Gong Yu were confronting each other, Gu Han below was also a little stunned. It was the first time he saw a real immortal king so positively to the breath of the immortal king. It was too strong, so strong that it was beyond his imagination. No wonder it is said that the immortal king and those below the immortal king in the immortal realm are 2 different world dimensions. The immortal king just stood there and the laws of the endless starry universe were boiling. It is also filled with extremely rich energy of laws. Even the energy laws possessed by a large world are far less powerful than those of an immortal king. I really want to reach this state soon. Gu Han also had an additional expectation in his heart, looking forward to the day when he would reach the realm of immortal king. But soon Gu Han's thoughts returned again. The immortal king has been lured out, so should the eternal Yi family continue with their plan? It feels a bit risky. But it's not a big problem. Whether it is his current self-camouflage ability or the camouflage ability of the fairy magic pearl. Even the powerful immortal kings could not see through his disguise. Why not take advantage of this moment to make it big and let everyone know about it? Gu Han secretly gave Bei Gong Yuga a look. Bei Gong Yuga quickly understood. "And you?" They all bullied Yuga. Bei Gong Yuga's face was covered with tears as she cried, "I just arrived at the Yongheng Yi family today and they deliberately gave me a warning by placing me in a side hall. Bei Gong Qiushui and even others can live in palaces that are much better than mine, but the side hall I live in is like a toilet. I had already endured it silently, but they just wouldn't give in. Even sent someone to kill me guard." Speaking of this, Bei Gong Yuga's acting skills, our tears dripped out. "If it weren't for if the guards break out of the encirclement, they might take the opportunity to kill me too." Yuga almost couldn't see her Aunt Wuwu. As soon as these words came out, an eternal Yi family elder suddenly he became furious and shouted, "Bei Gong Yuga, eat, don't talk, speak. What, it's like a toilet? My eternal Yi family, there is no such thing." But he didn't finish his words. The terrifying power of the immortal king enveloped him. Suddenly the elder's voice paused, swollen and red, spit out a mouthful of fresh. Bei Gong Moon got cold and solemn with a hint of angry. "How dare you? You dare to scold my nephew in front of me like this? Don't you take me seriously? Enough. Bei Gong Yu, this is still my eternal Yi family after all, don't provoke me again and again." Yi Tian frowned and released a breath that directly dispersed Bei Gong Yu's aura. "Provoking you again and again. Begonyu was slightly stunned, then suddenly laughed, a little crazy and a little playful. Yi Tian. How could I be so blind as to fall for a bastard like you? For your purpose I pushed my son out to complete your so-called plan. Poor me, I was kept in the dark until now, and I didn't even think that it was his bastard father who killed him. Begongyu's eyes were red and her breath became more and more violent. The entire void is violently shake. It's not enough that you killed my son, you also kept me in the dark. Today I gave birth to such a nephew. You, the Eternally family, still want to bully me like this and even want to kill my nephew. You deserve to die. You all deserve to die. Boom. Begonyu's aura was completely exposed. Future and the past, all from time, he walked out of the long river with an expression of endless hideousness and madness on his face. Yi Tian. You deserve to die. With a roar, Begongyu cultivation and one's past and future at the same time, they attacked Yi Tian. Boom. 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 One after another, giant hands of laws that covered the sky and blocked out the sun stretched across the sky, shattering the starry sky, and countless stars were violently shaken, shaking as if about to fall at any moment. Stimulate the energy storm that arose caused the entire territory of the Eternally family to shake. Yi Tianxin's sudden change. Including other Eternally family masters and even other guests, all had the same expression: sudden change. I never expected that this crazy woman Begongyu would actually take action. Chapter 641, Getting more confused, all went crazy and killed. Begongyu. Are you crazy? Yi Tianxin, it was extremely ugly, and he let out a low roar. Crash. There are also 2 times the shadow of a long river rushed towards them. His past and future also from time to time walking out of the long river. His aura was much stronger than Begongyu's. Although Begonyu's strength is weaker than his, he is also an immortal king. It is very difficult to fight against the immortal king at the same level. Not to mention, this is when Begongyu summoned his past and future circumstances. If he doesn't do this now, there is a high possibility that he will be beaten by Begongyu. The strength will be greatly damaged. It's even hard to get in the realm of immortals. Boom. 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 Yi Tian did not dare to be careless and also threw dozens or hundreds of punches. The entire starry sky was filled with giant fists as big as the sun and the moon, roaring and roaring above the starry sky, and Begongyu used his magical powers one after another collide, send out a shocking Earth's energy wave. Activate the sect protection formation. Quick! Wake up the 2 ancestors. The entire Eternally family was also completely destroyed. The sudden battle between the immortal kings was like this scent. And it was a very dog-like the great battle. Because these 2 people are husband and wife. We could have worked together to make the family stronger and better, but today we have completely turned against each other. Revenge between the immortal kings Feng is too terrifying. Every move and every style can cause the space and universe to collapse. It takes a lot of resources to activate the sect protection formation. So now they can only wake up the immortal king ancestor who is still sleeping. No way. Back then in the Jeshu Sea, the Eternally family suffered heavy losses, and the 2 immortal king ancestors were also seriously injured. Because they needed to heal their wounds in peace, they set up a special anti-disturbance system. In addition, there is the powerful immortal king Yi Tian in charge. They were not worried that someone would come to the Eternally family to cause trouble while they were asleep, so this required their own clan leader to take charge. Wake. But they probably didn't expect that the first immortal king who came to attack their Eternally family would be a relative of theirs. Snap! At this moment, a huge and heart-pounding sound of shattering came from the sky. Begonyu's passed backward hundreds of miles away. Now the past mouth had collapsed and heart-wrenching cracks appeared on the surface one after another. How dare you hurt me? Begongyu covered her mouth, a little sluggish and a little unbelievable, a crazy and self-deprecating smile. Yi Tian frowned and said nothing, his aura still firmly locked on Begongyu. Begonyu's voice suddenly became normal, as if murmuring, as if reminiscing. When you first met me, you clearly said that you would protect me well and would not let anyone hurt me. You said you would protect me forever and that you would make both of us happy forever. But Xing Yun was born not long ago, and I didn't even have time to hold him properly, and you sent him to the underworld. You even hid his death from me, and you even injured me today. Bei Gongxian brought Tai. The strong men of the divine religion rushed over, and after hearing these words I suddenly felt an inexplicable grief and even a strong sense of self-blame emerged from the bottom of my heart. It's over. Many powerful people of the Eternal Yi family are facing big change. God Pale, I feel like something big is going to happen. It was you who made the vows of love we made back then. It was you who said you would protect and take care of me for the rest of my life. You were the one who betrayed our oath first. You were the one who betrayed me first. Bei Gongyu went crazy again, even crazier than before, and his aura became more and more terrifying. Why? Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? What did Qing Yun do wrong? Tell me. Why is this happening? Why did you send him to the underworld? That's your own flesh and blood, our own bones. He just died like that. But you still deliberately hide it from me. I'm still to the cult is waiting for him to take me the mother home, waiting for him to stand up for me, the mother. I had even arranged his marriage, looking forward to holding my own grandchild one day, but it's all gone, everything is gone. It's you. This cold and indifferent off garbage. You betrayed me and killed my son Qingyun. Roaring sound, starry sky. Countless. The strong man who was invited suddenly felt palpitations. It turns out that the Eternal Yi family still there is such an unknown past hidden. Yi Tian actually sacrificed his wife and children in order to become stronger? Although after reaching the realm of Immortal King I have become much more indifferent, but after all they are still my wife and children. Is it just to be destroyed so casually? Hearing this, Guhan also raised his voice, sympathy for Bei Gongyu. But he did not regret killing Yi Qingyun. If he doesn't do this, he will be the one to die. If a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. There is no point in sympathizing with him. If he died in the fight with Yi Qingyun, the ones who will experience such pain today are probably Su Lanyue and Xiaobing Li. Let's go. Boom. The starry sky is rolling with storms. The heaven and earth change. At this moment, in the eyes of countless powerful people who were filled with disbelief, Bei Gongyu's past and future start to become red, exuding overwhelming resentment and murderous intent. The past and future slowly merging into one. At this moment, the aura he emits is even comparable to that of a top-level immortal king. Past and future unity. How is this done? Normally it is not necessary to have three unity. How two united? Some monks exclaimed in disbelief. But at this time another ancient strong man explained, if I am not mistaken, Bei Gongyu is all the resentment and murderous intentions accumulated over the years, product to your past and future inside. Bei Gongyu is crazy, really crazy. This is a direct use of some. Let the two worlds filled with the same resentment and murderous intent merge two into one stronger resentment, achieving a kind of alternative unification. Although the strength is strong, it can be said that it is self-destructive. Not only will it consume the origin of life, even no more cultivation in this life, possibility of advancement. These words shocked everyone. I never expected that Bei Gongyu's murderous intent and hatred towards Yi Tian would reach such a strong level. Yi Tian's god, it also became extremely ugly. He hadn't expected it either. In the memory of those years, I am surprised that my usually gentle and refined wife would become so crazy and ferocious at this moment. They even did not hesitate to retaliate against him by sacrificing 800 of their own men and killing 1,000 enemies. As Bei Gongyu past in future unity, Yi Tian can do it. Get there, it has turned into actual murderous intent. Yi Tian, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. At this moment, Bei Gongyu's strength has greatly increased. Apart from now, outside of the Immortal King's cultivation, past and future, the fusion of two lives into one is comparable to the top Immortal Kings. Just with his current strength, he can even fight against three Immortal Kings of the same level. Kill! Bei Gongyu roared now on the two future with the past, the fused body. At this moment, he exerted his strength and killed Yi Tian directly. Accompanied by the shocking the roar of the earth, the entire starry sky is colored peace red. Guhan, who was standing below and taking in all of this, swallowed his saliva. It's really scary when people go crazy. But it's normal to think about it. The pain of losing a child, the pain of being ignored for countless years, betrayal by someone. Because out of hatred all the buffs are stacked up. So strong. Fortunately, he had foresight and convinced the other party to join him in dealing with the Eternally family. Now the entire Eternally family is in complete chaos. Screams, shouts make a ball. No, the patrol guards of the Eternally family rushed around and opened the clan protection formation to resist the Etian and Beigong with the aftermath of the laws created by the Hands. Mixed, the Eternally family Guhan was a little excited. Now he is the one adding fuel to the fire. Is this the best time for the entire Eternally family? Just when Guhan took advantage of no one's attention, killed a patrolling city guard and disguised himself, the other party planned to win, destroying the node of the Eternally family's protective formation. Boom! The next moment, there are two marine extremely terrifying aura rose up. Eternally Jiashan, there are two. The sun soared into the sky, releasing overwhelming power of the law. The vast power of the immortal king suddenly enveloped the entire world. Ancestor Ling Yun. Ancestor Pujuan. The many powerful people of the Eternally family, overjoyed their two sleeping ancestors, finally woke up. Chapter 642, The Five Immortal Kings Fight Even More Chaos. It's done. Although their family head is also very powerful. But now Beigong Yu has gone crazy. Direct use, let your past and the future together. The murderous aura shook the heavens. Here and now together they killed Yi Tian and made him retreat again and again, spitting out fresh all over scale injury. Immortal King Ling Yun, Immortal King Pujuan. They are both seriously injured. I heard that even the future, haven't they all fallen? Has it recovered yet? Numerous the other powerful people who were invited here are now flashing. This time they came not only to participate in the family ceremony of the Yongheng Yi family. Another purpose is to test the Eternal Yi family. After all, the Eternal Yi family is extremely powerful. It can be called the absolute overlord of this starry universe. At the peak period there were three immortal kings and one half-step immortal. Lord Powerchin hesitated, not daring to compete with the Eternal Yi family. But after a major change, the ancestor of the Eternal Yi family, who was a half-step immortal, died. The two immortal king ancestors were severely injured and the entire Eternal Yi family was unable to recover. Such a good opportunity to become the overlord of the starry sky, how could they be willing to miss it? So the reason I came here this time was also to test the Eternal Yi family. But now it seems. Beigong Yu, you are so outrageous. Ling Yun, immortal king, but he got angry. Boom! 2 imaginary times the long river is rushing towards us. The past of Ling Yun, immortal king, and future, they walked out of it one after another. However, his future, as if just now it was fished out of the long river not long ago, and still looked a little illusory and not very solid. But in the past still strong, as if he was from some past. It is a node in the immortal king era and also possesses the combat power of the immortal king. Everyone, what follows are the family affairs of our Eternal Yi family. Dear guests, just wait patiently for the opening of our Eternal Yi family ceremony. I won't bother you with these trivial matters. The aura of Pujuan immortal king is the same hair. Past and future, and also successively from time, walk out of the long river. His condition is similar to that of immortal king Ling Yun. Future, it seemed like he had just recovered and looked a little unreal. Deterred others behind the strong man hiding in the dark. The two immortal kings rose into the air and prepared to the battle between Yi Tian and Beigong Yu. Was planned to join hands and suppress Beigong Yu directly. Come on. Enter. Beigong Yu is in such a state. Stronger than Yi Tian and all of them. From time fishing for the 3rd generation in the long river, there is a big drawback. That is easy to make yourself produce 3 different consciousnesses, each with different ideas, even thread. Just like Yi Tian. His past a lot, still holding a even guilt when it comes to taking action. I feel a little restrained. His future, it seems that in endless time I completely lost my love for Beigong Yu, and there was no mention of holding back. 3 emotional consciousnesses paradoxical to each other, which also limits oneself. And look at Beigong Yu. The past fished out from the long river is a time in the past. I hate Yi Tian the most, and I hate myself as the Eternal Yi family. Future, it is also wrapped in endless hatred. Now he also hates and resents the Eternal Yi family and Yi Tian. 3, all of them were filled with overwhelming resentment and were wrapped in the same resentment, which led to Beigong Yu being able to send out all of your 3 life strength. If the fight continues, Yi Tian will definitely lose and even on the spot. Bei Gongyu, you've gone crazy. All you need to do now is stay calm. Ling Yun, Immortal King, came first in 3 movies from different times. A devastating palm came out from the Long River and hit Bei Gongyu. Yi Cheng. How dare you, old dog, hit Metriot. But at this moment a roar sounded. There was a violent roar in the starry sky. In front of countless stunned eyes watching. There are 2 more times the Long River comes across the void. 2 statues exuding the aura of the Immortal King shadow walked out of it. That was Bei Gongxian's past and future. At this moment Bei Gongxian's face was full of anger and grief. Yi Cheng, I was too foolish to believe your promises and let you follow me, take my nephew away from my son. That incident, it's my fault too, and I didn't want to pursue it with you. Now you, the Eternal Yi family, have gone too far. Not only have you harmed my nephew, but you are also trying to suppress him in public, my son. Yi Cheng. Yi Hung. I fuck your mother. Do you still have any? I'll make this too. The leader of the divine religion takes it seriously? Boom. Bei Gongxian directly he released his aura and slapped out a palm as huge as the ancient stars, directly shattering the magical powers of Ling Yun, Immortal King. Then his eyes turned red and he roared and rushed towards the Immortal King Ling Yun and the Immortal King Pijuan. Bei Gongxian. You, my son, is crazy. Are you crazy too? You are too. Does the divine cult want to completely break off relations with my Eternal Yi family? We are relatives. Immortal King Ling Yun was both shocked and angry. You know we are relatives. How dare you hit me in front of me, a son? How dare you? Bei Gongxian suddenly became even angrier. His strength is also not weak, having reached the 7th level of Immortal King. Plus it's in its prime right now. Even when facing Immortal King Ling Yun and Immortal King Pijuan, both of them can gain a certain advantage. Bei Gongxian roared as if he was venting the resentment and frustration he had accumulated over the years. Throw out hundreds of punches in an instant. Large areas of the starry sky were affected and quickly collapsed and disappeared. IVA starry sky storm struck the entire Eternal Yi family. No, the members of the Yonghun Yi family who were maintaining the clan protection formation were suddenly attacked back and died tragically in an instant. It's mixed. The Eternal Yi family suddenly became more chaotic. Everyone was stunned. I never expected that something like this would happen today. First Yi Tian and Bei Gongyu, the 2 Immortal King couples, fell out and started fighting. Now their father is also cause a conflict and start a fight. The battle between the 5 Immortal Kings. Considering the relatively peaceful fairyland nowadays, this is considered a big event. What the hell? As the indirect fuse and even the instigator of this war, Guhan was also dumbfounded at this moment. In his plan he just wanted Bei Gongyu to disgust Yi Tian. Why is it changing now? A great battle between several Immortal Kings. After the shock, Guhan was endless generous. Yi Qingyun truly deserves to be called the template for the protagonist. Not to mention the family, it also has an Immortal King in charge. Even his own father was a disciple of the Immortal Lord. My mother is also an Immortal King and my grandfather's family is also an Immortal King. Including this, there are no fewer than 5 Immortal Kings. Plus his fiancée Li Shui. The princess of the Life Immortal Dynasty. This is another backing background. The Immortal King will only be more. He really deserves to be the protagonist. Why would he be like him? It takes some time to crawl and roll. Later he had nearly 10 Immortal Kings as his backers. Of course, if he knew that the legendary Yao Qi Fairy Palace was fully supporting him at this moment and even protecting him in secret, Guhan might not envy Yi Qingyun anymore. The power possessed by the Yao Qi Fairy Palace is not comparable to those of the Eternal Yi family. Chapter 643, another reversal. Guhan has already hidden. Originally wanted to take advantage of make trouble, Guhan thought about it and decided to wait a little longer. He always I feel that there may be another Immortal King who will take action. Get lost. I don't need your help. Bei Gongyu didn't accept it at all, roaring in the direction of his father Bei Gongxian. If it weren't for you back then, if you had stood on my side, how could Qingyun have gotten into trouble? Now that everyone is dead, you are here to talk after the fact. You are also a very disgusting person. Bei Gongxian remained silent, but his aura became even more terrifying. He vented his hatred directly on immortal King Pujuan and immortal King Lingyun Superior. He punched out directly, shattering Lingyun immortal King's Tongtian Dharma image and piercing his time the shadow of the long river. Then he punched him hard in the eye socket again. The Lingyun immortal King was smashed so hard that he flew backwards for countless miles as if he had been shattered. And Lingyun immortal King's eyes, the depression directly caused a huge pollution print. Beigong Xian. You're looking for death. After being punched, Lingyun immortal King covered his swollen eye sockets and was immediately in anger. Fellow Daoist Zhang Hansong. Now that you are here, please lend me a hand. My eternal Yi family will definitely have generous reward. Ancestor Yi Tian shouted. Lingyun immortal King seemed to know what Yi Tian meant. It's already this time. That kid is not even an immortal king. If he dares head, we have plenty of opportunities to suppress it. Now we need help. This kind of family affairs is not easy to manage and I don't want to get involved. Followed by a sigh. The sound of rushing water resounded through the starry sky. There is another to me. A long river came from the sky. One, the middle-aged man in Taoist robes slowly came from. Stepping out from the long river is also a powerful immortal king, a 7th stage immortal king. The head of the ancient Zhang family, Zhang Hansong. Previously, Gu Han killed a group of geniuses from the ancient Zhang family in the Shanhuan world and also provoked and blackmailed them. This also led to a mortal feud between the ancient Zhang family and Gu Han. This time, after hearing that Gu Han had already arrived in the immortal realm and might even appear in their eternal, the Yi family decided to come personally to avoid any unexpected mistakes. But he didn't expect that the eternal Yi family would ask him to participate in this kind of dog things. Please lend a helping hand to our eternal Yi family. We will definitely reward you later. All the accidents and incidents that happened afterwards, my eternal Yi family will bear all the responsibility. Immortal King Lingyun repeated the sentence again. Zhang Hansong thought about it. After hearing this, you can take it. Even if something big happens, the eternal Yi family will help stop it, so you don't have to worry too much. Beigong, you husband and wife are birds of the same forest. Why do you have to fight like this? Zhang Hansong smiled. Then there are 2 more times the long river rushed out. Obviously he is ready hand. Zhang Hansong. How dare you get involved in this mess? I think you are courting death. Beigong Xian was furious. You wanna call someone, right? I'll call someone too. As he spoke, he emitted, use your divine thoughts to inform your old father. That is too the founder of the religion, immortal king. The eternal Yi family's move is really a bit too much, even to the point of not caring about me at all. The religion of God is taken seriously. You guys should guard Tai well, divine religion. I will be back soon. At the same time, too deeply religious, there was a sigh, and the terrifying power of the immortal king roared hair. A illusory and huge time. The long river came from a distant place in the void. The immortal king took a step forward and stepped onto the long river. Along with time, the long river closed and soon disappeared. This moment. The starry universe where the God will teach is completely shaken. Many other powerful immortal kings cast their eyes towards this place. What condition? The immortal king actually left Tai God's religion. God taught him not to want it anymore? Not long ago, Beigong Yu, who had just broken through to the immortal king level, left. Then it was Beigong Xian, and now even Beigong Yi has left. What on earth happened? I just received the news. The Tianai Star region where the eternal Yi family is located, the battle between the immortal kings was launched. The 2 sides in the battle seem to be the eternal Yi family and the Tai God's religion. As soon as these words came out, many starry sky fairy kings were shocked. Aren't these 2 relatives? Why are they fighting now? Return. The battle between the immortal kings was launched. But no matter what, this is definitely a colorful drama. Fairyland hasn't been there for a long time. Such a big war has happened. Go see the fun. The starry sky where the eternal Yi family is located is completely boiling at this moment. Countless people were so shocked that they were dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. With the addition of Zhang Hansong, Beigong Yu, who originally had the advantage, gradually fell into a disadvantage. And now it is directly derived, the fight between the 6 immortal kings. But just when everyone thought this was the limit, Zhang Hansong and Tu, when did God teach? It's your turn to give orders. Boom. The starry sky and universe suddenly split apart, and a huge illusory to me a long river extends out from it. To the immortal king's robe fluttered, and the immortal king's aura covered starry sky universe. Everyone was shocked again. Crack. Immortal king. Another powerful immortal king has arrived. Still to the founder of the religion. To the immortal king is here. It was ugly. As soon as he appeared, he slapped Zhang Hansong with his palm. Zhang Hansong Mian. After the sudden change, he was only a 6th level immortal king. But to the immortal king is a 9th level immortal king. How could he be his opponent? Bei Gonghe, my ancient Zhang family has no intention. This matter is under my control. My youngster did something wrong before. I would like to apologize on his behalf. What is the outcome of this matter? We, the ancient Zhang family, withdraw. Another old voice sounded. In countless in the eyes. Countless spacetime runes rose up and finally constructed an illusory film. An old man with white hair and beard and a strong breath walk out of the long river. It seems like only a lifetime. But many the immortal king, who was hiding in the dark and watching the fun, was still so shocked that his breathing became rapid. The founder of the ancient Zhang family, the heaven-shaking immortal king, has also arrived. It seems that it is not his true self but just the future. Among the immortal kings, the future but the strongest. And the other party is also a 9th level immortal king. How so? Yi Tian was also a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Everything that happened now coincided with what he had seen before. Several immortal kings are above the starry sky war. The eternal Yi family suffered severe damage, even heavy casualties destroyed in an instant. He originally thought that the scene he saw was a few years or even a dozen years in the future. But I never expected that this would happen a few days later. Now, including the heaven-shaking immortal king, there are a total of 8 immortal kings, but they are only in the starry sky war. The eternal Yi family also has a clan protection formation. The aftermath of the war will not affect much. Why would the eternal Yi family be destroyed? Etc. Yi Tian suddenly no problem. The 2 guardians have just sent an order. There is a high probability that the thief Guhan will take advantage of this chaos in my eternal Yi family, Leighton, my eternal Yi family, holy city. There are not enough people at the 6th mineral vein. You should take people there to guard it. Now don't let anything go wrong. Yes. Law enforcement elder. Guhan bowed again. But with your head bowed, the horns are slightly raised upwards. Okay. He was just thinking about running underground to blow up the fairy mine. Now the other party delivered to your door. This is the Lord. You mean let him go and blow it up? Then it's better to obey than to be respectful. He will take good care of it. Blow up all the fairy mines so that no one will plot against us again. Symbolism. After bringing a few powerful commanders with him, Guhan headed all the way towards the eternal Yi family's number 6 mineral vein. The Yongheng Yi family has a total of 7 mineral veins. From large to small, they are divided into numbers 1 to 7. Vein number 1 is the largest. Enter through a special channel after underground. Guhan was also attracted by the shocking scene in his vision. Underground, a world filled with fairy spirit to the extreme. Various the fairy or crystal flow overflowing with colors, swallowing up wisps of clouds. Guhan Yui felt that if he could cultivate his chain here, his chain cultivation speed would definitely increase exponentially. Continue. Each vein is connected to the other, extending deeper into the ground. The deeper that the fairy spirit becomes, more and more intense. He can also to an extremely powerful aura. Infinitely close to the immortal king, but seemingly not reaching that level. Guhan knew that this should be the guardian fairy of the eternal Yi family. Guard the fairy plant. Defense is still strict. Guardian of the immortals and the guardian fairy plants are placed here. Although it's a bit risky once this is blown up. He can not only make the entire eternal Yi family collapse above. Maybe it can even kill the 2 guardians of the eternal Yi family. Various ideas kept emerging in Guhan's mind. In determining the final feasible after the plan, Guhan towards there are several guards on the side. These were the elder's original subordinates. 2 teams of 15 people. There are 9 mortal immortals and 1 true immortal leads them. Guhan Bu voiced darkly in storing energy for preparation here. The true immortal leader who was in the lead frowned slightly. He's suddenly feeling a crisis. Head subconsciously he glanced around vigilantly but did not find anything unusual. But the one that loomed in his mind crisis, but it became more and more intense, and in the end it even frightened him. Elder, I sleep. You feel like someone wants to kill you, right? A light laugh suddenly sounded. The true immortal commander was so frightened that he trembled and subconsciously turned his head in fear. The next moment, an extremely sharp and dazzling sword light suddenly filled his field of vision. Brilliant sword, it destroyed all the broken world and also wiped out his consciousness. This commander never figured out until his death why the elders attacked him. It is obvious that he and the elder are both true immortals. Why? But he was killed by a sword. Chapter 645, Instant Killing of 4 True Immortals Focusing on Integrity. Guhan's move was extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye. The remaining few strong men were so shocked that they didn't even come to their senses after seeing a true immortal leader being killed instantly. In a sluggish state, no response has been made yet. Boom! Sword Chi, the last remaining resentment of the true immortal leader, was instantly crushed minced meat. After doing all this, Guhan smiled. Line Send again. Shadow, the law of time rune wrapped around him. An illusory river of time appeared under his feet and he simply took a step forward. The shape instantly left a trail of afterimages on the spot. Countless swords, vertical and horizontal, wrong shape. The sword net wave after wave destroyed the laws and tore the void. When the countless afterimages of Guhan merged into one again. Phew! The following people all have sword energy hair. The body shattered and melted silently. After instantly killing the people outside. Without anyone noticing under such circumstances, Guhan quickly headed towards the mine again. Deeper, run quickly. But at the same time, above the eternal sky above the Yi family, there is a large clouds emerge. One that avenue suddenly collapsed. It's raining heavily. But this vision has only just begun. Several immortal kings. The storm of war was instantly blown away. The image of a true immortal falling flashed by in an instant. But someone still noticed it. A true immortal from my eternal Yi family has fallen. How is this possible? I have always been paying attention to the eternal Yi family. Jing was afraid that something unexpected would happen to Yi Tian. The first one to notice this scene. At this moment the pupils shrink, his face full of disbelief. How could a true immortal from his eternal Yi family suddenly die? Isn't the clan protection formation activated? Haven't all emergency measures already been implemented? Why does this happen? Condition. Bang. But it was just a moment of distraction. Bei Gong Yu came out of nowhere. A punch hit Yi Tian in the face. It left an extremely clear fist mark on his face. Bei Gong Yu. My thoughts were interrupted and I felt intense pain on my face. Let Yi Tian suddenly, but he got angry. You and I are husband and wife. Do we have to tear each other apart today? If something really happened to the eternal Yi family, what good will it do to you? Ha ha ha. Bei Gong Yu laughed crazily. What's good? The eternal Yi family is destroyed. I am happy that you are dead. This is good, God bless. I will stop as soon as you die. I will stop immediately. Why don't you just die? Bei Gong Yu said again. Launch an attack. Countless a long river came across the sky, shattering a piece of the starry sky. Yi Tianxinshin had no choice but to fight him again. War. At the same time, Guhan doesn't care what happens in the outside world. At this moment it has entered silently again at the depth of the 6th vein. Pretending to be on patrol, he headed deep into the number 6 mine walk. Yi Lin, what are you doing here? Why don't you just stay outside and guard it? 3 true immortal elders are waiting at the entrance to the deeper mine before. Even though Guhan's the position is the elder, they still face. Ling Su was sullen, his eyes alert. Guhan hesitated for only a moment and then he was ready. Thread. His face was suddenly filled with panic. Elder. Something happened outside. The true immortal leader was still alert but still a little anxious. What happened? The 3 of us are not the different. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Boom. The next moment the breath suddenly rises and the attack begins. A flash of extremely bright sword energy instantly slashed towards their heads. The elder who led the group was so close to the sword recent. When I came to my senses, the extremely sharp sword energy was approaching his face, even all the lines are drawn. Mark. Yi Lin. Why are you doing this? At the moment the sword energy fell. The elder who had come to his senses let out a heart-wrenching and unwilling roar. But he didn't even have a chance to make a move. Phew! The sword energy slashed across the sky, splitting him in half. Then the sword energy roared hair. Instantly his and the soul is all shattered, a cloud of dust. Enemy attack. The other two elders reacted much faster. The first time something is not right. At this moment he roared angrily, not caring whether Guhan was his colleague or elder. Holding Taoist weapons he charged directly towards Guhan. However, Guhan did not dodge or evade, and there was a gleam in his eyes. A sword emitting starlight, a spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He threw it out with all his strength. Boom! The spear suddenly carried the power to penetrate the void and instantly defeated the combined magical powers of the two elders. The aftermath continued unabated and pierced through one of the elders' mouth, nailed him hard to the stone wall. The elder instantly lost his fighting ability and uttered breath weak. At the same time Guhan the shadow disappeared again. He swung his sword at another person. Another person's face. Big change, direct selectionist law. He used up all his strength to dodge to the side. But this sword was still too fast. Instantly cut him in half, cut off. The severe pain made him suddenly paused. But it was just a moment of negligence. Guhan clenched his left hand, the fist was thrown directly. The elder was immediately beaten. Peace fog. You're looking for death. The eyes of the other elder, who was nailed to the stone wall by the star gun, were red. At this moment the breath is rising as if it wants to, wanting to drag Guhan to be buried with him. Idiot you, but it will blow up the entire mineral vein and your eternally family will be destroyed. Do you dare? By then you will, for the sinners in your family. When Guhan said this, he originally wanted to. The elder paused for a moment. I actually hesitated and stopped myself. But the hesitation was only so brief. Swish! Another extremely sharp sword break through the air and cut. In the last moment when consciousness disappears, he heard Guhan's extremely teasing voice. I want to vomit even if he dies. The sound. This kind of thing, just don't do it. Mind blasting. If you die I will blow you up. You. The elder completely disappeared with infinite anger and unwillingness. Guhan shrugged indifferently. To Thenchant. I was just saying it, but I didn't expect the other party to actually hesitate. Now that he has caught the opportunity, he won't be polite. And he was not wrong. Even if he was not, he will also blow up all the minds of the Yonghunyi family. The main focus is integrity. At the same time outside. Boom! There were thunder and lightning in the starry sky. It's raining heavily. There are 3 more illusory roads from breaking in the clouds. This means that 3 more true immortals have fallen. This time extremely quiet. Not only Yi Tian but also several other immortal kings and even the powerful men of the Eternal Yi family saw it. The true immortal falls. Among them there are the breath of Shi. It seems to be a strong man from their Eternal Yi family. Chapter 646, The Eternal Doomsday of the Yi family. Everything blows up to the sky. This moment. The many Eternal Yi family warriors were completely dumbfounded. Some were confused and some were dazed. Several true immortals of the Eternal Yi family actually died. What exactly happened? A true immortal is not some cabbage sold on the roadside. Looking at any force, it can be regarded as the backbone. Now several of them died for no apparent reason. But before the many Eternal Yi family warriors could figure out the reason. Boom! Something unexpected happened again. Shocking, the roar of the earth resounded through the sky. The entire holy city where the Eternal Yi family is located was in a state of panic. The ground collapsed and the houses were damaged. Countless members of the Eternal Lee family or residents were in misery in the sound he was suddenly swept by the collapsed debris underground completely. Death is gone. One after another divine flames gushed out from the ground like a doomsday volcano. The entire Eternal Lee family holy city was suddenly in chaos. To the end of the world there was widespread grief and heavy casualties. From High Abavago. The entire underground of the Eternal Lee family seemed to have something explosion. Large areas are collapsing rapidly. And the explosion continued to spread and the roar became more and more intense. The entire Eternal Lee family territory seemed to be. The impact was so severe that the internet experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. The Immortal Mine. Something happened at the Immortal Mine. Damn it! Someone is leading the fairy mine. Run! Quick! Attack together! The explosion continues to spread, otherwise the Eternal Lee family will be finished. Master! Ancestor, save me! There were wails everywhere. But the explosions became more and more intense and the entire Eternal Lee family holy city seemed to have experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake with the sky collapsing and the earth sinking. Such a huge quiet even outside the starry sky. The several immortal kings who were fighting all stopped with a face full of doubt towards the direction of the Eternal Lee family. What condition? Several immortal mines of the Young Hanyi family actually exploded? Such a big jing, the entire Eternal Lee family is probably finished. The fairy mine is buried underground and now several explode. This is going to blow up the entire Eternal Lee family. Damn it! What on earth happened? Yi Tian, he was furious, his eyes were red. But he seemed to have guessed something. The Xian mine has always been heavily guarded. The falling of the true immortals just now must have come from the elders guarding the immortal mine. They were killed. Someone breaks in the fairy mine. The entire fairy mine was built this shocking locale. And this person is most likely Guhan. Otherwise, how could it be possible to do it without anyone noticing, under such circumstances, such a big quiet? When did this guy break in? Yi Tian is going crazy. The hearts of the other two eternal ancestors of the Yi family almost the same, both eyes were red and crack. The eternal holy city of the Yi family exploded right under their noses. Yi Tian's face turned red with anger and he slapped Bei Gongyu with his palm, sending her flying towards the eternal Yi family holy city system. Fried mix. At the same time, we want to directly find out the possible Guhan hiding in it. Want to leave? I won't allow it. Bei Gongyu sneered. The shadow disappeared on the spot and rushed towards Yi Tian again. Bei Gongyu! Such a great disaster has happened to my Yonghengyi family. Do you want to watch my Yonghengyi Jiang completely destroyed? Yi Tian was furious and once again sent out countless palm prints to attack Bei Gongyu. Yes. How do you know that I was so happy and delighted when I saw your Eternal Yi family destroyed? Bei Gongyu laughed loudly and seemed to be really happy, some bloating. Several thorns filled with hatred and murderous intent were coming from the broken starry sky. It continuously collided with the countless palm prints that covered the sky and the sun that Yi Tian had shot out. Bei Gongxian, are you going to continue to stop us? If you still want to stop us from today on, I will forever be with your family. The cult will never stop until it dies. Immortal King Lingyun and Immortal King Pijuan also looked. They also guessed that it might be Guhan who was interfering, otherwise it would not have caused such a big difference. Now they just want to return to Yonghengyi's house and find out where Guhan is, skin and tendons peeled off. Father! Let's stop here. At this time a voice sounded. The person who came was Bei Gongyu's sister Bei Gongyan, who was also the second wife of the Yonghengyi family. I know you feel like you owe your sister, but you've already done enough. You've already vented your anger. But I am yours too, son. Bei Gongyan's voice was sad. You are now fighting with my husband's family and even turning against us. Hatred, what should I do? You want to make Sun A sacrifice among you? Just when several immortal kings were temporarily having disagreements due to a sudden change. Guhan is now trying his best to dig deep underground, run wildly. And he wave after wave, the energy storm created by the explosion swept over and the earth cracked, large areas collapsed. At the same time, the center of the explosion was filled with terrible and heart-wrenching roars. The sound rang out. That is the guardian fairy of the Eternal Yi family, guard the fairy plant. They have been living in the center of the mine, guarding the mine while also monitoring some alien At this moment several coronary arteries were drenched in explosion. They were mad, and also he was severely injured and was roaring in pain and anger. Guhan caused too quiet. The strong men of the Eternal Yi family are not just there to do nothing, they have deduced some things through special methods. Now, I have noticed something. The powerful men of the Yi family who were quiet and eternal were gathering towards an area like his. There are endless rainbows in the sky and various guards leading teams of soldiers to rush in all directions to maintain chaos order. Quick! The starting area of the explosion is at the number 6 or vein. That stir, the thief must be here. The leader of the team, Yi Wudao, the second son of the young Hung Yi family, said angrily, maybe that person is Guhan, who was extremely good at disguise. Any survivors in the number 6 mine will be killed without mercy, no need to check share. Yes, sir. He afterwards many of the Eternal Yi family elders and even the powerful leaders responded in unison, send seal off this world. Just from deep underground, after hearing these words, Guhan, who had crawled out in a panic, suddenly looked ugly. Although the Eternal Yi family is a bit hateful, their reaction speed is really fast. They took countermeasures so quickly. Guhan again towards the sky. Except for Bei Gongyu, who was still attacking Yi Tian like crazy. The battles between the other immortal kings have already ended and the battles are now underway. Perhaps it won't be long before this group of immortal kings will descend upon the Eternal Yi family again and directly take action to begin searching for his whereabouts. It will be even more troublesome then. Think about it. Guhan still decided to continue going crazy. Now that things have come to this, there is no room for maneuver. Then we will truly turn the Eternal Yi family upside down. Chapter 647. After withstanding the attack from the immortal king, Yi Tian's descendants died. Be calm in your mind. Guhan, directly use your divine thoughts to directly choose to urge. Dozens of them had already been knocked down by him, buried in the Eternal Yi family holy city corner. Exploding jade talisman. Boom boom. In the Eternal Yi family guarding immortals under the full protection of the guardian immortal plant, the underground, the explosion at the fairy mine had already calmed down relatively. Many powerful people from the young Hung Yi family also breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment the explosion sounded again and the entire Eternal Yi family was trapped again to a mess among. The broken city has a shocking local. There was an explosion. While the explosion sound attracted everyone again, Guhan, who had just crawled out of the underground ruins, suddenly attacked. Lineage Guhan's speed reached its extreme. The shadow turned into a bolt of lightning that split the sky and disappeared on the spot. All words urge in conjunction with pulse. The power of quality combat power doubled. He had already comprehended hundreds of rules of the rudiments of the fairyland with the blessing of. He is now, his power is even several points stronger than some top-level true immortals. Enemy attack. Second master, be careful. Following in the Eternal Yi family, the second young master Yi Wudao, the many powerful people behind them exclaimed. The two top-level true immortals reacted the fastest and directly used their the immortal, trying to block the sudden attack. But they have just taken out their weapons. Boom! Accompanied by vibrating drums, the roar of several dazzling and exquisite sword auras like a galaxy came across the sky. Sword chi, it is incomparable, it destroys everything with ease and spreads in all directions. The two top immortals of the Eternal Yi family had just come into contact with these sword energies, then severely injured. Broken hand bones obliterated a crystal clear off bones. Freshness in the mouth had gushed out continuously and was instantly heavy damage. Die. The look in Guhan's eyes appears suddenly. Once again he infused a stronger force into the long sword and the brilliant sword energy once again hair. Instantly the two true immortals who were blocking the way were chopped away. Then he raised the sword again and killed Yi Wudao, who was being guarded in the center of the crowd. Puff puff puff. One after another the explosion happened almost instantly. Those red dust fairies, there is no way to stop Guhan now. Guhan used the power of various laws to the extreme. The aftermath of the explosion caused the powerful immortals in the mortal world to the meteorite disappears. Yi Wudao's mind went blank. It all happened so fast that he hadn't reacted yet. And I was even more frightened. The strength displayed by Guhan at this moment was too strong. Stronger than he had imagined. He had heard of it before about Guhan's deeds. but most of the time they are dismissive. He thought that his father and even the elders of the clan were exaggerating too much about Guhan. Yi Qingyun died at Guhan's hands because he was too useless, so brainless. If he competes with Guhan, he will definitely win. But now when the Guhan mentioned by his father and countless elders appeared before him completely, he suddenly realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. He was wrong, absolutely wrong. Guhan has now far surpassed him. It is obvious that we are in the same realm. The same fourth level of true immortal. But he, the second son of the Yanghengyi family, has the second young master, was cultivated with countless top-level fairyland resources. Just facing Guhan's attack, he couldn't even resist thread. All kinds of thoughts flashed through my mind. Everything happens in an instant. The brilliant sword slashed by Guhan had already slashed across the sky, heading straight for his head. Buzz! But just at this moment, suddenly a mark appeared between Yi Wudao's eyebrows. Seems both sign. It seems to be a protective mark. The mark appeared almost at that moment. The terrifying aura of the immortal king spread out from it. Guhan's soul consciousness seemed the impact was caused by this mark to another world. And in this world there is an extremely huge film. He stands above the starry sky, and judging from his appearance alone, Yu Jian is somewhat similar to Yi Tian. This is the protective shield that Yi Tian left for his offspring. The talisman can save the lives of one's offspring at the critical moment. Although it was just a consciousnessless and mechanical projection of the immortal king. But it contains a blow from the immortal king. At this moment this road belongs to Yi Tian. As soon as the shadow appeared, there was a spirit in the eyes. He swung out a palm and slapped towards Guhan. Not good. The vanity hidden in the dark is a little anxious. This guy Guhan is too reckless. The descendants of immortal kings like this are all given special protection marked. Now the mark is cracked. A blow delivered by the immortal king is enough to kill any true immortal. In the eyes of vanity, Kraken was about to help Guhan out of the predicament. But there was a look in Guhan's eyes, the darkness of annihilation flashed by. Original under the threat of the immortal king's aura, Guhan's eyes gradually regained clarity. Then the pupil is deep, equally powerful flash by. Kill! Guhan shouted loudly. The breath of annihilation roars hair, dark waves wherever it passes, the laws disappear and the runes are annihilated. Guhan's soul consciousness seemed to have transformed into an incomparably huge ancient giant. A shocking incident occurred directly with Yi Tian's projection of consciousness, the fight on the ground. It is clearly just the soul consciousness of a true immortal, but at this moment it is able to resist the power of the immortal king. To Shadow is here the battlefield of soul consciousness. They fought for several moves. In the end, Yi Tian's consciousness was completely dissipated by Guhan's soul consciousness, who smashed his head with a punch. And Guhan, who was in such a state, slashed at Yi Wudao with his sword again. Originally, Yi Wudao had already breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the protective mark given by his father was on Guhan, so he couldn't do anything to him. But I never expected it. Guhan is a weirdo. It turns out he blocked his father's soul attack. You can't kill me. I don't care who you are. Die. The words have not been finished. A sword chopped down. The long sword cut through Yi Wudao's body like cutting tofu, split into two. Sword chi. The explosion instantly blew up Yi Wudao's entire body. The sky is full fog. Yi Wudao never thought that he was gifted and would definitely be us, the immortal king. He would actually die here. He was killed by Guhan after just one encounter. Even the protective mark left by his father didn't work. Beyond the stars, the several immortal kings who were confronting each other and Yi Tian, who was fighting with Bei Gongyu, were all stunned. Boom! Peace clouds suddenly appeared from the starry sky, floating over. The road collapsed and disappeared. Yi Tian was dumbfounded again and was even hit by Bei Gongyu again, flying back several miles without being able to react. Dead again. The one who died this time was his second son, Yi Wudao. How so? He is his Sona's special protective mark was left on it, which was equivalent to a blow from an immortal king. Enough to kill any true immortal. Anyone who is not an immortal king will be destroyed by this blow, no matter how powerful he is. Unless the immortal king takes action. But the Eternal Yi family does not have the aura of an immortal king. Was it Guhan who did it? How is this possible? How long has Guhan been in the fairyland? Now he can even block his attack easily. He is the immortal king. Chapter 648 experienced the same pain of losing a child. No way. At this moment a sound like the cry of a cuckoo, a mournful cry, was heard. Bei Gong Yen. Yi Wudao's biological mother was filled with tears at this moment, cracked eyes red. That isn't. His son was killed. At this time Yi Tian also came to his senses belatedly and let out a shrill roar. Guhan. It's you who did it, isn't it? How dare you come to my Eternal Yi family and be so presumptuous and even dare to kill my son? Today I will tear you to pieces, 10,000 sections. He also didn't know that it was Guhan who took action. But being able to sneak in without anyone noticing to the Eternal Yi family department who killed his son, it is most likely this kid. At the same time, instantly killed Yi Wudao and others collected all their savings. Guhan, who was in the ring, also heard the roar. The corner of his head lifted slightly in a smile. Listening to Yi Tian's voice, he seemed really angry. Where are we now? He was so angry just because his son died. Later he took his remaining son, and if Yi Tian kills all his children he will be very angry. Fry? As this thought arose in his mind, Guhan sent a message to Bei Gongyu again. Senior Bei Gongyu, look at this guy Yi Tian, he is nothing but a piece of shit. When Yi Qing Yun died, Yi Tian must not have been as angry as he is today. Now that one of your sons has died, you are angry like this. Please continue to hold back Yi Tian, I will try to kill his other offspring. Bei Gongyu's consciousness was already filled with anger and murderous intent. After hearing these words he became even angrier. Although what Guhan said sounded a bit annoying. But it is indeed true. Why? Why his son died and the Eternal Yi family and Yi Tian, these bastards hid it and even wanted to hide it from yourself. Now a useless person like Yi Wudao is dead, these dogs are like they were cut. Same, he looked extremely distressed. Yi Wudao is their Eternal Yi family pulse. Could it be I ascended his son Yi Qing Yun? Damn it! You all deserve to die. Boom! Bei Gongyu completely disregarded her self-injury, again developed cultivation. This time the hatred and anger are like hair after that rushing time the long river has turned into. When rolling, the long river rushes in circles above the starry sky. Directly circled Ling Yun, immortal king, and Pujuan, immortal king, both of whom had red eyes and wanted to rush back to Yonghong Yi family to find Guhan in. Moon. Bei Gongxian let out a cry of surprise. Your own, why is he getting more and more crazy? That's about right. This war is about to end. Why is he so crazy that he even consumes the essence of his life to condense such crazy magical powers? Bei Gongyu. My Eternal Yi family is facing a huge crisis right now. Guhan Qin among them. Wudao was killed. You have to be so aggressive, people won't give in? Yi Tian was a little shocked and even more angry. Originally he little, but this time he really wanted to kill. Ha ha ha. You want to kill me? Then just try. But at this moment Bei Gongyu doesn't look like a mad wild. When my Qing Yun died you kept it a secret, and even deliberately you hid the news of his death from me. You are also his father. But he died, so why did you shed tears, more than half sad thread? Now only the useless Yi Wudao is dead, you feel sad, such a look. Ha ha ha. That's good. I'll make sure you're well too, the pain of losing a child. War again, hair. This time Bei Gongyu went crazy and started attacking Yi Tian and the two immortal king ancestors of the Yonghong Yi family. Every move he makes will injure the enemy 800 times but hurt himself 1,000 times. Fellow Daoist Zhang Hanson. Senior Han Tian. That guy Guhan is most likely in my Yonghong Yi family. Please bother to come to my Yonghong Yi family, find him and kill him. While Yi Tian was struggling with the mad Bei Gongyu, he roared, Guhan is a vindictive guy, we already had a grudge with him in Xianhuang world. The disaster that my Yonghong Yi family suffered today was definitely caused by him in secret. If Guhan is allowed to leave this place safely today, the ancient Zhang family will surely suffer such a tragic situation as my Eternal Yi family. Originally, I just wanted to watch the fun. The two immortal kings of the ancient Zheng family were not even prepared to take any more actions. After hearing these words flashing, Yi Tian's words touched their hearts. The current situation of the Yongheng Yi family is terrible. Most of the eternal Yi family holy city has collapsed. I don't know how much the tribesmen died tragically. Just now several true immortals died one after another. From the perspective of loss alone, the loss is absolutely incalculable rock to the eternal Yi family base. If it was really Guhan who did it and Guhan did the same thing to their Huanggu Zheng family, then their Huanggu Zheng family would be finished. The two thought about it and quickly broke through the air intending to find Guhan. Oh my god. Keep raising the sword to kill people and keep changing. Guhan was so angry that he made it difficult for the strong men of the eternal Yi family to find him, that he had gone crazy with killing. At this moment, when he saw two immortal kings seem to break through the starry sky and descend upon the eternal Yi family as if coming for him, his scalp suddenly went numb. Although the two immortal kings of the divine cult had a fierce battle with the eternal Yi family because of Bei Gongyu. But there is still one left. Bottom line. Their main purpose was also because of Bei Gongyu, not for Guhan. At this moment, the two immortal kings of the ancient Zheng family, he came from another world, but he didn't try to stop him. Just one, use your brain to help Bei Gongyu. Get lost. I don't need your help. No matter how Bei Gongyu roared, they refused to leave. What an ancient Zheng family. Guhan gritted his teeth. Go against him again and again. Originally, compared to the eternal Yi family, he had already neglected the ancient Zheng family. It seems that it must rain. They will be evenly matched and then find a way to bring down the entire ancient Zheng family. Boom! Eternal space above the Yi family trembling, the vast power of the immortal king spread out. Even though the two immortal kings have not yet arrived, including Guhanin, the minds of countless people, two majestic figures appeared. Shadow, it seems world comes. Just seeing that shadow in their hearts, I can't help but feel like I want to bow down to you, worship. The immortal king and the true immortal are two completely different dimensions. Once they completely descend and seal it, Guhan's retreat route here will be completely blocked. And countless miles around in the absolute, no one dares to differ. He will kill you in a moment. By then he will, for the sake of the turtle in the jar. Just when Guhan was getting anxious and thinking about how to escape this disaster. But at this moment a helpless sigh suddenly sounded. Why? You really make me worry. I really regret taking on this mission. Chapter 649. It's all Guhan. Let him be childless today. Right in horizontal Zheng Hansong from the starry sky and the future of the heaven-shaking immortal king. The first time I heard this voice, sudden change. At the same time, a sword, it was like a rolling Milky Way slashing towards their faces. Immortal king. Not to mention that they were all dumbfounded. Yet another immortal king took action. And it's still one. It seems that the god hidden in the eternal Yi family, immortal king Yi Tian, and the two immortal king ancestors of the eternal Yi family were also confused. When will their eternal Yi family return? There is a hidden immortal king and a foreign immortal king. Why didn't they find out from the beginning? At this time, Zheng Hansong and heaven-shaking immortal king roared and directly used their magical powers, raising their hands to hit the dazzling sword that was rushing towards the sky. Boom! Shocking explosions sounded and a large area of the starry universe collapsed like a spider web. The two looked in disbelief. They were directly hit by this sword. He was shocked and flew backwards several miles. Very strong, stronger than they imagined. The two of them joined forces. Although the one who came here was only the immortal king shaking the sky, that's it. But he is also a 9th level immortal king after all. Even after joining forces with his own son, he was actually knocked away with one move. Guhan, who saw the entire scene with his own eyes below, was also filled with disbelief. This is always the god who hides in the dark to protect himself. Did the strong one take action? So strong one soared. The two great immortal kings retreated. Amid countless dull and shocked eyes, the void suddenly split open. A muddy all shrouded in the hazy fairy light shadow split from the void deep, slowly emerging. Weak, surrounded by a special barrier of laws. Even the immortal king can't see clearly the appearance. No off breath. Who are you? You are now this place might be for that thief Guhan to stand up for. Zheng Hansong and the other man were alert and asked sternly. Fuhua did not respond and the exquisite long sword in his hand was broken. Debut Daohan holding a long sword in his hand, he raised his hand and slashed out with the sword. Boom! Instantly the entire starry sky roared and a devastating storm arose, sweeping towards the two of them like an overwhelming force. Two people face big changes. I never expected that the other party would attack me directly without saying anything. Although this god suddenly appeared, shadow give them force very strong. But they are not incapable of fighting it. Immortal King wars again here. Everyone was a little confused. There are too many reversals today. Including this Immortal King, there are a total of 9 Immortal Kings appearing here today. I'm afraid there aren't even so many in this starry universe. Guhan, who saw all of this, was also a little confused. But then the noodle's very happy. We can continue to cause trouble again. Guhan the shadow disappeared again and quickly disguised the guard of the Eternal Yi family. Turned into a nightmare and began to harvest again. At this moment the surviving strong men of the Eternal Yi family have already developed psychological film. They only feel Guhan will not hear everyone around him, whether they are relatives, companions or comrades in arms. Maybe Guhan in disguise. Maybe they were smiling at you one second and stabbing your heart with a sword the next. One mansion. Many Eternal Yi family guards and elders gathered here. He was alert and had a cold and solemn aura, as if he was guarding this place specifically to protect someone. At this moment the palace. There are 4 top elders of the Eternal Yi family gathered together. The eldest son Yi Wushan, the third son Yi Changqing and the fourth daughter Yi Huanling of the Yongheng Yi family are all gathered here. And several top elders of the Eternal Yi family seem to be there to protect them. Besides, Baigong Yuga is here too. But at this momentous imprisoned. Baigong Yuga noodle, she was angry and seemed very dissatisfied. How dare you guys do this to me? My aunt will never let you go. I will definitely kill you. You bitch. Yi Huanling was furious. I was the youngest, so it was hard for me to keep my feet on the ground. Thread. From the beginning till now, Baigong Yuga has been provoking and angering them. Plus in fear and in a depressing atmosphere. Yi Huanling, he suddenly lost control of himself and raised his sword, wanting to kill Baigong Yuga with one blow. Phantom. Calm down. Yi Changqing Noodleshin hurried forward to stop it. Be quiet. Finally Yi Wushan, who was acting as his elder brother, shouted angrily. Yi Huanling flashed tears of grievance. This is not reluctantly, he settled down. Father and the ancestors are outside now. I believe the trouble will be solved soon. As long as we stay here and don't go anywhere, no accidents will happen. If anyone dares to make trouble again, I will blame you for not keeping me noodle. While scolding him out loud, Yi Wushan secretly sent a message to Yi Changqing and Yi Huanling. Baigong Yuga cannot be killed for the time being. Keep him alive, can be used to check Baigong Yu at a critical moment. You can't fight for the time being idea. As for Guhan, there is no need to be afraid. He is alone and now 2 guards adults are also looking for him, but he can't make much waves. The hall soon returned to silence. Yi Changqing also found a place to settle down temporarily. But at this moment there was a look in his eyes, a cold light flashed reflecting the film. This Yi Changqing is Guhan in disguise. Yi Changqing was originally his man. He is in control. As early as he received the news, many elders of the Eternal Yi family arranged for him to go to direction before evacuation. He told Guhan the news. Guhan would naturally not miss it and chose to do it without anyone noticing. Disguise Yi Changqing power mix here main hall. Even if there is a tight net outside, and to him this has no effect. As for the ones who are still causing trouble outside, Guhan who killed the Yongheng Yi family members? Those are 3 star guards disguised by the magic pearls to confuse the public. For true immortals of the 9th level, 6 true immortals of the 5th level and above. Below the 9th level there are 15 top level red dust immortals, and there are many more in the outside world, true immortals and earthly immortals. To be honest, there are many powerful people from the Eternal Yi family gathered here, and they are very strong. He disturbed the outside world. Everything has changed. During this period he also destroyed several big bursts of eyes. The Eternal Yi family has. Did it fall off? The power went to maintain order, but they were still able to gather so much power to protect these direct descendants of the Eternally family pulse. It has to be said that the Eternally family's background is indeed extremely terrifying. But this should be the last free and powerful person that the Eternally family can currently use. If you kill them all, even Yi Tian would feel heartbroken for a while, right? It's a pity that there are too many people here. It would be difficult for him to kill it alone. Or, an idea suddenly came to Guhan's mind. He just killed those immortals, captured several real immortals. If we can find a way to directly in this hall, if it falls, I'm afraid it will explode to death people, huh? Moreover, he can also take advantage of the time, take action. Because no one knows that Yi Changqing at this moment is him. Throw away the star gun in his hand. If they fall, it will definitely severely damage the 4 top true immortal elders of the Eternally family. If he had attacked unexpectedly at that time, he would have been able to kill these 4 top level true immortals instantly. But there is some trouble on Bei Gong Yuga's side. You can't die yet. Otherwise he would lose the trump card to balance Bei Gong Yu. And it will also cause Bei Gong Yu to be crazy. When people go crazy, they no longer have any scruples. Forget it. If Bei Gong Yuga can protect it, he will do so. If he can't, there is nothing he can do. It is impossible for him to do this. For such a job, people change their plans. Guhan quickly started his plan. From today on, he will make sure Yi Tian has no children or grandchildren. Chapter 650, True Immortal. Blow them all to death. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in the hearts of several top immortals. You also arrived there, crisis? Several people looked at each other frightened. As top-level true immortals, they are not afraid of crises, should be extremely sensitive. God of several people becoming more solemn and vigilant. He hurriedly told everyone to pay attention to the outside world at any time. Quiet. Obviously, the huge crisis seemed to come from outside the hall. It's even related to Guhan. But it's just a trick, clumsy to the already lurking in there. Guhan on the side created a better opportunity. Brother, I doubt that the devil Guhan can sneak into common. It should be Bei Gong Yuga. It doesn't matter. Guhan disguised Yi Changqing quietly approached Yi Wuxian and whispered, otherwise why would so many huge changes happen today? It's all such a coincidence. When all the coincidences come together, there must be an absurd fact. After hearing this, Yi Wuxian frowned, but he also felt that what his brother said made sense. But even if Bei Gong Yuga is related to Guhan, we can't take. How is it? Yi Wuxian had a headache. That crazy Bei Gong Yuga, you know, Yi Qing Yun is a useless after death. Now the one I care about most is my nephew. Plus Bei Gong Yu songbook, it's too. If anything happens to the second young lady of the divine religion in our hands, the other strong men in the divine religion will definitely not agree to it and may even fight with my Eternally family. Don't worry, big brother. Guhan has been saying things against his will give it to me. I'll try to convince you. If anything unexpected happens, I will take full responsibility. At worst, one life for one life. After being persuaded by Guhan's MLM-like words, Yi Wuxian nodded and agreed to this matter. Let's go. Something I need to ask you privately. Guhan carried Bei Gong Yuga and went to walk to a secluded private room. Yi Huanling, who was still sulking on the side, saw this scene and her eyes rolled around. She quickly stood up. Come follow. Brother Changqing. Are you going to deal with this bitch? I want to come too. Yi Huanling's eyes a touch dark, murderous intent. Previously without by Bei Gong Yuji disgrace. Now that we are in their hands, we are still so arrogant. We are really courting death. Wait a moment, this bitch must be taught a lesson. Guhan raised his eyebrows. Originally he was not interested in killing Yi Wuxian and Yi Huanling. I feel it is a bit difficult. After all, even if a few real immortals were blown up. But with so many strong people present, they should be able to stop them, and at most they will be seriously injured. And the 2 most important people will definitely be protected among them. Now Yi Huanling actually sends someone to die. He is really sleepy, give him a pillow. Many other powerful people did not care about Yi Changqing and Yi Huanling, who were disguised as Guhan. He frowned slightly and focused his attention outside again. Brother Changqing, what are you going to do with this bitch next? Yi Huanling was somewhat interested. Execute them one by one. The method of providing can be explained. He even planned to have his elder brother pretend to flirt with Bei Gong Yuge and record it with the photo recording jade so that it could be used as Bei Gong Yuge's rib is used to threaten. Guhan, this girl doesn't look like a good person. She's more playful than you. And even more evil-minded than you. Always the little black man hiding in the special space also sighed after seeing this scene. Generous. Guhan's face was full of black lines. What, even more cruel than him? He is a good man, okay? Guhan restrained his breath and casually set up a special barrier temporarily isolating the outside world. Quiet. Yi Huanling, at this moment Bei Gong Yuge's smiling a little playfully. You are very proud, aren't you? You actually dared to speak to me like that before. Now you are in my hands and your aunt can't save you today. The words have not been finished. Yi Huanling's voice suddenly stopped. The pupil is constricted like a needle. The head is somewhat mechanical and stiff towards one's own breast. Go. A dagger pierced off, mouth gurgling with bright red continuously flowing out of it. Relax, take a deep breath, it's normal to feel dizzy. Guhan slowly approached and covered Hisif, while constantly sending the seal and the dagger the power of. Yi Huanling's pupils shrank, his face full of disbelief, but he struggled subconsciously. Booty, am just a mortal fairy, how can I escape, Guhan, this true immortal restrain? Yi Huanling, I feel my consciousness is becoming increasingly blurred. But there was still a strong sense of disbelief and unwillingness in his eyes. I don't understand why my brother would do something bad to me behind my back. Why kill? But the consciousness became more and more blurred. There was no time to think. Severe pain and Lamake suddenly fell severely injured and near death. Guhan didn't kill him directly either, because this would alert the enemy. Instead, he used the human emperor banner to collect the other party's residual thoughts in. Is that you, sir? Bei Gong Yuge's eyes lit up as if she had guessed Guhan's intention. Share. Guhan did not say much and solved Bei Gong Yuge's after production. A special the compass was thrown to Bei Gong Yuge. I think you should have some means to save your life. I have something to do next. To do it, protect yourself. He would not deliberately protect Bei Gong Yuge. Being able to do this has already been the most he can do. After quickly dealing with Yi Huanling, Guhan began to take out one real immortal item after another, including the star gun. There are 7 in total. Guhan's eyes flashed pain. True immortala. Looking at the entire fairyland, it is a rare opportunity. Now he wants to take it directly. Lose. It's simply the behavior of a prodigal son. But there is no other way. He can only do this now, otherwise he can only exchange it by consuming villain points. Almost as soon as Guhan started to arrange his true immortal off system at the same time, in the hearts of several true immortals, ominous prediction getting stronger and stronger. It was as if some life or death crisis was lurking between them. Side. Just when a few people couldn't help but want to investigate it carefully. With a bang, the door inside was suddenly knocked open. Oh no! Something happened. Yi Huanling ran out in terror, shouting, "Third brother!" The words have not been finished. A few pieces sparkling brightly mang the true immortal whose aura has reached its peak like a meteor. From then it flew out and smashed directly towards everyone in the hall, including 4 top-level true immortal elders. All faces sudden change. Damn it! Someone wants to true immortal. Everything happened too suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Protect Miss Phantom. It was almost at the moment when the 2 top true immortal elders rushed out. Several flying immortals. Suddenly a shocking event occurred. Local fry. Chapter 651, Madman. A complete lunatic. Boom boom. 7 pieces of true immortal. The energy generated by the explosion is extremely terrifying. Even though there were nearly 25 true immortals present, there were still a powerful immortal in the mortal world. But here, terrible, facing the explosive energy shock wave, it still seemed powerless. The raging divine flames shot up into the sky. The entire hall was instantly razed to the ground by the overwhelming energy shock wave. The energy storm wave, that aftermath, continued to spread in all directions. The guards outside the palace, guards and red dust immortal commander, I didn't have time to react. Intense energy in front of the explosion. It was blown up instantly. Minced meat. No. There are also slightly weaker true immortals here. Terrible energy exploded before the explosion collapse. The soul consciousness that just flew out wanted to escape but was quickly drawn in and disappeared in an instant. The first true immortal fell. The second one will come soon. The third one. The fourth one. 16 true immortals were blown to death one after another. Among them was even a top-level true immortal who filled the center of the energy storm and saved Yi Huanling. This moment. The sky has completely changed. Boom! Clouds gather, pouring. The rain was pouring down. 16 huge. The passage collapsed. This also means the death of 16 true immortals. In this way it's too quiet. So big that it was still intense. The strong ones of hands. At this moment they all stopped. Somewhat sluggish the peace above the sky vision. The true immortal falls. A total of 16 true immortals died. With so many true immortals they can create a second-rate force in the entire fairyland. You should know that there are only 10 true immortals in the Xingqian sect of the East Starsea realm. And 16 people died here. Including the few who died before, a total of 21 true immortals died. This is equivalent to nearly 1/3 of the true immortals in the entire Eternally family. This, even though he knew Guhan Fu Hua, who was very good at making trouble, was now a little dazed. You are the living devil from the underworld. 16 true immortals were all killed by you. With so many true immortals dying, the Eternally family will go crazy. As expected. Yi Tian and the two immortal king ancestors went completely crazy. Even the fight for life has already begun. Tu Beigong Xian and Tai of the divine religion, the immortal king, was hesitant for a moment and didn't want to stop it. Now even they feel that the Eternally family is too miserable. Such a huge loss is really painful. Bonsheksoge. Even the somewhat crazy Beigong Yu was temporarily intimidated at this moment. So many true immortals died. This also exceeds expected. Was it really Guhan who did it? It's just pretending to be crazy. Guhan is really crazy. Miss, are you okay? Miss. At this time, the ruins were slowly uncovered. A top-level mortal immortal dragged Yi Huanling out of the ruins. Seeing the other party's face was dirty, he was relieved to see what kind of injury it was. But I just breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! A long sword suddenly pierced his heart. Under the incredulous gaze of this top true immortal elder, Yi Huanling slowly raised his head, a strange yet indifferent smile. Thank you very much. Boom! The sword energy suddenly hair. The huge energy was directed towards the elder's heart, spread all around. Immediately returned. This named the elder in a daze, exploded, shattered, both soul and body are destroyed. Before consciousness completely dissipated, the elder of the Eternally family finally came to his senses. Flow, a touch of pain, a touch of resentment. Gu Gu Han. But no one heard his whisper. The sword energy surged. Put his it was completely swallowed up, and the last trace of consciousness disappeared completely. It all happened so fast. The few remaining immortals who survived had already been heavy damage. At the very least it supports a broken body, without any power to resist. In serious cases the patient is on the verge of death, hanging on to his last breath. Guhan's the nature is inherently terrifying. In addition to the previous transformation, his strength is even comparable to some ordinary immortal kings. Plus he's not a good disguise. Yi Huanling was well protected by a top-level true immortal ancestor. So he is in the best condition among everyone at the moment. Line hair. His shadow is as fast as time. All words double release combat power. The Hanshao sword appeared in his hand. At this moment Guhan seemed to be stepping into the fleeting time and the long river. The combat power is terrifying to the extreme and the speed is also extremely fast. Ali couldn't see him draw his sword. Can't even catch him film. Only to turn gray, several dazzling swords between heaven and earth, vertical and horizontal, wrong and past. Guhan instantly appeared in another area. And he, after several surviving immortals, gods, all with disbelief, confusion and wide eyes. Finally, accompanied by a loud bang, the figure completely disappeared in the monstrous sword energy. Boom! Yi Tian, who was madly charging towards the Eternal Yi family's territory and the two immortal king ancestors of the Eternal Yi family, once again he staggered as if struck by a huge god trauma. There was a moment of dullness. There are 9 more. The road emerges from the depths of the starry sky, collapse with a loud noise. 9 true immortals fell. Counting the previous 21. 30 true immortals have fallen from the Eternal Yi family. Among them are 4 top-level true immortals. They are all powerful people of the 9th level of true immortal. There may be hope in the future. It is the peerless existence of the immortal king. He died here today for no apparent reason. Yi Tian was even more furious, cracked, so angry that I want to vomit. I feel that his sons now only Yi Changqing is left. And this moment. Guhan also knows himself. I can't hide any longer. The joyful sound returns. Tenji, ha ha ha. Yi Tian. Today is your Eternal Yi family ceremony. I give you this gift. Are you satisfied? Your 2 sons, 1 son. There are still 30 lives left. Consider this my special gift to you. It's done. Ha ha ha. Are you happy or surprised? Guhan smiled wantonly. At this moment, countless people, including several immortal kings and even the immortal kings who were watching the excitement nearby, all frightened and sluggish. Where did this madman come from? He killed so many people in the Yongheng Yi family and even provoked them in public. The Eternal Yi family also hasik. Why would you mess with such a lunatic? With so many people dead, the Eternal Yi family is really hurt. Bone don't say to be the overlord of this starry universe. Whether it can maintain its status as a first-rate force is another matter. Even if there are still a group of people left in the Eternal Yi family, it can be said that they have been severely damaged and their future has been completely ruined. This guy is really crazy. Vanity is also a bit of a headache. Guhan is such as a result, he really created a feud with the Yongheng Yi family and it became known to everyone. I'm afraid many people in the fairyland will know that there is a person like Guhan. This pair, which is extremely detrimental to the secret protection of Yao Qi Fairy Palace. Chapter 652, The Origin of the Tao of the Immortal Realm. Guhan didn't care what other people thought. The relationship between him and the Yongheng Yi family has long reached the point where they are at war to the death. Do it yourself. It is also common sense to do it to the extreme. It's a pity that his current strength is still not strong enough. Otherwise he would not have killed only 30 true immortals. Today he will take advantage of Yi Tian and others being held back to kill everyone else. Guhan. Just like will the roaring sound echoed from outside the starry sky come. Yi Tian was crazy. He was really mad. Ever since Guhan came to the fairyland, he has been on high alert day and night. But he never expected that he would fall into the hands of this kid Guhan. The Eternal Yi family holy city was destroyed. His son, now only 1, is left dead. As a result, 30 true immortals of the Eternal Yi family died. His heart is dripping. The war subsided. The 2 immortal kings of the divine religion did not confront or stop them. After all, Guhan also killed their nephew. It would be a lie to say they were not angry if they thought he died like this. Seal off the entire universe. Once again an extremely angry voice came back. Open it. The power of the endless immortal king spread. 1 golden. The words rise up. At first glance, a huge golden glass bowl boom, shattering the void. It suddenly appeared from the end of the starry sky, and then it will soon cover the entire Eternal Yi family territory. Not only the 3 immortal kings of the Eternal Yi family took action. The 2 immortal kings of the ancient Zhang family also took action. After all, they were also afraid that the current fate of the Eternal Yi family would serve as a lesson for their ancient Zhang family. Go! Get out of here! Vanity swung away with a sword and tried to entangle the 2 ladies. The immortal king of the divine religion once again split a space rift, took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Guhan. Stop! Yi Tian was furious and wanted to stop it. Boom! However, in the next moment the arrow pierced through the void. With unparalleled sharpness, an arrow shot towards Yi Tian's head. Go! This arrow came too suddenly and broke through Yi Tian's defense in an instant, wearing half of him. However, the terrifying energy contained in the scarlet arrow had not yet fry. Only more terrifying force burst out from Yi Tian. It was immediately stopped and forcibly cut off strength. Puff. At the same time, Bei Gongyu seemed to have been attacked in an instant and immediately spat out fresh. Xian Yi Tian's eyes flickered and he was quite shocked. Yi Tian seems to seal a extremely terrifying power. Just because of some reasons he never use. But in just a moment use it got hit hard. Bei Gongyu. Are you really looking for death? Yi Tian was already completely insane. Seeing that Bei Gongyu was still causing trouble for him at this time, he even wanted to kill him. He became even crazier with anger. His pupils are deep. God, suddenly 5 different laws of the Tao appeared, turning with some kind of supreme and majestic power. Snap! A large area of starry sky suddenly split apart. An extremely huge eye with 5 law patterns flowing on it floating, they complement each other. The moment I opened my eyes, 5 shattering forces of destruction bundle. Boom! Destruction wherever the beam passed. A large area of the starry sky suddenly collapsed and the already broken starry sky was directly shattered by these 5 beams bundle, splitting 5 pieces. Bei Gongyu, I feel a huge crisis is coming. At this moment he no longer had the previous madness and only had one thought: escape. But these 5 paths are broken, the bundle is too scary, the various magic weapons used have not yet been. When it arrives it will be shattered in an instant and reduced to ashes. Under the last resort, Bei Gongyu gritted his teeth and decisively chose to give up his strongest future, use it as a shield. Boom! With the shocking local explosion sound, Bei Gongyu's future shattered with a loud bang. And also suffered a more terrible backlash, vomiting a large mouthful of dirty fresh fragments. Spiderweb-like cracks began to appear. Breath, a big drop directly become the beginning, the state of the immortal king. Walk. Bei Gong Xuanhatai, immortal king noodles, big changes. After retrieving Bei Gongyu, he hurriedly grabbed the seriously injured and dying Bei Gongyu and tore open the long river is fleeing madly. But take this opportunity. The vanity has already begun. Long river. Grabbing Guhan, he followed the time without looking back. The long river flows upstream. Leave Guhan here. Yi Tian let out a roar. Use this power comes at a great cost. The power was given to him by those adults. But every time used this strength his, it will be changed subtly. It is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. Several supreme gods are in him, a trace of consciousness will be left on it. Wait until one day use his as a body, I return to the world. And his Yi Tian's consciousness will also completely dissipate. At that time there will be no Yi Tian in the world anymore, and he will also face an alternative kind of death. At this moment this Yi Tian, who had run out of strength, also gave up. Today he must kill Guhan. Boom! Yi Tian's eyes are deep. God, the breath rose to the extreme, even about half a foot reached the realm of immortal lord. With just a random punch he directly opened a void rift that spanned eternity. The sound of rushing water came from it. Everyone, when there is an extremely rich the power from the crack spread out. That was the legendary time long river. Yi Tian directly broke through the passage to time the long river channel. One step among them along with the time Changhe began to chase after Guhan and the other person who were fleeing. Hour in the long river. Guhan was also attracted by the shocking scene before him. This to me a glimpse of the long river, not to the limit. Endless runes of time and space rise and linger above the long river. Every rolling wave seems to represent a world and a road. One after another long river branches. The main trunk of the river is the center, radiating in all directions, spread stick in the sky. Guhan is also among them. Arrived the power of the Tao. It was obviously the first time he came in the long river. But for these scenes all. And for time there are also some inexplicable things in the long river all. The long river is the origin of all the laws of the universe. Everything originates from time in the long river. The path cultivated by countless cultivators in the heavens and myriad worlds is time. A branch of the long river flows out which can lead. When the more tributaries a river has, the stronger the opponent's Tao is. The long river was not created at the beginning of the world but was born naturally according to the laws of the heavens. But it was created by a certain existence. He is the time, the origin of the long river. But he had already fallen desolate and lonely. before the last trace of consciousness faded. All the remaining paths are divided into 6 seconds only to time the largest tributary of the Changha River. Chapter 653 Godzi Shuiying reappeared and defeated him with one move. Guhan felt a slight pain in his head. I don't know why. He is this to me a moment in the long river. This information popped up in my mind. He had never heard of these, but they made him feel particularly the breath of Shi. It's just because he's not strong enough. At this moment the time in the long river nothing can be seen clearly. It's like being extremely myopic. When you take off your eyes the world seems very blurry. Buten that distant time the end of the long river I saw a little bit of black. Still creeping a little bit black. And seeing this black the moment. The power of annihilation was boiling and roaring inexplicably as if resonating with it. There seemed to be something in that area calling him. Boom. Put Guhan give me. I can still spare your life. The direction they came from was shocking local. There was an explosion. A large period of time the long river was the terrible force was rushing in boiling. It turned out to be Yi Tian who was chasing after him. At this moment Yi Tian is using after gaining strength his cultivation level has become infinitely close to that of an immortal lord. For time the comprehension of the long river is also higher and the speed of sneaking in it is also faster. And Fu Hua is only the 5th stage of immortal king. In addition he had to drag along Guhan, a true immortal. Moving forward in the long river the speed is not slow. Even if already in constant hair. But Yi Tian is far away, still getting closer. Guhan, who was caught by Fu Hua, was also a little panicked. He is worthy of being Yi Qingyun's father, the first person with destiny in the Xianhuang world. The force of the hair was so strong that Yi Qingyun was thrown away. Street. You are still stubborn. See, vanity is still running. Yi Tian, but he got angry. I only saw him goldifius. The patterns of the 5 great principles in his eyes became clearer and clearer. The appointment seemed to be with the 5 great overlapping shadows. Flying immortal finger. Yi Tian Jian Han, the force of the hair is concentrated on one point on your fingertips. Just point it out with one finger. The whole time the long river began to roar violently with waves rolling. At this moment, no matter whether it is Fu Hua or Guhan, they are deeply conscious. An extremely huge finger appeared. The finger was getting closer and closer to them and getting bigger and bigger. From the initial size of the building it gradually changed. The mountain was as big as a giant and finally blocked out the sky and the sun like a huge tree approaching them. And in front of them the long river seems under the influence of some force. During the violent rolling one after another waves of time-long river waves group, the huge wall directly blocked their way forward. Damn it! Flashy eyes, deep severe flashing. Do you really think you can defeat me? As he spoke, Fu Hua took out a jade plate engraved with a special inscription from his bosom. Make it. After cracks appeared on it, he threw it towards Yi Tian. Master, please give me a helping hand. The moment the words fell, the jade token exploded. An unspeakable aura suddenly spread out. The moment the breath spreads. The whole time the long river is trapped at this moment into solidification. The finger that was originally above Fu Hua and Guhan's heads was infinitely enlarged. At this moment it seemed as if it was frozen in time in mid-air. Then spiderweb-like cracks appeared one after another. Final giant finger shattered countless fragments. Turned into dust, gone with the wind. Puff. Yi Tian was even more backlash, spit out fresh. But compared to instead of the pain he was now more shocked. Shocked suddenly appeared shadow is also incredibly powerful. That is Asen. Just Filmkoi is unrivaled in elegance and incomparable in holiness. The appearance seemed to have caused a resonance among the rules of time and space here. Who are you? Even this time the long river seems to respect for the Lord. Guhan's pupils shrank like a needle. This sudden appearance in the shadow made him extremely awe. Isn't it the god he saw when he was in the demon emperor Yuan of the Xianhuang world, son? He appeared here again. Even if it is still just a shadow, but at this moment compared to when he was in the demon emperor abyss he is much more powerful times. Ji Yao. You are not dead after all. But just at this moment, Yi Tian suddenly roared. No! It wasn't sent by Yi Tian, but from Yi Tian sent out. There seemed to be 5 different voices mixed in this roar. Yi Tianxian paying his breath about a little runaway. But on the surface one illusion after another appeared film. As those shadows emerged. The whole time the long river is shaking violently. It seems that these 5 the advent of shadow has begun to make this time the long river can't bear it. Although the long river is said to be eternal. But in some essential ways the carrying capacity is limited. When something is beyond eternity, even time it cannot be carried, let alone restricted. The illusion named Ji Yaoing did not respond immediately but glanced at Guhan slightly sideways. This is why the eyes are faint towards the 5 shadows. You are a bunch of ridiculous scum, you are all alive, so how could I die? The words fell. Ji Yao, then a huge object slowly emerged, condensed by the power of pure time and space film. But that shadow but full, it was pitch black as if he was sitting on a huge throne. Guhan's pupils shrank again. This shadow and made him incomparable all. Isn't it that when he was breaking through his consciousness was that piece of God, the world saw the huge shadow? This Ji Yao's people actually know each other. With this huge darkness a shadow suddenly appeared. The power of annihilation is so strong that it becomes real. The shadow is the center, radiating in all directions, spread. It should have been eternal. The long river law is also receiving, yet here the power collapsed and dissipated in an instant. And that huge dark, there's not even a shadow. He just glanced towards Yi Tian. At this moment Yi Tian's scalp suddenly went numb and an intense life and death crisis surged throughout his body. Invincible. Escape. This was the thought that subconsciously emerged in Yi Tian's mind. His current strength is infinitely close to that of an immortal lord. With the support of the 5 supreme beings he can fight even against a true immortal. But now I am just surrounded by that huge illusion. He glanced at it casually. Surround him when the power showed signs of dissipating, even there were black spots on the surface mixed with an extremely strong smell of annihilation. Ji Yao. He died a long time ago. Even if he was reincarnated, that's not him either. Do you think you can save him? There was another voice suddenly coming from Yi Tian. It sounded with some exasperation. It won't be long before we can completely sleepy. Then both you and he will die. Although it was a harsh remark. But the 5 in Yi Tian, the supreme being above, did not seem to intend to let Yi Tian die now. When some special magical power was used again, it was torn apart by force Changhe, but Yi Tian, the state of being annihilated and disappearing, he quickly evacuated with him. Guhan, who saw the whole scene, was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he was going to fail completely. Unexpectedly this god suddenly appeared. Zi Shuiying just used one random move to repel it. Chapter 654, The Initiator of the Second Great Catastrophe in the Fairyland. Guhan. Huge time. The long river gradually calmed down. Guhan opened his mouth, want to say something to Ji Yao. But after performing that move, Ji Yao's the shadow energy can no longer be sustained. The shadow already seems very unreal. Get him out of here. Yes. Vanity took a sip, but in the end he said nothing, grabbed Guhan and quickly walked towards Shilong River. Deep gallop away. Huge time. Soon Ji Yao was the only one left in the long river. Standing in the silence, standing on the long river overlooking the rolling river water below. Finally he murmured, time seems to be running out. I must break through to that realm quickly, otherwise it will be too late. At the same time. Certain deep void. Ji Yao, you are looking for death. The voice filled with rage. It seemed that the entire empty universe was rolling violently at this moment. 5 vague and majestic shadows continue to appear in this starry universe emerge. Although their faces were obscured by the haze, it was hard to tell thread. But from their few weeks the terrible aura they exuded showed that they were all very angry at the moment, but there was a little bit of fear in their anger. What do you think of that? Could Guhan's kid be that guy? The one who made the sound was the supreme god of space. As for the guy he was talking about, even though he didn't say it explicitly, the other 4 supreme gods knew what the supreme god of space was talking about. The reincarnation of the supreme god of nirvana. In fact, they have always known that such a person exists, and this is the first time they have met Guhan. Too young, so young beyond their imagination. The Bone Age is definitely not over 25 years old. In fact, they had already noticed something when Guhan was still in the Shenhuang world. If they remembered correctly, Guhan had just broken through to the semi-immortal level at that time. But how long has it been now? This guy Guhan seems to have broken through to the level of true immortal. We can't delay any longer, and we can't give him Mori a long time, otherwise what happens next it will definitely be extremely disadvantageous to us. The voice of the Supreme God of Time sounded mixed with incomparable solemnity and fear. Now the source of extinction, it is about to disappear, and it won't be long before they out of the seal. If Guhan didn't die, he would impose great restrictions on them, even it is their fatal weakness. And once he is allowed to return to the sixth supreme throne again, all their efforts over the years will be in vain. Soon the Supreme God arrived at the same time the consensus. Even though this may create their plans were exposed ahead of time and may even cause complications, there are no other impacts. They can't delay any longer. Guhan must die. Soon after, the entire Taichu immortal realm was in an uproar. A land full of life in the lush green world of fairy plants. The central temple of this world. One wearing a holy robe, a crown of thorns, and a holy and cold face. When are your hands at this moment? Between the noses, as if he was praying some kind of prayer. Just then the huge statue in front of him suddenly had a look in his eyes, flashing Oni. Rich life force is spreading, it seems. Holy crown of thorns. The child was slightly stunned, and then he knelt on one knee in a pious and fervent voice. Obey the will of the mother goddess of life. Someone come. There were ripples in the space, and several a strong man in silver armor walked out. The Mother Goddess of Life has just issued a decree to subvert the order of the fairyland, the devil who caused the second catastrophe due to the turmoil of heaven and earth. As a loyal believer under the command of the Mother Goddess, we the Life God Church should obey the will of the Mother Goddess and contribute to the peace and stability of the fairyland. You should immediately issue a fairyland wanted order in the name of our Life God Church to hunt down the devil Guhan. Promise. With several, the strong man in silver armor retreated. The entire Life God Church started to operate at this moment just to find Guhan. At the same time, I don't know how far away from the Life God Church, a vast unknown void deep in the universe. Different from the Life God religion, which is filled with rich life force. This starry universe is shrouded in darkness all year round, and the air filled with an extremely strong smell of death. And this area is exactly the kingdom of death, a force under the command of the Supreme God of Death. At this moment, the kingdom of death is deep. Several terrifying auras rose into the sky. The breath of death was overwhelming, and the wailing of the undead filled the entire world. All the Death Lords are out. If you can't find Guhan, all of you come and see me with your heads raised. A more powerful breath came from the depths of the realm of death. Return and come out. As the voice spread, more and more powerful undead flew out from the kingdom of death and soared into the air in all directions of the fairyland. But these two, the place is just different, just a shadow. Strong men have emerged from the legendary Space God Island, Time God Island, in Chaos Spaceland in the Fairyland. Their purpose is self-evident. They want to find Guhan and suppress him. Guhan. Not only that, many powerful people from the affiliated forces of these major superpowers also sent their strong men to search for him. On this day, Guhan's name officially resounded throughout the Fairyland and was known by countless people. No, the strong men in the Fairyland and even the leaders of the forces in the Fairyland all showed a strong interest in Guhan and were even curious about him. Because whether it is the Church of Life or the Space Island, these forces are just super forces that exist in the legends of the Fairyland. Since the last after the she changed, these forces have been hidden in the Fairyland time and space history, never to be seen again. But now it has reappeared because of a little-known Guhan, which has really made countless people sigh. These guys are really looking for death. At the same time, this news also reached the ears of countless powerful people in the Yaoqi Fairy Palace. Immediately send out all the strong men from Yaoqi Palace to kill these guys. The powerful man who was in charge of serving as the temporary master of Yaoqi Fairy Palace gave the order directly. After all, their palace master had issued a death order before he went into seclusion, requiring Guhan to be protected well and not allowed to get into any harm. Now these major forces have issued orders to hunt down and even suppress Guhan. Their Yaoqi Fairy Palace cannot turn a blind eye to it. Soon after, another piece of news swept across the entire Taichu immortal realm like a storm. Countless powerful beings in the immortal realm were shocked and terrified. The powerful men from the 5 major forces, including the Church of Life, the Kingdom of Death, and the Space Island, were intercepted and killed by an unknown top-level powerful man. Several major forces suffered heavy losses. Many powerful people fell. This piece of news made countless people sigh and be shocked. Let's not talk about the strong men of these forces, extremely powerful. Moreover, the backgrounds of these forces are all extremely terrifying. There are many forces and powerful people in the fairyland, so don't provoke them if you can. It can be done without anyone noticing. The existence that killed all these powerful people is most likely from a superpower in the fairyland. The fairyland, which was relatively peaceful and tranquil some time ago, seemed to be in chaos on this day. Get up. Chapter 6. New sign-in location: the City Lord's Mansion of Silent Divine City. Half a month passed in a flash in the small town. A bustling restaurant. I heard that Guhan's guy is incredible. I heard it's the same. It took less than 3 months to ascend from the lower world for the true immortal. And he seems to have a big grudge against the Eternally family. Not long after he ascended to my fairyland, I heard that he blew up the entire holy city of the Eternally family. He also killed 30 true immortals of the Eternally family. I heard that the 4 descendants of Yi Tianxian Wang, only one pulse was left after being killed. As soon as these words came out, many of the drinkers around sighed generous. Ascending from the lower realm? In less than 3 months for the true immortal? And he killed 30 powerful true immortals? Are you kidding me? Not just this drinker, many drinkers scoffed at the relevant remarks and even expressed some disdain. I even feel that the other party is exaggerating. The true immortals are also regarded as the masters of the entire immortal realm. Many people in the fairyland may never. This level is not enough. But just recently 30 beings of this level died. I thought it was a novel. How murderous. You believe it or not. The first drinker who said this took a sip of the immortal wine and continued. Immortal King Yi Tian has personally issued a wanted order, and there are also extremely a generous reward. Not only Immortal King Yi Tian, the 5 major superpowers in my fairyland, the Church of Life, the Island of Space, the Island of Time, the Kingdom of Death, and the Chaos Space have all issued a unified hunting order. And the rewards are bigger than one thick. Speaking of this, the god the drunkard pretends to be a god whispered softly, "Let me tell you another piece of gossip. The reason why these major forces want to hunt down this guy Guhan, I heard that this guy is related to the second great catastrophe in the fairyland. For the future stability and peace of the fairyland, these 5 major forces must kill the devil Guhan." This statement once again caused some sighs among many people around. I feel that some people subconsciously fear great calamity in the fairyland. That is a terrible disaster that would scare anyone. A human face shocked. Some people worry while others are dismissive. Compared to this nonsense, I don't know. Hey Foam, I have some very important news. I heard that in the Xinming Star region the legendary Silent Divine City was born. Among them are various chance treasures countless. I heard there is a heritage from ancient times. My fairyland is not. The powerful people or descendants of the big forces all want to go to that area. Luck. This is a chance to soar to the sky. Don't you want to go together, fellow Taoists? This kind of thing, just think about it. If I remember correctly, the place called Silent Divine City is related to a certain myth in my fairyland. That kind of place, though, there is a great opportunity, but also there is great danger hidden. People like us need count it and go to seize the opportunity. It's almost the same as sending your head. But no one noticed this corner of the restaurant. One is lost in the crowd. On his shoulders stood a black phoenix-like demon. The young man was drinking the fairy wine while listening to the discussions of the drinkers around him. Black youth hid as he put on a bamboo hat and quickly walked towards the entrance of the restaurant. And the shadow was very fast following the crowd disappeared. Almost as soon as he left. "Get out of here!" Street far. Suddenly there was a loud shout and the crowd paused. He immediately made way for the people who were rushing around. Soon a group of frightening and evil-looking people appeared. The strong men in uniform came to the place where Guhan disappeared. A burst of movement. For after searching, it seems that I haven't found the person I want to find. The leader of the strong men suddenly then he got angry. Where are the people? Where did they go? Search for me. That Guhan's thieves definitely didn't go far. There will be a huge reward for finding him. The strong man in the lead held a special piece of black jade in his hand. There is a special aura flickering in it. It seems like something can be detected. As the powerful man finished speaking, the crowd around him roared. Now looking at the entire fairyland, Guhan's name is known to everyone. People are going crazy looking for him. Because the reward for him is too thick. Not to mention the immortal king, even the immortal lord would be shocked when seeing this heart. But the configuration of this group of people looking for Guhan is too exaggerated, isn't it? Someone he sighed, there are 10 of them, all of them are top-level true immortals. You don't understand this. Someone smiled and explained this configuration is already considered low. I've even seen a powerful immortal king personally lead a team to search for it. This name Guhan's guy is extremely powerful. During this period of time alone he has killed countless. I want to find his strong team. Too many people, that's not going to find someone that's going to die. These guys may also remember he even learned how to enforce fishing law. Guhan, who had hidden the answer, realized that a disdainful smile appeared. Others know he can arrive. Deep Wat return, hiding 2 paths. If there is a terrifying aura, it is the immortal king. The 10 people were just a cover to lure him. As long as he dares to show up, take action, then the immortal king hidden in the void will take action to suppress him. This guy might have been afraid of being killed by him recently because he has really killed nearly 100 true immortals who came to look for him. Several powerful forces also suffered heavy losses. As for vanity, I left some time ago because of some things. Returned to the Yaoqi Fairy Palace. If he guessed correctly, Yaoqi Palace should have encountered some crisis, such as threatened by several major forces. During this time he also learned about the origins of vanity. Yaoqi Fairy Palace, the top force in the fairyland. And that Godolph Z is the palace master of Yaoqi Fairy Palace. Although I don't know why the other party wants to help me. But he definitely has no ill will towards me. After all, if the other party really had ill intentions towards me, I would have died long ago. What if 5 major forces? Originally my main goal was to deal with the Eternal Yi family and the ancient Zheng family first, but you guys had to come over to join in the fun. There was a cold flash in Guhan's eyes. After that he had to think of a way to make these 5 major forces suffer a major setback. His main principle is not to take revenge overnight. Revenge immediately if there is any grudge. Although he had killed many strong men from the 5 major forces in the past half-month, he had also honed his, and even his cultivation level has been raised to the 9th level of the true immortal realm. But he still felt a little unsatisfied. Total, I feel this is not enough. The City of Annihilation. Guhan began to recall what he had just heard in his mind. I feel that the so-called silent divine city is related to me and I must go there. At this moment the system's voice suddenly sounded. Byte. A new check-in location has been detected, the City of Silent Destruction. City Lord's Mansion. Guhan was still struggling with whether to go or not, but after hearing these words I feel it settled. Now even the system's broadcast has sounded, which means this place must be related to me. Maybe there will be an opportunity for me to break through to the Immortal King. His cultivation level improved rapidly and he reached the 9th level of the true immortal realm in just half a month. And there is not a bit of water in it because during the past half month he has been fighting non-stop, constantly consolidating and stabilizing his cultivation. Now it is just one step away, an opportunity to break through to the Immortal King. And listening to the name of the silent divine city. If it is related to the meaning of burial that he has mastered. Guhan's sneer came out. Those major forces have sent out immortal kings and even half-step immortal lords are hunting me. Maybe I can borrow the power of the silent city to catch all these guys in one fell swoop. With this in mind, breaking through the air towards the direction of the silent divine city. Chapter 656, The King is Coming Back. At the same time, Yaoqi Palace. Countless powerful people from the Yaoqi Fairy Palace gathered here today. The silent divine city completely disappeared into time countless epochs ago, long river deep. This sudden appearance might be done intentionally by someone. The 5 major forces including the life god cult are not stupid. Maybe they have already guessed that it was my Yaoqi Fairy Palace that acted in secret to protect Guhan. This time I'm waiting. The silent divine city might be set up. Tone incalculable loss. Below, several huge thrones. Several dressed figures talking to each other explained what might happen. Above the 5 hall masters of Yaoqi Palace, he frowned and remained silent. Because of Guhan. Their Yaoqi Fairy Palace has suffered some losses in recent times. Even with several major forces, Zhuang has risen to the level of immortal king. Such a large-scale collision was a complete breakup. The sudden appearance of the silent divine city made them smell something, the smell of danger. Total, I felt like there was an invisible hand pushing me. Maybe they wanted to set a trap there to lure Guhan. Will go there and finally use Guhan to lure them out of the Yaoqi Fairy Palace, killing 2 birds with 1 stone and catching them all in one fell swoop. The things related to the silent divine city are of great importance. After all, that place was once built by that guy himself. Maybe there is his inheritance in it. That kid Guhan was actually his reincarnation. If we get the inheritance inside, wouldn't we be the master, aid the enemy and help him become stronger? A distant and empty place. The phantoms of the 5 supreme gods gathered together again. The reason why the silent divine city suddenly appeared. In fact, they are secretly planning to push. The silent divine city was considered the center of the entire fairyland at that time. But because of the Great War countless epochs ago, the city was reduced to ruins and hundreds of millions of residents living in the city of God all changed overnight. The undead that is not recognized by the rules of the fairyland. And they used their magical powers to seize the fortune of heaven and earth to completely seal the silent divine city and exile it to the time-long river deep. Just to maintain this sealing power, they have to consume it every year. They, as well as the forces they created, have to pay a huge price every year. Now, in order to quickly sleepy, they also decided to take it back strength. Let the silent divine city be destroyed from time-long river deep, fall out and return to the world again. Before I sealed the silent divine city, I did some research, so how could there be any chance? The supreme god of space continued, and even if there really is an opportunity, it is just an opportunity that is dispensable to us, so why should we care about it? As soon as these words came out, the other supreme gods were still a little worried. But I also think what he said makes sense. For them, the most difficult people to deal with now are Guhan and Ji Yao. One is the reincarnation of the supreme god of Nirvana. The other is the successor of the Tao fruit of the supreme god of Nirvana before his complete demise. It condensed the origin of time and space, seriously threatening the status of the supreme god of space and the supreme god of time. Besides, Guhan hid too deeply and there was no trace of him in the past few days. The supreme god of life spoke. The growth rate is very fast. It will definitely take less than 10 years. As for the immortal lord or even the quasi-immortal emperor, by then it will be too late for us to deal with him even if we want to. Why not take this opportunity to invite you, since he is the reincarnation of the supreme god of Nirvana? I am sure that after learning about the incident in the silent divine city, I will definitely go to that place, luck or even looking for opportunity. All we need to do is prepare in advance, make arrangements and wait for him to take the bait. Soon after, the will of the 5 supreme gods quickly reached the ears of the top leaders of the 5 major superpowers, including the Church of Life. The powerful men from several major forces also quickly began to deploy their plans. Certainly. Many years ago, the silent divine city was considered a super treasure land in the fairyland. Among them, there are many powerful people hidden, a blessed place. Maybe there is an extremely good opportunity hidden inside. These forces wanted to set a trap for Guhan. Naturally, I also want to seek good things for my younger generations. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone and maximize your benefits. At the same time, Guhan, who was on his way to the silent divine city, also received a message. The silent divine city is very dangerous. The 5 major forces, including the life divine cult, are not looking for opportunities but to find you, kill you. If you want to go, be careful. After putting the jade talisman in his hand away again, Guhan didn't take it too seriously. The one who sent him the message was Fu Hua. They usually use this special jade talisman to communicate. During this period, he was not idle either and had already investigated the details of the silent divine city news and legends. It is a huge divine city opened up by the legendary supreme god of Nirvana and was once the core of the fairyland. Danger. But wealth and honor are achieved through risk. Since the system asked him to sign in at such a place and it was the city lord's mansion of the silent divine city, it must be a great opportunity. Now all kinds of monsters and demons have come out. There are several major forces in the fairyland and there are 5 supreme gods. He originally thought that he had broken through the realm fast enough. But now it seems it's still a bit too slow. If you can sign in for some good treasures in the silent divine city, you may even get other rewards. For example, the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the supreme god of Nirvana, or for a former subordinate to follow him again. That's the real takeoff. Although the Yao Qi Fairy Palace was also doing its best to help him. But after all, it is not his own power. This makes him feel unsafe. If you can gain your own power in the silent divine city, many things now he can transform mainly. At the same time, the sky was in turmoil. In the dark and desolate starry sky, a huge city of gods that is so huge that it seems to have no end. 9 different stone sculptures stand in the core area of the city lord's mansion. If you look closely, the stone carvings are each of them has a different expression, just like a real living person. There are men and women, there are old and it seems to be because it has been silent here for a long time. The stone carvings are all tinged with a strong aura of desolation. Just at this moment, one of the stone sculptures suddenly a pair of bright eyes opened in the dark eye sockets. Stone carving like in a slight. Although there is no. But there was a sound coming out. I hear it is the breath of the king is coming back. The voice became more and more crazy and louder. The king is still alive, he is not dead yet, he is coming back. Chapter 657, Endless Time Hatred. Xinghai Plain. Almost in this stone sculpture while making a sound. The other 8 stone sculptures also seemed to wake up buzz. Voices were heard one after another. Well, old Ghostly has gone crazy again, talking nonsense here again. The king died a long time ago. If he was still alive, he would have returned long ago. How could he have watched us being sealed away for so many years? How dare you? You ungrateful wolf. If the king hadn't given you the opportunity, how could you be where you are today, at once? How dare you disrespect the king? Bullshit. When have I ever disrespected the king? You are slandering me here. The 2 stone sculptures started arguing loudly. The other 7 stone sculptures remained silent. It seems like I've gotten used to it. But at this moment, a slightly childish voice suddenly sounded. Actually, I also have a feel in the dark sleep. I feel that maybe the king will really come back soon. Normally at this time we are still sealed in time long river deep. Today we have returned to the fairyland again. Such a strange situation. Doesn't it mean that something big is happening? Xiao Ziwei, please don't make things thinking too much, alright? Another slightly scattered voice sounded. Those guys went to great lengths to seal us and the entire silent divine city in time long river deep. They just didn't want us to come out and now they suddenly let us out. They must be planning something bad. What is their plan? Bai Zai is right. Another slightly off voice sounded. Those guys are not good people either. Now they have taken our silent divine city from the past, released from the long river again. He must be harboring bad intentions. God. If there is a chance, it would be best this group of guys. Even before I completely perish, I will avenge myself. The stone sculptures are filled with anger and hatred. The divine city of silence was destroyed and billions of lives were reduced to undead spirits overnight. They were sealed in time-long river deep. Don't know how much year. This kind of hatred, no matter how long it lasts, it can't be diluted. Xianming Star Region. Star Sea Plain. This piece, the beautiful world, is the magnificent natural scenery nurtured by the fairyland universe, and it is also a natural cemetery. Above the Xinghai Plain there is an ocean-like energy floating. The matter hangs upside down in the air, wrapping countless huge stars inside. Among these countless stars, some are born naturally of. Some are also born from the unwilling thoughts of strong people after their death, after absorbing the energy of the starry sky. Among these countless stars, there are also many that were transformed from powerful men who died in that war, which are equivalent to their tombs. There is a hint of sadness in the beauty. And at this moment, Oni, young man in a gray robe, flew over the Xinghai Plain. This thing was none other than Gu Han. The 5 major forces have been going crazy lately. Look for his traces. They had spies or hired people looking for him everywhere. To be on the safe side, he could only be a lone ranger and go alone to the deep sea of Starsea Plain, the silent divine city. Along the way he did encounter some starry sky wastelands of the attack. But his current strength can be said to be the top among the true immortals. The journey was smooth and unobstructed. He also saw along the way people. There are extremely powerful creatures floating in the air. There were also powerful immortal kings who broke through the air. He also saw a presence that looked like an immortal also heading towards the direction of the silent divine city. Just at this moment, another huge ferry boat came from afar galloping towards us. With excellent eyesight, Guhan quickly recognized the origin of this ferry boat. The Church of Life. Everyone on this immortal boat is from the Church of Life. From a distance he could see several powerful and youthful figures on the deck of the immortal boat film. It seems that he is the pride of the Life God Church. Likewise, he was still on the immortal boat arrived powerful aura of the immortal king. Seems to be their protector. Guhan glanced. Everyone says that the immortal king is the one standing at the top of the pyramid. One of them is hard to come by in a lifetime. He didn't know how many immortal kings he had seen. It looks like the cabbages on the roadside. But perhaps the realm he had reached was too high, or perhaps he was too hated. So there are also quite a lot of powerful immortal kings present. You guys are lucky, otherwise your ashes would have been scattered all over the place. Guhan cursed in his heart. If this group of geniuses of the Life God sect did not have an immortal king to protect them, he would definitely rush forward without saying a word and send them to their doom. But the immortal king is still too powerful. Even if he was sure he could deal with the other party, the price he would pay would be too high and it would not be worth it at all. At the same time, the several figures on the immortal boat also noticed Guhan below. A mortal cultivator dared to go deep into the Shanghai Plains. That's quite courageous. This is not courage, this is a lack of self-awareness, no sense of one's own strength, and still running here to die. What a fool. Several young men on the ferry boat discussing. There is a condescending indifference, disdain, and curiosity. But this is normal. An elder who guarded the dhow suddenly stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Recently Guhan's name has been well known in my fairyland, everyone knows him." This also made many people subconsciously think that Guhan, a genius who ascended from the lower realm, could make a name for himself in the fairyland. They feel they can do it too. As soon as these words came out, several other Tianzhou, it's solemn and a bit ugly at the same time. They actually hold the same idea in their hearts. There is a saying, seeing is believing. What you hear from other people is what you hear from other people. Rumor has it that Guhan is so powerful. But that's just a rumor after all. They are also true immortals and the strongest among them. In addition, it comes from the super force of the Church of Life. From childhood to adulthood there are countless chain repair resources. How is it possible that he is inferior to a native who ascended from the lower world? This time the legendary silent divine city was born. They came here to look for opportunities and also to be able to make a name for himself that is greater than Guhan or even completely overshadow him. A genius. It's all hot and never admit defeat. The guardian Suer smiled and said, Guhan is not as simple as you think, and he is also stronger than you think. This person is not only powerful but also very good at hiding and lying dormant. For example, the person below could even be Guhan in disguise of. As soon as these words came out, several geniuses of the Church of Life were even more disdainful. How is that possible? They, the Thai Life God sect, heard that they had lost several half-step immortal kings and even dozens of true immortals but still failed to find Guhan. How could they meet by chance? Guhan originally didn't want to pay attention to the immortal boat of the Life God cult. Planned to keep moving forward. Unexpectedly a voice suddenly came from the immortal boat of the Life God cult. The person in front, stop. We are from the Church of Life. We need your cooperation in the inspection. Obviously, the stubborn genius refuses to believe in evil. Even ready to verify on the spot. Chapter 658, Enemies gathering place, kill them all. Guhan paused slightly. Directly from the storage, take out a special token from the space. I am a disciple of Wuxin Xianmen. I wonder if you Taoist brothers have any advice for me. As soon as these words came out, several special divine thoughts that were aimed at Gu Han fell towards the token in his hand. Soon a joyful voice suddenly sounded. This person has the power of Wuxin Xianmen. The aura on it is not fake, so it is even more impossible that Gu Han is pretending okay. It seemed that several geniuses of the Life God Church had just made some kind of bet. One of them, it seemed that Z had won his own guess and was quite satisfied with his judgment. The other man, it's a bit ugly. Humph. Gu Han is a thoughtful person, fraud. Maybe these things are real and he prepared them on purpose. This time the few of them did not hide their conversation. With excellent hearing, Gu Han also heard their conversation clearly. At this moment he narrowed his eyes. Should we take the initiative and kill these guys first? Where do you want to go, Tracemanny? Where Purpleaf the Sun asked again. Gu Hanshin, after a moment he spoke. I plan to go to the former residence of the Northwind Immortal to see if I can get some good. He did his homework before coming here. I know that in addition to the Silent Divine City there are many other trace. However, the City of Silent Destruction was only born not long ago and is also the most famous. The news of the birth of the Silent Divine City has spread all over the fairyland not long ago. Don't you know about it? Don't you want to go? One of the young man smiled and said, the so-called former residence of the Northwind Immortal you mentioned is too low class, and I don't know how many if you have been there you can gain good things. It can be considered unprecedented. While saying this there was an innate arrogance and even a certain disdain in the man's voice. Perhaps in the eyes of other people in the fairyland the true immortal is the supreme existence in the entire fairyland. But in the eyes of these favored ones of the Life God Church, true immortals are actually just like that, and their cultivation is also that of true immortals. The Silent Divine City is too big a concern. My current cultivation level is only at the level of a mortal immortal. If it's a place like that I'm not even good enough to be cannon fodder. Why would I go there and die? Hearing Gu Han's words, Green the man was quite satisfied and nodded slightly, saying, yes, you know that you are born small and weak. There are not many people like you who are self-aware in the fairyland today. Gu Han heard Thishern twitch. Damn it. A few humble words on it? You'd better pray that I don't meet you in the City of Destruction. Otherwise your ashes will be scattered all over the place. We also want to go to the Shanghai Plain. I can give you a ride. Green the man continued, it's just a small matter anyway, don't worry, you are so weak and you can't if you don't meet our standards. We have no interest in you. We are members of the Church of Life. We in the Church of Life are not Gu Han and will never kill innocent people. Okay. Slander me and say bad things about me in front of me. If you meet me in the City of Destruction you will die. Come on up, don't waste time. Accompanied by Qing, the man finished speaking. A structure constructed by laws, the ladder of laws, stretches down from the immortal boat. Slowly landed in front of Gu Han. Seeing that the other party was determined to let him get on the immortal boat, Gu Han had no choice but to go up. Anyway, they are now despised. If the other party has ill intentions towards you, you can simply crush the immortal King Jade Talisman and kill them all quickly. Gu Han walked up the ladder of laws onto the immortal boat. That the immortal king, hiding in the dark, also emitted a force of will to explore him. These days he has been fighting openly and secretly with the immortal kings of the 5 major forces of the Life God sect. Naturally he also knew what the other party used to judge him share. Now he has complete control over the power of annihilation. Just put it hidden in the origin, not used. Basically no one can detect it. Sure enough, his guess was correct. The immortal king casually detected it and seemed not to sense the power of annihilation. This will's divine thoughts were taken back. The deck of the ferry boat is very huge. Including the young man who spoke earlier, man and Purple Sun is here, and there are about 30 people. All are clear the true immortal. 8 top-level true immortal guardian elders. In secret there is an immortal king hidden. Such a lineup is not weak, it can even be said to be very strong. If he took action he might be able to kill them all, but the price he would pay would definitely be extremely heavy. And no one knows whether there are other powerful people from the Church of Life nearby. You what's in a name? You look like you travel often. Where have you been? This group Z suddenly asked, his voice full of curiosity. Su Chang'e. Guhan once again brought up the name he had used before. After that it was normal small talk. These guys are just curious about some places outside. For example, ask him where he has been and what he has experienced. Or ask him if he has encountered anything interesting. This group of geniuses of the life god religion gave him, I feel like a flower raised in a greenhouse. I am curious about everything when I go out for the first time. But this also gave Guhan opportunity to make small talk. During this period Guhan also more or less I learned some things about the life god church report. The highest leader of the Church of Life is the High Priest of Life. His cultivation is extremely terrifying and has reached the level of quasi-immortal emperor. In addition, the life god cult has 5 great generals, all of whom are at the level of immortal lord. The ferry boat was moving very fast, speeding all the way. Soon they arrived at the core area of Xinghai Plain. Different from the edge of the Star Sea Plain. The core area of Xinghai Plain is even more spectacular and grand. Above the sea of stars, countless stars dot the 4 directions, illuminating all directions. You can even hear the sound of crashing waves. It's really a sea of stars. A sea of stars floating above the sky like a sea of blue stars. Countless stars are immersed in the endless sea of stars out of the glittering Hui. I heard that in the deep sea of stars, and there are countless passages leading to other special small worlds. Even though Guhan was used to many big scenes. At this moment I see this movie. After seeing the scene I couldn't help but sigh generous. Brother Dao, the silent divine city we are going to is in another direction. I'm afraid it's not on the way. The underlying meaning is also simple. You should go down now, we are not on the way. Guhan didn't say much. He smiled and flew directly off the ferry boat. If he wasn't in the dark, it should be noted that there is also the immortal king. Today he will bury all these guys, leaving no one alive. Guhan quickly got off the ferry boat. Looking at the huge waves of the sea of stars above, Guhan couldn't help but feel a surge of shock in his heart. It looks like the sea, but it is actually a special energy quality. It is filled with a huge breath of energy. I don't know how it is suspended above the starry sky. And I don't know if it's an illusion. Behind this boundless sea of stars arrived the power of Siddhartha. The power of annihilation. If this is true, this film beautiful star see absolute, hiding the big, even extremely dangerous. He even had a guess that perhaps it was the work of the legendary god of Nirvana. Because he discovered that the center of this sea of stars was in the direction of the city of silent destruction. The entire silent divine city seems to be the center of this sea of stars. And this sea of stars seemed to be born because of the silent divine city. If I go in later silent divine city by signing in, you can get some things and even master silent divine city, even this vast sea of stars, and build this place my base camp. Thousands of thoughts suddenly arose in Guhan's mind. If he could really get what he wanted. This time he can not only and even can be mainly host attack and kill the 5 major forces that are besieging him. At the same time, deep in the silent divine city, the stone sculptures that were still accusing and cursing at each other suddenly stopped at this moment, as if they had noticed something. Directiongo. That the direction was exactly the direction Guhan came from. You all get there, are you breathing? The one who made the sound this time was the one with a somewhat often. None of the other stone sculptures responded. There was a storm in the hearts of all of them. Although they destroyed the city of the gods descends to the world again from the long river. There are many powerful people in the fairyland who want to make a good plan, have rushed here. They all noticed it too. But because the entire starry sea is connected to the silent divine city, they also they were all aware of the strong men coming in, even know. This time they knowing that the breath of their king. Is it really as that big fool said? Their king has returned? Guhan on the other side didn't know this. At this moment he was galloping all the way, restraining his breath. Soon we arrived in front of a special canyon. Even if he is only on the periphery, smelled a lot of powerful auras. They all seem to come from some powerful forces in the fairyland. Or maybe he is simply the chosen one or the core successor of some top forces. At this moment they were all waiting outside the canyon in tacit understanding, as if waiting for something. Guhan's gaze once again towards the huge canyon at the end of the site. I don't know if it's an illusion. From far the opening of this huge canyon looks very neat, as if it was split open by a powerful being. And in the ordinary sense it is enough to crush, withering and rotten. The sword energy that can break everything is different. Guhan is here again, in the sword arrived the power of annihilation. Could it be that the person who cut out this canyon with a single sword was a powerful figure from the silent divine city? This speculation suddenly emerged in Guhan's mind. He actually already had a guess about the power he possessed. The meaning of the burial way was passed on to him by Zhengxuyuyu. And the power seems to come from the same source as the city of annihilation. It's better to make a bold guess. Perhaps the Zhengshu moon came from the silent divine city. Maybe he could try it later. Through this he has power and the silent city, and even this sword energy resonates. If it is really possible achievement. This area is completely free for him to roam freely. And he also saw Yi Chongqing in this area film. This is his job, people. Maybe he can use this kid to kill all the geniuses gathered here. He and almost all the above people have grudges. Many people present here either came from the 5 major superpowers such as the Church of Life. Or it could be related to the 5 major forces such as the Church of Life. Or it could be the forces that participated in the siege on him these days. There is no innocent anyway. But in the next moment Guhan immediately gathered his thoughts. Hide your breath and completely integrate yourself in the void. Almost as soon as he finished this, the next moment, that extremely powerful divine thought tore the space apart from the depths of the void. Sweep come. Those who gathered here, the many geniuses in the canyon, suddenly some even uttered a muffled groan, unable to resist the terrifying power of the immortal Kingscan. Yi Tian, what are you doing? Are you provoking us or trying to start a war? At the same time the sky is deep, there was a scolding sound. The terrifying power of the immortal king spread. Will from after the divine consciousness was withdrawn. Yi Tian frowned slightly and said, please don't misunderstand me, I just had a sleep. I think that traitor Guhan might have arrived nearby. What did you say? Guhan is here. Several strong men, big changes. At the same time I also felt alert. A subtle divine thought was emitted, secretly scanning the surroundings. In recent days Guhan's name has spread throughout the Taichu immortal realm and is known to everyone. And it is also because of the interference of the 5 superpowers such as the Church of Life. Guhan has been shaped. The delusion of subverting the fairyland may even be the trigger for the second catastrophe in the fairyland. In addition, before that the entire Eternal Yi family holy city was destroyed and countless people were killed. He also killed nearly 100 true immortals from the 5 major superpowers who were hunting him. In the eyes of many people, he is an unforgivable devil who deserves to be killed by anyone. Although they also guessed that Guhan might come here. But they have been keeping an eye out these days and there is absolutely no news. What is this guy Etion arrive? Are you serious? Guhan really came here? An immortal king from the Church of Life asked. It's just a guess. Etion responded, if I were him I would definitely come. Please be careful and send a message to your juniors. Guhan is a vindictive person. We have not been here for a long time. Make an effort to hunt him down. If he had the chance he would never spare and even kill. I'll wait the successor. After this was said, several other hidden deep in the void cephalopoda flashing. But for the sake of safety he still sent a message to his younger generations to be careful. Hearing that his own immortal king protector was telling him that Guhan might be nearby and might even hiding among them. Some Tianjiao suddenly looked, be alert and be wary of people around you. But some people are dismissive and remain calm. It's just Guhan, if he dares to show up they will kill him. When the tiger is away the monkey is king. Guhan was able to lead. The situation is so complicated, it's just that he hasn't encountered the geniuses from these superpowers. Otherwise he has nothing to do with it. That guy Etion seems to be nearby. Guhan very keen sense even about to the other powerful aura of the immortal king. He had originally planned Tomix among these geniuses. He would kill a few of them unexpectedly this area. But now it seems I have to give up. It's better to choose to continue lying dormant. Enter. There are many passages in the silent divine city. This channel is one of them. Since there is an immortal king guarding this place, there may be one in other areas as well. Compared with 4, find another exit or continue waiting here. Boom. About a few more hours passed. Suddenly the knife-cut canyon, the air of annihilation suddenly hair. A huge illusory and misty portal suddenly appeared slowly at the end of the canyon. Chapter 659, the Gate of Nirvana appears, making it the target of public criticism. Then in the shocked eyes of countless people. The canyon is deep. Thousands of dark runes rose up. Others don't know. But only Guhan can clearly, knowing that among the thousands of dark runes there is a rich force of annihilation, a power that can annihilate everything. Finally a slightly dilapidated portal that seemed to be between reality and illusion appeared deep in the canyon, slowly emerging. The legendary Gate of Nirvana that leads to the city of Nirvana has appeared. Many monks who saw this scene were immediately shocked, very happy. The silent city is very divine. What they gained the newspaper is also extremely limited. I just want to get in to reach the divine city of Nirvana. One must first find the Gate of Nirvana. But the Gate of Nirvana does not appear in every place. Therefore the talented monks from various major forces will choose to wait in places where the Gate of Nirvana may appear. And their luck was very good, as a door of Nirvana happened to appear in the place they chose. And just at this moment, deep sky, a loud voice came back, and then, the Gate of Nirvana is open. It's open for a short time. Each Gate of Nirvana can accommodate a limited number of people. Enter. After arriving at the city of silent destruction, you must be careful. If you encounter silent undead in the city of silent destruction, do not provoke them and avoid them if possible. Unless you have Toonly, then can you try to kill the silent undead. From now on we will lead the team. Anyone who disobeys orders will be killed. The words fell. The sky was boiling and roaring. 11 gaps in space were torn open. The overwhelming aura of the immortal king emanated from it. Guhan, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but feel a palpitation of fear when he saw this scene. He knew that the immortal king was still there in the dark. I hid it, but I never expected there were so many. If the 11 immortal kings had just, even if there is a jade talisman of the immortal king, then there is probably only one way to go, which is death. Baigong Yuga seems to have also come to the City of Silence. I don't know if Baigong Yu came along. Maybe you can borrow's power to help him check and balance this guy Etion. Guhan, I knew you might be here. At this moment Etion's deep voice came back. Quartet. There should be more silent divine cities. It has something to do with you. If you are here now, I won't kill you. We can even work with you treasure hunt in the silent divine city. As soon as these words came out, Not to mention Guhan, the other immortal kings all cast complicated and suspicious eyes towards Yi Tian. What happened in the Yanghan Yi family making a fuss quiet is not small. Many people have heard of it. Let's not talk about the eternal Yi family dying. Because of this, there are still some real immortals tribe members. Yi Tian's 4 sons, I heard that all of them died and only one was left. The hatred of cutting off one's descendants is irreconcilable. This guy Yi Tian actually wants to cooperate with his enemy? If you want to cheat someone, you should use your brain a little. But Yi Tian didn't seem to care. The voice was still ringing. Guhan, I know you must be here. Now you are hiding in the dark and won't come out. If we gain something later and you want to pick some of the spoils, you will be an enemy of all of us. Then I and my fellow Taoists surround me. Even if I have to give up the chance to destroy the divine city, I must kill you first. As soon as these words came out, several immortal kings frowned even more. There is a fairy king face dignified. There were also immortal kings who cast a dissatisfied look at Yi Tian. They finally figured out what Yi Tian was planning. This is intended to use them as knives to deal with Guhan. But what the other party said made a lot of sense. I heard that Guhan is good at disguise. Nowadays even the immortal kings like them find it difficult to find it. What if I get mixed up among them? When the opportunity comes, someone suddenly jumps out and snatches it away. Aren't they marrying for others? Even losing both the wife and the army? Guhan is indeed an extremely dangerous guy. If the other party is after to show off one's abilities, chance and the like can indeed be put aside for the time being. It would be safest to kill this guy with all your remaining strength. Although many immortal kings did not speak. But because of Yi Tian's words, everyone has completely acknowledged this fact. Guhan appears. Kill Guhan first. This Yi Tian is a really evil guy. Xiao Haizi suddenly came from Guhan. A head popped out from his collar. He said this on purpose to trap you, the target of public criticism. If you must enter, if it were the silent divine city, it would probably be very dangerous. Do I need to tell you that? Guhan rolled his eyes in annoyance. You've seen it, why can't I see it? He said that Yi Tian was a 1,000-year-old fox. How could you possibly say something bullshit and meaningless? It turns out that they are setting a trap for him here. But so what? Yi Tian wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill Yi Tian. In the outside world, he wanted to kill immortal kings like Yi Tian. In addition to relying on the power of the Yao Qi Fairy Palace, he is Alanites impossible. But now, not yet in before the destruction of the divine city. He is in the silent city. Arrived the breath of Shi. Maybe I can find an opportunity to kill Yi Tian and his gang in the city of annihilation? Yi Tian also knew that Guhan would not come out. After uniting together, he looked for an opportunity to kill Guhan. Yi Tian no longer hesitated. Directly choose to lead the way with many immortal kings. Lead the group of young people behind them walked along the dark and deep canyon towards the gate of Nirvana. Guhan was not in a hurry. Then waiting secretly. Who knows if this old fox Yi Tian will deliberately wait for him inside. As soon as he stepped in, he was caught by Yi Tian. What should he do? Yi Tian, are you making a big deal out of nothing? A life theology, the immortal king said. There are some special immortal kings deployed along the way you came here system. Don't let it affect Guhan. Follow us. The other powerful forces behind even the geniuses have been affected by these made big loss. Yi Tian, you are really afraid of Guhan. The head boy made it. God is out of control. An immortal king from the kingdom of death who exuded a strong aura of death sneered. There are so many of us in here. Even if Guhan is very capable, he will surely die if he dares to show up. You're just wasting your time by doing all these unnecessary things on purpose. Yi Tian completely turned a deaf ear to the words of the other immortal kings. A group of people who have never fought with Guhan. Of course, it's easy for an idiot to talk without any pain in his waist. This guy Guhan is too evil. Treating him as a young junior is really no different from seeking death. In less than 3 years he ascended from the barren land of Xianhuang world. Half a year already he is a top-level true immortal. Can obtain this. Its existence is unheard of in the entire fairyland today. if you don't pay 10 or 100 times more attention to it. Not to mention the immortal king, even the immortal venerable could fall into their hands. For example, his master immortal Tai Yin. It was because he went to his master last time to calculate some things about Guhan. His master went into seclusion not long after that, completely ignoring worldly affairs. This made Ji Tianzong think my master might be because of Guhan and choose to retreat. Even the immortal master doesn't want to enough of these things. This is enough to show how terrifying Guhan is. If I were Yi Tian the old fox. Knowingly later someone followed secretly and even wanted to pick peaches anytime and anywhere to seize the opportunity. Even if it takes a lot of effort, I have to make some arrangements along the way. I will never let you. The ladder was too comfortable. Still hiding in the void, standing in the canyon, Guhan kept analyzing Yi Tian's thoughts and ideas. At this moment Guhan suddenly looking up towards the sky go. There are a few. A powerful aura is moving towards this place at a very fast speed, direction approaching. It should be that some geniuses from powerful forces were waiting for the gate of nirvana in other areas, but when it did not appear they rushed to this area. Guhan originally wanted to hide. But an idea suddenly popped into my mind. Why are you hiding? I will use the same trick against them. Just find a way to mix into this group of guys. Let these guys walk in front of you and follow behind them. If Yi Tian really set up some means in front. Once these people fall into the trap, he can also encourage these people to have a relationship with Yi Tian and even make them fight each other. Chapter 660, The City of Destruction is my home. With this in mind, Guhan hurriedly chose to purchase a special treasure from the system mall through the villain point. Shield compass, 10,000 villain points per block. Once consumption road after use 3 hours can be completed. Shield from the aura is completely undetectable to anyone below the immortal Lord Millie. In exchanging this treasure afterwards, Guhan used it without saying anything. But in an instant his breath completely disappeared. Just like an inconspicuous stone, no one would care. Not long after, an immortal king led a group of geniuses towards this. The direction is falling. Guhan, who was hiding in the dark, raised his eyebrows. He turned out to be a strong man from the chaotic space. These guys are all hot-tempered. After that, if you instigate them a little, you might be able to get the other party to fight Yi Tian directly. Let's go. I'll lead the way, you guys follow. The Chaos Space Immortal King, who was in the lead, gave an order. Without saying a word, he led a large group of Chaos Space geniuses towards the depths of the canyon. Run away quickly. Guhan waited patiently until the last Tianjiao just stepped forward canyon. Guhan suddenly appeared in the shadow. Micro idea: the 10,000 souls banner enveloped it. Before that person could react, his soul was directly captured by the 10,000 souls banner walk. Guhan did not choose to kill him directly. Fear of starting a chain reaction and even being noticed. Almost in the next moment, the shadow changed rapidly, becoming exactly the same as that genius's appearance. At the same time, he also received special feedback from the 10,000 souls banner. Through the 10,000 souls banner, all the memories and cognition of this genius were known. The Chaos Space Immortal King, who was clearing the way, seemed to have noticed something, paused and stepped back slightly. Go. But this canyon is filled with thick black fog, able to affect the monk's detection and soul know. After making sure no one was killed, the Immortal King of Chaos Space did not think much and chose to lead the way. But no one expected it. Guhan had already mixed in with them without anyone noticing for one of their own. Guhan walking at the end, the corners are slightly tilted. For others, the journey was incredibly dangerous. But for him, it really felt like he was going home and he had someone to lead the way. Because of his status, and the environment is completely different from others. Others enter after this canyon, it will be affected by the mist of annihilation. All aspects of knowledge will to limit. But he is different. After coming to this world, his knowledge seems to become clearer. Even the vision has become better, and he can even see things that some monks cannot see. For him, it really feels like returning to my own home. So the silent divine city should be mine, and it should have been mine. These guys ran into my house and even wanted to take my things. This thought suddenly occurred to Guhan. And he also thinks his ideas make a lot of sense. So it is only natural to kill these guys. That's how it should be. Continue to go deeper into the canyon, move forward. The aura of desolation that filled the canyon became increasingly dense and even began to affect the vision of many powerful people. However, it seemed that it was also because Yi Tian and others were leading the way in front. Although the atmosphere became increasingly weird, nothing dangerous occurred. Did I think too badly of Yi Tian? There was nothing left to deal with me, system? Guhan suddenly felt suspicious. From Jin, so far in the canyon they haven't encountered any danger at all and everything has been going smoothly. You know, it was originally according to his prediction. Yi Tian was tricked so badly by me, and he is still I used to bring hatred to myself. He was absolutely certain that he had come here, so it was impossible for him not to have a backup plan. Guhan calmed his mind and observed as he walked. Suddenly his eyes lit up. He suddenly felt the feedback from the power of annihilation that filled the space. Arrived the light roll system, the breath left. Very, very subtle. Also, because the entire canyon was in silence and shrouded in haze, even the leading immortal king was unable to notice it. Continue to calm your mind. Guhan's consciousness here the canyon was infinitely magnified. The space of hundreds of miles ahead was occupied by him. Gather all knowledge in your mind. Soon he noticed that there is indeed one special system keep. And Yi Tian is a very scheming guy. Only the strong ones below the immortal king can hear. Immortal king arrived, there won't be any reaction at all. He must have known that if other forces came there will be a powerful immortal king leading the team, and if they are discovered they will definitely be careful to avoid them. I can indirectly know the detailed appearance of the surrounding space through the feedback from the power of annihilation. Suddenly a bold idea came to my mind. Then can I use the power of annihilation that I control to resonate with the power of annihilation that fills this space, and even use this power for my own benefit? Heart immediately. Guhan quickly began to try out his own ideas. Almost no use time. Not far the haze of annihilation begins to drift. To others this seems normal. The desolate haze that fills the air is dancing in the cold wind. But in Guhan's eyes the desolate haze in that area was completely to your own control, and the directions converge. Even the leading immortal king did not notice such a phenomenon. The immortal king who leads the chaos space, I didn't notice it at all. Guhan was overjoyed. There is more room for creation. Guhan secretly exerted his strength to fill more annihilation haze into the area that Yi Tian had laid control around. Here strength it was so concealed that even the immortal king in the chaos space who was passing by was unable to notice it. And follow him, the few geniuses behind him didn't notice it at all, and didn't even to this rule system. Guhan was speechless about the bad luck of the people in the chaos space. It seems I have to add fuel to the fire myself. Zemo! There seems to be something under your feet. Guhan suddenly shouted loudly. A genius from the chaos space who was walking in front of him was suddenly startled and subconsciously jumped back 2 steps. But these 2 steps are just stepping on that rule system. There was only a loud bang. Rune got IV open up, space shock, the whole canyon was shaken. Although the genius from the chaotic space is quite powerful. But his strength is far inferior to Guhan's. Moreover, his cultivation level is only the 4th level of true immortal. Face this terrible energy free, there was no power to resist at all. But Guhan, the 6th brother, doesn't behave like a human being. Even secretly use your own strength. That which surrounds the power of Nirvana null. No more power of annihilation energy. The explosion became even more terrifying. That chaotic space genius won consecutive victories, miserable before it could even fire, it was blown to ashes. At the same time, huge, the sound of the explosion also reached the depths of the canyon. The other immortal kings who were exploring the way with Yi Tian all stopped suddenly. Next, Chi-Chi towards Yi Tian. They had noticed before that Yi Tian had arranged a lot of immortal king system. Now there is such a shocking news behind localfree. Someone must have fallen into the trap. Was it Guhan who fell into the trap, or was it someone else? Could it be that Guhan really fell for it? Yi Tian himself also felt suspicious. Guhan, this kid, it's extremely deceptive. Is it really that easy to fall for it? Even if it is not, it should be something irrelevant. I want some independent cultivators. As for the possibility that a genius from a big force like the chaos space would be targeted, he didn't even dare to think about it. How is this possible? These major forces are all led by powerful immortal kings. How could I get caught? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Chapter 659, Borrowing a Knife to Kill Someone, Diverting Trouble. What happened? The leading immortal king Xuanhe of the chaos space was stunned at this moment. He just passed by without any incident. Follow him. Nothing happened to the next few geniuses from the chaos space. How did it happen? Suddenly, exploded. The special thing left by Yition, the power of the system, is neither big nor small. Just stepped on that the chaos space prodigy that was controlled by the demon had been blown to pieces at this moment. The people around him also, when it was affected, it was bombed, blurry, lying on the ground wailing. Veins bulged on immortal King Xuanhe's forehead and anger rose in his eyes. Those who can come here and explore the silent city together are all contemporary people of their chaos space sharp genius. Now we haven't even entered the silent divine city. One person died inexplicably and several others were blown up seriously injured. How does this make Hin generation? Keep going. Everyone be careful this time. If you notice anything unusual, don't act rashly, wait for me to come reason. Well, after the injured geniuses were healed, immortal King Xuanhe led the team forward again. This time the atmosphere in the team was much more solemn. Many people are extremely vigilant east and west. Even the place where he landed had to be carefully chosen. Afraid of stepping on something, he was killed in the explosion for no apparent reason. Immortal King Xuanhe was also concentrating, looking around vigilantly and even further radiating the immortal king's divine thoughts. However, this place is filled with the fog of annihilation, which can completely isolate the cultivators from detecting, and the immortal king is no exception. Only Guhan, who is a perfect match, influence. With extremely keen no. Xuanhe immortal king has not yet noticed the special rules left by Yition when making. He had already noticed it. Even the resonance of the unrighteousness of the martial arts is extinguished by the haze regional convergence. It was difficult to detect. The control is even more difficult to detect at this moment. So the next scene happened. The immortal King Xuanhe, who was walking in the front and leading the way, did not notice anything unusual. Plus, the rules set by Yition, the control has no effect on the immortal king. Immortal King Xuanhe had just passed by. There was a loud bang behind him. Following the immortal King Xuanhe, what happened to the genius behind? I don't know. It was blown up, instantly reduced to ashes. The exploding energy wave instantly blasting away several nearby Tianjiao, seriously injured. Again it exploded. Someone got hit again? Several immortal kings who were marching ahead frowned slightly. I heard that Guhan is extremely cunning. He shouldn't be the type to fall twice in a row in the same place. How could he be infected again? This time even Yition was a little suspicious. Did the explosion really hit Guhan? It's not a coincidence, clumsy. Did it hit other people? Damn it. Xuanhe immortal king, an old man who looked quite like an immortal, was so angry that he was puffing his beard and glaring. He had just explored all the way there, but he hadn't noticed anything unusual. How come the genius who followed right after me was blown to death? Black Crane immortal king, but he got angry. Direct, exuding the aura of an immortal king. What a sweep all the way and pass by. Well, hidden deeper in the canyon off, all the systems were cleared out. However, his idea was good, but it didn't actually work. His divine consciousness had just spread out for dozens of miles. It was soon swallowed up and dissolved by the gathering fog of annihilation. Like a clay cow, like the sea, not even a ripple can be created. This is also the specialty of the canyon quality. The power of annihilation can annihilate everything. They want deep. This area also requires the use of special magic weapons, the erosion of the spirit of annihilation. Here regional battles. Their strength will even to a large system. At most he can only exert the original strength of 7 about. After all, the A portion of the energy laws emitted will be swallowed up by the breath of annihilation that permeates the air and directly become its nourishment. Shinwa, the divine thoughts at this level, also belong to the energy category and will also be swallowed up. Immortal King Xuanhe was a little annoyed. Crash! Accompanied by the sound of rushing water. 2 imaginary times a long river rushed in from a distant land of nothingness. The immortal King Xuanhe directly gave his future and the past summoned out. Although I summon my past in this place and future, the consumption on yourself will double. But there's no way. Now that 2 geniuses had died inexplicably, he really couldn't report to the immortal venerable generation. There must be no more accidents next time. Follow me and follow my steps. Immortal King Xuanhe gave another order. And my past future 3 ways the 2 bodies move forward side by side. He just doesn't believe it. Follow yourself afterwards. If he follows his own pace, even the genius in his chaotic space will be caught. We advanced another few dozen miles. Boom! Another shocking sound. Local, there was an explosion. A genius from the chaotic space died tragically inexplicably in an instant. Don't talk about the immortal King Xuanhe this time. In other chaotic spaces, the genius's mentality collapsed. Elder Xuanhe, I don't want to go on. I want to go home. I want to return to the chaos dimension. A man who looks like he's in his early 20s. The child was frightened at this moment, tears in my eyes flashing. My brother just died right in front of me. How can I explain this to my mother generation? Yes, Elder Xuanhe. We are not afraid of dying in direct battle, but we are afraid of dying unclearly like this. We don't know what happened until we die. This is too terrible. 1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. With these geniuses taking the lead. Dozens of other geniuses also responded. Now walking in this canyon, giving them, it feels like walking on tightrope almost. It was obvious that they were all concentrating and being very careful. But I still got caught somehow. Died in unclear circumstances. This kind of death may come at any time. It's really torturous. The god of the Black Crane, immortal king, gets also extremely difficult to see. Among these people there are also descendants of other immortal princes. Just now the younger brother of the sun. He is also the descendant of a chaos space immortal king. As a result, he was killed in the explosion for no apparent reason. This matter, if he passes it back, he will be in trouble generation. Elder. At this moment Guhan suddenly said, before we came here the gate of silence had already appeared here, which means that before us there must have been a group of strong people who came here in. Maybe the system was set by someone among them. The Elder is a powerful immortal king. This is special. It seems that this method has no effect on the immortal king. It would be safer and faster for the Elder to go forward alone. Perhaps the Elder can catch up with them first. Set that system. Our people were caught. Let him come back and take those. The control is lifted. As soon as Guhan said this, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Elder Xuanhe frowned slightly, flashing, I am your protector on this trip. If I leave casually, I'm afraid. Elder, those, if the system is not discovered, we will still be in danger. Guhan said earnestly, besides, it's really too difficult to be so nervous, it's too torturous. Who knows how much more is behind system? Yes, Elder Xuanhe. I think Luo is good. And our current the situation is dangerous enough. What other dangers could there be? We didn't encounter any other attacks along the way, but that beast setup make us so miserable. If this danger is not resolved, it's better not to explore this silent divine city. Guhan set the pace. Many people responded. Guhan's proposal touched their hearts. In fact, the city of silent destruction is related to many things, including great opportunities. Who would want to miss it if possible? They now only hope the elders in our family can resolve this crisis. Chapter 660, Chaotic Space? All Mine Ghost. Black Crane, Elder, eye flashing. Finally he took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. Then until I come back, you guys stay where you are and stay alert. If you see anything unusual, feel free to contact me. Xuanhe, Immortal King, sight to Guhan Luo Tian. Your reaction just now was quite calm and collected. You are very good. This jade talisman contains my aura. If there is any crisis, you must immediately use this Immortal King Jade talisman. Broken. I will rush back as soon as possible. Guhan was slightly stunned. Soon appear. I am flattered. Elder, you are so kind. I will definitely live up to your words. Guhan lowered his head. A smile appeared. He was just trying. Let's see if we can trick this old fellow Xuanha Immortal King away. Take the opportunity to do some other things and make arrangements. But I didn't expect that the other person was such a good person. It's fine if you want to leave. He even left him a jade talisman of the Immortal King that contained the power of his full strength. Including the 3 that Fuhua had left for him, he now had 4 Immortal King jade talismans in his hand. After making all the arrangements, Immortal King Xuanha no longer hesitated. With tremendous rage, he directly circulated his energy deep into the canyon, break through the air and go away. Immortal King Xuanha is also full of anger now. If he caught the one who dared to set up the trap on the way system, their shit. He will have good things to suffer. When the aura of the Black Crane Immortal King completely disappeared in the depths of the canyon, back waited for dozens of breaths again. Wait till Lexus, the Chaos Space Prodigy, who was in a tense state, relaxed a little and even ignored him. Guhan quietly approached the sister who had just lost her brother. Senior Sister Yueha, please accept my condolences. Guhan approached quietly, his voice warm. Incomparable Peace Road. The Chaos Space Prodigy named you. He just remained silent, holding his brother. Whisper, weep. When people cry, those who hear them feel sad. This makes me feel embarrassed to do anything dirty. Guhan muttered to himself, but accompanied by his thoughts. The surrounding haze of annihilation to the impact. It silently covered the area where the 2 of them were. Without anyone noticing, the 2 of them were submerged in it. Not long. The haze of devastation that enveloped the area dissipated in all directions. Originally still whispering, weeping Yueha. I don't know when the crying stopped. Looking at Guhan's leaving back deep eyes, instead it is filled with enthusiasm and respect. Obviously the ideology has been taken over by Guhan and even changed for Guhan's subordinates. Brother Xian Wuji, I know a. Come with me and I'll tell you. Is this true? Tianjiao didn't think much about the chaotic space named Xian Wuji. Follow Guhan to walk to a slightly remote place. The desolate haze that filled the surroundings gathered again, covering the 2 people shrouded in it. Not long. That silence, deep haze, a wave of. But soon wave and it calmed down again. The haze of annihilation receded again. Guhan brought Xian Wuji out. Xian Wuji, to Guhan's eyes, it also became somewhat respectful and fanatical. Senior Sister Yushuan, there is something. After the Immortal King Xuanha left, Guhan started his plan. Use various means to make the geniuses in the chaotic space relax their vigilance. Or take it to a slightly remote place. Using the silencing haze can block the detection of spiritual consciousness quality. Without anyone noticing, in this case transform them your own puppeteer. Of course he was very careful. Some people also noticed his behavior. But no one thought much about it, just looked a little disdainful. Humph. Luo Tian, this fellow really thought that he had won the appreciation of Elder Xuanha and thought that he could take advantage of this trip too. For our leader sits done. Really not number. Gather in another small group in the area. Some people whose cultivation strength is obviously higher than others. Have a panoramic view of everything Guhan does. Noodle sneered disdain. Obviously they felt that Guhan was deliberately trying to form a clique and create his own group. They thought it was meaningless and ridiculous. That's right. His Highness Tianqin is the strongest. A guy like Luo Tian, who is a little clever, is not even worthy of carrying His Highness Tianqin's shoes. All ghouls gathered around their leader, man in a red gold robe superior. Although the man did not speak, his face showed innate arrogance and indifference. It seems as if he doesn't care about anything in the world. Also disdain with those who come after. He is also one of the 4 major sequences in the chaotic space. One of the youngest and most outstanding masters of this generation in chaos space. Luo Tian, played by Gu Han, has an average status in the chaotic space. Naturally, this person did not take it seriously. Your Highness. But Gu Han didn't care about that. Came up quickly. There is something I would like to have a talk with Your Highness. Would Your Highness be so kind as to grant me the honor? Gu Han naturally knew this person's status and strength. But compared to him, it's just like that. He has killed countless immortals during this period. A guy whose cultivation strength is not as good as his is still pretending to be a big shot in front of him. Wolf. See how he takes it later. He's done. At the same time, the Black Crane Immortal King was extremely fast and did not hide his develop your own aura cultivation. The people in front must not notice it, as the distance between them and Yi Tian and others got closer. Therefore Yi Tian and others who were leading the way in the front also noticed it. They all stopped. He frowned and looked back. Immortal King. The aura of an immortal king is approaching. Life God. The immortal king paused and looked carefully after knowing it. Suddenly great joy. It's fellow Taoist Xuanhe from the chaos space. It turns out that he is the one following us. But then the joy on his face quickly froze. The immortal king of the life god cult had not yet spoken, and the expressions on the faces of the other immortal kings were also stiff at the same moment. If they remembered correctly, there seemed to be people coming from the direction they came arrived several times. Make it? Moreover, this Xuanhe immortal king, there seems to be a lot of emotional fluctuations. Could it be that the genius from their chaos space was attacked? Yi Tian obviously thought of this as well. Noodle sudden change. But almost in the next moment a voice mixed with raging anger was heard. I'll fuck you. Which bastard has been setting up system? Get out here, my king. Chapter 661, Two Immortal Kings Fight Destruction Guard. Waves of sound returned with the might of the immortal king come. The whole canyon was violently. Even if this person hasn't appeared yet. Everyone heard this voice, feel the anger of this powerful man. Everyone's goal all in Oneto Yi Tian. That look seems to be saying, don't keep burying those rules now, the trouble has come, you are done. Almost in the next moment, layers of fog of annihilation were torn apart. God, the slightly ferocious Black Crane Immortal King emerged from it. Who the hell is this? He's been setting up a trap behind me system. Immortal King Xuanhe let out a roar. Lead, the canyon is roaring here. Although no one answered. But everyone's eyes all subconsciously focused on Yi Tian superior. Everything is self-evident. Fellow Taoist Xuanhe, I'm actually setting these, the reason is. Yi Tian cleared his throat and was about to explain. Fuck you. Immortal King Xuanhe was already so furious that he was not willing to listen to any explanation. At this moment I want to beat Yi Tian up, or even better, kill him. Boom. Xuanhe Immortal King Hun breath, the dust in his hand suddenly turned into a long sword and swung out with one sword. Rolling sword waves as if overwhelming it opened and headed straight towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian noodles big changes. But the reaction speed is not slow either. He quickly clapped his hands. With a loud bang, the big palm and sword energy appeared in the canyon collide. Suddenly a huge wave of energy was set off, the whole canyon is shaking. The other immortal kings did not dare toe hand. Afraid of making greater energy, the aftermath of the explosion destroyed the entire canyon. You can only act quickly to prevent the aftermath of the energy from being released. Protect other young monks from energy wave impact. Fellow Taoist Xianhe. This is all a misunderstanding. I arranged those measures just to prevent that guy Gu Han from following us. And I also deliberately left some backup plans which the Immortal King can detect 100%. Fellow Taoist Xuanhe should not fall into this trap. Yi Tian started to explain again. But it's better if he doesn't explain. After this explanation, Immortal King Xuanhe, who had just let out a breath of anger, became even angrier. What does this mean? Can the Immortal King detect it 100%? Why couldn't anyone notice it when he was sending out his divine sense with all his strength before? Is this a deliberate prank on him, or is this a deliberate prank? Blame him. Come and die for me. Immortal King Xuanhe was furious. He swung his sword again. Thousands of swords tearing through the space, he attacked Yi Tian again. I've already said it was just a misunderstanding, and I have no intention of targeting the Black Crane Immortal King and the people from the Chaos Space. Why do you have to be so aggressive, people? You are going too far. Yi Tian was also completely angry. Originally, because of the family severely injured several children, it was a tragic death, and he was very angry during this period. It's okay to be bullied by Guhan. Now someone comes looking for trouble again. Do you really think that Yi Tian the Immortal King is a piece of mud? No. Yi Tian roared. Blast out instantly thousands of fists and directly confront the Black Crane Immortal King. Collide. Stop. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Life God Church. The Immortal King hurried forward to dissuade him. Several other Immortal Kings were also very anxious. These two people are crazy. Originally, this canyon, the situation is unclear. And there are so many young people here. The two Immortal Kings fought fiercely here. Do you really want to completely sink this area? Boom! The battle between two Immortal Kings extremely quiet. Even if several other Immortal Kings took action to disperse the aftermath. At this moment, the whole canyon is still shaking gently. Even Guhan, who was waiting there, could visible vibration to the soles of feet. It seems that Immortal King Xuanhe and Yi Tian are fighting, and it just so happens that they can lend me a hand. Gu Hang corners slightly upturned heart. Very good. Who on earth are you? Not far from him. One is bound by the chains of order. The slightly embarrassed young man roared at this moment. But because the surroundings are filled with the haze of desolation. Before his voice could be heard, engulfed by the fog of annihilation, people outside could not hear his roar at all. And this person is none other than the four major sequences of the Chaos Space today. Li Tianxin. You guess. Guhan smiled. Line hair. Our the runes instantly wrapped around his feet. Just take a random step forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Li Tianxin. Before Li Tianxin could react, a big hand covered him and grabbed his face. Accompanied by a power from Guhan's palm hair. Li Tianxin was suddenly enveloped by scarlet flames, and his consciousness began to be reshaped and transformed. After a moment, Li Tianxin was the same as the previous few people. Confusion in the eyes there were many, some of them were just respect and enthusiasm for Guhan. At the same time, the system voice suddenly sounded. Bite. Congratulations to the owner. Merit the disciple of the Lord who controls the chaotic space obtains 90,000 villain points. Reward the source of the Chaos Avenue X6. Guhan raised his eyebrows. There was an unexpected gain. After all, it didn't take much effort for him to defeat Li Tianxin. It was basically a simple matter of crushing him. Bureau. But this can't be blamed on Li Xin being too weak. As one of the four great geniuses in the chaos space, his strength is naturally obvious to all. It's just that Guhan is too abnormal now. The sedimentation during this period and the tempering of life on the run. He can even fight head-on with some ordinary Immortal King's hand. While Xuanhe Immortal King and Yi Tian are still forward. Guhan continued to transform other chaos space prodigies as his own workers people. Almost in the last chaotic space, the genius was work conversion work. Soon after Deep Canyon, suddenly there came several powerful auras. It seems that the Immortal King is heading in their direction. Close. Guhan frowned slightly. But he quietly retreated to the back of the crowd. He sensed Yi Tian's breath. This guy is not a good person. If he were discovered, his plan might fail. Soon. 5 Immortal King auras shocked come. Shatter the haze of desolation that fills the area. But the Xuanhe Immortal King and Yi Tian, who were both upper belt injury, looks a bit dusty. A man was hit in the eye socket. Black. The mouth position also has concave fist mark. Yi Tian, there are eye-catching lines on it, and golden light is still flowing out the scar of the sword. It was obvious that the two of them were not just playing around but were really angry and fought each other. In the end, it was only after several Immortal Kings intervened that the incident was averted. Bad consequences. Of course, the other three immortal kings followed to prevent the two from disliking each other and fighting again. Yi Tian remains silent. But he subconsciously glanced at the group of geniuses in the chaotic space. After thinking of something, he suddenly frowned. Have you investigated these geniuses in your chaos space? Maybe Gu Han quietly hidden in it. In my opinion, it is better to check it carefully to prevent accidents. As soon as he said this, Gu Han suddenly shuddered. This guy is born in the year of the dog. Maybe I smelled his scent or something, I was so sure he was in there. Immortal King Xuanhe frowned. I wanted to refute. Yi Tian said a few words. But when I think about bringing people in before this canyon, the immortal venerable said, anything about Gu Han, none of them can be underestimated and we must go all out. Didn't say anything else. But Gu Han refused to do that. Directly whisper to everyone else. Now all the geniuses in chaos space are his workers people. You want to check me? Everyone has problems. Senior Yi Tian. I think you are worrying too much. Li Tianxin said, we have always followed the orders of Elder Xuanhe, running always gathering in the same place. And we also know that Gu Han might attack us or even try to get away with it. I'm waiting for it. So we all come together and are vigilant of each other and those around us. No one showed any abnormality during this period. But Senior Yi Tian's arrangements along the way were useless. System, the name is used to target Gu Han. But it delayed my progress and caused two of my companions to die waiting for me. This matter, so what reason? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused a huge uproar and many other geniuses responded. That's right. Senior Yi Tian, shouldn't you wait for me, generation? Or maybe you think I am a junior and don't want to give, May won't give it to you, generation. He was filled with grief and indignation. My brother was killed because of you, the system was blown to death. I will definitely report this to my mother. You have to give us one generation. After hearing these words, Yi Tian suddenly had an even greater headache. Gu Han failed to catch him but instead blew up an heir of the immortal king. This matter, it's really troublesome. Good time after the treatment. Yi Tiankai temporarily put the matter aside. As for looking for Gu Han's whereabouts, he was too lazy to do it. And it's not the right time. Everyone in the chaos space is extremely hostile to him. Sheep, I didn't get to eat it, but it made me. Only hope this guy Gu Han is not among the group of chaos prodigies. Otherwise, what happens next, it will be even more troublesome. Yi Tian led the way from now on. There were no unexpected events. Not long. A large group of people gathered together. Move on. Soon we arrived at the deepest part of the canyon. A huge portal thousands of feet high gradually emerged in everyone's sight, even filling the entire field of vision. Just standing under this huge gate of annihilation. In everyone's heart the original smallness was awakened. Especially the waves of annihilation power emanating from the portal. Even Yi Tian and other immortal kings couldn't help but feel a little nervous. What attracted their attention most was, on both sides of the gate stood a row of people holding ancient spears. The soldier in black armor looked all hidden in the shadow. Everyone is surrounded by a strong atmosphere of annihilation. Not out of it is impossible to tell his cultivation level or his appearance. Even those few shadow just stood below the city of annihilation. Yi Tian and several other immortal kings subconsciously developed a sense of fear. Is this the Nirvana Guardian mentioned in the report? Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Gu Hank, this aspect I subconsciously asked. I wonder if you can explain it to me, brother. What is the Guardian of Nirvana? The person who spoke glanced at Gu Han. When he found out that he was a genius from the chaos space, he didn't put on airs and explained, it's not that important. Report, according to our sect's great elder, some abnormal changes have occurred in the silent divine city due to a terrible incident. Some people died tragically in that disaster. Some people also thought that the atmosphere of annihilation was violent fall annihilation of the undead. And those strong ones do not belong to the silent divine city. That is the strong man who attacked the silent divine city that year get here after the erosion of power they are assimilated, which is equivalent to being forced to guard the city of silent destruction. I've heard about their strengths and each of them is extremely powerful. But the will has been completely destroyed. They will only obey the will of the City of Destruction. If the City of Destruction asks them to die, they will die. They are like a kind of alternative crazy Deadpool. It's best not to provoke someone if you can avoid it. Dominated by the will of the silent divine city? Guhan suddenly felt some interest. If he can master this method later, wouldn't it be possible to control this so-called Nirvana guard? And these silent guards are definitely not weak. Even Yi Tian and other immortal kings are facing fear is enough to explain a lot of things. Just as many powerful men were looking at and even wanting to test these silent guards. One of the silent guards holding a spear in his hand suddenly approached them with heavy steps. Such a sudden change shocked everyone. Some even want to take action subconsciously. Don't! An immortal king hurriedly opened his mouth to scold. This is already the territory of the silent divine city. I heard that the city of annihilation is deep. There are terrifying beings that are no weaker than the immortal Lord. If those beings were awakened from their slumber, I'm afraid all of these immortal kings will be in trouble. Everyone stared at the silence guard who came out with vigilance. The guardian of annihilation slowly raised his head. But no one could see his face, as if there is none at all. The pitch-black armor is filled with a human-shaped annihilation energy quality. The city needs to pay a fee and those who violate it will be killed. The voice coming from the armor was distorted and hoarse. It doesn't even sound like a human voice. Yi Tian and others looked at each other. The bailing immortal king of the life god cult asked, I wonder what can be used as city fee? The place of silent divine city is too weird. The fairy crystals commonly used in the fairyland are absolutely useless. Part of the guardian of silence responded in a mechanical and dull voice. But as soon as these words came out, God of all everything became a little ugly. Although the cultivation has reached their level, even if part of it was taken away or destroyed, which also caused them, it won't have any impact. There are many ways they can instantly restore it. But these are the problems. It may include one of their strength, even the power of pulse. Some unknown existence in the silent divine city. If through this the power of the veins can curse them, or even something else. Isn't this putting yourself at risk? Just when Yi Tian and his group were struggling. Silent divine city, Lord's mansion. I arrive. The breath of the king. The king has returned and is now at the city gate. I'm going to meet him. One of the 9 stone sculptures is dramatic shake. Wrapped in him, the stone debris on the surface began to crack and break. One terrifying, even comparable to the aura of a powerful immortal, and come out. At the same time, Yi Tian and others were wondering whether they should evade or force their way in through some means. Also, face suddenly turned pale, looked up in fear deep into the silent city. They all arrive. Only terrifying aura spread deep in the silent divine city. Rise. That his power is definitely comparable to that of an immortal lord. He is not even an ordinary immortal lord, but a top-level immortal lord. There actually is a top-level immortal in the silent divine city. But compared to the fear of Yi Tian and others, Guhan, who was hiding in the crowd, looked a little dazed. Others faced this. The breath made a horror to fear. But he didn't know why, feeling some, it seems even a little intimate. Chapter 662. The long river comes. And a strange feeling arose in Guhan's heart. Sleep. Total deep. It seemed like a voice was calling me. But he didn't know much about this place either. He did not respond at all to such a strange phenomenon. If there is danger and you respond yourself, then you are not a sheep jaws of death? At the same time. City Lord's mansion. What's going on? Why doesn't the king respond to our calls? Has the king given up on us? Originally there was some excitement. The stone sculpture suddenly wilted. At this moment I felt a little confused and helpless. They were sealed in time along with the city of destruction. The long river lasts for countless years. But still relying on super strong will endless time, the erosion of time. Part of the reason is to see the light of day again. The most important reason is that they want to wait for the return of the king they once followed. Because before the king left, told them once, one day in the future he will definitely come back again. Let the silent divine city and their glory shine upon the whole heavens once more. But they just waited and waited. Endless years passed. There was no sign of the king returning. Until today. They had a hard time arrived there. The king's aura was familiar to me. But at this moment they suddenly realized. Everything seemed to be just their illusion. The king in their memory was extremely domineering. If he really returned, he would definitely stir up trouble in the fairyland. In those days, countless powerful beings in the fairyland were enemies of the king. Before the king disappeared, he not only defeated their power to the point of near collapse but also took away and sealed the strongest beings with him. But now, that the aura that was exactly the same as their king's in their memory was now gradually receding and even wanted to hide and lie dormant. This is completely different from the domineering king they imagined. What on earth is going on? Could it be that this person is not the king but a successor once chosen by the king? But why would this person be with those bastards who besieged my silent divine city? A stone sculpture that looks like a burly man let out an angry roar. Seems to be completely. This result is not possible. Don't talk about him. There are also some other stone sculptures. No. This person is most likely not the king but maybe the king's successor. But the other party happened to be mixed up with people from the 5 major forces such as the chaos space. This makes them. It was a betrayal to the king. After all, these 5 major forces were the 5 biggest enemies of their silent divine city back then. At that time their silent divine city was the most powerful force in the fairyland. The peak periods of these 5 major forces were somewhat weaker than the silent divine city during their peak periods. But now their Taoist lineage in the silent divine city has collapsed after being defeated. Countless powerful beings and creatures in the silent divine city turned into undead spirits. All the glory that the silent divine city once had was completely shattered by these 5 major forces. Now they have finally gotten over the destruction of the city, return again from the Long River. But they didn't expect that these 5 major forces would set their sights on the remaining inheritance of their silent divine city. What a bastard! Boom! Several stone sculptures. There is a tremendous anger rising. A more terrifying aura came from them. It emanated, causing the entire silent divine city to buzz ming. But soon, there is endless time in the sky above the silent city, the water of the Long River from a distant land floating over. A huge time. The Long River seems attracted by some force. It gradually emerged above the silent divine city. It's just an illusory projection. But every time the Long River roars and boils, all of them are filled with extremely rich the power of scouring. The huge and incomparable silent divine city below was buzzing ming like as time went by. The buildings in countless divine cities began to weather and disintegrate and disappear like sand in the wind. There are also countless unconscious undead spirits wandering in the city of silent destruction. After letting out another shrill wail, it also turned into ashes like sand in the wind. And along with that illusory time, the Long River is further solidifying. The phenomenon is further intensifying. The already dilapidated and vicissitudes of life city of silence is now shaking like a candle in the wind, falling as if at any moment it would be completely. The Long River disappears. Damn it! The seal left by those beasts. The system is still there. We can't just let our breath out at will. Converge quickly. Finally, along with several stone sculptures, the violence slowly stopped. That huge time, the Long River then gradually disappeared. This was a special sealing method arranged by the 5 supreme gods back then. Even though the silent divine city has been destroyed, return from the Long River and come back to the world again. That the terrible power of the seal is still there. If the 9 stone sculptures in the city lord's mansion want to earn seal, this the power of the seal will pull. The Long River is coming. Finally, the entire silent divine city was completely destroyed in the Long River. That was just. Yi Tian and other immortal kings were all frightened by the scene just now. It's so horrible. Just that moment. They feel the real to me. A Long River is coming down from a faraway land. Although after reaching their current level, can going against the current in the Long River. But it is only when attached. The power of the Long River is temporarily borrowed. When it just emerged, the Long River involves time. Long River source power. that the source of power only emerges. Everything in the world will be wiped out in endless time among my lord and several other supreme gods set up this may it protect us. By Ling Xian Wang Noodles Frenzy. Once again I pray to those great beings thanks. Yi Tian and others also sighed. While being shocked by the unimaginable power of those supreme gods, I also felt somewhat fortunate. They were really afraid of the depths of the silent divine city. Those beings that are comparable to immortals broke the seal and came out. Then they would probably all die. Fortunately, there are restrictions there. The environment is also relatively safer. After a storm, many powerful people are also relieved. As long as the city lord's mansion is deep, those that exist cannot come out. With these immortal kings here, many crises can be managed. And they came here. This place is just one of the city gate. This huge city, at a glance there is no end. The city gate to there are hundreds or even thousands of them. And now there may be a few immortal kings leading their descendants to every city gate. So many strong people coming in. While muddying the situation, it can also make their exploration relatively safer. Now that we are here, there are some things I don't need to emphasize. If you are afraid of death, stay outside the city gate. 1 month later, when we come out of the city of annihilation, you can be safe and sound and return with us. There are several ways to explore. Enter after reaching the silent divine city. You can explore it alone or in a team. Of course, you can also follow us to explore. But I don't mind the last option. Want to be a truly powerful person, you must experience danger alone and face danger alone. Otherwise, you are just flowers in a greenhouse. In the formal, before exploring the silent divine city, several immortal kings like Yi Tian began to warn their younger generations. Guhan, who saw the whole scene, wanted to laugh. He was a little worried and troubled before. If these guys all huddled together for warmth and explored, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. It would be better to explore separately and find your own opportunities. He just happens to be able to defeat them one by one. Of course, this may also be the strategy of Yi Tian and his group of old foxes. Having said that, maybe it was just to hook him. I didn't even bother to explore for opportunities. One just came here specifically to look for his traces. But Guhan is not panicking about this, because Yi Tian decided to take Yi Changqing, the last remaining seedling, with him side. He was afraid that his last son would also die here. There is Yi Changqing, who is artificially positioned. He was able to indirectly grasp Yi Tian's whereabouts. Who knows who will catch whom next? Chapter 663, The City of Destruction, where I can roam freely. Soon hundreds of geniuses present several batches. Some travel in groups. I also want to small group off. Some people were also afraid because of the incident that just happened. Fear of danger and dare not enter the silent divine city explores those who are left behind outside. Originally, all the geniuses in the chaos space wanted to follow him, but it was too conspicuous. Guhan still dismissed everyone. Decided to go alone. Pay city fee. In progress before the city gate. The silent guard at the city gate once again uttered a mechanical and dull voice. Guhan didn't think much about it. Follow the same process as seen previously. Put your hands out. It seems that the next step is to destroy the city of solitude one time. Quilt the monkwale thing or. However, original God doll empty eyes, the guardian of destruction. The hand is about to. The moment he saw Guhan, he suddenly froze in midair. Then the humanoid face in his armor. Originally some empty, the look in his eyes suddenly became more lively. His voice suddenly began to king. Yes, are you back? General, we have been waiting for you. His voice was a little hoarse and strange. It seemed like there had been no sound for a long time. So that I can talk. Somewhat intermittent. But the final words have not yet been spoken. Suddenly there was a hissing corrosion sound, as if he was to some kind of taboo. At this moment you are being punished. Originally he was slightly spiritual, the eyes are looking at disappearing at a visible speed. But in the last moment before disappearing, it came into Guhan's hands. push him arrived at the city gate. What happened? The immortal king who stayed behind noticed this scene and immediately broke through the air. That boy. What did you do? Guhan was too lazy to pay attention. One step at a time inside the city gate. The city gate seemed to be filled with special space arrays. Any entry the beings therein will be teleported randomly. In the end, the immortal king still failed to catch Guhan and soon stopped in front of the city gate. His god, it's a bit ugly. Subconsciously it asked the silent guard who had been standing at the city gate. He looked and looked. Still didn't see anything unusual. There is no difference between them and the silent guards he had checked before. But he was very clear just now. This guard seemed to have given something to the man just now. That guy just now was just lucky and got a special opportunity that others didn't have. Or is that kid? This fairy king of solemnity. He stayed outside the silent divine city not only to prevent accidents but also to prevent Guhan from causing trouble. But before coming here they all knew it very well. Guhan is able to use the power of annihilation. The silent divine city may even be related to Guhan. The man just now suddenly received something from the guardian of annihilation. Could that person be Guhan? I almost got caught. Guhan sighed a little. The immortal king's jade talisman that he was holding in his hand slowly loosened. He really wanted to strangle her just now. The immortal king jade talisman directly hand. I don't know what was wrong with that silent guard just now. If you have something to say to him, can't you just whisper it to him? He had to say all this to him in front of a bunch of people and in front of the immortal king. He's afraid that others don't know that he has a problem. But what did the silent guardian say to me just now? And what did he give me? Guhan raised his hand and took a look. He didn't know when a special token appeared in his palm. It seems to be made of special material. Written on it are two ancient large characters, Nirvana. I don't know what this token represents or what its use is. He still knows too much about the silent divine city. And the guy he replaced didn't seem to be any important person. No, the newspaper is also very. It seems that I can only understand it while exploring. I don't know where the city lord's mansion is. Will it be in the deepest part of the silent divine city? Guhan knew again, deep into the silent city. There is absolutely no edge to be seen at a glance. The layers of ruined buildings completely blocked his view. The dark mist of annihilation floats in the air. Combined with the fog of the weird film. Guhan, I don't think I'm exploring some ancient trace. Rather in the underworld. He is the only living person. And all around are some floating ghosts. But fortunately, he doesn't need to use the fairy energy to condense the barrier like others, the erosion of the breath of annihilation. After mastering the meaning of burial, he was completely in tune with the aura of annihilation. There is no such thing as erosion or non-erosion. There is no rush to convene an exploration. Are you sure he has the stuff? City Lord's mansion. A sound came from a stone sculpture. Don't worry, he's got it. Although there is a seal, the system exists, but we can temporarily pass through that token, know his position, and indirectly judge his every move. If this guy is really the king's heir and is colluding with the villains of the 5 major forces. Even if I die from the backlash, I will clean up the mess on behalf of the king. Several stone sculptures remain silent. In fact, they still have expectations in their hearts. If it is really the king who has returned. How great would that be? Boom! And at this time, in the silent divine city, there are battles in all directions here. This is a fight between some geniuses and the silent undead of the silent divine city. Enter those geniuses and monks from the fairyland of the silent undead are all a group of outsiders. These silent undead spirits will also subconsciously harbor hostility towards these talented monks. But generally speaking, as long as these outsiders do not provoke these silent undead will simply choose to turn a blind eye. But a group of guys think that the dead are dead, there is a treasure on it. I want to try it out. The result is derive the current mix. Back then there were countless living beings in the silent divine city. Even though many died, the number of living beings that were left behind and transformed into annihilated undead spirits is unimaginable. Someone at this moment hand. It was like stirring up a hornet's nest in an instant. A large group of silent dead spirits suddenly burst out. Some monks who did not take action were inexplicably affected. But compared to others who were running away in panic, Guhan, who was walking alone on the street, seemed a little different. What? Because it's around there was also a thick aura of death lingering around. It looks similar to those silent undead. So no one cares about him. Even a bunch of silent dead spirits came from him as he passed by, air completely ignored. Chapter 664, all recorded in the little notebook. The annihilation of the dead. These guys really treat me as same kind? Guhan still had some doubts in his heart. Line accelerate. The shadow disappeared instantly. Soon he appeared in front of a large group of silent undead that were chasing the genius of Space God Island. At this moment, this large group of annihilated undead spirits were completely enraged. Logically, anyone who dares to appear near them will be hunted down and attacked. But when it comes to Guhan, it is. A large group of silent undead spirits roared. All he had eyes for were the few geniuses from Space God Island who were escaping in front of him. Absolutely right. Guhan at the side chose to turn a blind eye and ran over. Fuck. Do you really think I'm one of the same kind? Guhan was a little dazed. But soon it was ecstasy. Okay. Float. The strong power of annihilation in the air would not affect him at all. Influence. Even the most dangerous dead spirits, when in a violent state, they would subconsciously choose to ignore him and treat him as one of their own kind. For others, even for the immortal king, this place is full of dangers, and even if you are not careful, you may be death is gone. But he doesn't have to worry about that at all. To him, it was no different from being home. These silent undead spirits are all his companions and his family. Guhanshin, very good. He reached out and put his arm around the shoulder of a passing silent undead, acting like they were good brothers. The passing silent undead was a little stunned and looked at Guhan subconsciously. Unsure, I looked again. I think this fellow is very strange. Total, I feel like I look different from them. Guhan doesn't care about that. What he wants to do now is to recruit soldiers and horses and raise an army of annihilated undeads of his own. Others must explore the city of annihilation with caution. But he insisted on pushing forward. Or borrow the power of the annihilated undead. After all, some of these silent undead spirits have quite strong cultivation bases. In just a moment, he even saw several silent undead spirits that were infinitely close to the half-step immortal king. It's just that these guys have no consciousness and have no combat experience in their previous lives. He has cultivation but no brains. Although he is close to being a half-step immortal king, the strength he displays is at most the 4th or 5th level of true immortal. However, the silent undead also has a characteristic. That is to kill just one of them. That would cause a violent undead outbreak within a few miles, and will also go madly towards the convergence of regions, was like stirring up a hornet's nest. And now he is also a disguise annihilation of the undead. This trick once used well. It is possible to traverse the entire silent divine city. The only thing to worry about is the possibility of being discovered. If a single line words, some stubborn people might attack him just because he is a dead spirit. At that time I will fight back. If something goes wrong, his plan will completely fail. Therefore, trying to blend into the army of undead that he had formed would also prevent him from being disguised violence. This moment, Guhan really felt like he was back home, free to fly freely in the sky. Recently, he was chased by powerful figures from many forces in the fairyland and fled in panic. I remember that he used to travel all over the Xinhuang world. No one can see him. A voice of Mr. Gu. During this time in the fairyland, he was obviously stronger, but he was constantly hunted down by the immortal kings and even the immortal lords. Now we have arrived at the city of annihilation. The silent undead treat him as a companion, and he can also use the silent undead. He would feel guilty about all the hardships he had endured during this period of time if he didn't kill all those who were chasing after his forces. Yi Tian seems to be not far from me. Should I go and cause trouble for him first? The person he wanted to kill the most now was naturally Yi Tian. Then there is Zhang Hansong, the patriarch of the ancient Zhang family. These two guys both entered this time the silent divine city. He actually had a chance to kill both of these guys. However, these two people are both immortal kings and both are powerful among the immortal kings. Feeling a bit batto, Guhan thought about it. Now he still doesn't quite understand how powerful these silent undead are. I don't know whether there are any silent undead spirits at the level of immortal king. To be on the safe side, we should first kill the 5 major forces, including the Eternal Yi family, the ancient Zhang family, and the Church of Life. Guhan Hua the dead roamed the streets. He later 7 or 8 silent undead spirits had gathered. The city of annihilation is dark and there is absolutely no distinction between day and night. Plus, floating the bleak smog above the streets can isolate people. No. Guhan only needed to make his appearance a little darker and add some aura of annihilation on his face and he would look no different from those annihilated undead. He wandered along the way. Saw a lot of people. I saw the pure white saint of the life god cult, mark the location, write it down in a small notebook and then find an opportunity to kill it. I have seen the second sequence of the chaotic space. I have marked the location and will find an opportunity to kill it later. I also saw the one from the ancient Zhang family, Lord Zhang Wuji. This one must be killed. You actually dared to plot against Hua Jieyu in the lower world and even let those bastards from the ancient Zhang family come to hunt me down, so I decided to kill you first. Why do I always have a bad feeling in my heart? They had just ordered their followers to use great effort to pry open an ancient house and prepare to explore Zhang Wuji. Suddenly a thought emerged in my mind, ominous prediction. This ominous foreshadowing, it made him feel cold in his heart and even a little panicked. This means that you are in life and death crisis. Have you? What crisis do you sense? Zhang Wuji asked several of his followers. Several people looked at each other with doubts of. Lord, everything is normal around me, are you worrying too much? One of the followers cautiously looked around and finally spoke cautiously. I don't care too much, how could I not know? You bunch of rubbish. There is not even any crisis intuition. What's the point of my ancient Zhang family spending so many resources to train you? Mainly this something has happened to the Lord, even 10 of your lives wouldn't be enough to pay for it. The extreme of fear is anger. In this way I can vent my fears and worries. Zhang Wuji's heart thus calmed down. Go in and explore the way. Zhang Wuji swept a look at one of his followers. The follower said nothing, gritted his teeth, scalp and explore the old house. According to their report information, most of the opportunities in the silent divine city exist in these ancient houses. If you are lucky, you may meet the adults back then the residence where one might live hiding some treasures. Just because of the long years, the scouring of the long river water eventually created precious covered with dust. But as long as you have a good enough eye, you can still identify the treasures that look like waste. Of course, where there is opportunity, there is danger. If you are unlucky, ancient house may be good. Not only did they not catch anything, they didn't even know how they died. Host. All is safe. Until a voice sounded from the ancient house. Zhang Wuji heaved a sigh of relief and waited for others to come in the ancient house. But in progress before the old house, he saw the annihilation undead played by Guhan, who was staggering towards the area where they were with a few other annihilation undead. Zhang Wuji frowned. Soon again a sneer came out. It seemed that those few auras were just barely able to reach the undead spirit of the red dust immortal. How dare you get close to him? If it weren't for this special area, killing the silent undead randomly will cause other silent undead to burst into flames. He would kill any trash like that outside. The ancient door slammed shut. Guhan Xian came here staggeringly. The thought was deep. Look at yourself. Looking at the last few dazed and dull undead, Guhan couldn't help but sigh deeply. Imagine, well, reality is cruel. These silent undead were so stupid. That's not the case. It can only explain that he has no brains and no IQ. Just act according to your instinct. Anyone with a little intelligence can still fool people. But this group of silent dead souls, you can't fool people at all. Look at the other person, he doesn't even have any IQ. Streaming can't do that. How can you fool people and use them for your own benefit? And there is a big limitation of the silent undead. That is, you can't enter at will these old houses. He could go in. But there are a total of 5 people in Zhang Wuji's group and they are all very strong. Zhang Wuji has the cultivation level of about the 7th level of the true immortal realm. And the 4 guards beside him are all in the true fairyland the 8th or even 9th level. It is still difficult to kill it instantly. The most important thing is this guy for the ancient Zhang family host. There are definitely ways to save your life. As long as I can't kill it in an instant. Once the other party uses this method, it will definitely cause unexpected mutations, even leading to his violence. This is not worth the effort. Guhan had a headache, he didn't know how to reason. But soon a thought came to his mind in a flash. His eyes were once again fixed on the few people following him, the swaying dead spirit superior. Killing the silent undead will cause the silent undead to burst in a certain area around it. It might even attract other annihilated undead spirits. But the silent undead will never attack the silent undead. And now he is playing the role of the dead spirit of silence, and they all regard themselves as companion. If he killed these annihilated undead spirits, attract all the annihilated undead spirits around here. Just block Zhang Wuji and his group of guys. Can this plan? What about merit? Guhan's plan is very bold and a bit suicidal point. Because if his plan fails, or if the annihilation undead spirits that are attracted here have their own according to his ability to lock the enemy with hatred, he is finished. He is simply digging a hole for himself. But if once success, that can do, that's huge. As long as those Tianjiao come in ancient house exploration. He killed a large number of silent undead directly outside, attracted them to the vicinity of the ancient house and blocked all these damn things inside. If these guys try to come out, they will be attacked by the silent undead. If you don't come out, you have to keep bearing the erosion of the aura of annihilation and even gradually fell to the weak stage. By then there won't even be a need for a major war. He just had to push the houses open one by one. One after another he made up the enemy, treating everyone as the same to kill exactly sizzle. With this in mind, the more Guhan thought about it, the more he felt that this plan would it is very good for yourself. I gritted my teeth and decided to give it a try. Sorry brother. I'll lend you my life. Guhan is a pretty nice person. Before I started, the silent undead made a few polite remarks. Then return a sword slashed out. Brilliant sword bang hair. Directly and completely annihilate those dull and silent undead spirits. Roar. 9 silent undead spirits were killed in an instant. This moment, the annihilation spirits within a few miles around were completely out of control, making a shocking land like wild like a roar. There are even several auras of annihilation and death that are comparable to those of a half-step immortal king. Fly rush towards this place quickly. Damn it! Who the hell is going to kill the silent undead again? Bastard! Bastard! The many geniuses from the fairyland who were exploring this area were in great trouble. He was very careful along the way and restrained his breath for fear of attracting the undead spirits of annihilation. We were almost getting something. As a result, I encountered a violent death. It's done. What the hell is this thing that is so disgusting? At the same time, I don't know how many people greeted Guhan's ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts. Honest at this moment, staying in a large group of undead. Looking at the countless dead spirits around, run for howl as if looking for something. There were even a few silent undead who came close to look at him but soon left. Cold sweat continued to seep out of Guhan's forehead. Good job. As a result of his noise, at least 300 undead around him were attracted to him. If violent, he will definitely suffer a lot. What happened? Zhang Wuji and others who were exploring the ancient house also heard the noise coming from outside. Jing suddenly felt frightened. Why is there a deadly annihilation storm outside? And I don't know if it's an illusion. Then they felt that a large number of annihilated undead seemed to be heading towards their area. What is this condition? It doesn't mean that exploring in the ancient house will not attract the annihilation of the dead of? And are old houses also relatively safe areas? You open a door, go see. Zhang Wuji towards a follower beside him gave the order. Aye aye. The man was suddenly frightened. Now anyone who heard the sound knew that there was a large group of annihilated undead spirits roaring outside the ancient house. What if I get affected and die? Work faster. What the hell are you afraid of? Those annihilated undead spirits dare not come into the ancient house. Zhang Wuji kicked the man vicious. That person was also cursing in his heart, feeling a little unhappy. Damn, it's easier for you to talk while standing. Why don't you go yourself? But there's no way. After all, he is just an ordinary member of the ancient Zhang family. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. The man thought about it. I held my breath, gritted my teeth, approached the door and gently pushed it open. But it was just a glance. This person is scared, pale scalp tingling as if falling into an icy cave. Annihilation of the undead. There are a lot of annihilated undead spirits outside. Their ancient house was wrapped in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Outside, how is it going? The follower who went to check was paralyzed with fear on the ground. Zhang Wuji suddenly ugly. There are so many of them. We are stuck here. The follower seemed to be so frightened that he could not speak clearly. Shiver. Zhang Wuji was even more embarrassed when he heard this. It's extremely ugly. How so? It was fine when I came in. Now they can't get out. Obviously they entered before exploring the ancient house. There were only a few dead spirits wandering around outside. How come there are hundreds more out of nowhere? Brute. Zhang Wuji and others cursed in their hearts. There must be a beast outside killed the spirit. As a result, innocent people were affected. Who the hell is so wicked? Chapter 665, Unexpectedly the ancient Zhang family is killed instantly. Host. No violence. The undead have been attracted. After making sure that these silent undead spirits all regarded him as their companion, Gu Han's courage gradually grew. He even attacked again directly in the pile of annihilation undead and killed a few of them. Suddenly. Originally in the violence, the annihilation of the dead has become more violent. More and more extinction the dead from the depths attracted. But they all gathered near Gu Han's search. They just couldn't find out who killed their companions. There were even a few dead spirits in Gu Han edge constantly wandering around. He even leaned closer to Gu Han to take a look. But they didn't realize that Gu Han was among them. Ghost soon went somewhere else. See this scene. Gu Han breathed a sigh of relief. I was very happy. My guess was correct. The silent undead will not attack their companions. This idea would not exist. And his role, the existence of the silent undead, is equivalent to an alternative. You can even directly use this method to fix bugs. Gu Han, the corners are slightly raised. Isn't this happiness coming? Gu Han had been observing carefully from the beginning. Observe those pass by the ancient house of the genius of the fairyland. No matter what force he comes from, they are all his enemies anyway. First, lead a few stupid undeads to follow him back. After approaching these ancient houses, Gu Han directly counterattacked and killed his teammate. Suddenly, more annihilation undead spirits were taken from the depths of the annihilation city, attracting people to come in an endless stream. Gu Han was too lazy to care about so much. Still repeating this routine and process. Originally there were only a few dozen dead souls wandering around the streets. Now there are hundreds, thousands, or even more. There were 3 layers of troops inside and outside, especially surrounding the ancient houses where the geniuses of the fairyland lived, so that no one could get in or out. Damn it! Who on earth is still killing the silent undead? What a beast! Damn you! If you want to die, just go and die by yourself. Why are you involving me? Don't let me know who you are or I will chop you to death. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, I'm just afraid of teammates who are like pigs. If I go out and find out who did it, I'll fuck you. You're like a dog, I'm really fucked. At this moment, countless cultivators in the fairyland cursed loudly and their defenses were completely broken. Everything was fine when I came in, but now I can't get out. They enter. It's been less than half an hour since we reached the silent divine city. How could they not be angry when they encountered such an unexpected disaster just because of a stupid teammate? Guhan chose to turn a blind eye to the angry curses from many geniuses. Instead, he silently chose to write down all the ancient houses from which the angry curses came. He is a generous person. He never curses back when others curse him. He will only show mercy and send them to the west. Reclaimed back. Guhan again towards where Zhang Wuji and the others were ancient house. What happened outside quiet is not small. It has also attracted the attention of Zhang Wuji and others. At this moment they were still observing the outside vigilantly. Just at this moment, a young man under Zhang Wuji suddenly raised a questioning sound. There seems to be something wrong with this silent undead. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of Zhang Wuji and others. What happened? Zhang Wuji frowned. He pushed the young man away. Approach the door yourself, make an observation. Then I saw a silent undead that looked no different from other silent undead. God, he walked towards the old house where they were in a daze. This scene made Zhang Wuji somewhat suspicious. I became alert again. After all, they have been observing for this period of time. The silent undead generally do not approach the ancient house casually. The old house is like a safe place. But what about this silent undead? Out of caution, Zhang Wuji slammed the door shut without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Guhan was also slightly stunned and raised his eyebrows. This kid is alert and crisis return powerful. Originally he wanted close. Take advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness and strike unexpectedly attack. Kill one of them instantly and reduce their combat effectiveness. But who knew that Zhang Wuji was so vigilant? But it's not a big problem. Guhan continued to approach the ancient house. Directly choose to purchase a card from the system Mulla magical talisman that hides the breath. While restraining his own aura to the extreme, he also tried his best to reduce the danger to Zhang Wuji and others. There was silence in the old house. Zhang Wuji and others have also been waiting, but still leaning against the door, listening to the voices outside quiet. But everything is normal. Outside there were only the occasional roars of the dead and the wandering people. Apart from the sound, there is basically no other abnormality. Go check it out. Zhang Wuji raised his eyes towards a follower nearby, motioned for him to check condition. Young men are somewhat unwilling. But when he thought about the fact that no abnormalities had been found in the previous several inspections, he felt relieved. Quietly opened a door and observed again. Eyes forecast a glance. He breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see the strange undead spirit. Master Zhang Wuji is fine. But just as this person finished speaking, Zhang Wuji and others breathed a sigh of relief. There was a loud bang. The door was suddenly the huge force knocked it open directly. The huge impact force directly knocked the young man who was near the gate away. Then Guhan rushed in from the gate like a ghost. The Hanshao sword appeared in his hand and a dazzling sword shone in an instant, straight towards the young man's head. It all happened so fast. It was so fast that Zhang Wuji's men had not yet reacted. The young man had his head chopped off by Guhan's sword. At the same time, Guhan kicked the door shut. He threw out another talisman, completely blocking the door. After all, the ancient houses in the silent divine city are extremely special. Each ancient house has its own heaven and earth, a piece of space. Closing the door could prevent the atmosphere of a possible war here from leaking out and also prevent Zhang Wuji and others from escaping. After doing all this, Guhan breath hair. Direct urging line and all characters the meaning of the funeral, the breath of annihilation hair. Several with the launch, his speed reached the extreme. Before they could react, the shadow disappeared where it was. He killed Zhang Wuji and the remaining 4 people in an instant with thundering means. At this moment, Guhan's speed reached its peak and his strength has been developed to the extreme. He can even compete head-on with some ordinary immortal kings. Together with Zhang Wuji and others, I never expected that someone would quietly pass through the group of undead and suddenly break through the door and rush in. God relaxes and because without noticing circumstances. Faced with this sudden attack, Zhang Wuji and the others were still unable to react. Guhan rushed in front of them in an instant. The speed was too fast and everything happened too suddenly. Die! All that was heard was a loud shout filled with murderous intent. Several swords, vertical and horizontal, wrong shape, a dazzling sword net covered them. The two people who were a little closer to the front didn't even have time to react. In an instant the wrong network is broken into pieces, countless pieces, a majestic atmosphere of annihilation here. Two bodies, both the body and the soul, were instantly annihilated by the sword energy. Chapter 666, Fall and Destruction. The Divine City is shocked. Zhang Wuji's ghost is everywhere. But maybe the instinctive reaction. He still took a step back with all his strength. Even standing on his own, the other follower on the side, who was also the last one, pushed him out directly. Host. Before being swallowed by the sword energy that came out of nowhere. The follower glared, the roar of cracking. He never expected it. My loyal follower, the Lord, actually pushed himself out to block the knife. Zhang Wuji. You have such a cruel heart. Thousands of sword energies swept over, instantly destroying most of his. The body is annihilated and disappears. The extreme pain and hatred made this man's nerves extremely active, so that his consciousness became extremely clear at his deathbed. Damn this guy who suddenly attacked them. But Zhang Wuji, this bastard, this ungrateful bastard, deserves to die even more. Let's die together. The other half, before his body was completely destroyed by the sword energy. This true fairyland genius used all his strength to. There was a loud bang, the sound of the ground. In the courtyard there seems to be a small solar hair. Rolling waves spreading in all directions. But this seemingly dilapidated and old courtyard appears to be extremely sturdy. Massive energy wave, the impact passed by, but it didn't. The yard was completely destroyed. But a powerful, true immortal Tianjia, or at such a close distance even the immortal King Powerhouse Metropolishert. Not to mention that Guhan and Zhang Wuji are both true immortals. Puff. Zhang Wuji was immediately heavy damage. It flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and slammed heavily against the wall of the ancient house. Even his father Zhang Hansong gave him most of the magic weapons have been broken into pieces at this moment. Energy wave, it continued to spread and the whole old house was violently shake. Puff. Zhang Wuji fell to the ground in a panic and spat out a large mouthful of fresh, but I was relieved. Although the follower of mine just now also hit some of his arrangements. But he has a special protection given by his father. The magic weapon is here. Front bearing fists and synergy wave, the bombardment is not a big problem. It was the one who like him took on this positively, since the guy with the energy should have been blown to death, right? But this thought has just appeared in my mind. Zhang Wuji suddenly had look up. Then I saw a scene that I will never forget. Only the rolling energy wave center there is a circle, the lingering atmosphere of annihilation, pitch black like a real dead spirit shadow appears. The other party already bombed vague. Even most of his face had been blown up, there were bones. But the other half blurred face, but divine, indifferent, indistinct, no pain. He came through the air with a long sword in his hand. There was coldness in his eyes. This scene frightened Zhang Wuji to death. Crack. How is this possible? Such huge energy explosion, why couldn't the guy be killed by explosion? You are not a silent undead. Who are you? It was not until the last moment that Zhang Wuji reacted. There's something wrong with this so-called silent undead in front of me. Whether according to their report or what he saw and heard. Dead Soul Xanadu will only be filled with a strong atmosphere of desolation. But the silent undead in front of him was a little different. Other side, it was actually continuing to emit rich vitality, constantly repairing his original injuries. Could this be a special undead spirit in the City of Annihilation? Or as he guessed, this so-called undead is a human in disguise? It's too late for all thoughts. Blue Lotus Sword Abyss. The Hanshao sword in Guhan's hand, the aura, it reached its peak and was as dazzling as the sun. In a trance. Guhan later, a white floating. At this moment he also held a long sword as Ifexis the land of illusion accompanied by Guhan he also slashed out with a sword. Boom! Then Zhang Wuji I feel that my consciousness and brain are shocked the earth was filled with roars. Head everywhere he looked was the roaring sword energy. He had actually taken out a jade talisman from his arms and was even ready to. But his eye was still a step slow. The arm holding the immortal king's jade talisman was chopped into pieces by the sword energy. Countless sword energies gathered as if they had truly transformed into a huge green lotus appeared deep in the ocean of sword energy in full bloom. The void collapsed and sword energy poured back. And in this piece Zhang Wuji who was caught in the explosion had no power to fight back. Everything in his body and consciousness that was related to him was annihilated and dissipated in the endless sword energy. Zhang Wuji was a little confused until the last moment of his death and trance-like. He really didn't understand. Break is the person who came in the undead soul of annihilation or someone else in disguise? If it was someone else pretending, that might be too scary. At this moment he didn't know what he was thinking. His consciousness was already fading and he knew he was going to die. It was clear that not long ago he was full of ambition to make a name for himself in the city of destruction. But at this moment he was going to die young like many other geniuses in the fairyland. In progress before the destruction of the divine city. His father Zhang Hansongxiai can follow him along. And tell him that the city of silent destruction is very dangerous and anything is possible. Although your father believes in your talent and ability, if something happens to you your younger brother is still young, I can't inherit the responsibilities of our lineage let alone my father's will. There is a high possibility that our lineage will lose its family status in the future. But he was arrogant at that time. I think my father is exaggerating. He insisted on going on his own Ichiban. But now. Ancient Zhang family. Father. Zhang Wuji's eyes were completely dim and his consciousness was completely gone. He thought that many geniuses would die in the destruction of silent divine city. But I didn't expect that the first person to die would be me. Guhan acted quickly and ended quickly almost in a split second. Including Zhang Wuji, a total of 5 true immortals were killed on the spot instantly. Dark clouds are gathering over the silent divine city. 5 consecutive the road collapsed. But pouring the rain has not yet fallen. It was swallowed up by some terrifying aura and disappeared completely in an instant. But although such a vision came quickly, it also disappeared quickly. Still, it was noticed by many people. After all, you can enter the people who explored the silent divine city belong to all the major forces. Rui Tianjiao soul very keen knowledge. They just more or less noticed it. In the sky above the silent divine city there appeared a strange phenomenon of a true immortal falling. And the number is not. Everyone knows exploring such a dangerous place will definitely result in death. But now in less than an hour several powerful immortals have fallen. This was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. But it happened at this moment. Silent city of God, suddenly a sad roar came from the direction. My son. Appears to be a middle-aged man. The grief and anger could not be concealed in his voice. But Yi Tian still has some progress. The immortal kings all recognized the owner of this voice. It was Zhang Hansong, the patriarch of the ancient Zhang family. In this case it is likely that one of his sons died. Chapter 667, Hundreds of geniuses fell, the world changed. Zhang Hansong, who was in another area of the silent divine city, had red eyes at this moment crack. He hadn't expected it at all. Will suddenly Chanjizo. The construction of silent divine city has just begun. One of his sons died just like that. But his son has a jade talisman that he himself condensed in his hand. He is the best among the immortal kings. The condensed origin jade talisman can also exudes an extremely terrifying force. No matter how stupid Zhang Wuji is or how slow his reaction is. But after encountering a life and death crisis, you shouldn't worry too much. No matter whether using it will attract more annihilated undead spirits. I will definitely use it decisively at the first opportunity. But it didn't happen. This can only be said to be someone being killed. Guhan, was it you, a beast, who did this? Zhang Hansong sound like Wilda General Growl. The first person he thought of was Gu Han. Because of that, everyone here, as long as they know a little bit, knows that Zhang Hansong is his son. No normal person would think of killing the heir of an immortal prince. Isn't he afraid of completely offending this immortal king, or even offending the entire ancient Zhang family? But the other side is coming. The silent divine city killed his son as soon as possible. Apart from Gu Han, who would do this, who dares to do this? Gu Han! I will kill you. A roar filled with murderous intent came from another area of the silent divine city. Although it is shielded by the mist of annihilation, but it still reached the ears of many monks clearly. No people were even more shocked inside. The person who killed Zhang Wuji was actually Gu Han. How long has it been since the Battle of Silent Divine City began, and already Gu Han is about to start a killing spree? Compared to not people's shock, Gu Han, who also heard the voice, frowned slightly. No. The city of destruction are filled with the ability to isolate the mist of extinction of knowledge. Any means of transmitting sound will be silenced and the haze shield will melt away. Moreover, he took action in the old house, under double shielding. No one should know that he was responsible for Zhang Wuji's death. How could this bastard Zhang Hansong be so sure that he was the one who did it? But Gu Han didn't take it to heart. So what if we know he did it? The erosive power of Silent Divine City has no effect on him at all, and it can also help him isolate himself from the detection and even tracking of other strong men and even immortal kings. For others, it's a place of danger. But for him, this is his exclusive hunting ground. Now, after killing Zhang Wuji and others, shoot, it's other people's turn. Not long after, several more images of true immortals falling were heard from the sky above the silent divine city, but it was the same as before. It was soon swallowed up by the mist of annihilation that swept in from all directions and disappeared completely in an instant. But through certain special connections, and many people still noticed the connection between these fallen people share. How dare you? Who dares to kill the genius of Space God Island? Who dare to kill someone from the fantasy Butterfly Valley? You are courting death. Roars filled with murderous intent were heard in every area of the silent divine city. Obviously, this is the death of a genius who was related to their forces. Moreover, the number of deaths of great geniuses is still increasing. 15. 30. 50. Just 1 hour. The number of geniuses who have died is approaching 100. Although the number is not large, but can enter the cities of silence, are all explored by various major forces sharp. There is a high probability that for a sect they will become the backbone or even the pillar of the future. As a result, so many people died. This applies to all major sects. It's definitely a huge blow. And now that things have come to this, even a fool would know that this was definitely not done by the silent undead. But someone is specifically hunting these geniuses. Everyone already knows who this person is. Gu Han. This was definitely done by Gu Han. It is definitely him who has been secretly hunting down the geniuses of our major sects. He is a devil. He is an unforgivable devil. That's right. So many geniuses have died in just over an hour. We still plan to explore the silent divine city for a month. Don't let the opportunity pass by, and we will be the younger generations were killed by this devil. It's done. In my opinion, we can put aside the opportunity to explore the silent divine city for the time being. We should unite and face the outside world together. We should solve the problem of Gu Han first. 1. In the huge old house. There are more than a dozen immortal kings gathered here, and some of them are rushing towards this area. What Gu Han has been doing for more than an hour, it has angered many people. There were too many casualties. It's more than they can bear range. As immortal kings, they followed their younger generations into the exploration of the silent city, is also the guardian of the way share. As a result, after more than an hour, several of the people he was supposed to protect had died. How to go back this time? Generation? Your hearts, I know, but the most troublesome thing is that the city of annihilation is too big. Moreover, the silent divine city is filled WTH. The annihilation of the fog of knowledge won't accurately lock onto Guhan and suppress him, it's too difficult. The bailing immortal king of the life god cult spoke with a voice full of compassion, and seemed to be saddened by the death of so many geniuses. I feel very sad and angry. We can't just do nothing, right? Are we just going to watch this guy Guhan keep killing people? Zheng Hansong's voice was filled with anger, his eyes were filled with anger crack. He was obviously still in grief over the loss of his son. If my son was killed by Guhan, I would probably know his location. My son has the origin jade talisman I gave him. Although he hasn't used it, I can still detect some of its presence. It should be south of my location. We can join forces to conduct a carpet search. Maybe we can use this opportunity to find this guy Guhan. After hearing this, many immortal kings were speechless. How wide is the area south of the silent divine city? They have nearly 20 immortal kings united to sweep. What if it leads to the deeper some terrible existence? Can they handle it? Moreover, they have almost figured out the rules of the silent divine city. Whenever a strong man of any realm takes action in the city of annihilation, an undead of the corresponding realm of cultivation will appear. When a true immortal genius takes action, the true immortal undead spirits will appear, and there will be 2 of them at a time. When the immortal king takes action, immortal king level annihilation undead will appear. A long time ago there was a reckless immortal king who thought he was very powerful. I feel that the silent undead are a bunch of idiots without consciousness or wisdom. Even if a silent undead spirit comparable to the immortal king came, he could still deal with it easily. As a result, he killed a fairy king level silent undead. 3 top level immortal king level undead spirits descended directly. The guy was surrounded and killed on the spot. This also shocked many immortal kings. Enter, although there are many forces here. But according to their estimates, at most there are no more than 50 immortal kings. Even if they unite together, what kind of waves can they create? The deep city of destruction, as long as 100 immortal kings appear, they can completely beat. Okay, Guhan's matter, although it is difficult, it is not the main purpose of the silent divine city. Another voice was heard. It was the immortal king of the time island. Immortal king wearing a holy Taoist robe, holding a whisk in hand. Zhou, there is an illusory and vast shadow of a long river of time surrounding us. As long as we determine the place, calling on the immortal lord to come will not only complete our goal is the same, and we can also kill Guhan at the same time, right? As soon as these words came out, many celestial kings flashing. The immortal king Changxing really touched the heart of their hearts. Although Guhan gave them a headache, he was not too troublesome. At worst, we can just ask a few immortals to come. When the time comes, we will take action and destroy the entire silent divine city. Even if Guhan has great ability, wings can't escape. The reason why they are not calling on each other's immortal masters to come now is because the time has not yet come. However, we can't let Guhan keep killing people like this. Yi Tian suddenly said, first find a way to remind Meth younger generation, let them be careful if they encounter any danger, just use the immortal king's jade talisman. Once the immortal king jade talisman is used, it will definitely cause great quiet. We can also rush to that area as soon as possible and even take the opportunity to lock onto Guhan. Many immortal kings found these words very reasonable. Many immortal kings continued to discuss how to deal with Guhan, and they were also perfecting their plans. Yi Changqing, who was among the many descendants of the immortal king who were listening around, silently wrote down all the plans of Yi Tian and others. Plan to act at an appropriate time. Gue told Guhan all the plans. Guhan naturally knew that he had caused such a big incident. Jing must have been remembered by many powerful people in the fairyland and even the fairy king. There is even a high probability that they are discussing a plan to deal with me. But he didn't care at all. It still caused a stir in the entire silent divine city. It's the same old trick. Anyway, just keep killing the silent undead. All the ancient houses where immortal monks exist are surrounded. Float the aura of nirvana in the nirvana divine city is becoming more and more intense. At the same time, City Lord's mansion. The 9 stone sculptures that had been silent opened their eyes one after another again. There was no need to say anything, the 9 stone sculptures already knew what each other was thinking. Someone in the city of God constantly killing the silent undead. At this moment, the entire silent divine city was in turmoil. Countless dead souls are violent. But the numerous annihilated undead spirits still can't find the culprit. So violent the dead crowd is getting more and more violent. Normal circumstances. They need to intervene at this time. Even use special powers to guide those top-level immortal king-level silent undead to take action personally and kill the culprit. But this stir the person who was the talk of the town was Guhan. Guhan is suspected to be the descendant of their king. Let him go, Bar. An old man's voice full of helplessness and vicissitude sounded. The sound did not come from any of the 9 stone sculptures, but from the deeper part of the city lord's mansion coming. Whether he is the king or not, since he has the same power as the king, he definitely has something in common with the king. No contact. If that's the case, why not just turn a blind eye and give him a back door? As for the group of silent dead souls, they have been suffering since their fall, and the incident death may be their destination and a way out. Bar. Guhan became more and more courageous and unscrupulous. The entire silent divine city. To him they are almost all enemies. There is no such thing as accidental injury. He is constantly causing the silent undead storm. A steady stream of annihilated undead spirits gathered from all directions. Even the empty streets full of silent undead spirits. Some people who want to go to the silent divine city explore and seek opportunities for the genius. I couldn't go out at all, because these silent undead spirits have not been able to find the culprit. At this moment, indiscriminate killing has begun. It doesn't matter whether you attack the silent undead or not. As long as they are living people, as long as they are not the annihilated undead, kill them all. Suddenly, the entire silent divine city was filled with grief. The number of geniuses who died instantly reached hundreds. For example, this time there are many immortal kings. The mentality of many remaining geniuses collapsed. Enter the silent divine city was destroyed in less than half a day. They were all trapped in the old house and couldn't go out. If you dare to go out, there is only one way to go: death. Quilt in desperation. These geniuses can only be dealt with through special means. After going to great lengths to ask for help from his own immortal king. But many immortal kings were also in a state of panic. Assistance? How to help? The number of annihilation undead that have appeared now has reached tens of thousands and is still continuing to increase. The only thing to be thankful for is that the nirvana, which is comparable to the immortal king level, and the undead have not appeared yet. Once they offer assistance, they may even cause annihilation of the undead death. If the immortal king level silent undead appears, they will be really finished. Damn it! Don't tell me that Guhan did all this, but how did he do it? How is this possible? So many dead souls, he should have been killed long ago. He who plays with fire will get burned, he may already be dead. What's the point of worrying about this? The main goal now is to rescue us, and then there are those trapped juniors. Many immortal kings are already extremely anxious. Now almost all the above geniuses are trapped. Trapped in the old house, unable to leave. Only a few of the luckier ones left the outer area temporarily and entered a deeper, not yet be affected. But there are thousands of geniuses from various forces who are besieged. If anything unexpected happens, we'll all be here with you. Them the forces behind will definitely be heartbroken, and what can they do? Generation. If I kill all of these thousands of trapped geniuses, I'm afraid it will make all the major forces feel distressed for a while and even make their young generation completely extinct, right? Guhan, who was mixed in with a large group of silent dead spirits, stroking down. Where did you get this? What's the point of killing these thousands of geniuses? As the saying goes, a family should be neat and tidy. Not only these thousands of geniuses, but also these dozens of immortal kings, he will kill them all. Chapter 668, Pure White Saintfall. Guhan continued to wander. After killing a large number of geniuses, the remaining many geniuses also became alert. Before he could see people open a door, observe the outside quiet. Now these people seem to be truly frightened, or perhaps wary. All close the door, never dare to pass through it again. Come take a peek. Gu Han continued to wander. In passing by ancient house, suddenly I found a gaze falling on me superior. He seemed to be being watched. Gu Han was slightly stunned and glanced subconsciously. This seems to be the prodigy of the Church of Life. And simple transition, he can feel the breath coming out, feel one extremely pure life energy. Even it almost covered the aura of desolation that gathered in that area. Gu Han recalled this in his mind, information about the old house. Life God Pure White Saint, the ancient house where it is located. It seems that these guys are getting impatient now because they have been blocked for a while. Gu Han with its horns slightly raised, it mixed in with the silent undead spirits and wandered towards the ancient house. With extremely strong, he has the ability to perceive and hear. You heard the sound coming from the old house. A Life Theology Tianzhou said, Saint my lord, there are too many annihilated undead spirits outside. For wandering, and these silent undead are a little different from the previous ones. It's even approaching our front door. Or just close the door. Most of the people here are the dead spirits from the red dust immortal realm, so don't worry too much. Another true immortal man continued, the main thing is to close the door. Even if we are completely cut off from the outside world, silence is isolated. There is no way to observe outside. If we don't have time to leave, we won't find the best opportunity to leave. The situation is getting weirder and weirder. We'd better leave here as soon as possible. As these words fell, everyone's goal subconsciously towards an Arago. There sat a poor white off sun, cool temperament, good looks Joe, surrounded by a faint pure white hui. Seemed to the eyes of people around. The pure white saint, who was meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. Deep pupil shining like stars. Hui. Li, he is right, we cannot stay here for long, we must find a way to break out. If we continue to be trapped here, we will die. We can't just sit there and wait for death, we must first find a way to seize the initiative, right? Li, he continued to observe the quiet wait until the dead spirits outside are facing each other. After that, we broke through and killed our way out. Yes, sir. Li, he bowed and clasped his hands. Open a small door again. View outside of the house, quiet. But the moment the door was opened, he saw one of the dead spirits suddenly come to the door place. And that dark eye seems to be staring at him. TSK. Can you come in and kill me? Li, he sneered. I've been locked up here for a day or two. No chance was obtained online. He was also very angry. Now looking at a mortal immortal who has annihilated the dead spirit. He even dared to approach the ancient house where they were so arrogantly. He suddenly had the urge to play a trick on the annihilated undead in front of him to vent his anger. But just thinking about it, a sword suddenly appeared. Sword, the sword energy contained in it and the pure and strong, the sword energy is different. This sword energy contained a strong breath of annihilation and even a hint of death. Li, he was stunned. What condition? Aren't all the silent undead fools without consciousness and wisdom? He can actually use swordsmanship. But the thought was fleeting. The accident came too suddenly and was beyond Li He's expectations. The door was slammed open. Then it was slammed shut again. Sharp sword, bring a splash of water. A head fell off with a bang. What happened? Several other geniuses of the life god cult, big changes. The sudden change made them panic. Some of them subconsciously wanted to escape, but the door was closed and there were only dead spirits outside. Gu Han happened to be in that direction. Them, there is no you can escape. A few swords vertical and horizontal wrong. Gu Hanshi in the moment is full of strength hair. Several geniuses of the life god church were killed immediately. But in a flash, only the pure white saint of the life god cult was left. Pure white saint, although they are the four saints of the life god religion one. But he is also not good at fighting. What he is best at is healing. Previously, the pure white saint who had a cold and sacred temperament was frightened pale. Are you a dead spirit or a living person? Pure white saint, the voice was trembling. But strong curiosity is over the fear. I really feel unwilling. Could it be that a special undead appeared in the silent divine city, able to break in other historic houses? Such an unlucky encounter? But Gu Han was too lazy to respond. Line bang hair. Pure white saint, I only felt a flash before my eyes. That absolute's head had been chopped off by Guhan's sword. At the same time, the white saint, the right arm was also cut off, and a white arm as white as a lotus root flew high up, holding a jade talisman that exudes a terrifying aura. Bite. Owner, kill the descendant of the high priest of life. The pure white saint obtained 70,000 villain points. Obtain the source of the avenue of life x9. Are you still playing tricks on me? Guhan sneered. He directly put away the immortal king jade talisman. The descendants of these powerful forces all have the immortal king jade talisman of. He just played that trick on me on purpose. It's nothing more than delaying time and attracting attention. And he took so much effort and used such great means to do it attack. It was also to catch the opponent by surprise and prevent them from having the chance to use the immortal king jade talisman. Why would I waste my time on being tricked by the other party? Guhan quickly cleaned up and collected the spoils. He raised his hand and threw out a ball of annihilation fire. Well, several people burnt to ashes. Soon, he opened the door again. There are only some remnants in it trace. There are also several piles of black ashes from burning. And there were suddenly more and more silent undead at the door. In fact, Guhan almost killed the pure white saint. Wait, for the first time, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the silent divine city. 6 illusory roads collapsed. Among them there is a road that presents a striking pure white. There is even a strong breath of life emanating from it. Perhaps it's because many geniuses have died recently. The sky above the silent city, the power of annihilation, was also consumed. So everyone could see it clearly this time. The pure white road collapsed with a loud bang. Sprinkle rain. Everyone knew that a top genius had been killed. Such a rich breath of life also gave many geniuses and strong men an idea of the situation. Many strong and talented people changed. Most likely the pure white saint of the life god cult killed. But why is this happening? Many immortal kings were a little dazed and confused. Hundreds of geniuses were killed one after another. They already use special means to convey messages to the messengers of major forces. Let them be fully vigilant. Dante, the ship capsized and eventually fell. However, their news had just been spread. The top genius of the life god cult, the pure white saint, just died like that. Chapter 669, the city of God is closed. The only way is to break out. This moment. Whether it was the many remaining geniuses or the immortal kings, they were all completely frightened and their scalps were tingling. Who killed him? Is it the silent undead? Or was it really Guhan who did it? Or was he killed by other forces in the fairyland? Many Tianzhu and immortal kings, they are all extremely solemn. Can we continue to stay in this silent divine city? It's only been 2 days since I came here. They found nothing. A lot of people died. Damn it. It doesn't matter whether it was Guhan who did it or not. The face of a powerful immortal kingship. If we continue like this, more of us will die. Now the entire outer area of the silent divine city is full of silent undead spirits. They are all annihilated undead spirits. Let alone going out to explore, we will all die if we go out. Today, as this situation is too unfavorable for us. In my opinion, we should first find a way to rescue those besieged geniuses and then find a way to evacuate the silent divine city first. Since the silent divine city won't run away on its own, we can wait until the silent undead in the silent divine city bursts out. After calming down, it's not too late. The death of the great geniuses has made these immortal kings somewhat pain. I don't want to waste any more time here. No, people have already started to back off. As several immortal kings spoke. More and more immortal kings have begun to have this idea. The opportunity is good and the mission is important. But your life is your own. If I lose my life, what does mission or no mission, opportunity or no opportunity have to do with them? But just as many immortal kings were about to arrive consistent. They were preparing to join hands to break out and temporarily leave the city of silent destruction. There was only a loud rumbling sound. The direction of the gate of the silent divine city was violent shake. Such a huge change immediately made many immortal kings and gods a change. under the protection of many immortal kings. The two immortal kings ignored the erosion of the aura of annihilation and soared into the sky in the direction of the gate of the silent divine city. All I saw was the silent divine city all around. There were shocking news: the roar of the earth. The city gate that was originally open slowly closed at this moment. The two immortal kings who saw the entire scene widened their eyes with disbelief on their faces. What condition? Why was the city gate closed for no reason? They are all still inside the city gate. The city gates are closed, how can they get out? What did you say? The city gate is closed. After the two immortal kings brought the news back, Yi Tian and the remaining dozens of immortal kings were all stunned at this moment. They were thinking the same thing now. The city gates were closed. So what should they do? How are they supposed to get out? The silent divine city is filled with a strong aura of annihilation. Every time we stay here for a while, the degree of erosion by the aura of annihilation will be aggravated. Yi Tianchen, it's ugly, and because of the annihilation of the dead, because of this, the aura of annihilation that I had originally expected was so strong that it has tripled. If this continues, within 3 days at most, everyone except us will probably be corroded to death by the aura of annihilation. These words immediately made many immortal kings even uglier. This is tantamount to setting a death countdown for them. The countdown to a few days has arrived. If they still can't open the city gate and get out, all the geniuses they brought with them will die here. And there the environment will not be very good either, because they can only last about 5 days at most. If the city gates are not opened after 5 days, they will be corroded and killed one after another. It has come to this point, we can't delay any longer. The immortal king of the Time God Island said, now we must find a way to get deeper. Silent Divine City, find the City Lord's mansion of Silent Divine City. Over our respective goals. Then we must summon the immortal Lord as soon as possible so that we can be safe later generations. Even I wait for my own chance. Although many immortal kings ugly didn't say anything else. Now they want to delay time and wait for changes, which is equivalent to waiting for death. Rather than being trapped to death. Might as well give it a try. Led by dozens of immortal kings, messages were quickly sent to various places in the Silent Divine City through special means in the mind of the genius. The city gates are blocked and there is no way to retreat. Now that things have come to this, the only option is to move forward and break out of this area as quickly as possible. Go deeper, relatively safe area. Once this message was released, the geniuses of many forces were immediately ugly. Breakthrough? Outside mommy is all silent undead spirits. If they provoke them, they will all be dead. But don't move forward. They couldn't get out either. Staying in the old house is just waiting to die. The erosion of the breath of annihilation. Who closed the city gate? God's help. Guhan, who also received the news, also wanted to laugh. It was really a godly assist. This group of guys were also killed by Guhan. They all hid in the old house and dared not come out. No one dares to open it. He was having a headache before because these guys kept wasting his time. It's okay now. These guys had to take a risk and try. Isn't this the best time to hunt? Well, since you want to break out, I'll give you some extra ingredients. Guhan sneered in his heart. Once again he began to indiscriminately kill the silent undead. This time, he directly killed several silent undead spirits at the half-step immortal king level. But his behavior has stirred up a hornet's nest. Roar! The roar of the earth suddenly came from the depths of the silent divine city, resounding. The overwhelming aura of annihilation came from the depths of the silent divine city like a raging flood spreading. Where the breath of annihilation passes, earth shakes, the space roars. Many geniuses and immortal kings are ready to make a breakthrough in one go. At this moment everyone was stunned by this roar. Immortal king level annihilation spirit. Many powerful people in the fairyland were all dumbfounded. Why would an immortal king level silent undead suddenly appear? These immortal kings haven't taken any action yet. The rest of the faces big change. Guhan is facing very happy. As expected, if we kill more of the silent undead at the half-step Immortal King level, we will attract the silent undead at the Immortal King level. Kill. Keep killing. One Immortal King level silent undead is not enough. He wants more. It would be best if there were dozens or even hundreds of them. Kill all these guys. Guhan continued to kill among the group of silent undead spirits. Soon, accompanied by the deep of the silent city, another terrifying aura rose up. Another Immortal King level silent undead appeared. Then came the third and the fourth. The number is still increasing. Yi Tian and others were going crazy. What's the situation? They haven't even made a move yet, so how come there are so many Immortal King level undead spirits? The many powerful people and geniuses who had originally planned to break out in one go were now frightened to the point of their scalps numbing, and had to retreat back to the old house. Now this Kwang went to break out. I don't know how many people will die. Chapter 670, Citywide Massacre. But Guhan didn't care about that. Others have to worry about the silent deathstorm. But Guhan doesn't have to worry about these at all. Now he is part of the silent undead. Kill. Keep killing. At this moment, the entire silent divine city became a black. More Immortal King level undead began to appear. In the end, it even reached more than 10 heads. Too many silent undead died. However, these Immortal King level silent undead spirits that appeared still could not find out who killed the person. In the end, these Immortal King level silent undead became completely enraged. Can't find it? Then kill all the creatures that do not belong to the silent divine city. Once they are all killed, peace will naturally come. Boom! An Immortal King level undead spirit disappeared on the spot. A punch was thrown directly. The door of the old house burst open. The many geniuses trapped in the ancient house were dumbfounded. Aren't these old houses safe areas? Why did these silent undead start attacking the ancient house? Elder! Save me! Some geniuses roared in fear and unwillingness before their death. But the Immortal King level silent undead is too strong. Just a random hit. Just put that kill all the geniuses in the ancient house. In an instant, 5 illusory roads broke apart in the sky above the silent divine city, and a torrential downpour of rain fell from the sky rain. 5 more top geniuses have fallen. But at this moment, the entire silent divine city was completely destroyed. Many Immortal King level silent undead began to kill indiscriminately and even directly attacked the ancient house. Asshole! Many Immortal Kings sudden change. I never expected that will suddenly Changizo. Quick! Help them! Otherwise they will all die. The Immortal King of Time Island roared in anger. The other Immortal Kings also reacted quickly. They used their own magical skills to fight against more than 10 violent entangled with the Immortal King level silent undead. However, they were somewhat restrained at the moment and did not even dare to use their full strength. At this moment the situation is bad enough. Countless dead spirits violently. If they kill a few Immortal King level silent undead, it might lead to even more terrifying existences, or even Immortal Venerable level silent undead. At that time they might all die. To avoid this extremely bad situation occurs, they can only use magical power encircle these silent undead spirits, but don't kill them. Quick! Everyone break out quickly. Don't attack unless you have no other options, and then kill the silent undead. The Immortal King when they became one, their aura became extremely powerful, even close to that of an immortal lord. At this moment the Tongtian Dharma image he condensed emitted waves of sound like a tidal wave echoing in the heaven and earth, clear transmission in the minds of countless geniuses. The closer we get to the depths of the silent divine city Furuya version, the higher the security level. Enter deeper. Only by hiding in the ancient house can you be relatively safe. As the voice sounded, everyone knew. This area is now completely unsafe. Even if hiding in an old house, there is a possibility of being breached at any time. We must break through. If we don't break out, we'll be dead. Now this forgotten divine city has completely revived. Arrive, they are all roaring silent undead spirits. Let's fight. Following a roar from a supreme sequence of the chaos space, he took the lead in leading his men to kill. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. The geniuses of various forces came out of the ancient house one after another and began to go deeper into the silent divine city breakout. Guhan, who had been mixed in with the group of silent dead spirits, felt a little. They all ran out. Take action now? Which side should I choose? Is it the saint who continues to kill the life god cult, woolen cloth? Or go and kill the supreme sequence of the chaos space? Or go and cause trouble for the kingdom of death? Never mind. Just pick a random direction and chase after it. Kill all who come. Soon Guhan mixed in with a large group of annihilation undeads and headed towards, quickly chase in that direction. Not long. Guhan is in front. How many powerful breath. After a slight pause. Suddenly very happy. It seems he has encountered a big fish this time. He is in front at 3 different powerful aura. One is from the Church of Life and the other 2 are from the Kingdom of Death and the Island of Time God respectively. There are 17 strong men in total. At this moment they seem to be coming together and breaking through rapidly. Seeing this scene, Guhan no longer hesitated. Attack again and kill the silent undead on the side. With the death of these silent undead spirits, more death traps violence. They roared and rushed towards this area. What condition? Daoxin Shensi, the top Tianjiu of Time God Island who was leading the charge, was now facing big change. Did any one of you kill the silent undead without permission? Didn't I say that? Unless you have no choice, it is best not to kill the silent undead, just seal it. What are you doing? Daoxin Shensi was a little annoyed towards the crowd behind. Previously we were thinking that if we joined together we would be able to break through better. But I didn't expect that there were such stupid teammates among them. The Holy Spirit of Life frowning slightly. Daoxin Danti slandering. How could we do such a stupid thing? Certainly. The Life God cult possesses the life force which has great restraining power over the annihilated undead. It could also be when taking action. He was accidentally killed. But can they be blamed for this? The seal is too light. These annihilated undead spirits cannot be imprisoned. By then all these annihilated undead spirits will surround us. They will finish too. Alright. Stop arguing. At this point our primary goal is to find a way to break out. The Kingdom of Death, the Emperor shouted coldly, interrupting the argument between the two. Among this group of people the 3 of them are the strongest. If 2 people have a dispute, it means the cooperation is broken. This to have disagreements under such circumstances is tantamount to seeking one's own destruction. But having said that, the Emperor is also Fasenjit's extremely ugly. Too many annihilated undead spirits were attracted here. Arrive all, none you can escape. The 3 of them were well aware of this and did not dare to waste any more time. Direct send out breath to deter. All 3 of them are top-level true immortals. Looking at each of them, the forces behind them are among the best. Together at this moment let out the breath. In an instant an overwhelming storm of laws was set off. Directly blew away all the countless annihilation undead spirits that surrounded them and smashed them hard into the distance. Maybe it's because the reason is that the breath is too strong. Not fair. An immortal king-level dead spirit was attracted and roared breath of nirvana. It broke through the air quickly and rushed towards them. Please buy me some time. Daoxin Shensi got it was ugly, but in the end I gritted my teeth and stood up. Regardless of whether the 2 agreed or not, an illusory river of time surrounded him emerge. A pair of black hair and white robes fluttered in time runes covered the sky and the earth. Time. Turn back the clock. Words come true, one word prophecy. Thousands of time runes. It has been developed to the extreme. This moment is like the sun and the moon. Turn time really began to flow backwards. The immortal king-level undead that was roaring and rushing towards them was like a slide being played in reverse, moving backwards quickly away from Daoxin Shensi and the others, and soon disappeared. Film. Chapter 673. The more you kill, the more there is no way to escape. At the same time, Guhan, who was mixed in with the group of annihilated undead spirits, arrived. The powerful force of time, even he is a little to palpitations. Damn it! He still underestimated the descendants of these superpowers in the fairyland. It turns out that these guys all have their own trump cards and magical powers. If this were to happen alone. The other party gave me this attack and time went back. He was probably no different from being punished by standing still on the battlefield. If he gets caught by mistake, he will be in great danger. The fighting power displayed by Daoxian Shenzi really shocked Guhan. But didn't I get caught? Guhan did not hesitate and attacked again, killing a large number of annihilated undead. A thunderous roar came from that direction again. Then Daoxian Shenzi and others were shocked. A cracked and dumbfounded thing happened. The immortal king-level undead spirit was attracted before another direction. Another immortal king-level silent undead roared and broke through the air. Several people were stunned and angry. How could this be? Now there are thousands of geniuses breaking through at the same time. Damn it, why are these immortal king-level silent undead staring at them instead of looking for other people? Moreover, they never killed a single silent undead from beginning to end. Time. Go back. Daoxian Shenzi Noodle White vomited a mouthful of fresh and roared again. Sun and Moon, the world turned. The rolling force of time swept over and attacked the immortal king-level dead spirit that appeared again and rushed towards the distant rush forward. The crisis was resolved again. At the same time, Beatrice Saint-Tan the Emperor also cooperated very well. Repel the undead that are surrounding from all directions again. But Guhan, who was mixed in with a large group of annihilated undead spirits, took decisive action again and killed a large number of annihilated undead spirits. This group of people wherein the annihilated undead that the Emperor knocked away had no power to resist in mid-air. A large number of them were killed by Guhan almost instantly. Soon. The direction rises again an extremely powerful aura. Another new immortal king-level silent undead was attracted. Daoxian Shenzi and others are now. The sudden change made my mentality collapse. How could this happen? They repelled several waves of attacks from the silent undead one after another. He even restrained himself and never took any action to kill it. Logically speaking, it has come to this. They already successfully break through. But now Daoxian Shenzi has been. He sent out 2 waves and took away 2 immortal king-level silent undead. But instead more annihilated undead spirits, even new annihilated undead spirits at the immortal king level, were attracted. This time even the Emperor could not help but yell, Daoxian. Did the magical power you just displayed kill a lot of dead spirits? He also found that more annihilated undead were attracted here. This can only mean that he just died again. Silence is dead. This guy took away the 2 immortal king level silent undeads, but he killed more silent undeads. What's the use of this? It's still death. Daoxian Shenzi faced. The white robe fluttered as he changed slightly and he said coldly, impossible. The magical power I just displayed there is a strong targeting and lock. It is impossible to affect other annihilated undead spirits. Maybe the breath was too strong to kill weak silent undead. Daoxian Shenzi was also a little angry. Damn it. He just continued, sending it twice as equivalent to consuming one's own essence. These guys, not only instead of being angry I blame him. What is the magical power you display? How could he not know the quality? Beatrice Saint-Tan the Emperor is also an extremely powerful genius. They also have absolute control over their own power. How could he possibly believe that he had accidentally killed a group of weak undead spirits? Alright. We can't waste any more time. Let's find a way to leave this place quickly. Next we must be more careful and never kill some weak silent undead by mistake. Upon hearing this, Daoxian Shenzi was too lazy to use his magical power to reverse time. This was too exhausting for him. Time speeds up. Daoxian Shenzi uttered a low cry. Soon. After endless time, the runes condensed. Become one circle suspended in the Beatrice Saint-Tan around the Emperor and others. With this circle package, a few people's trip, the speed increased instantly and one step thousands of meters away. But maintaining this state consumes a lot of energy for Daoxian Shenzi. Everyone else had to the power of Daoxian Shenzi let him maintain it. But this also creates because there is not enough energy law to resist the erosion of the power of annihilation. Their black spots emitting a strange aura began to appear on the surface. That was a sign of being further eroded by the fierce atmosphere. Running still fast, but can you get rid of me? Guhan chuckled. Line hair. Pedal time extreme speed. He is not slower than the son of God Daoxian at all. The few of them always kept a certain distance. Guhan he chased them, continuing to kill and attract the silent undead on the way. The top geniuses of the three major forces. If only we could kill them all. That would really be a big fortune. Guhan just kept following Daoxian Shensi and others back. Those who were trapped, repelled, or knocked away by Daoxian Shensi and others were all killed by Guhan, whose cervical vertebrae were at the back. Daoxian Shensi and others ran all the way. Guhan chased and killed them all the way. The more you kill later, the more you kill. I originally wanted to rely on this time Herr Daoxuan son of God escapes from danger. My mentality is getting worse and worse. They wanted to escape but couldn't. More and more annihilated undead spirits were attracted here, so many that they covered the sky and the sun. Arrival from all directions both. It was difficult to repel a wave of incoming silent undead. As a result, more numbers of annihilated undead attacked again. Under repeated consumption, they were increasingly eroded by the aura of annihilation. There is also a clear black spot. Damn it! Daoxian Shensi roared in a somewhat out-of-control manner. Logically speaking, we have already escaped thousands of miles. Why haven't you escaped from this area yet? Why are there more and more silent undead? Daoxian Shensi is really kind sleep. All the annihilated undead nearby were attracted to them. Did they dig up the ancestral graves of these annihilated undead spirits? Why are you all chasing after them? If we keep going like this, we won't be able to escape before we are corroded by the aura of annihilation and die. Beatrice Saint-Tan, the Emperor, and others also noticed something was wrong. At this moment I feel desperate. The further you break out and run, the more silent undead spirits you will encounter. Doesn't it mean that we will be safe if we leave that area? But how can they? It feels more and more dangerous. Daoxian Shensi and others, it's extremely ugly. There is no way out. The surrounding dead spirits have almost gathered an endless ocean. It seemed as if all the annihilated undead spirits in the outer area of the Annihilation City had gathered here. Daoxian Shensi took a deep breath and finally gritted his teeth and took out a jade talisman that exuded a terrifying aura of the Immortal King. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone, there is no way back now. Prepare, use the Immortal King's jade talisman." Chapter 674. Hope. After that, not a human being. As soon as these words came out, the Emperor and Beatrice Saint-I was suddenly shocked. Are you crazy? There are countless annihilated undead spirits gathered here. If this used the Immortal King's jade talisman, kill all these silent undead spirits, that would be a big deal. So what do you want? Are you going to just sit there and wait to die from exhaustion? It seemed as if he could see what the two were thinking. Daoxian God's son, he was furious. If we continue to stay where we are, we will die. It's better to give it a try at the last moment. As for whether it will lead to worse consequences, is there any consequence worse than our death? Beatrice Saint-Tan, the Emperor, and others flashing. Yes. According to this, if the situation continues to develop, all of them will surely die. They are all going to die. How could they have the time to care whether others would be affected by them? Let's talk about it first. As long as we can survive. If we can't live, let's die together. The Emperor and Beatrice Saint look at each other. All took out their only Immortal King's jade talisman carried on his person. 3 Immortal King jade talismans. Moreover, it is the Immortal King jade talisman separated by the top-level Immortal King. If this is simultaneously, the area within thousands of miles will definitely be completely destroyed. All the annihilated undead in this area will be destroyed. And they can take advantage of the 3 Immortal King jade talismans. It exerted its might, clearing out all the annihilated undead spirits around it, turning it into a vacuum zone in an instant. Evacuate and escape quickly. and find a suitable old house to hide in. After all, according to what they obtained report, Silent Divine City ancient houses in the city area have a higher security level. And they traveled so far. I guess it's already far away. The city area is not far away. Guhan, who was mixed in with a large group of silent dead people, took a deep breath when he saw 3 people took out the Immortal King Jade Talisman. These 3 guys are going to use the Immortal King Jade Talisman together? He can feel. The Immortal King Jade Talismans in the hands of the other 3 were extremely terrifying. It is said to be the Jade Talisman of the Immortal King. But it is already infinitely close to the aura of the Immortal Lord. This is if used at the same time. Not to mention blowing up all the surrounding hordes of annihilated undead. He might be affected as well. There are more and more silent undead. Daoxian Shensi and others who wanted to continue trying to break out were trapped again. Seeing that the Immortal King Jade Talisman is completely gone without use possibility of being trapped, Daoxian Shensi no longer hesitated and roared. Everyone nearby, run as far away as possible. If you are killed in the explosion, don't blame this son of God. Sound Shock Quartet. In this area of the Silent City, open it. Far. In fact, there are already many geniuses and even immortal kings from other forces. They all noticed the place filled with a strong aura of annihilation. There were so many ground undead gathered in that area that it made one's scalp tingle. They originally thought that something unexpected had happened in that area. But I didn't expect it. Daoxian Shensi and others from the Time God Island were trapped inside. Many immortal kings. The situation changed slightly, and the immortal king of the Time God Island gritted his teeth and said, Kunwu, follow me to save people. Changsheng, are you crazy? Many other immortal kings shouted in a low voice. There are countless silent undead gathered in that area, and there are even immortal king level silent undead heading towards that area. They might have been saved. But your arrival may attract more immortal king level silent undead to descend. Not only can't you save people, you will also kill them. That's right. Daoxian and his men are planning to use the Immortal King Jade Talisman. After that, the entire Silent Divine City will be completely destroyed. Now we'd better take this opportunity, hide. A bigger crisis may be coming. Many immortal kings and geniuses also knew this, and at this moment they rushed towards the ancient city like crazy. Breakout. I want to find an old house with a high enough security level to hide in. Tibetan. There are also some that are slow to respond. Still screaming and shouting, what the hell? No one cares about this kind of fool. You don't even have any sense of crisis, you might as well die. At this moment Guhan also knew the thoughts of Daoxian Shenzi and others. But at this moment in his observation, Daoxian Shenzi and others have not taken any action yet. Still trying to get closer to the Silent Divine City area. Seems to be looking for a suitable safe house. Most likely he wanted to take advantage of use the Immortal King Jade Talisman to create a vacuum zone and then find a suitable safe house to hide in to ensure your safety in the future. That should bites the city. Daoxian Shensi made a joyful sound. Everyone followed the direction he pointed. Go. I saw the deep haze of extinction. Buildings that are much more prosperous than those in the outer city area of the Silent Divine City stand tall and closely connected. That's the one. The one with the biggest courtyard. Maybe it's because a condition in a hurry several people did not communicate but shouted loudly. It started flowing. This also makes Guhan, who was hiding among the silent undead, heard it clearly. He also looked over subconsciously. Just following the eyes of several people saw the yard. Guhan understood. These guys probably want to attract the moment of the Immortal King's Jade Talisman. Hide at the fastest speed into that yard. If he got there early near the yard. At the moment when Daoxian Shensi and others wanted to push the door and enter the house. Go in one step ahead. Just close the door with your backhand. Does that mean I don't even need to take any action myself? Can these guys be easily killed by me? After all, once the door of the old house is closed, it cannot be opened from the outside unless the person inside opens it. Moreover, simply attacking with magical powers and laws will not work. With this in mind, Guhan, the corners are slightly tilted. Hurry and turn around, heading towards that rush to the yard. All the dead souls regard him as a companion. There was no obstruction at all. Guhan soon landed there, the gate of the yard. Simultaneous play attached. Just like a normal annihilated undead, it kept wandering around in the same place in a daze. Almost in the next moment, a roar came backworld. Let's use the immortal King Jade talisman together. Buzz. Then, thousands of immortals, the runes converge in the same direction. Completely covered by the aura of annihilation, the pitch-black annihilation city is deep, as if there were three. The sun dispelled the eternal darkness and brought bright daylight. Three huge and sacred statues. The shadow suddenly emerged. At the same time, he struck out with one palm. Even if they are just three illusory projections, but the power it exerts is comparable to the sun and the moon change. The majestic star wave, it fluttered out, and wherever it passed, runes melted and laws disappeared. Countless old houses. The impact has even begun crack and collapse. Countless silent undead spirits were completely annihilated and disappeared amidst the wailing sounds. In an instant, thousands and tens of thousands of silent undead disappeared without a trace. The entire silent divine city was also in this shocking. The roar of the earth became more violent. This time, there was even the aura of the dead spirit of a half-step immortal emerging. Moreover, this silent undead spirit seemed to have some intelligence. Dark pupils deep flickering with scarlet flames. With it as the center, the aura of annihilation spreads in all directions. How dare you, a coward, act so presumptuously in your kingdom? Accompanied by his roar, nearly 20 immortal king-level silent undead spirits reappeared. Including these 20 immortal king-level silent undead spirits. At this moment, the number of immortal king-level silent undead has reached 56. Even better than there are even more fairy kings in the fairyland here. That's not all. Silent Divine City Lord's Mansion, there was also an even more terrifying aura rising. The aura comparable to that of a top-level immortal is reviving. And this time, along with this, the emergence of breath. That huge time, the long river, never appeared again. It seems that the other party's actions, now compliance, does not constitute a violation of void. But Dao Xian Shenzi and others did not have the time to pay attention to these things at the moment. After doing all this, they rushed towards that place like crazy. Run across the yard. Run. Must run over. Only by running into that yard can they have hope of survival. As we got closer to the gate of the yard, Gasdaoxuan Shensi and others were panting, and gradually a smile emerged, showing the feeling of surviving a disaster. Very good. They won the bet. Just enter that, they are safe in the compound. And then in the next moment, a silent undead spirit with only the aura of a mortal being in the mortal world suddenly wandered to the front door. Then, in their dull and confused purpose, the silent undead spirit actually opened the door directly. Then he went straight in. With a bang, the door was closed. Chapter 675, Killing People and Destroying Their Hearts. There was a loud bang. Daoxian Shensi and others didn't react and didn't break the car. One after another, they hit the pattern hard. No, above the gate only I felt a headache and saw stars. But compared to the pain on, several people felt more disbelief and disbelief in their hearts. Why is this happening? What's this condition? Oh my God, are you kidding them? Just. A silent undead opened the door of the ancient house in front of them, then went in and closed the door. It doesn't mean that the dead spirits can't enter an old house? Aren't they stupid fools without wisdom? How can I still enter the old house? What to do now? They can't get in. They just spent all my cards are in my hand. There is no way to deal with the more turbulent undead spirits. There was no time to turn around and look for other ancient houses. They are finished. No, open the door. Open the door. Bastard. You are such a beast. Asshole. This moment. There are countless people in the entire silent divine city. Everyone heard the sharp roar of Daoxian Shensi, whose mentality was broken. There is a strong sense of absoluteness in the voice, with strong reluctance. Beatrice Saint-Tam, the Emperor's voice also rang out. No! You can't do this to me. How could you? Let me in. Let me in. The voices are more amazing than one, each one more unwilling than the other. Let not those who heard it felt their scalps tingling and their hearts inexplicably sympathized with the. But at this point Daoxian Shenzi and others had no way to escape. A half-step immortal Lord Silent Undead Spirit has brought several immortal king-level Silent Undead Spirits to kill him. Even if they are far away. Just slap it with your palm. Endless silence. A huge palm transformed from death energy covered the sky and the sun. Even if it hasn't fully arrived yet. The breath that came out had already made Daoxian Shenzi and others. Muddy black spots of desolation appeared and began to decay and disappear. These guys should also be the disciples of the leaders of several major forces. If we hunt them down, there will definitely be a reward of villain points. Guhan, who was hiding behind the door, thought about it and gritted his teeth. Decided to take a risk and make up for it. In the heart of Daoxian Shenzi, when, with a creaking sound, the door opened again. They are like drowning men grabbing the last straw, subconsciously wanting to rush in with all his strength. However, after the door opened, they were greeted by a dazzling sword. Sharp sword coming through the air. It contains unparalleled destructive power. Instantly put their divide into two. Several people almost at the same time stumble. Consciousness began to become a little hazy. But at the last moment, they all seemed to understand. This is not an intelligent silent undead spirit. But it was played by someone. And according to their investigation report, Guhan can also use the breath of Nirvana. If you want to talk about being able to play. Looking at the entire Taichu immortal realm, there is definitely only Guhan. So it's not that they are unlucky. It attracted all the silent undead from the entire silent divine city to run near them. But Guhan, this beast, has always been hide nearby and keep attracting hatred from them. This guy had anticipated everything. Not only do we need to use the silent undead to kill all of them. Even at the last moment they cut off their only hope, the only way out. Guhan, Daoxian son of God, had just spoken when his life force had completely dissipated. His eyes were wide open, filled with shock, unwillingness and regret. He is the son of God of Time Island. The future will definitely prove the immortal king even the more powerful, the ultimate evildoer. Just fell here. He was unwilling to do so, he really was unwilling to do so. The Emperor and Beatrice Saint-Tam. Before death he was full of resentment and unwillingness. It's just one door away. As long as they come in the door, there is hope for life. But this door cut off all their hopes. And all this. It turned out that it was done by Guhan, whom they had always heard of but never met. They wanted to get the word out. But it was too late. Sword vertical and horizontal round, their body cut several paragraphs. Guhan grabbed them with his big hand. Storage on all the rings were taken away. But Beatrice, before he completely fell, he used up all his remaining strength. Through a spread the news. Guhan. Even if I die, I must drag this guy Guhan down with me. But Guhan, who saw the scene, didn't care at all. Idiot. Guhan smiled and said, "You know, I have been hiding for a long time. Now that I'm in this situation, I'm just pretending to be ignorant, even though I know the truth. Even without you saying anything, people have already started to suspect me. Will it be any use if you tell others? It's a pity that your power seems to be limited. You can only transmit 2 words. Otherwise, tell them that I can disguise, annihilate the undead. This is what works, but you can't do it now." After hearing this, Beatrice, the resentment in my heart, which was already unwilling, suddenly became even more unwilling. This guy Guhan not only kills people but also destroys their hearts. Bite. It was detected that the master killed the successor chosen by the High Priest of Life, Bikui Shang. Congratulations on getting 100,000 villain points. Source of Life Avenue X9. Master killed Daoxian Shenzi, the descendant of the Time God Island Lord, and obtained 110,000 villain points. The source of the Great Avenue of Time X10. Master kills the descendant of the Lord of the Kingdom of Death Emperor, obtain 100,000 villain points. Source of Death Avenue X9. Hearing the system's announcement, Guhan suddenly felt excellent. It's really a wave. I made a lot of money this time. But he hasn't done anything yet. Only behind 3 attacks with 3 swords killed 3 troublesome guys. But in the next moment, one terrible breath had enveloped the ancient house where he was. Guhan Noodle's sudden change. It seemed that the Annihilation Undead spirit of the half-step Immortal Master was coming with several Annihilation Undead spirits at the Immortal King level to kill him. Damn, they won't break into the old house, right? The silent undead who was led by the half-step Immortal was very angry. Originally he wanted to kill Guhan directly. But it seemed after hearing something directly reversed direction towards hidden far away kill the other Fairyland geniuses and even the Fairyland Fairy Kings who are still watching the show here. Those who are not residents of my silent divine city will all be killed today. After these words were spoken, not only Guhan but also the Immortal Kings and the geniuses from the Immortal Realm who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. What condition? They didn't do anything, why come and kill them? Chapter 676 Melee Hair. Fierce battle, war. At the same time, another area of the silent divine city. The bailing Immortal King of the Life God cult. Pretty his face was full of hideous distortion. I don't even care about the crises in the outside world. Because at this moment already received Beatrice Saint the news sent back before death. The two clearly showed pure white, but the handwriting that looked abnormally distorted was now suspended in front of the bailing Immortal King Guhan. Just look at the handwriting. You can see Beatrice Saint before dying, strong resentment and unwillingness. At this moment Fairy King Bailing's heart was filled with anger and grief. In the 4 saints among Beatrice Saint and the relationship is the deepest. It can be said that Beatrice Saint has watched him grow up. To some extent. Even Beatrice Saint treated as your own son. But now, Beatrice Saint just died like that. And there is a high probability that he died because of Guhan. I should have known this. No matter what, I shouldn't have agreed to Beatrice Saint the request to explore the Silent City alone. I didn't expect it would take less than an hour. We will be separated forever. Guhan. Yi Tian, who was watching all this, frowned wrinkle. What's it like outside now? He was also very clear about the situation. Deathly death. Countless geniuses fell and died tragically. Guhan, this guy is so messed up. Under such circumstances he was able to kill the Holy Spirit of Biqui. How did they do it? But there was no time for Yi Tian to think more. The Annihilation Undead spirit at the half-step Immortal Venerable level along with a large group of Annihilation Undead spirits at the Immortal King level were attacking them. This is too much. Let's fight them. Do they really think we are nothing but mud? No. Immortal King Changsheng and other Immortal King, but he got angry. So many geniuses have died these days. They have been holding back their anger for a long time. Now they are just watching the fun from the sidelines. These Immortal King level undead spirits are also going to involve them. This is really too much. This is the silent divine city. Let alone fighting here, how can we show our strength? To the limit. Furthermore, if we kill too many Immortal King level silent undead, we might attract Immortal Venerable level silent undead. How can we fight them then? Some powerful Immortal Kings still think that this move is too risky and are afraid that it will cause greater changes. Avoiding the main point again and again, constantly giving in, will only make the situation gets worse. In my opinion, we should just take this opportunity to kill the Lord's mansion of the silent divine city. Then directly summon the Immortal Lord to come. But more Immortal Kings have been anxious. You can say that I'm afraid. In less than 2 days the entire silent divine city was in chaos and countless silent undead spirits were raging. Enter nearly 4 dozen of the Tianzhou here have been killed or injured. Who knows what else might happen if we delay further? A short pain is worse than a long one. It's better to reveal your cards now. Finally, the majority rules. Many Immortal Kings were also completely anxious. At this moment let out the breath. Boom. This moment. The entire silent divine city shook and roared violently. A total of 49. The sun is so bright. At this moment, the city of silence was rising in all directions. Crash! There is a shocking the sound of the flood sweeping across the earth's skyline. The illusory time the long river descended from the distant land of nothingness. Many immortal kings a tacit understanding. Since you have decided to take action, then strike out with a complete victory attitude. This moment, all the immortal kings summoned their own time-long river. Future with the past successively from time the long river walks out. And now the moment of unity, the breath reached its peak again. Although the number of immortal king-level silent undead is greater than their number. But the silent undead are just silent undead after all. They only retain some of their previous powers and can't even resonate the long river. There is no way to summon it future. Therefore, in terms of comprehensive strength, much weaker than the immortal king of the fairyland. Let's break out together. Let's rush to the city lord's mansion first, as far as possible town, if not then kill him. The most powerful immortal king of immortality among them all gave an order in a low voice. Roll. The next moment, he lifted kick out. This moment is like the sun and the moon turn. Time goes back. Several immortal king-level silent undead spirits came towards him to kill him. As if he kicked main the surging river of time. It directly broke through the years and fell towards some distant past. The skybreaking immortal king of the space god island is performing ancient magic spells. Raise your hand and point. An entire area of space seemed to be cut and separated, trapping several immortal king-level silent undead in that area directly in a lost cosmic dimension completely separated from reality. The top immortal kings from various immortal realms displayed their magical powers. But almost all of them were afraid and did not dare to kill them for fear that after killing these silent undead more powerful silent undead would appear. Bai Ling, immortal king. Are you crazy? Just then a roar was heard. Not far away. The sky seemed to be torn apart. A sacred eyes are cracked opened in the middle. A power that can purify all the darkness and filth in the world, the light straight from the eyes and come out. One is enveloped in this sacred, the immortal king-level annihilation spirit in the light was like the first snow that was arrogant, the roasted general. It began to melt and disappear quickly. Another immortal king, big changes. Hurry to the town. He killed the silent undead spirit and stopped the bailing immortal king. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Why aren't you letting me kill him? Bai Ling Xian Wang, emotional, incomparable. Obviously. Beatrice Saint, the death of Bai Ling Xian Wang, the blow was so great that he wanted to kill these immortal king-level silent undead to vent his hatred. Bai Ling. That's enough. The immortal king Changsheng was furious. Didn't Daoxian, the son of the time god island, also die in the crisis just now? Do you think I'm not angry? I said I could town. We are still some distance away from the city lord's mansion and you are causing me such trouble right now. Do you want to die? In fact, let alone the fairy king Bailing. The immortal king Changsheng was really angry at this moment. No matter what, Daoxian Shenzi was the one who took a fancy to a junior. He is equivalent to one of the most outstanding geniuses in their time god island. Now he dies here. He's also a little bit bad generation. But what can we do now? Thing has already happened. But they couldn't even find any trace of Guhan. It seems that these guys are also anxious. Guhan, who saw all of this, was also shocked. The silent divine city was previously dead silent and dark. Now it is as if it were lit by the day and the dark sky is deep. They are all brilliant magical powers. The Dharma image, which is larger than the heaven and earth, blocks out the sky and the sun. Every move is filled with shocking the power of the earth. There was rumbling thunder and roaring noises. At this moment the entire silent divine city seemed to be staging a war of gods. Originally Guhan wanted to take advantage of kill some people. But now too. If he were noticed by the immortal king he would definitely die. Think about it. Guhan decided to change his plan first. Go to the city lord's mansion to sign in first. Chapter 677, The Undertaker returns. Prelude to the Immortal Realm catastrophe. At the same time. A distant starry universe. Yaoqi Fairy Palace. What? There is a battle between several top immortal kings in the silent divine city here? The temporary palace master of Yaoqi Palace frowned after hearing this report. It was the group of people from the life cult who started this? The temporary palace master of Yaoqi Palace frowned more and more. There is a high probability that Guhan is also in this silent divine city now. Just in case something happens. I don't know how to report to the palace master generation. According to Thesis, the situation develops powerful immortals from several major forces such as the Church of Life will definitely arrive, so we must prepare early. The great battle between the immortals. This hasn't happened for many years. More and more confused, it also increasingly symbolizes that a catastrophe is about to come. The Xianhuang world. Misty Fairy Island, the place where immortals are buried. Accompanied by a crisp sound of chains breaking. The last one that bound the ruins moon, the chain of order, was completely broken. The power of annihilation that filled the immortal burial ground suddenly arrived. The terrifying force pulled and turned into the tidal vortex continued to move towards the burial ruins moon surge. At the same time, the burial of Shu Yue, the shadow, seemed no longer to be between life and death but to be completely materialized. This moment. It was as if he had completely walked out of that distant place of nothingness. Ancient black gold no wind surrounded by weak, the power of annihilation seemed to have turned into substance. The moon in the funeral ruins slowly rose up as if passing through the space barrier, seeing through time-long river. Headfall get there above the huge and mysterious city of God. It seems that I saw more of the city of annihilation, the war that broke out. It's time to start. Murmured. Zhang Xiuyu took a step forward. It was the burial place of immortals that existed for countless years. At this moment there are bursts of sound like porcelain, a crackling sound like something breaking. More and more cracks appeared in this void, spreading and expanding. Eventually it spread throughout the entire void. Then, with these countless cracks come together, the entire burial ground of immortals collapsed and dissipated completely like an illusion. This moment. The Xianhuang world is like the sun and the moon turn suddenly fall into the eternal night. But this, it was as dark as an eternal night, but it did not have that ominous or weird atmosphere. All get here, the living beings of the Xianhuang world, with a breath of arrived desolate and barren. This is the breath of nirvana. Starting today. The Undertaker, who once terrified billions of creatures in the Taichu immortal realm, has finally broken the seal and returned. Taichu immortal realm. An unknown and distant place. Continuously consuming everything, is filled with the source of extinction, the five supreme gods. The breath that was emanating from the air at this moment suddenly stagnated. Several the shadows looked at each other. His eyes were filled with dullness and disbelief. They get there, the breath of Shi. The month of burial. The powerful man who almost reached their level and almost inherited the position of the supreme god actually returned from the land of nothingness. The five supreme gods were shocked. I don't know how much the years have not set off. The mood that had not been disturbed at all was now turned into a huge wave. It was even more shocking to them than seeing Guhan, the reincarnation of the supreme god of nirvana. Even though they smashed the body of Zhang Xiuyu, erased the origin of. But they also want to completely wipe out the existence of Zhang Xiuyu, the impossible. The best you can do is to destroy it. Their strength will be reduced to 1/10,000th of what it was, and they will never be able to compete with them for the control over the fairyland. Even it is the sixth supreme throne, and it rises and sits with them. However, it seems like they have been guessing wrong all along. The Zhangshu moon has not only returned, and the strength he possesses is extremely terrifying. Even if he hasn't recovered to the level of the immortal emperor, he is definitely comparable to a quasi-immortal emperor. And the power of annihilation, that's extremely scary. It can erode all the laws of the heavens. Once you return to the fairyland, the development of the situation will definitely be beyond the control of all of them again. At the same time, the Xianhuang world. Although it has been less than half a year since Guhan left, but it is also because more and more barriers between the Xianhuang world and the fairyland are disappearing. The laws of the Xianhuang world are also relatively complete. Su Lungyue Xiaobingli Hua Jieyu and others have all made some progress in their cultivation. Especially Su Lungyue and Xiaobingli have already made breakthroughs. The great emperor. Today, they were also meditating in seclusion as usual. Strive to break the limit of the emperor, ascend to the fairyland as soon as possible and fight alongside Guhan. But today, suddenly arrived there, the surging aura of extinction instantly enveloped the entire Xianhuang world. But compared to the fear of many powerful people in the Xianhuang world, we are more suspicious and puzzled. Because of this breath they have an inexplicable awe. They seem to be looking at the cold same as above. Been there. Are you the ones who indirectly changed the trajectory of my brother's life in this lifetime? A cold voice came back from an unknown place. Come. In front of Su Lungyue and Xiaobingli, shocked eyes middle. One wearing black and gold imperial robe, black long hair to waist, cool temperament, somewhat dreamy, as if walking on a dark road. They came slowly. We don't know this black-haired. How strong is Z? Anyway, the aura exudes from every gesture. It's so scary, their imagination. Emperor? Immortal? No. I'm afraid that among all the immortals they are all eternal kings. The place where the burial ruins moon stepped on. The breath of extinction is boiling. One after another 9-petaled black lotus blossomed, covering the entire sky. But, including Wanchuexist, he took great pains to escape from the fairyland and fled to the Xianhuang world to seek refuge with several immortals. After seeing the Funeral Ruins moon film, as well as after this overwhelming atmosphere of desolation, all were trembling. Hidden in the deepest part of the soul of fear was awakened. They are in this moment. They all thought of the catastrophe that had frightened countless creatures in the fairyland. The overwhelming aura of annihilation swept over everything. The stars are dim. Thousands of universes collapsed. And in the center of that destruction, there is also someone like Zhang Zuyuyu film. Beautiful and dangerous. It was the center of the great catastrophe in the fairyland that year. He was also the initiator of that catastrophe. Wanshou, I was so scared that I almost fainted. Damn it! Back then they gave up everything and fled the fairyland just to avoid this terrifying existence. I haven't encountered that terrifying existence again for so many years. They all felt that the existence had long been dead, or even just an illusory nightmare in their hearts. But I didn't expect that this nightmare would happen today. It's true, it appeared completely in front of them. Just at this moment. Burial month what arrived. To the void, a casual glance in that direction. Just a wisp of breath of extinction can dissolve eternal time and space. Hidden in the deepest part of the Xianhuang world, the heavenly space was suddenly cut off. The former heavenly Daowul, who had a face exactly like Mu Bailing, was also the power forcibly emerged from the heavenly Dao space came out. At this moment the former heavenly Daowul was full of doubts. The month for burials. Zhang Shuyu's eyes were calm and silent. Just so quiet, following the will of the predecessor. But it seemed as if with just a casual glance he saw through everything about the previous will of heaven and seemed to see even more of what he and Guhan had experienced. Chapter 678, Another Time and Space That Does Not Exist. Greetings, sir. The former heavenly will was somewhat afraid. Because he is not only in the month of Funeral Ruin Superior arrived, the aura was so powerful that it arrived the breath of Shi. When he was at the bottom of the falling immortal realm back when I met Guhanta, that powerful all the breath. The former heavenly will was not stupid in this, it existed for countless epochs. For many things there is also a certain understanding. I probably guessed something at this moment. Guhan was able to reincarnation perhaps with this god in front of me, often no relation. Maybe it was this person from the beginning to the end. The sun is making plans in secret. Zhang Suyuyu did not respond. Just staring at the former will of heaven quietly. Purposes as if I can see through the past and the future. It seemed as if I saw another time and space. It's interesting, logically speaking, this time and space and countless other time and space, and all traces of us should disappear completely. But I didn't expect that a time and space that shouldn't have appeared would appear again, their traces. Zhang Suyuyu smiled. Suddenly he said something meaningful. In fact, by virtue of the power of today. As long as you want, you can also open this barrier of time and space. Will from the breath of annihilation permeates to that time and space. Mu Bailing and others in that time and space were completely annihilated. But Zhang Suyuyu finally retracted the idea. That's all. That unknown time and space they opened. The end of the story is up to you. Let's go and write it. Anyway, it can't affect this time and space. There are countless other time and space. The month of funeral ruins is in the recovery at the same time. In that distant unknown time and space, a film. Wearing a white. The appearance is exactly the same as the previous Heavenly Will film. At this moment it seems that suddenly he headed towards the place where the Zhangshu moon was looking at the distant time and space. A touch stimulate slightly owed. Zhang Suyuyu did not pay too much attention to the will of the former Heavenly Tao. Head again to Su Lengyue, Xia Bingli and others. Although your talents are not weak, your cultivation is too weak. Brother walked so fast that he left all of you behind in the end. Maybe when he has solved everything you still can't keep up with him. As soon as these words came out, the god of Su Lengyue and Xia Bingli, suddenly it looked a little ugly. In the Xianhuang world, it took Guhan less than 3 years to achieve Enlightenment Emperor. This speed can be said to be rare in history. Which emperor didn't spend hundreds or thousands of years towards this the level you are at? And this is a relatively outstanding emperor. The most ordinary emperor, it will take thousands of years. But it only took Guhan less than 3 years. And Su Lengyue, we know it too. If a peerless evildoer like Guhan, Fairyland, a place where the laws are relatively complete and rich, it will definitely be like a fish returning to the sea. The strength of progress and breakthrough will only accelerate. Since you and my brother have a great relationship, points up. At this time Zhang Suyuyu spoke again. You can come with me to the Fairyland this time. Your vision determines your upper limit. If you can go to the Fairyland, your upper limit will definitely be much higher than in this world. Brother, who is the brother you are talking about? Su Lengyue asked the question that the others wanted to ask. The one in front of me is so strong that he is beyond they imagine existence. She is really Guhan's sister. Brother is brother. But Zhang Suyuyu seemed uninterested in continuing the topic. You guys just get ready today. I'll open a passage to the Fairyland later. If you wanna come, you can come with me. Speaking of funeral ruins month, the shadow disappeared on the spot. The aura of annihilation that enveloped the entire Xianhuang world was also like she retreated and soon disappeared. Su Lengyue and others looked at each other. Although there is still doubt in his eyes, but more of a passion. What Zhang Suyuyu said was right. Xianhuang world is it's still too small for us. The Fairyland is a more vast and boundless world. Want to catch up with Guhan as soon as possible. The best option is to go to the Fairyland in advance. Of course, the most important thing is, they were also afraid that Guhan would be so happy in the Fairyland that he would not want to leave and would think that wildflowers are not as fragrant as domestic ones. And others people hook up. Regarding what happened in Xianhuang world, Guhan was completely unaware. The entire silent divine city has been completely messed up piece. The immortal king of the immortal realm and the immortal king of the silent death of the silent divine city start a war. Although no immortal king has fallen for the time being. But the battles between them were also terrifying, illuminating the entire silent divine city bright. But the war is becoming more and more intense. More dead souls emerged from the depths of the silent city appear. After all, so many powerful people, that aftermath. Will not the silent undead spirits and even the geniuses of the Fairyland were all shocked to death on the spot. Strong on the top of the head and constantly moving the law of. Guhan finally arrived at the area near the city lord's mansion of Silent Divine City. He was also the first living being to come near the city lord's mansion in countless epochs. As for the immortal king Changsheng and his group, even though they are powerful, it is extremely difficult to move forward. After all, the closer to the city lord's mansion, the number of powerful silent undead will increase. But Guhan doesn't have to worry about this at all. Over camouflage, he who annihilates the undead. The silent undead didn't care at all. Guhan continued moving forward. The surrounding ancient houses have become exceptionally tall and magnificent. Even after being washed away by endless time and space, it is still difficult to conceal its essential luxury and grandeur. Not long. An extremely huge building appeared in Guhan's field of vision. At a glance, Sago. It's like an enormous palace. Pavilions, towers, carved beams, and painted buildings. In front of the main gate of the city lord's mansion is an extremely large square. On the square, a huge fairy gold and jade pillar stands, on which there are lifelike fairy dragons and fairy. The sculptures swirl around and around as if flying in the clouds. On the stone walls of the buildings, rune making, they shine together just like the countless stars in the universe. Above the sky of the celestial palace, there is also a huge floating island. However, this huge floating island no longer flows with rivers as bright as star fountains as it did in the past. The river is filled with a strong smell of extinction. There are even countless floating. The general annihilated undead spirits rise and fall with the flowing river, looking particularly strange. Only faced with such a grand and spectacular scene, in Guhan's mind he could still imagine the grandeur of the fairy palace in the past. Standing in this huge building before Guhanji, sleep deep heart, a kind of primitive insignificance be awakened. The former owner of this fairy palace. It is definitely standing at the top of the fairyland, coming from all directions. Chapter 679. The Immortal Lord arrives. Guhan took a deep breath. Powerful various things in my mind thread. No matter how glorious the silent divine city was in the past. Advanced sign in at the city lord's mansion first. At the same time, it was almost the moment when Guhan stepped into the gate of the city lord's mansion. 9 stone sculptures in the city lord's mansion. Everyone noticed it. Looking up at the gate of the city lord's mansion, not far from the city lord's mansion, the fiercely fought battlefield seemed to be completely ignored by them. They have several. The purpose of the shadow, all of them locked onto Guhan superior. Seeing through his original disguise, I saw Guhan's true appearance. Looks very young. Looks to be in his early 20s. That's not all. They came from Guhan, the air transmitted breath. It can also roughly determine the other person's age. Young. The young ones even look a little unpresentable. But the most important thing is not just that the other person is young, but the other party, the one that emanates breath. It makes them feel more dazed and like they are in a dream. And the one that the king had, the original power of annihilation, is exactly the same. But this only the king can master the power. Even if it was the same year, even Zangshuyu, who was almost able to inherit the king's will, failed to master this, the power of origin of nirvana. How did this guy master it? Could it be he is really the king's reincarnation? The 5 supreme gods can all see Guhan's general share. They once followed the supreme god of annihilation in battle for countless years. How could it be Guhan, that breath? It's just because they felt a little bit unbelievable and didn't dare to believe it in their hearts from beginning to end. Your Majesty. Could it be that the king whose every trace was wiped out has really started over again? Boom. Not far, the battle on the battlefield has become increasingly fierce. No. At this time, some immortal kings in the immortal realm had already begun to fall. An immortal king's spear, which was said to have a strong aura of annihilation, pierced directly through mouth. The moment of being penetrated. The aura of annihilation contained in the spear was like a raging flood hair. But only for a moment. The immortal king who was pierced by the spear, black spots of extinction began to appear on the surface. Save me. Fellow Taoist Chongsheng, save me. This fairy king absolutely pain. Hope the immortal king Chongsheng lent a helping hand. But before the immortal king of longevity could take action, the breath of annihilation, once again swelling, directly put the body of the immortal king's support crack open. The breath of annihilation seemed to spread rapidly, using his energy and traces of his existence as fuel. Everyone saw this moment. An illusory time, the long river suddenly emerged from the distant void. Then in front of everyone's horrified eyes it quickly turned black. Previously body and soul have the annihilated immortal king appeared again at that time emerging from the long river. That is his mark of origin. The reason why the immortal king is difficult to kill. Also because of being able to leave your mark in the long river. Maybe one day in the future we can rely on time. The power of the long river has revived and returned. However, this life-saving method of the immortal king is completely useless in the face of the power of annihilation. The aura of annihilation even followed his traces and invaded when the time comes in the long river. This very king hidden in time, all the traces of origin in the long river are destroyed. Snap. This moment. The sky seemed to be completely cracked. A huge shadow of the avenue turned into a slowly from the connected time. The long river collapsed and fell. At the same time, in the starry universe, the territory of Tai immortal sect. Suddenly lightning and thunder, mountain shaking volcano, the flood is overwhelming. Countless cultivators and living beings from the Tai immortal sect looked up in horror. They only saw their Tai immortal sect above the sky. No. A majestic and incomparable shadow after letting out a long roar of unwillingness towards the sky. It turned into a burning sea of fire, crashed to the ground and set off a burning the sea. The entire starry universe is dimmed. At this moment countless monks and living beings were shocked. An immortal king fell just like that. In the silent divine city. Whether it was the immortal king or other immortal kings, they were all terrified at this moment. Because they have three, theoretically you can die 3 times. In addition, they will the origin mark hidden in time in the long river. Even for a powerful immortal it is difficult to kill them. But they still underestimated the horror of the aura of annihilation. An immortal king. He is even a strong one among the immortal kings. He fell so quickly. Many immortal kings were somewhat frightened. When you cultivate to this level for the immortal realm, the character who is second to none and above 10,000 people who wants to die in this godforsaken place? But now, an immortal king died right in front of them. This means that they can also die. Who knows if they will be the ones to die next? This is not a solution. We will all be exhausted here. In the end, we will all be exhausted to death. As the immortal king roared. Originally among the many immortal kings, deep heart, the fear is even more of an unstoppable outpouring of madness. That's right. If they continue to be entangled here, they will definitely die. And they will die miserably. The silent divine city has been completely blocked. There is no way out. Now one after another the immortal king level silent undead appear again. They killed a silent undead spirit at the immortal king level. Then there will be 2 or even more. You can't escape and you can't fight back. How is this different from waiting to die? Damn it. The leader of the immortal king, it's extremely ugly. There are thousands of stars in his eyes circulation. At a glance he saw through the fog of desolation that filled the void. I saw the tower standing in the deep fog of annihilation, the huge city lord's mansion. They are still some distance away from the city lord's mansion. Want to rush over this is impossible. Immortal king's eyes flashing. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's of the development is beyond our control. Let's summon the immortal lord to come together." Now that things have come to this, he can no longer care about anything else. If he continues to delay, he will die. The mission will also fail at that time. It would be better to take advantage of it now while they can still hold on. First put them, the immortal lord is calling for you to come. As soon as these words came out, the immortal kings of several major superpowers such as the Church of Life also looked at each other. Finally they gritted their teeth and took out a piece of jade from their arms that could open the space channel and welcome the arrival of the immortal lord. Then without hesitation broken. "Please come, immortal lord." Boom. But the palm-sized jade talisman seemed to contain unparalleled power. Dozens of huge sky-high, the pillar reaches straight into the sky. Inverse time and space shock for eternity. The smog that had shrouded the sky above the silent city for many years was suddenly transformed into an extremely thin layer at this moment. Then, a huge river of power was drawn in. Accompanied by dozens of Tongtian columns straight long river deep the water in the long river rolled violently. In a trance. There seemed to be 13 portals leading to unknown places long river deep emerge. Chapter 680 Top Immortal Hands Big Changes. Zazaza. Following the heavy sound of the door opening. One the magnificent immortal power that permeated the heavens and the earth swept out from the portal like an overwhelming force. My immortal lord. Already entered Guhan, who had arrived at the city lord's mansion here quiet. At this moment I looked up in fear. I was also shocked by this sudden scene and my scalp was tingling. No wonder the immortal venerable is a stronger realm above the immortal king. The immortal king wants to enter it costs a great deal to travel along the long river. And only borrow time move forward with the power of. But the immortal lord is completely different. From his perspective. There is an area in the long river that has completely turned into a vacuum zone like a real road for people to walk on. Before he was dragged by vanity when escaping in the long river, there is probably by the time the power of the river. The power is eternal and unchanging. It is the strongest and most immortal force in the world and no one can contend with it. Before this he always thought so. Until today, when several immortal lords were about to descend together, he realized that his previous understanding was completely wrong. In front of the immortal lord. Even if it is the eternal time can also be erased and even turned into a road under their feet. Even when an area of the long river was completely transformed into his own world and used for his own purposes. The immortal lord is already able to do this. What about the quasi-immortal emperor who surpasses the immortal lord or even the legendary immortal emperor? And there's also the supreme god who claims to be even more powerful than the immortal emperor. Guhan's scalp tingled. He already thought he was very strong. But compared to these old monsters who have lived for countless epochs, the gap was so big that it even made him feel a little nervous. The long river is boiling and tumbling. 13 portals are completely opened. Welcome all the great immortal lords to come. The immortal King Changsheng and others were delighted and excited. The voice is shouting. 13 majestic statues surrounded by the brilliant fairy of a shadow descended from the portal. They just stood high in the sky. Every gesture he made exuded a terrifying aura that was far beyond the ordinary. Even that can create a breath of annihilation that has a definite impact. It is useless in front of them and has no effect at all. It has no effect on them, let alone influence. As they appear, the fairy runes are like pouring down from the sky above. Dark, the suppressed silent divine city became open at this moment. Among 13 people, the 5 people in the lead have the most powerful aura. It is obvious that they all come from the 5 major superforces in the fairyland, namely the life god called Space God Island, Time God Island, Chaos Space Death Kingdom, etc. After seeing this scene, I was worried before. Many immortal kings were afraid that they would perish here and they were worried about safety. It is even worse. The strength of the immortals of these 5 superpowers is extremely powerful. And they can all be called top-level immortals. Especially the Corona immortal lord of the Time God Island, who is known as the #1 immortal of the Time God Island. It is rumored that he is only one step away from becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. This is the real most powerful person in the fairyland today. This gentleman is here. No matter how big the changes happen in the silent divine city, they don't need to be afraid. The Sun Crown immortal stands tall above the sky. There is one later huge like a general rotate and flash fold billions of dollars of as if it could ignite everything in the world. The pair of gold there seem to be countless. The divine fire rises able to burn all the darkness and evil in the world. And at this moment, his gold's eyes easily broke through the thick fog of annihilation. Head impartial. It fell straight down Guhan in the city lord's mansion superior. Interesting, he can actually use the power of annihilation to such an extent that he can even transform himself into a living person. The form of annihilation of the undead is unprecedented. The Sun Crown Immortal did not do it on purpose. Lower your voice. His voice was clearly heard by everyone. At this moment the eyes of many immortal kings and other immortal lords, they all fell towards the city lord's mansion. Almost all of them I saw Guhan film. Guhan. That guy must be Guhan. Yi Tian Noodle Shin directly called out Guhan's name. But even he didn't have to say it. Many immortals and immortal kings also roughly guessed Guhan's share. At this moment his eyes flickered, unable to conceal the shock and overwhelming anger in them. Having been kept in the dark until now, they finally figured out the truth. They enter after the destruction of the divine city everything, and there is a reason for everything. And the source is Guhan. Because this kid can actually play himself annihilate the dead, and even use this method to free yourself the silent undead attack. They said that there was a stupid teammate who was there before killed the silent undead, but I don't know who did it and I can't even find it, no clue. Now they finally understand it. It's that damn bastard Guhan. Especially for an immortal king like Zheng Hansong, whose offspring died at the hands of Guhan, there was a burning rage in his eyes at this moment. I want to rush over and kill this guy Guhan right now. Tendon skin scraps 10,000 sections. In less than 3 days. The thousands of geniuses they brought in, nearly 2/3 died. Their hearts are all broken. Now we finally know that the culprit is that bastard Guhan. How could they not be angry? Master Immortal, please help arrest the evil Guhan. Yi Tian clasped his hands and said loudly, because of this guy countless young talents in my fairyland died. Because of him I will not be at peace until this demon is dead. Please help Master Xianzuan. Please help Immortal Master. Many other immortal kings also made requests. Now Guhan has already run into the city lord's mansion. There is a great terror hidden. This is not something that the immortal kings like them can get involved in casually. It would be safer to ask the immortal lord for help. Don't worry, Guhan Bao Wudo has killed countless people and brutally murdered the sequence geniuses of my chaos space. Even if you don't mention me, I will arrest him today. The Sun Crown Immortal Lord smiled. Muddy breath hair. One hand reached out. A huge sky-burning fire, the huge hand that covered the sky and the sun, crossed the vast void and grabbed directly at Guhan and the city lord's mansion. Strong crisis, it changed Guhan's whole. The terrifying degree of this giant burning sky hand was beyond his understanding. Even if it hasn't fallen completely yet. The power he exuded alone solidified the space around him, leaving him with no way to escape. Even in his mind a devastating sea of fire appeared. The fire rose and spread wildly, burning his soul and causing severe pain. Guhan just felt that he was a little unlucky. He has already arrived at the city lord's mansion. Just walk a little further inside and you can sign in. This unexpected change happened just at the last step. This Sun Crown Immortal Lord is definitely the most powerful among the immortal lords. Now that he is being personally arrested, how could he possibly be his opponent? But in the next moment. Corona, I told you that you can never achieve this even if you spend your whole life to the realm of quasi-immortal emperor. An old immortal thing attacking a junior someone as thick as you, shameless person who has no manners of a strong man. How is it possible to reach that realm? Chapter 681 Backer 2. The quasi-immortal emperor personally speaks up for him? A disdainful the sound rang out. Snap. The next moment. Another huge space rift appeared above the silent divine city. A huge arm as white as jade, as if it was a work of art from heaven, holding an ice crystal sword, slashed out in an instant. A storm of ice crystals swept across the sky. The dark and gloomy silent divine city turned into a blue sky at this moment. The smog of extinction is frozen. Deep sky, thousands of ice crystal fragments began to fall. Ice blue soared like the world-destroying cold that freezes the world and continued to spread. The burning sky giant palm that was still on its way down was stopped by this ice crystal storm, freezes directly. Even though the fire energy that is enough to burn the world is all here, trapped in the ice storm, to the state of nirvana. Click, click, click. Sword chi rippling past. The burning sky palm shattered instantly, ice crystals all over the sky. At this moment a huge snowstorm blew up in the entire silent divine city. The many powerful people present crazy changes. Especially the Sun Crown Immortal, it's extremely ugly. Ice prison, you hand, do you mean that you, the Yao Chi Fairy Palace, want to protect this devil Guhan? The Sun Crown Immortal, his aura rises. Then it seemed as if a long river of fire appeared stretching from heaven to earth, and the speed increased dramatically. Previously, because of the action of the ice prison immortal, a piece of blue, the silent divine city is gradually changing again fiery red. This moment, the world of the silent divine city is icy blue, another world presents fire red just like ice and fire. The two worlds reflect each other. The two of them just breathed in the air collide. The terrifying power was released which made many immortal kings ugly. As if falling in the hell of ice and fire, the souls are. It was an unimaginable blow. Demon. A laugh like a silver bell rang out. Corona, if you could speak frankly about your purpose, I would think more highly of you. I find it ridiculous for you to come up with such a grand and hypocritical excuse. Isn't it because Guhan has mastered that power? Is it the power that makes you fear and dread? So he is praised as a devil who with a discerning eye doesn't know that? The space was torn apart. There are 6 huge doors from the time-long river deep emerge. 6 extremely powerful auras of the immortal Lord rushed out from the portal like an overwhelming force. And the portal in the center. There is one ice blue long hair like snow appearance to the unparalleled height. Sun step onto the endless snowy road from time to time. Long river deep walk slowly. Ice prison immortal. The top immortal in the eyes of countless powerful people in the Taichu immortal realm. The master of the Sealing Heaven Palace in Yaoqi Fairy Palace is only one step away from the legendary quasi-immortal Emperor realm. Certainly. Compared to the Sun Corona Immortal Lord, the Ice Prison Immortal Lord is much younger. It has only been 80,000 years since I started practicing Taoism. As for the Sun Crown Immortal, he is an antique who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, when the Ice Prison Immortal Lord ridiculed the Sun Crown Immortal Lord, he was not without the qualifications. If the Ice Prison Immortal Venerable had lived as long as the Sun Corona Immortal Venerable, I'm afraid he would have already. He is a powerful person who is about to become the Immortal Emperor. It's not just the Ice Prison Immortal. The 4 Hall Masters of Yaoqi Immortal Palace, who are as famous as Bingyu Immortal Lord, Tianling Immortal Lord, Dukong Immortal Lord, Feixian Immortal Lord, and others gathered together. As for the other 2, they also seem to be the top elders of Yaoqi Fairy Palace. This can be considered a big deal. The 4 top-level immortals, and all of them are not far from the quasi-immortal Emperor realm. 4 people joining forces can fight against the quasi-immortal Emperor. The face of the Sun Crown Immortal and many other immortals, it's getting uglier and uglier. There's nothing much to say. The Yaoqi Fairy Palace has revealed its cards. They are determined to protect Guhan and go against them. The Immortal Lord of Yaoqi Palace. Guhan was also a little confused by the sudden reversal. He knew that the Yaoqi Fairy Palace would be very powerful. But I never expected that he would be so strong. He directly sent out the 6 great immortals. And they are all top-notch. Feel your own. The situation doesn't seem so dangerous anymore. Ice prison. No matter what you say, this guy Guhan is just a complete devil. The voice of the Sun Crown Immortal was loud. Quartet. He has been in the silent divine city for less than 3 days. An outstanding genius died because of him? It is not yet. When he grew up, he had already killed so many people for the Immortal King, for the Immortal Lord. Even if he becomes the Immortal Emperor, then won't my entire immortal realm be destroyed because of him? He is the source of the second catastrophe in the fairyland. Even if your Yaoqi Fairy Palace guarantees it, he will definitely die today. If you from the Yaoqi Fairy Palace want to stop us, then you are going against all of us. Self-destruction. As the words of the Sun Crown Immortal fell, the other immortals looked at each other. Chi-Chi let out the breath. Directly with many immortal kings and other humanoids such as Bingyu Immortal Venerable confrontation. To be honest, they still have a big advantage. After all, the Yaoqi Fairy Palace is weak and powerless. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. They, the Yaoqi Fairy Palace, did not dare to send all the strong men to the Jaime Divine City. I guess what happened here, it has been passed to them and the latter forces. Them, the forces behind, will definitely send strong men to the Yaoqi Fairy Palace. There are too many strong men coming from Yaoqi Palace, and they stay in the sect. The strong will be completely destroyed today. Moreover, their current number of immortals is also stable. There are Ice Prison Immortal Lord and others, and even dozens of immortal kings, so it is not impossible to fight. You are still stubborn. Seeing that Bingyu Xianzuan and others did not know concessions. Sun Crown Immortal, then he was furious. The Immortal Lord and the top immortal kings will follow us to stop the ice prison. The rest of you take action immediately. Arrest Guhan. Yes, sir. Many powerful people responded in unison. But in the war, the moment of sending. How dare you? This is my silent divine city. How dare you? Suddenly a cold voice came back. Open it. The whole world is trapped at this moment to silence. Then everyone had like heading towards the deep of the Lord's mansion of the silent divine city. Go. 9 majestic and vast auras rose into the sky. The overwhelming atmosphere of annihilation is like a torrent. Open it. In this annihilation rising to the sky in the column. Everyone was horrified to find that 9 huge stone sculptures had emerged in it. What's even more terrifying is, these 9 stone sculptures exude an aura comparable to that of an immortal, and 4 of the stone sculptures even have an aura comparable to that of a top-level immortal. Could this be the 24 guardians of the silent divine city? The pupils of the Sun Crown Immortal Lord Shrankyo had guessed something. There are only 9 stone sculptures here. But he has lived for hundreds of thousands of years after all. For many also understand. Know that you are in the peak state of silent divine city. There are 24 guards in the silent divine city. The 24 guards are all powerful beings at the level of Immortal Lord. It is rumored that there are 6 garrison commanders above them. These 6 garrison commanders are all at the quasi-immortal emperor level. But that was a terrible war. The 6 guardians of the silent divine city and these 24 guardians have all disappeared. According to the records in the ancient books of the fairyland, they were all killed in that terrible battle. But now it seems the ancient books are wrong. There are still 9 immortals guarding the silent divine city. Are there any garrison commanders at the quasi-immortal emperor level? Now they are born. Is this also an attempt to stand up for Guhan? In the eyes of the Corona Immortal, Guhan is just a junior who has just ascended to the fairyland. Why is the backer so? Why are there so many powerful people willing to stand up for him? Chapter 682, The Most Rich Sign-In Rewards. The quasi-immortal emperor is coming. Today the Taichu immortal realm has experienced several disasters and countless strong men have been killed or injured. Even if they in the later period the foundation of Shindao or other major superpowers was far less than before. I don't know how much the strong fall in these times in the midst of an accident. 9 immortal level guards. If this the fairyland can also cause a terrible change. You guys also want to protect this devil Guhan. The Sun Crown Immortal Venerable took a deep breath but still spoke in a cold voice. Guhan Bao Wodao, you have killed countless outstanding geniuses in my fairyland. You must die today. And don't forget, you are still, if you dare to attack it will during the sealed state the long river will come down and completely destroy the silent divine city. Do you want to let the entire silent divine city be destroyed just for Guhan? As a senior executive of the Time God Island, the Sun Crown Immortal Venerable naturally knew something about the silent divine city condition. Although there are still 9 guardians in the silent divine city, they are also in sealed state. Their main enemies are still the people from the Yao Qi Fairy Palace. Just as many powerful men were confronting each other in the sky. Guhan gritted his teeth and continued to approach the city lord's mansion. In fact, 9 stone sculptures and hidden in the city lord's mansion, the unknown strongmen all noticed Guhan's actions. But no one paid any attention to it and chose to accept it as it is. After all, no matter what, Guhan is also related to their former king. They couldn't just kill each other on the spot because of some trivial matter. As Guhan approached, the system's broadcast sounded in my ears. Bite. It has been detected that the owner has arrived at the new check-in location, the City Lord's Mansion of Silent Divine City. Do you want to check in? Sign in. Guhan did not hesitate. Decisively choose to consume 20,000 villain points and perform a critical hit as a sign-in reward. Villain critical hit reward. Congratulations to the owner for winning. Origin mark, time eternal. Everything that has ever existed in the world, all living beings will leave their own mark of origin in the world. Note, use this. Finally, you will be able to summon a projection of the past or future to fight for you. The duration of the projection depends on how powerful it is. 10 breaths of time. Seal of the Lord of Nirvana, unknown rank in the mythological era. The sixth supreme throne of the heavens created by the supreme god of Nirvana with the power of the origin of Nirvana. One seal can suppress all paths. Things under the cover of the seal of the Lord of Silent God. All living things will return the abyss of annihilation. Note, the Lord Seal of the Silent God is in a broken state at this moment and needs to be filled with enough origin. The power of annihilation can be repaired and activated. The core of the origin of the Great Way of Nirvana, the time of Nirvana after the long river broke, countless epochs settled down, containing the core power of the power of annihilation. Make it after absorbing the power. The existence of the original power of annihilation will be awakened and the power will undergo further transformation. Silent Guardian X2, quasi-immortal Emperor level. Note, in that horrific war their souls and consciousness had been completely wiped out. At this moment they only retained some of their combat experience from their previous lives. They had no consciousness and were unable to improve their cultivation. Daoyuan fruit. After swallowing you can understand the source of all laws of heaven and earth. Make the prototype of the law more complete and transform it into a domain. Note, it can be used when breaking through to the Immortal King level. The probability of breaking through to the Immortal King level will be greatly increased. Listening to the continuous system prompt sounds. Guhan has some feeling dazzled and even some are overwhelmed. This sign-in reward was the most rewarding he had ever received. Thick. Especially when the mark of origin. He can actually summon his future or past self to fight for him. It has come to this. In fact, he had guessed something, that he might really be related to the so-called supreme god of Nirvana. If I was really him in the past, then summon the other party over yourself. Wouldn't that mean that he would be invincible in an instant? There are also 2 quasi-immortal emperor-level guardians of Nirvana. He just had to summon it. Even if the strong men from the Yao Qi Fairy Palace don't take action, he is capable of solving the current problems by himself. Although others did not feel Guhan changes or anomalies that occur in the but hidden in the deepest part of the Lord's mansion of the silent God city of unknown existence. The only living guardian of silence, the guardian of Hongmeng. The purpose of this moment, suddenly it became deep and inexplicable, staring at Guhan. Right at this moment. He is in Guhan Superior arrived unusual changes in breath. And that the breath also made him more and more learned. Just when he was doubtful. Go ahead and kill them all. Guhan's thoughts and issued orders to the 2 silent guardians who were obtained through sign-in rewards. Then something unexpected happened that no one expected. As Guhan's voice fell, several dark thunders of annihilation flashed in the sky. The space was suddenly torn apart. A terrifying aura far beyond that of an immortal lord emanated from it. At this moment, let alone the Time God Island and other powerful people. The 9 stone sculptures of the silent divine city, even hidden in the deepest part of the city lord's mansion, the garrison commanders were all stunned and caught off guard. These 2, the breath makes them 2, got it. This is Lord Tianli, Lord Xianxiao. The name they called out was one of the 6 guardians of the silent divine city. But in the incident that year, both of them have perished. But now, their aura appeared again. All this happened so suddenly that it even seemed like an illusion to them. The sky hour, the long river rolled violently and even turned into a vacuum zone. 2 paths exuding a breath of heaven, the shadows coming along following the laws of the Great Way, were actually 2 quasi-immortal emperors. This moment, time seems to have stopped flowing. A moment ago, immediately about to the atmosphere of a fierce battle was created and solidified state. The pupils of the Sun Crown Immortal and the Ice Prison Immortal were all shrunken, his face full of disbelief. After all, according to what they learned, report, the strongest in the silent divine city are at the top immortal level. They dared not even think about becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. After all, the strongest person in the fairyland right now is the quasi-immortal emperor. The immortal emperor had disappeared long ago. In this day and age, the quasi-immortal emperor is the strongest. Generally speaking, a quasi-immortal emperor will not appear casually. Once he appears, it means that a disaster that will subvert the current order has occurred in the immortal realm. But what happened now? Two quasi-immortal emperors actually descended on this damn place, silent divine city. Chapter 683, The 8 Immortal Kings Fall Immortal Realm. Countless powerful people were dumbfounded. He stared with disbelief at the two quasi-immortal emperors who were slowly descending. Under careful observation, everyone found that the other party's condition was very strange. Ming Ming Zhou, it exudes an extremely terrifying aura of desolation. But it can be with the time long rivers connect, even time the power of the river. After the incident that year, several supreme gods used their supreme authority to change the original rules of the fairyland. Anyone who controls the existence of the aura of annihilation will never be able to keep up with the times-long river pass. It is equivalent to being in existence abandoned by the long river. But these two are powerful men at the quasi-immortal emperor level. But it seems to have jumped out of the rules. But there was no time for them to be shocked. The two silent guardians took action the moment they appeared. Destroy. You don't even need to make a deliberate move. The guardian of silence named Mia Tian uttered a word. One word, prophecy words come out and the law follows. Originally, because of the arrival of many immortals, the incomparable silent divine city suddenly became dim and dark at this moment. The wind blows and the laws boil. Many immortal kings are inexplicable chills. Then a scene that horrified them happened. An inexplicable force seems to be eroding the traces of their existence, trying to erase them from a certain dimension of time and space. Just a brief moment of stagnation. The past of several immortal kings was instantly, the power eroded it, and in an instant it turned into ashes and completely disappeared. But this is just the beginning. That the power is still eroding their present and future along their past. Damn it! What the hell is going on? A powerful immortal king cried out in fear and tried to use his strength to resist. Thunder falls. But then another voice came down. Boom! The long river suddenly cracked into several holes. Several destructive thunders that are larger than the galaxy came directly from the time-long river deep. It poured out and turned into a roaring prison of thunder, engulfing the area where the Corona Immortal and others were located. It was not until then that the Sun Crown Immortal and others came to their senses belatedly. Can't blame them for being slow to respond. But the change happened too suddenly and too quickly. Everything happened almost in an instant. They have the past of 16 immortal kings. It has been erased. Even though they had already opened up their defenses immediately, cover want to force this, the erosion of power. But since then, long river deep, the falling chaos thunder still destroyed the 8 immortal kings in future, completely erased. Actually, even if the immortal king's present, past and future lives were all erased, he would still not die. Can borrow hiding in time long river deep the origin mark and then find an opportunity to attach. But it happens. These two quasi-immortal emperors also mastered the power of annihilation. Just by tracing back to the origins of the 8 immortal kings, it was easy to find their origin marks, a place to hide. The breath of annihilation invaded and spread. It was easy to completely erase the 8 marks of the immortal king's origin. At the same time, the world in Taichu Immortal Realm changed completely. Boom! There are shocking things in all directions of Taichu Immortal Realm. There was a rumbling sound from the ground. A full 8, the starry sky and universe seemed to be collapsing. The mountain shook and space cracked. One after another spoke quartet. The previous death of an immortal king, this has already shocked countless powerful people in the fairyland, and they even started a heated discussion on the matter. But at this moment, a storm in space with lightning and thunder everywhere. It's been so quiet in the primordial fairyland of the ages. At this moment, a space storm blew up as if the end of the world was coming. There are 8 of them, brighter than the sun. The group crashed above the endless starry sky. The next moment, the 8 huge, the group transformed into 8 different figures, smashing void rift deep. At the same time, the one with the absolute with an unwilling face. Then in front of countless people's shocked and incredible eyes, he smashed the void crack deep. Boom! The monstrous spoke billions of miles spread over an unknown distance, a starry universe. Stunned, Countless creatures in the entire Taichu immortal realm were completely stunned. Starry sky passages emerged. A majestic and huge shadow. There are immortal kings and immortal masters all heading towards the strange cast dull eyes on the land. The immortal king falls. And there are 8 of them. At the same time. Any experienced strong person knows what this means. It means that several immortal kings were killed at the same time. Just ask. What kind of powerful person could kill 8 immortal kings at the same time? Immortal Lord? Top-level immortal? No. An immortal venerable level being could never do this. There is a high probability that the quasi-immortal emperor has taken action. And there is more than one. Considering that no major changes had occurred in the fairyland and no aura of a quasi-immortal emperor was emanating. In addition, there is the silent divine city that suddenly appeared not long ago. Many people deep-heart a very scary thought came to everyone. Yes, the immortal king of all the major forces in the silent divine city has fallen. And there is a high possibility that there is a quasi-immortal emperor in the silent divine city take action. Hasn't the city of silent destruction been sealed for countless epochs? The foundation has long been exhausted. Why is there another quasi-immortal emperor appearing? Various thoughts emerged in the minds of countless powerful people, making them feel more and more anxious and their scalps tingling the more they thought about it. But in the next moment, grand voices rang out from the Space God Island, the Time God Island, the Life God Church, the Kingdom of Death, and the Chaos Space. There seems to be disturbance in the silent divine city. An unknown strong man from the fairyland order appeared. The situation may have gone beyond my control. Today the leaders of the 5 major forces, including the Space God Island and the Time God Island, will lead the way and descend on the silent God city together. Kill the evil demons that attempt to subvert the order of the fairyland. I also ask all the Taoist friends in the immortal realm to join us in defeating the evil demons together. The 5 major forces, including the Space God Island, are more decisive than imagined. After realizing that an unknown quasi-immortal emperor might take action, their strongest ones are the leaders of several major forces, and they will definitely take action personally. Even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. Not to mention that the silent divine city is not a rabbit. In addition, Guhan might also be in the silent divine city. It would be better to take this opportunity to go all out and solve the problem once and for all. As the voices of the 5 superpowers echoed for a long time and come out, the whole fairyland was in an uproar. 8 immortal kings died at the same time. This is definitely a quasi-immortal emperor's hand. Which force was responsible? But life is over? This is to start a war in the fairyland and then promote the second great catastrophe in the fairyland is coming ahead of schedule? Yaoqi Palace. I have already heard that the palace master of Yaoqi and the violent he has some dealings with the ruthless demon Guhan. Just at this moment, countless time runes at the end of the starry sky, the final structure, a huge and illusory island appeared, which was the island of the god of time. Then time goes by. A loud voice with overwhelming power came back. Kailai said, now 8 immortal kings have fallen in my immortal realm. Is it your Yaoqi immortal palace that has made a move in secret? I need 1 generation. As soon as these words came out, the Yaoqi fairy palace was immediately pushed to the forefront. The goal of countless powerful forces in the fairyland, they all gathered in the Yaoqi fairy palace. Chapter 684, 6 top powerful men are coming. Yaoqi fairy palace will be destroyed. The Lord of the Time God Island actually uses this to attack others. Is this a despicable trick to throw dirty water on others? Soon, Yaoqi Palace, there came an echo. One wearing colorful dress with wide sleeves, weak float, a lingering illusory figure emerged at the end of the starry sky. One, the vast and glorious power of the immortals spread out. This phantom is none other than Ji Yao, the palace master of Yaoqi Fairy Palace. But with this shadow appears the Lord of Time Island. As the leaders of the other major forces all looked at obscure and unclear. Didn't they say Ji Yao was in seclusion? How can it still appear? It can even emit such a terrifying aura? It's theirs. Was the report wrong, or was Ji Yao bluffing from the beginning? Including the Lord of Time, many powerful people have already known the news. Ji Yao was in seclusion some time ago and tried to break through to the immortal emperor realm. But they haven't been able to find an opportunity to test it during this period of time. Now, they finally found their chance. The silent divine city is second only to that. Even if all the immortals in there are dead, it's not really a wound for them bone. At most let thespian. But if you can take this opportunity, if they bring down Yaoqi Palace, they will be finished the main purpose. Before this, the supreme god they believed in had already sent down an oracle. Gu Han is going to die. Ji Yao must die too. Originally they wanted to find a suitable time to hand. But I'm afraid that's not possible now. It seems that a horrible change has occurred in the silent divine city and even a quasi-immortal emperor has appeared. If we delay any further, leading to Yaoqi Palace and Jaime Island alliance, it will only get more troublesome after that. So it is better to remember this matter and make trouble. Palace Master Ji Yao, you can't say that what the Lord of Time said is true. How can you say that it is against you, throwing dirty water on it? A ethereal feeling as if it can purify people. The sweetness of the heart, a voice suddenly sounded. The next moment, then I saw another part of the starry sky with stars containing the life rune of vitality emerges. Thousands of runes. The weaving room has become a place where flowers are in full bloom. Vines weave cradle. Cradle of the immortal diffuse one white. The robe looks particularly sacred. Z at this moment was leaning lazily on the cradle looking at Ji Yao with a smile. It is the Lord of the religion of life, the High Priest of life. At the same time, in the other three directions, strange visions of the Great Way also rose and spread out one after another. Large tracts of starry sky and universe seemed to be cut broken in general. It turned into an unknown dimension of space and time. A huge god, the island breaks through the layers of space waves. Come. The Lord of Space has arrived. The other side. An enormous river of souls carrying with it countless wailing undead releasing the breath of death along the way surged in from the horizon. And above this huge river of death, one wearing a black and gold robe showed the death energy was boiling, and a skinny old man holding a huge staff drove the long river of death to lift himself up and move towards the starry sky. The Lord of Death has also arrived. At last. Thousands of chaos thunder weave shape an extremely huge eye of chaos. The huge eyes looked up high as if the ancient god of chaos was overlooking the human world. As the eye of chaos fully opened, a tall and strong middle-aged man with his hands behind his back came walking on the thunder of chaos. It turned out to be the Lord of Chaos in the chaos space. The masters of the 5 superpowers came one after another. At this moment, time and space are eternal. The laws of the entire fairyland were completely boiling because of their arrival. This moment, countless creatures in the fairyland were extremely frightened, including Ji Yao from the Yaoqi Fairy Palace. The 6 superpowers in their fairyland have finally gathered together. Even the strongest has arrived. They are not ordinary quasi-immortal emperors. Rumor has it that they are only one step away from reaching the immortal emperor realm. If it weren't for the terrible catastrophe that happened in the heavens back then, most of the laws of the fairyland are broken. Now there is no such thing as a quasi-immortal emperor. Above the immortal lord is the immortal emperor. The reason why the quasi-immortal emperor has been separated now. This is because the laws of the fairyland are incomplete and some of the original origins are sealed by some terrible force. The strong men of this era can no longer enter immortal emperor. That's why he is called quasi-immortal emperor. But if they had been born earlier, born in that glorious era, the 6 of them are powerful immortal emperors. Yaoqi Palace, will it be destroyed today? When many powerful people in the fairyland saw this scene, this thought emerged in their minds. The leaders of the 5 superpowers all appeared. Instead of confronting each other, they united their goals towards the direction of the Yaoqi Fairy Palace. The palace master of Yaoqi Fairy Palace is not weak either. But return, after all, it's just one person. Be good at your own business. Good. It is far from enough to compete with the leaders of the 5 superpowers. Not to mention the many powerful figures from the fairyland who were watching nearby. Even those who were from the Yaoqi Fairy Palace felt uneasy at this moment. Because they know very well. Appearing here is just a part of their palace masters, that's it. The palace masters, he is still in seclusion trying to break through to the true immortal emperor realm. In addition, the 4 hall masters of their Yaoqi fairy palace had left for the silent divine city not long ago. They are at the peak of their combat power. It is absolutely impossible to withstand the siege of the 5 superpowers. Ji Yao, we are old acquaintances and we are both part of the fairyland. I know you might be possessed. But since we have known each other for a while, I can give you a chance. Just at this moment. A voice suddenly sounded. Everyone to the Lord of Chaos who was speaking. The High Priest of Life was immediately dissatisfied and whispered, Kunyu, don't forget our main goal today, Yaoqi Palace must be destroyed. I know what to do, I don't need you to tell me what to do. The Lord of Chaos responded coldly. Hearing these words, the High Priest God of Life suddenly sink. Damn dog. Isn't it just coveting Ji Yao's? I'm still thinking about these things at this time. You are really not afraid of death. Kunyu. Yaoqi Palace must be destroyed and Ji Yao must die. The Lord of Time and others also sent messages. They are old acquaintances and they also know what the Lord of Chaos is thinking. The Lord of Chaos had some dark thoughts many years ago, Ji Yao. Not during this time in the pursuit of openly and covertly. I heard that he was taking special care of Ji Yao in secret. It's okay at ordinary times. Now they have all received the oracle and even reached the consensus. Ji Yao must die. If this guy still worms in the brain, they will never tolerate it. But the Lord of Chaos seemed to care nothing about what the others said. Still with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, Ji Yao, surrender to me and I can save your life today, how about it? Chapter 685, Return to the Fairyland, named the Burial Master. How dare you? The Lord of Chaos had just finished speaking. Many people in the Yaoqi Fairy Palace were furious. Ji Yao is the strongest person in their Yaoqi Fairy Palace and also their master. The Lord of Chaos was so arrogant that he made their master surrender. He is so arrogant. How dare you, a bunch of unpresentable bugs, act so presumptuously in front of me? The Lord of Chaos frowned. A loud shout was heard. There was a loud bang. Thousands of chaotic thunders exploded and flashed above the starry sky as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Countless exploding chaotic thunders converge into a violent wave after wave. They hit the person who spoke rudely in the Yaoqi Fairy Palace. The thunder has not yet come. The immortal king felt his scalp tingling as he spoke and his soul seemed to be torn apart by these countless chaotic thunders. Snort. But in the next moment, a cold snort sounded. Ji Yao flicked her sleeves. Bright stars soaring into the sky. It transformed into an extremely huge palm facing the chaotic thunder waves that were sweeping over it. Go. Boom. The entire starry sky was rolling violently at this moment. The exploding thunder was packed with unparalleled power. I won't know how much the stars exploded, full sky dust. One after another, spider web-like void cracks spoke within tens of millions of miles around. Even some of the realms and worlds close to this place are collapsing and countless innocent lives are dying tragically. But no one dared to say anything and no one cared. In the world of immortal cultivation, weakness is the original sin. The strong don't even need to deliberately attack, just a random. The aftermath of the front is unknown. How much it can destroy the world, I don't know. How much all living beings will die tragically. Ji Yao. You don't need to make excuses for yourself anymore. We already knew that you have an unusual relationship with the devil Guhan. At this time the Lord of Time stood up and said loudly, we don't want to say any more unnecessary nonsense. Otherwise you should give up resistance and come with us. Otherwise I will die today. These last words made countless creatures gasp. The God of Time is quite domineering. An existence that is infinitely close to the immortal emperor. He even threatened to completely destroy and kill it. But just as the voice of the Lord of Time fell, the Lord of Death, the High Priest of Life, and the Lord of Space all exuded a majestic and vast aura at this moment, locking onto the direction where Ji Yao was. Apparently they meant the same thing. If Ji Yao doesn't cooperate, then kill her. Everyone in the fairyland held their breath and didn't dare to breathe. A tragic war between the heavens seems to be about to happen at any time here. But Ji Yao, who was at the center of the storm, was clearly just an illusion. At this moment it still exudes a kind of calmness that remains unchanged despite the collapse of Mount Tai, the calm temperament. Ji Yao said nothing, just waited silently. Waiting for someone. Waiting for the burial month. At the same time. The Xianhuang world. After I open the channel, I may meet some powerful beings to prevent you from getting involved in a war. I will allocate some power, protect you from leaving other places. Zhang Suyuyu had already received information from Su Lingyue and others who had made all the preparations and now began to emphasize some follow-up arrangements. Su Lingyue and others frowned when they heard this but didn't say much. Fairyland, after all, it is an unknown world for us. The Zhangshu moon is very strong. Beyond their imagination. The other party said it was a powerful existence. That is also we can't imagine. Don't delay, it is good to follow the arrangement. Nu. Su Lungyue responded. Zhang Suyuyu nodded slightly and said nothing more. There are various thoughts flashed through my mind. Fairyland. The Zhangshu moon is finally coming back. Then. The buried moon no longer hesitated. Breath hair. The Xianhuang world seems to be don't stay. The breath is released and it changes again. Peace. It was pitch black. There is no extra as the burial ruins month is just out of. Point your finger lightly toward the void. The breath of annihilation continued to spread from the fingertips like a dark thunder that penetrated time-space and the future. Countless spacetime universes collapsed and the breath of annihilation drove straight ahead. A passage was opened up in an instant. A passage leading to the fairyland. It seems you are determined to be stubborn. At the same time, the fairyland universe. Seeing Ji Yao didn't respond for a long time. The Lord of Time and others also lost their patience. And if possible, they also want to solve the problem here quickly, rushed to the silent divine city. No matter what, the immortal Lord is still an important force and you cannot throw it away casually if you can avoid it. Just as those few people were silently communicating with each other in their hearts, preparing to take action. But in the next moment, a few people suddenly general at the same time. The soul seems to be completely frozen. Because at this moment they are arrived there from the depths of time and space, the breath of extinction that is transmitted. Let their souls be for it. The breath of extinction solidified. This, the breath of annihilation, makes them all incomparable. Back then they were not the masters of the major forces but disciples of the Supreme God. To that breath. The destroyer of the fairyland, Zhangshu Yu. They are too sensitive to smell wrong. When they were not yet strong. Zhangshu Yu was already one of the most powerful figures in the fairyland at that time. At their peak they can even be compared with their master, the Supreme God. It was even heard that their master had to join forces with other powerful people and use special means to completely destroy the seal of the Zhangshu moon. But now it seems to be back. Several people noticed it at the same time and their eyes converged on one. Boom! The next moment. Only far away, countless spaces in the starry sky were filled with thunder. The entire starry sky in that direction became somewhat dim at this moment, and the stars in countless realms and worlds became even darker. It became dark at a visible speed. That atmosphere of desolation and death, like a torrent bursting through a dam, swept across the vast star region. Countless creatures in the fairyland were trembling. Especially the many creatures who had experienced the great catastrophe in the fairyland couldn't help but feel their scalps tingling at this moment. This scene, they are too got it. The first great catastrophe in the fairyland when it is sent. That's it. The aura of desolation and desolation first swept across a large area of the starry sky and then gradually swallowed up everything. Then the terrible war that swept across the heavens of the fairyland began here. And now, the scene that seemed like the end of the world appeared again. Is the second great catastrophe in the fairyland coming? The entire starry sky suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone dared not even breathe. Even the leaders of several major forces who were preparing to attack Ji Yao were extremely vigilant at this moment, looking at the strange place where the accident happened. Land table, they were extremely solemn and all looked towards Iorajingo. Day. In this absolute silence. Suddenly a clear sound was heard coming from far away and gradually becoming louder. It seems to be footsteps. Many monks had doubts. This is fine. Why is the starry sky deep? Are there footsteps? But the leaders of several major forces, but it is becoming more and more solemn. Footsteps? No, it's because the person coming is very strong. Every step he takes can even step firmly on the steps formed by the power of the Tao. This sound can actually be regarded as the rhythm of the Tao. Only a truly powerful person can achieve this. It is also a kind of display of strength. After all, the strength is not strong enough. How could you condense the power of the avenue and even turn it into a step for yourself to step on? If you can't grasp the degree the power of the road, explode, even backfire on yourself, that is no lose a lot of rice. And along with that, the footsteps came from far away. The aura of desolation that fills the starry universe is becoming more and more intense. The Zhangshu moon is really coming back. Chapter 686, The Calamity of the Fairyland. The footsteps became clearer and clearer. Every step taken made the hearts of everyone present jump violently, and they couldn't help but feel extremely solemn. Boom! But just before the next footsteps sounded, one vibrating drum, a huge roar suddenly appeared in the deep sky, sent it out. Then countless people, I felt like I was blind, and my vision suddenly turned to darkness. But including the strongest of the 5 superpowers, everyone saw it clearly. It's not that these people suddenly went blind. It is accompanied by a terrible power send far. The starry sky was completely stained like ink black. Black wave passed by, light disappears, laws are extinguished, and everything returns to eternal silence and desolation. In the depths of the abyss purgatory that seemed like the end of the world, there is one, the ancient palace, black hair sun. With every step he took at this moment, a dark lotus would bloom and rise under his feet. Lotus flowers flow along my black hair, the child's feet radiate in all directions growth. Each pitch-black lotus seemed to be filled with an incomparable aura of extinction. The black lotuses grew more and more. The sky is covered with large tracts of stars. Even countless stars began to produce black lotuses emitting the aura of extinction. Bury the Suyu. I don't know who didn't. Suppressing the shock in my heart, suddenly the name of the Zhangshu month came out. There was a strong sense of disbelief and even a hint of fear in his voice. As the voice fell, in an instant, one stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Countless monks and living beings who heard these sounds were in a panic fear. Burial ruins moon. Didn't he die a long time ago? Why did it appear again? It's over. The Zhangshu moon has returned and the immortal realm is about twice done. Don't be afraid. Zhangxuyu's current strength seems to be only 1/10 of what it was. Don't you have any idea? Is the aura it exudes now far less than before? Now that the Lord of Time and others are here, even if Zhangshuyu returns, he won't cause much waves. Maybe will soon be suppressed. No, the monks and other living beings were shocked and comforted each other. They really don't want to see Zhangshuyu return. Because the Taoist tradition has been able to survive and be preserved in the fairyland today. They are all related to several supreme gods. It is also under the rule of the supreme god. The forces and monks who were close to Zhangshuyu and the 6th supreme throne of the heavens had long been destroyed and liquidated. Even if you escaped, he has also lost faith in Zhangshuyu and the supreme god of extinction. Select all, Tibet will never be born again. And the burial site was opened in the month Opha, catastrophe that subverts the fairyland. It is also for this reason. They are also using this extreme method to take revenge on everyone in the fairyland, bringing a calamity of their own to countless cultivators and living beings in the fairyland. It was the craziest time of the burial ruins month. Even said it out loud. I wish to turn into a calamity for the heavens in this fairyland. I would rather let them down than let them let me down. This sentence alone is enough to show how crazy Zhangshuyu was back then. Before being completely sealed and exiled. I didn't know how much a well-known force in the fairyland. Quilt completely destroyed, buried in endless time in the long river. Why? You seem unhappy to see me. There was a hint of smile. But it made everyone's scalp tingle. Rolling waves of destruction, it is based on as the center. Radiate in all directions, diffusion. The countless stars in the surrounding starry sky suddenly turned into dust, disappeared, and with some kind of power is constantly flowing towards the burial ruins. Moon surge away. At this moment Zhang Suyu really seemed like the biggest villain in the world. Take the starry universe as nourishment. Food for all spirits and continue to grow. Damn it. Let's attack together town. If his power of annihilation absorbs enough power, it will only cause more trouble. The god of time let out an angry roar and decisively rushed towards Zhang Shuyu. This moment. Thousands of time runes in the Lord of Time, then they gathered together and turned into a huge illusory sundial. On the sundial, words containing the power of time appear like the scale of time. With time, the condensed the shadow walks on the sundial. At this moment the time and space are infinitely slowed down in an instant, even to the point of being frozen. But in this realm where time is frozen, the god of time seems not at all influence. He just explored and reached into the void. Endless power of time rushed into his palm, billions of strands of time power condensed and finally turned into a time magic gun. Die! The god of time shouted loudly. He threw the time spear in his hand directly towards Zhang Shuyu. Wherever the time gun passes, the sun and the moon turn. Countless cosmic dimensions seem to have experienced years and years back, withered for life and death change. The radiating force of time erased everything, even the time of that area. Changhedu, when it comes to influence, sometimes it flows backwards and sometimes it flows faster. Zhang Shuyu smiled coldly, neither dodging nor evading. He raised his hand and slapped out a flower that is completely condensed by the power of annihilation. Hui air, the pitch black lotus suddenly enlarged, blocking out the sky and the sun. Boom! To the terrible force roared Herculide. The dark lotus is in full bloom. There seem to be dark hands in the lotus, out constantly reaching towards the spear of time. Even if the time gun continues, emits the terrifying force of time. But these dark hands seem to be endless, constantly tearing at the spear of time. Final. This time spear that can directly shatter a piece of starry sky and universe was actually tear it apart, and it disappears. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Time and others, suddenly he became more solemn. Although the attack just now by the Lord of Time, there are tentative point. But he never expected that Zhang Shuyu, who had just broken the seal, had recovered his strength to this level. Although his move just now was intended to be probing, it was not weak in nature and was resolved so easily. Daoyuan, it seems like you haven't made any progress in all these years. Zhang Shuyu smiled. Gently raise your hand. The lotus of extinction that covered the sky and the sun suddenly small towards flying into the hand. At the same time he raised his hand and waved again. The breath of annihilation, the power of time, sent out. However, it was easily absorbed by Zhang Shuyu and turned into his own power. Seeing this scene, the face of the Lord of Time, it suddenly became uglier. You can't, the power of time you control is too weak compared to your master. When your master was at his peak, the time power contained in any of his moves was as strong as return all the power in the world. You can even borrow this strength and countless resonate with your own self in another timeline, merge and unify their powers, release an even more terrifying force. But you can't seem to do it yet. It seems that you have only merged your 9 timelines, use a little more than double the force. That's it, the exertion of strength is indeed not enough. This scene once again left countless people dumbfounded. Lord of Time. Now he is the peerless person standing at the top of the pyramid in the entire Taichu immortal realm. Now he was being commented on like a junior in front of Zhang Shuyu. Chapter 687. Be bold and break through to the level above the immortal venerable. But the Lord of Time is just a face. It was ugly and there was nothing much to say. Because in front of Zhang Shuyu he was indeed just a junior. In the Zhangshu month that year, Zongheng immortal realm was competing with their master. They are just his disciples. Not only the Lord of Time but also the lords of several other major forces, also extremely ugly. They still underestimated the horror of the burial ruins moon. In Zhang Suyuyu's mouth the god of time seemed to be worthless. But in fact the god of time is also terrifyingly powerful. There will be 9. The self and the timeline of other universe dimensions can be integrated into the self through the power of practice. This kind of work is just a fantasy for many people. The Lord of Time can. It took less than 100,000 years to complete this feat, which is already quite exaggerated. But even so, it still seems a little inferior in front of Zhang Yu. The title of the destroyer of the immortal realm's avenues is indeed not empty. The wind is coming. Bury everything and accommodate everything. The Zhangshu moon is said to be a burial place. But in some ways, isn't it the true unity of all things? Because only by mastering all the ways can one truly achieve the nirvana of all the ways. This is also the reason why their masters, the five supreme gods, were afraid of the sixth supreme throne and the burial moon. Because the sixth high throne and his descendant Zhangshu Yu has the greatest potential in the entire fairyland. Just give the other person enough time. They will be able to understand all the great ways in the world. Eventually, one day, even the five supreme gods will spend countless years to master the magical power of the origin of the great way. All of them will be learned by the sixth supreme throne and even the burial ruins moon one day in the future. If this happens, then what is the so-called supreme god that the immortal realm and the heavens need? All you have to do is to regard Zhang Yu and the supreme god of extinction as your kings. As long as they are naturally unwilling. After practicing Taoism for so many years, the real eternal super. As a result, no one would be willing to be someone else's younger brother. So this is also the reason why the supreme god of nirvana and Zhangshu Yu must die. Kunyu. Now is not the time for you to be gentle with women. Space God Face, he said solemnly, Ji Yao, this is give it to you and you can help me when necessary kill. The four of us will have to deal with Zhangshu Yu together. The space god's proposal was not opposed. Zhangshu Yu was indeed very powerful beyond their imagination. The opponent has not recovered to his peak. But Zhangshu Yu was once a powerful man who was truly above the immortal emperor. Possessing extremely rich combat experience. Want to stabilize it? Kill them. Four people must attack together and there can be no don't be careless. Boom. As the most powerful people in the fairyland, they are also very efficient in their work. In death moment they reached a consensus. They headed towards the burial ruins moon without hesitation. Attack. The Lord of Death holds an ancient undead staff. The dark robe was rustled by the wind of death. Crash. Then a long river of death carrying a strong breath of death shattered time and space. In the long river of death, countless powerful undead were roaring or opening their mouths. The basin has a big mouth or holds various ancient weapons. There are even a large number of immortal king-level undead souls also rushed towards Zhangshu Yu at this moment. Empowerment. The god of life chanted ancient spells. Oni, majestic breath of life spreads. As if to all the heavens awakens spiritual wisdom. This moment. Even the immortal energy laws and star fragments surrounding the Zhangshu moon seem to be endowed with intelligence and directly regarded the Zhangshu moon as an enemy rushing towards it. Charge forward. Even the funeral month, the clothes he wore had all become intelligent and wanted to attack his master Zhangshu Yu. Sky-shattering slash. The attack of the space god is the most domineering. He was seen holding a purple gold sword and slashing out. The whole space seemed to have become his martial arts world. The vast space seemed to have transformed into a gigantic long sword slashing down towards Zhangshu Yu. The space sword rolled down, creating an overwhelming space wave. Space storm for the billions of miles of stars around are all buzzing spider-web-like void cracks one after another emerge. Time Lord. Then the huge sundial shadow appeared again, but the Lord of Time did not attack this time, but assist. Use your own power to solidify the burial ruins moon. The speed of time around us makes there was no way to react. Boom. Shocking earth reversal universal. There was an explosion. The entire fairyland was in a state of panic at this moment. Shake. Is this the top powerhouse in the fairyland? Is this the powerful enemy that Ahan will face in the future? Su Lengyue and others who followed Zhang Shuyue to the fairyland but were placed in other places by Zhang Shuyue in advance also witnessed this horrific battle. The horror of these wars has far exceeded the imagination of all of us. It's all about rules and between avenues and avenues collide. It has exceeded people's imagination. Noit's time regular collide. The essence of the world collide. If not we, there is also a part of protection from the power of the burial ruins moon. Even though there is an endless distance between us. The aftermath alone can their attack was reduced to ashes. Become stronger. Su Lingyue and others all had this thought in their minds. Now we just want to become stronger. Once upon a time in the Shenhuan world we have many more could help Guhan a little. But now Guhan is changing faster and faster. The enemies are also getting stronger. Gradually we couldn't keep up with the pace. But so what? We will still do what we can. Fairyland at the same time as the epic war broke out. Silent Divine City. The war also took place in Hair. But it's basically one-sided. Guhan summoned out 2 guardians who were at the quasi-immortal emperor level. Plus the top immortals of Yaoqi Palace. It's completely fighting with the strong men from many forces in the Fairyland. Guhan originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill Yi Tian. But think about it. Maybe I can take this opportunity to break through to the immortal king level. He realized that he had summoned these 2 guardians of Nirvana. It seems that he is familiar with those stone sculptures. If he is bolder, maybe he can use the power of those stone sculptures to protect himself. Now I have accumulated nearly 600,000 villain points. If I use all of them to exchange for the source of the great Tao, is there a chance that I can break through to the immortal venerable in one fell swoop? This thought suddenly came to Guhan's mind. The source of the great Tao is specifically used to break through to the immortal realm. The immortal king can also use it. But generally no one would be so extravagant. The source of the great Tao is extremely difficult to obtain, so how could there be enough of it for them to break through to the level of immortal venerable? But he is not ordinary. What's the situation? He can use villain points to exchange for the source of the great Tao. As long as he dares to break through, he will definitely have enough source of the great Tao. Not to mention the immortal lord, he might even try to reach a level above the immortal lord. Chapter 688, The Immortal Lord Falls and the Calamity of the Heavens begins. Battlefield mix piece. Various magical laws spreading vertically and horizontally. 2 quasi-immortal emperor-level silence guards plus the top-level immortal venerable of Yaoqi Immortal Palace are completely safe. Yi Tian and other powerful people from the Fairyland. Even several immortal kings began to fall. In fact, the situation here is confusing. No one has the time to take care of themselves. It is best to strive to break through to the immortal king level now. But the only thing to worry about is... Guhan looked up towards the 9 stone sculptures. He can also see from these 9 stone sculptures a strong smell of extinction. And during this period, these 9 stone sculptures often cast their gazes in my direction. But Guhan was still not sure whether these guys had good intentions towards him or had other ideas. The brave ones will die. What a coward. If these guys really have ill intentions towards me, I will never be able to enter the city lord's mansion. Each of these 9 stone sculptures is an immortal. He is not even an immortal king. The other party wants to kill me. Finger thing. Of course he is not afraid now. He had just signed in through the system and gained the ability to summon projections from the past or the future to fight for him. At worst it will make the situation worse a little. If these 9 stone sculptures have no ill will towards me, then I would have picked up a group of protectors for nothing. If we don't break through now, when will we? Be calm in your mind. Guhan directly chose to sit cross-legged on the spot and try to break through to the immortal king. Although the battlefield is chaotic, incomparable. But many people were already paying attention to Guhan. At this moment Guhan was seen sitting cross-legged. Muddy, the aura seemed to be rising and everyone was stunned. No. We are fighting to the death here and you want to break through your cultivation here? It's really brave. Or do you just ignore all of them? Guhan. Sun Crown immortal, but he got angry. The laws of time were boiling even though he had been beaten to a pulp by the quasi-immortal emperor-level silence guardian fresh dripping crack. At this moment his eyes were red and he wanted to rush over and kill Guhan. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. 9 stone sculptures are now flashing. But in the end nothing was said. In front of Yi Tian and other powerful immortal realm masters who were dumbfounded. Middle. Unexpectedly emitting a terrifying aura, it hovered around Guhan using its breath. A barrier was formed to protect it as if it was guarding the road. The extremely angry Crown Immortal and others were suddenly stunned. What condition? They know a lot about the silent divine city. It will have something to do with Guhan. But what's happening now? The city of destruction isn't even being performed anymore, right? Now it is clear that they want to protect Guhan. Do you realize how stupid your behavior is? The Sun Corona Immortal Lord roared, Guhan is not only a person that several of my major forces must kill but also a person that several supreme gods have specifically named to kill. You are now so blatantly blessing Guhan and even want to team up with him. Do you want to die again? The Sun Crown Immortal was anxious. What he said was even a little thoughtless. But at this moment it seemed that the only thing he could do was to threaten. Because they were facing the alliance between the two quasi-immortal emperors, the Guardian of Nirvana and the top immortal master of Yaoqi Immortal Palace. They have fallen downwind. If these 9 stone sculptures were comparable to top-level immortals, they would also stand on Guhan's side. Then they will definitely die. I don't need an ant like you to judge how my silent divine city will choose. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice came from the depths of the city lord's mansion outgoing. At the same time there is another and extremely terrifyingly powerful force. Ali haven't reacted yet. Then a huge hand so huge that it blocked out the sun and the sky came out from the depths of the city lord's mansion to explore the speed that the eyes cannot catch. The Corona Immortal Lord lived there. Who are you? The Sun Crown Immortal is terrified change. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. There was a loud bang. Big hands suddenly grasped. Directly send the Sun Crown Immortal full skyfog. As an immortal, the Sun Crown Immortal has a very strong ability to preserve his life. A trace of remnant soul suddenly came from the center of the fog, emerged, and the divine thoughts of the Sun Corona Immortal Venerable frightened. I wanted to escape immediately. How escape in the long river? But in the next moment, countless runes of annihilation woven into chains of order directly open the long river channel, seal it from the source. No. I saw that the direction of escape was immediately blocked. The remaining spirit of the Sun Crown Immortal roared in unwillingness. But this was just the final burst of impotent rage. Back then you guys from Time God Island were the most arrogant. Now you even dare to come to my silent god city and act wild and presumptuous. Do you really think that I dare not kill you? Along with the cold snort, an extremely huge black sword emerged. The giant sword slammed towards the remaining divine consciousness of the Corona Immortal. A sword broke through the air as if the heaven and earth collapsed. That time the long rivers were directly cut in half by this huge black sword. The water of the long river is surging backwards. Hidden in time long river deep, the origin mark of the Sun Crown Immortal was also completely destroyed by this sword at the same time. This moment, all the immortal lords and above have their sea of consciousness shaken. Suddenly I saw a picture at the same time. When boiling in the long river, there is only magnificent tributary. It was chopped off by a huge black sword. That time the tributaries of the long river suddenly lord of the river separation. Then in the shocking the earth collapsed and fell apart with a roar. At the same time, the fairyland has also completely changed. The starry sky where the Time God Island is located suddenly became red. The vast starry universe suddenly cracked apart. Honor to film, the head separated and it burst from the void, falling apart on the way down. Water fills the heavens. Overwhelming wave carrying a strong sense of sadness, it slowly spread throughout the entire fairyland. Countless immortal realm masters, big changes. The immortal has fallen. A top immortal has fallen. The calamity of the heavens has completely begun. Countless powerful gods. He stared at all this in a daze with a look of disbelief on his face. The war had just begun when a top immortal fell. He is a powerful man who was only one step away from becoming a quasi-immortal emperor. But now he is dead. The month of funeral ruins. The god of time is also a face sudden change. Even if others don't know, how could he not know? He, the top powerful person on the Time God Island, the Sun Crown Immortal Lord, is dead. He knew that there was great danger in the silent divine city. But he never thought that the Sun Crown Immortal would die. The Sun Crown Immortal Lord is the strongest immortal lord sent by these forces. Even if all the others died, the Sun Crown Immortal should not die. But no one expected that the first immortal to die was the Sun Crown Immortal. Not just the god of time. The leaders of several other major forces also faced crazy changes. The Sun Crown Immortal Lord is dead. Doesn't that mean everyone else has to die? What exactly happened in the silent divine city? Could it be that there really is a quasi-immortal emperor or even a quasi-immortal emperor who is not weaker than them? They are all powerful quasi-immortal emperors, so they can naturally detect it. Before the death of the Sun Crown Immortal, strong reluctance and shock. He was definitely killed instantly. What does this mean? This means that the person who killed him was much stronger than him. Only an ordinary quasi-immortal emperor can do it. Chapter 689, the head of the 6 garrison commanders, the Hongmeng garrison commander. The deep city of destruction. All the powerful people in the fairyland who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded and their faces were stunned. Even forgot to resist for a moment. The strongest solar corona immortal among them died just like that. It only took a few breaths of time from the time that unknown being took action to the end, and then to the death of the Sun Corona Immortal. Hasn't the silent divine city been sealed for many years? Why does such a powerful being exist? I won't fight anymore. The death of the Sun Crown Immortal Venerable had a huge impact on many powerful people in the immortal realm. The impact is too great. The strongest Sun Crown Immortal is dead. What's the point of fighting? Run away to survive. An immortal king let out a terrified roar. Then sacrifice your strongest future directly. Forcibly opened up a path that could be entered by one person. Wenlong River crack without looking back, turn, just run. As for him, those young geniuses behind. Who cares? You are going to die, why bother with those things? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. One person's escape immediately caused a chain reaction. Many other immortal kings also fear. How dare we continue fighting here? There is no meaning at all. There is no hope of winning if we continue to fight. There is only one way to die. No one is allowed to run. Whoever dares to run, I will kill him first. Running away will only lead to death. Only fighting is the way to survive. The Sun Crown Immortal is dead. The Chaos Space Immortal Lord Pakchuan Immortal Lord, who ranks second in comprehensive strength, took on the leadership at this moment and kept roaring in an attempt to stop the trend of defeat. But nothing worked. Many immortal kings have been completely defeated. Now I just want to leave this troubled place. As for the major forces and young geniuses who witnessed this battle, they were already frightened to the point of having their scalps tingle and their faces pale. Especially the Time God Island Tianjiao, who witnessed the killing of the Sun Corona Immortal Lord. I felt like the sky had completely collapsed. The invincible Sun Crown Immortal in their hearts was just killed as easily as a wild dog on the roadside. What should they do? They are going to die. Haha, the young people these days are really getting less and less intelligent than they were back then. Is there any future for a fairyland like this? A smiling voice sounded. Many powerful people were shocked watching. Only slightly hunchbacked old man with a goatee and a weathered face slowly came out from the depths of the city lord's mansion. Get out. Who are you? The pupils of Pakchuan Immortal Venerable shrank. Obviously he knew this old man. Hongmeng, the leader of the 6 guardians of Silent Divine City. The immortal master Prashian, who originally thought that he had a glimmer of hope, now had a complete breakdown. Then in front of everyone's dazed eyes, among. Suddenly burn your own anger, even the power of origin. Then he threw a punch. Get lost. After killing a powerful immortal king who was blocking the way. One punch directly blasted open the long river of time and space without looking back. Drill among them, just run. The geniuses of the chaos space, who previously felt that their immortal lord was in imminent danger of collapse, remained calm. At this moment they all stood there like wood. Did their immortal lord run away? Didn't they say that running away would lead to death? But immortal Pashian didn't care about so many things. This was almost his subconscious reaction. Before he became an immortal lord, he was just a small true immortal. I have seen the Hongmeng guardian among the 6 silent guardians take action. The guardian of Hongmeng. At that time he was neither an immortal lord nor a so-called quasi-immortal emperor. He is the real immortal emperor. And he is a powerful one among the immortal emperors. Although the Hongmeng Guardian gave him, I feel, far worse than before. He doesn't even have the power of an immortal emperor. But the other party was once an immortal emperor. Perhaps it was because he sacrificed part of his cultivation. Let him survive that catastrophe. But his current cultivation strength is definitely comparable to that of a pseudo-immortal emperor. He is such an immortal lord and a fake immortal emperor. There is only one way to go for your hand: death. If I don't run, am I going to stay and wait for death? The Hongmeng garrison commander walked out slowly. Even if he didn't do anything. But he had just appeared and the entire silent divine city seemed to have revived. Countless dead souls regained consciousness for a moment at this moment towards the direction of the city lord's mansion. The garrison commander has appeared again. Has the king returned? But he only had time to utter a murmur. They quickly changed. The unconscious dead spirits continued to wander in the city of gods. Hongmeng, who saw the whole scene, had a look of sadness in his eyes. These people were once the people he wanted to protect. But now, because of the catastrophe that year, such a person looks like neither human nor ghost. The catastrophe that year could be said to be a joint effort between the silent divine city and the burial ruins Moonov. It is a calamity for all the heavens in this fairyland and also a calamity for them. At this moment, Yi Tian also started to run away frantically. He originally wanted to take advantage of to assassinate Gu Han. But now he has completely dismissed this idea from his mind. I can't afford to offend you. This guy Gu Han even asked for help from a quasi-immortal emperor. How could he, an immortal king, be a match? Yi Tian was also very panicked at this moment. Want to sacrifice your future, forcibly opening up a path escape through the long river channel. But his line, this is only the halfway point. Whoosh! A whistling sound was heard breaking through the air. Night Sky noodled. He changed suddenly and dodged to the side quickly. Boom! Huge! There was an explosion. The storm is rolling. Yi Tian was shocked and angry. Bei Gong Yu, are you crazy? It's already this late and you still want to tangle with me here? Aren't you afraid of death? You haven't died yet. Why should I be afraid of death? Bei Gong Yu laughed a little crazily. This time enter the divine city of Nirvana. Treasure hunting or something, I don't care at all. The main purpose is to kill Yi Tian, my own revenge. You damn bitch. Yi Tian's eyes were burning with anger. Bei Gong Yu is crazy now. Since you would rather die yourself, you must drag him along with you. He's not finished yet. My own wish has not yet reached the level of immortal venerable, even as the immortal emperor. How could he be willing to die? He didn't want to bless him with the supreme gods go up there of power. Because if fusing it once will probably completely wipe out your consciousness or even to be a vassal of others. But compared to this possibility, the consequences of being controlled are always better than death. It's all you mine. Yi Tian's eyes were red and he was completely crazy. This time he wants to be the master, summon the will of the 5 supreme gods. For this area Gu Han, I have no idea. The defense formed by 9 stone sculptures in the barrier. Gu Han is totally not influence. At this moment his aura had begun to rise. The core of the source of the Great Way of Nirvana, the source fruit of the Great Way, began to be gradually melted and absorbed by him, strengthening himself at the same time as the original power of Nirvana. A trace of consciousness that Gu Han specially separated. Melt again various genus, the source of the Great Road. The source of the Great Road of Life. The source of the Avenue of Time. The source of the Chaos Avenue. As for the source of the Great Tao that he did not have, he continued to purchase it through villain points. More than 500,000 villain points. It's enough for him to buy the source of the Great Way of Quantity. Gu Han also has a force. There's really not much time left for him. He has a kind sleep. The so-called Supreme God of Nirvana was watching him getting closer. This means that it won't be long before they make a complete comeback. Chapter 690. The Immortal Emperor takes action and the Supreme God's divine consciousness descends. However, if you want to try to break through directly from true immortal to immortal venerable in one go, it's too difficult. He not only needs enough source of the great Tao to transform his own essence. More need on the road there is enough precipitation above enlightenment. But the so-called avenue sedimentation takes time enlightenment. He rose too fast. From the Xianhuang world to the current fairyland. Height took less than 4 years to reach this level. Even though he has now comprehended the rudiments of many fairyland laws. However, he only mastered it but didn't know how to use it. Just as Guhan was racking his brains over how to break through. Boom! Mixin the battlefield. Suddenly a huge pillar of law rose into the sky. 5 terrifying auras descended from the distant void and instantly attached themselves to Yi Tian Superior. The sudden change made chaos. The battlefield was frozen. The Hongmeng Guardian remained calm from the beginning to the end, from his appearance to the killing of several immortals. At this moment get hereafter the breath. At the same time as he was shocked, there was a flash of overwhelming resentment and murderous intent in his eyes. The will of the 5 supreme gods descended at this moment. Terrible way, like a square the sky is overwhelming open. This immediately froze the minds of countless powerful people. Previously he seemed insignificant on the battlefield, even the gods. Yi Tian was panicked. At this moment it was as if he had been completely possessed by another person, as if he had become a different person. To be precise. Yes, a few other people. Because everyone can clearly feel. Yi Tian, it actually emits 5 an extremely powerful yet unique aura. Yi Tian, you lead the divine thoughts of the 5 supreme gods to descend upon you. In the beginning he originally wanted to take this opportunity to kill Bei Gongyu completely. But, in the eyes of the 5 supreme gods, Bei Gongyu is just an ant that can be killed at will. Compared to Bei Gongyu, Guhanyachi Fairy Palace and all the strong men in Jaime Divine City should be killed. I never thought that we would pay such a huge price to seal you away and exile you. Your silent divine city can actually still retain such a powerful force. Yi Tianqian at this moment indifferent. Like a true ruler who controls the heavens. Even facing the guard of Hongmeng, this extremely powerful quasi-immortal emperor was meaning of indifference and calmness. As if he was the supreme powerful being in the eyes of the world. In his eyes, that's all. Compared to the heyday of my silent divine city, the foundation of today is naturally insignificant, let alone powerful. The Hongmeng Guardian still had a smile on his face, but his pupils were deep. The murderous intent and anger are growing stronger. But at this moment he was possessed by the will of the 5 supreme gods. Yi Tian didn't seem to see it, or he didn't care at all about the anger of Hongmeng Guardian, the top quasi-immortal emperor. You are quite self-aware. Yi Tian had his hands behind his back. As he took a step forward, thousands of avenue lotuses appeared above the sky, one after another, covering the entire sky. The power of the avenue spread out in all directions, scattering dots of brilliant and dazzling stars. Welcome to the Lord. At the same time, the powerful men from the several surviving forces all bowed and saluted at this moment, their voices full of fanaticism. They can now to Yi Tian, the one that emanates the tremendous power. Before they all thought they were doomed. Now that their master's divine consciousness has arrived, the matter is absolutely settled. Yi Tian walked along the avenue with his hands behind his back. His voice was cold and condescending. We are not unkind either. Give you a chance. As long as you without Guhan, this matter has nothing to do with you. You can live and the inheritance of the silent divine city can be preserved. As soon as these words came out, the 9 stone sculptures guarding Guhan were now violently moving. The special seal covering the surface shattered at this moment. Soon, the true appearance of the 9 stone sculptures is completely revealed. There are men and women, but each aura is extremely powerful. At this moment they all stared at Yi Tian with extreme vigilance. Obviously, they are impossibilites, Guhans. Now they have confirmed that Guhan is most likely the reincarnation of their king of silent divine city. Let's not talk about it first. Going out would be a betrayal to the king. Moreover, they have feuds with several major forces, especially the supreme gods. They didn't know much. All his relatives and friends died indirectly at his hands. If we fight today, it will be a fight to the death. They definitely want T out of Guhan. It seems that you are determined to persevere and bring about your own destruction. Yi Tian continued walking on the avenue, getting closer and closer to Guhan. But he the breath has become suppressed terror god becoming more and more indifferent. He. The Hongmeng garrison commander smiled but took a step forward. Your excellencies are also my uncles and the king has not returned yet. How dare you be so presumptuous in my king's temple? As the king's subordinate, if I ignore it, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to generation. If I destroy the spiritual thoughts of several of your lordships later, please don't be surprised. Furious. Attached to Et on the thoughts of several supreme gods, but he got angry. This guy the Hongmeng guardian was mocking them openly and secretly. They are called the Lord, but the supreme god of extinction is called the king. Doesn't this make them inherently inferior to the supreme god of nirvana? And it is really rampant enough. The opponent's strength is far less than before. He even threatened to shatter their divine thoughts of coming. Then there is nothing to talk about. Congeal. The one who made the sound was the supreme god of time. A word fell. The whole world seems to the impact. Time stops flowing and instantly fell to a certain solidified state. Even the time in this area Changhedu, when it comes to influence the time of endless chatter, the long river also became extremely slow at this moment, even close to solidification. It was almost at the moment when Yi Tian made his move. The Hongmeng guardian has already responded. Concentrate all your strength on my superior. The 9 immortal level guards did not hesitate. As soon as possible he sent all his strength to the Hongmeng guardian. This moment. The power of the Hongmeng guardian is infinitely close to that of the immortal emperor. Even already the realm of the immortal emperor. Hongmeng's guarding made the aura rise and the surrounding stars boiling. A huge phantom that looked like a unicorn suddenly appeared before him, then it emerged and let out a roar. The sound waves shook the sky. Moment shattered the time-stopping field condensed by the supreme god of time. At the same time he punched out. This punch seemed to directly break the past and penetrate the future. Death. But I felt that the supreme god of death took action at this time. There are no fancy moves, just one drop. His words seem to be able to give the world die. And this 10,000 the scope even includes laws. The Hongmeng guardian threw a punch, but before he could receive it, when it came to Yi Tian, he was inexplicably entangled by the power of death. Then it began to quickly fall apart and dissolve into nothingness. Exile. The attacks of the supreme god of space followed one after another. The Hongmeng guard caused the surrounding space to collapse rapidly like a mirror, directly turning into a huge vacuum zone. The space is collapsing, rapidly broken. Like a huge whirlpool, it dragged the Hongmeng guardian towards the unknown space roll away. But soon an even more terrifying force came from the Hongmeng guardian hair. A huge machete emerged in his hand. When Hongmeng was on guard, he held a machete in his hand and chopped it out. Huge purple Qilin emerged from the overwhelming sword energy, roaring and breaking through the air, its hooves stepping into the air carrying a purple aura that burns the sky. The flame crushed the tumbling space vortex with one hoof. Chapter 691. The former legend, the supreme god of nirvana. Everyone who saw this scene was frightened. Two people, one hand, and it's getting intense. Even when it has already been hit long river deep. Fight from the past to the future and from the future to the past. They can't even see it. Because of the two people, they all had to do their best to prevent the aftermath of the war, and it may not even be able to stop it. What shocked them even more was, of course, the power of the supreme god. Even if it is only divine thoughts that descend. But he crushed the guardian, who was already infinitely close to the immortal emperor. Real myths done. But this is normal. The supreme god has transcended the immortal emperor. Their attack method is no longer the so-called magical method. It's at the road level collide. The rules of the Tao are their martial arts. Then there is no need to resort to so-called magical skills. It only takes a little thought. You can directly turn the avenue into your own martial arts. Tao Wu not here. So you can also say that. As long as they want. The immortal realm and the heavens are all their weapons. Even if there were 9 Hongmeng guardians at the immortal level guarding the place. At this moment the 5 supreme gods are attached to Tian. There is not much advantage in fighting. Even about system. after all on the road enlightenment. In the history of the fairyland there is really no one except the supreme god of nirvana. No one can be stable these 5 supreme gods. Even the top immortal emperors are no exception. At this moment Yi Tian seemed to have turned into for chaos giant. Weak chaos thunder entangled. One punch can split the sky apart. The Hongmeng Guardian was hit by a punch and instantly rushed towards Shidi fly away backwards. Quick! While the Hongmeng Guardian is being entangled. Let's arrest Gu Han together. The strong ones who can cultivate to this level are not fools. At this moment it was not just the Hongmeng Guardian who was entangled. The 9 immortal level guards have basically no combat effectiveness at the moment because they have to continuously supply power to the Hongmeng Guardians. And the system rewards that Gu Han had previously obtained by signing in and the other 2 silent guardians. He was also taken away by Yi Tian at this moment. At the time-long River Deep a brutal war broke out. Now there are only 4 immortals in the Yao Qi Fairy Palace. Certainly they are all top-level immortals. But they still have 10 immortal lords and 24 immortal kings left. Deal with we can handle it with ease. Court death. Ice Prison Immortal Ran was furious. Zhou the power of Ice Avenue Hair freeze the sky. Kill them. Don't let them interrupt Gu Han's breakthrough. We can also I feel that Gu Han has entered to some critical moment. Once interrupted the breakthrough occurs. Not to mention breaking through the realm. There is a high probability that severe backlash even falling into a lower realm. In fact even though Gu Han was protected by a special seal in the system, he can still get through some waves. Feel the war outside. This made Gu Han even more anxious. He had no way of combining the countless prototypes of the fairyland laws that he had mastered into one and turning them into the true origin. And the reason is very simple. His power of the Dou enlightenment is not enough. There is so much missing. Even if he has enough source of the great way to melt, there is a high probability that he will be able to successfully break through to the immortal lord level. Then he would definitely be the weakest and least combat effective immortal in the history of the universe. It means that he has reached the standard. But he couldn't grasp this strength. No way use. Then what's the point of breaking through to the immortal venerable level? Breaking through to this level without meeting the combat power requirement is basically the same as destroying one's own martial arts. Gu Han was a little anxious and didn't know what to do. But just at this moment, suddenly a thought came to his mind, a flash. Suddenly I thought of something that might be able to help me. The mark of origin. Able to summon one's past or future self to fight for him, her once. Since the other party is able to fight for himself, most likely he is mentally competent. If at some point in the future this extremely powerful self-will some of the avenue enlightenment is instilled into him, then if you don't understand enough, the crisis will end. Has it been lifted? Although this may also be dangerous. After all, sometimes I can't trust myself. Who knows what your past self thinks of your present self? It may be closeness or indifference, or maybe he will want to take over his current self. Everything is possible. But he didn't have time to think too much. Now the time is to force. He can only take a gamble. Summon the past or summon the future. Gu Han was once again stuck in a difficult problem. If he is really related to the supreme god of nirvana, then someone in his past, maybe he is the supreme god of nirvana. It is not impossible to summon your future self. He also has confidence if he gives himself enough time. He can definitely catch up with the supreme god of nirvana and even surpass him. A little confused, Gu Han decided Toto God's will. Used directly first. If the mark of origin guides the past, then it will guide the past. If it guides the future, then it will guide the future. Buzz. A special rune emitting great and supreme power suddenly appeared in Gu Han's hand. Then he said nothing, and a breath of origin, one of them broken. This moment. 10,000 silence, the world is lost. At the moment Long River Deep already Yi Tian, who had restrained the Hongmeng Guardian and the other 2 quasi-immortal Emperor Guardians, was about Tao's great means to completely seal these people in time. Long River Deep. Suddenly I was slightly stunned. Next crazy changes. He suddenly arrived the power of origin of nirvana. And it's still extremely rich. He may even encounter the power of original annihilation that terrifies him. But in their memories, it seems that the only being who can master such a rich and terrifying power of original annihilation is the supreme god of nirvana at the same level as them. How could he appear? If there was still some remains of the Zangshu moon, it might not have been completely wiped out by them. But the supreme god of nirvana is an existence that makes them tremble with fear. They were certain and even believed that the other party should have died long ago. At the same time, in Taichu immortal realm, the fierce battle with the funeral ruins moon, the leaders of the four major forces at hand were also stunned at this moment. They all arrived there suddenly from Timelong River deep, the supreme power coming. The aura of annihilation is much more terrifying than the current Zangshu moon. They thought of that name as well. The supreme god of nirvana. A group of people joined forces to Zhangsuyu, who was beaten and looked a little embarrassed, was smiling at this moment. He laughed very happily and very ostentatiously. Nirvana is the essence of everything, the starting point, the source of all heavens. How could it be wiped out so easily? After waiting for so long for so many epochs, I finally got to see the real you again. Although Guhan is the reincarnation of the supreme god of nirvana. But whether it is for Ji Yao or let's talk about the burial ruins month. After all, it's just another person. Only from the moment Guhan truly took on the power of the origin of nirvana. That's them, the one who once roamed the heavens of the fairyland and even had the power to the annihilation of the other supreme gods. Silent God City, heaven and earth turn one supreme power open. The annihilated undead spirits that were originally wandering around were the moment he was enveloped by the power, he regained consciousness completely. Slightly lagged behind. Every one of them as a god stimulates, suddenly they either crawled or knelt on the ground making a deafening sound. King. Welcome back, your majesty. In fact, this is also a brief awakening for them, and it can even be said to be a return. But so what? They just need one glimpse before they perish in annihilation. Take one last look at the king of their silent divine city, the legend of the fairyland and the heavens, that's enough. Chapter 692, 9 Lives of Immortality. This moment. Above the center of the silent divine city, a statue with a breath of heaven looking extremely majestic shadow emerges. He seemed to have come from an unknown time-long river deep, come. Especially when the other party, the face that appears. To some extent he is surprisingly similar to Guhan. The fairyland seemed exceptionally quiet at this moment. Even attached in Yitian, the will of the five supreme gods above, no one dares to. They also don't understand and some are suspicious. Why did it completely disappear back then, and even the original Dao fruit was abandoned? The supreme god of extinction who buried Xu Yue and Ji Yao suddenly appeared again. Although what appeared on the other side was just a projection of soul. But the aura exuded by the other party at this moment was also terrifyingly powerful. Let's not talk about the level of cultivation for now. The other party, the level of the great Tao they have mastered, is far higher than theirs. But from Guhan's perspective, along with it appeared the projection of this legendary supreme god of nirvana. I feel like the whole world is falling at this moment to a certain solidified state. The flow of time is infinitely slowed down. The projection of the supreme god of nirvana suddenly slowly towards him. His purpose deep and far away, as if there is a road deep in my eye's circulation. I don't know if it's an illusion. Guhan saw a gaze exactly like his own in the deep eyes of the projection of the supreme god of extinction film. It was not his reflection in the eyes of the supreme god of annihilation. It seems like another self. Or maybe it's a special mark from the same source as him. Guhan's thoughts were churning. No way? Is he really related to this legendary supreme god of nirvana? Previously all he could do was just guess. But now seeing the supreme god of extinction, it is really because of what I used, the origin mark appears. The evidence is irrefutable and the facts are right before our eyes. He couldn't help but think about it. Only. This result made Guhan feel a little low. Because in his opinion, after all, he and the so-called supreme god of nirvana are not the same person. He did not experience the life of the Supreme God of Nirvana from the perspective of the Supreme God of Nirvana. Nor has he ever been the Supreme God of extinction sweeping across the heavens of the immortal realm crushing several other Supreme Gods. He is just Gu Han. Walk out of the Wenjian sect in the Xianhuang world. Step by step to where we are now. He is Gu Han. It was Gu Han who walked out of the Xianhuang world. It was a battle that I had with Su Lingyue and others Gu Han from Colorful Life. Rather than the so-called Supreme God of Nirvana from another glorious period of the fairyland. And now another self suddenly appeared before him, and just a thought from him was so powerful that it was far beyond his imagination. This made Gu Han somewhat uneasy and he became extra alert. I am me, you are you, we are different after all. It seemed that he saw what Gu Han was thinking. The voice of the Supreme God of Extinction suddenly sounded in Gu Han's mind. Of course you can also treat me as it is my past self or a self different from you, and to me you are a future different from my future. We have the same goal but we are different in nature. Gu Han seemed to have a lot to say. But even the Supreme God did not give him this time. Okay, some unnecessary doubts. You first in my heart. I only appear for a short time and I don't stay for long. I have no ill will towards you. If I did you wouldn't have come this far. And there's no need for me to hurt you. To me you're my future self and I don't have the habit of killing myself. Relax your mind, I will guide your consciousness into our long river. My roadwoo can help you break through to the immortal king level or even to a higher level, but to which realm you can break through it still depends on yourself. If I understand. You don't have much time left. Those guys are about to seal. I said you are essentially me. As soon as they leave the seal they will definitely kill you first. Even if you are not me they will not leave even a trace of you. Risk. The words fell. The Supreme God of Extinction raised his hand and waved. Layer upon layer of laws like water waves, ripples spread out. A pure time power grew, pure white emerge. Gu Han remained alert in his heart. But I also know that now is the best time for me to become stronger. He and the other 5 Supreme Gods also had no room for maneuver. When he broke through to the Great Emperor in the Xianhuang world, he had already the 5 Supreme Gods were full of hostility towards him. The same is true today. He would never believe that the several superpowers in this fairyland had nothing to do with the several Supreme Gods. All he can do is to get stronger and stronger in this limited time. Strong enough to protect oneself and have the ability to protect everything. Gu Han took a deep breath. Advance together with the Supreme God of Extinction Hor in the Long River. The Long River is the road. This is also the eternal continuation. Want to really surpass, then you must tame it, the power of. But endless and eternal. If you want to really master, then you must first melt our. Best melt our. The method is years, settle in the years and in the sedimentation her avenue. Therefore the youngest immortal king in the immortal realm needs to cultivate to the more than 1,000 years. This process is for precipitation enlightenment avenue. And Gu Han is only 5 years old now. During precipitation enlightenment that it's a joke. Therefore even if he has enough sources of the great Tao he cannot step into the true realm of the immortal king. You rose too fast and became stronger too quickly. Sometimes taking too big a step is not a good thing. But it seems to me that you are essentially born with advantages. In Gu Han's eyes. This Supreme God of Silence, who was praised by countless people in the immortal realm as the calamity of the heavens and the one who brought all the ominous things, was now he felt particularly warm and gentle, just like his elder brother, patiently telling his views on the avenue enlightenment. Because you have essentially experienced 9 lifetimes back. The so-called back, it also involves time off. This time the long river connects the past and also runs through the future. Your 9 lives I ascended, also going from the past to the future and from the future to the past. It's just that there is still a gap even though you have experienced 9 lives back, but each other's time and space are not the time you experience. The tracks are not connected, so you can't basically master this strength. And I want to take you 9 different times track thoroughly combined eventually on your own time. The power is actually very simple, that is to awaken your Tibetan quality, return to immortality in 9 lives. This is also a special one I prepared just for you. Quality is to make you after thousands of years of detours. It only takes a few years to fully understand the true time avenue. Chapter 693 at the time sedimentation transformation or death. 9 lives to immortality. Gu Han's pupils shrank slightly. As early as when he had just awakened the strongest villain system. This appeared on his system panel, the name of the quality, but it has always been unawakened. Until now he checked this special god, the quality is still in an unawakened state. If it weren't for the supreme god of nirvana mentioning it now, he probably had completely forgotten it. But now I didn't expect this Tibetan quality actually has this function. This really surprised him and was even beyond his expectations. In fact, you are really born the strongest and have the greatest potential. In a sense, you are even better than those guys and even better than me. The voice of the supreme god of extinction continued to sound. I think you should also have some. I feel that now everyone in the immortal realm needs to go through a period of time to reach the level above the immortal king power enlightenment of one's own three lives. Past, present, future. And this great Tao factor is in those so-called supreme gods. The same applies. In me it also works. Guhan was stunned again when he heard this. Previously the supreme god of nirvana kept saying that he was his future self. Could it be that the supreme god of extinction used some method to make his three lives completely separated? At this moment Guhan's thoughts suddenly became active and he thought of many things. The existence of the immortal king can make the past, present, and future selves separate combat. What's more, there is an existence like the supreme god of nirvana that far surpasses the immortal emperor? Was it just one of his who disappeared that year, one? The current me represents the future of the supreme god of nirvana. The other party's present, did he completely perish in that incident? That past woolen cloth? Guhan thought hard. But suddenly in my mind explosion a word came to mind. System. The past of the supreme god, is it chemical, a system? This may be very likely. Because as he becomes more powerful, he is now able to superior to the breath of she. Now he carefully know. More I feel that this so-called system is unexpectedly similar to the supreme god of annihilation in front of me. Maybe he knew what Guhan was thinking, or maybe he knew it but pretended not to know. The supreme god of nirvana is just. He smiled meaningfully and continued. The reason why I say you have the greatest potential is because you have experienced 9 lifetimes. It is equivalent to having 9 different selves. Others may only have 3 different selves in their lives, but you have 9 and experience different lives. If you count me as the 10th one, 10 generations return to 1. You can't for this fairyland, the strongest among all the heavens. It is impossible to truly grasp this moment-long river time. The truth is that would be a huge joke. Guhan was stunned again when he heard this. The words of the supreme god of nirvana made him suddenly enlightened. Yes. When you want to master the power of the 3 worlds must be condensed. He experienced 9 different lives. If you could use these 9 lives as your strength, then he can condense 9 lives. On the road of the Avenue 9 is the ultimate. If the supreme god is annihilated, it can also be considered as one's past. Then he is the 10th generation in existence beyond the ultimate, surpassing everyone in the fairyland and the heavens, and also surpassing the supreme god of nirvana. Of course, the long river also has its own consciousness and will. He will not allow the subversion of time. The existence of the law of the long river appears. Any condensation of the 3 worlds. That existence of the long river has established a connection and even been long river influence. Even we super beings above the immortal emperor are no exception. But you want to condense the 9, that is to completely subvert this rule time of departure, the influence of the long river. Even the guest becomes the master, mastering the time. It's a long river. You can imagine how difficult it would be. The supreme god of annihilation suddenly stopped, looking back with a smile to Guhan. And you are too weak now. Try to master this now. Power even through this strength to become an immortal lord or even surpass an immortal lord is basically the same as seeking death. Do you want to try again now? Hearing the words "there is a high probability of death," Guhan suddenly hesitated. In the past he would never be afraid of death because he could. In his reincarnation he is not afraid of anything. But now he is a little scared. I am afraid that after I die Sulanyua they may be unhappy all their lives or even experience pain life. He had nothing before. Feet are not afraid of wearing shoes. If you don't obey, fight. If you can't win, die. But now that he has people he wants to protect and guard, he becomes a little hesitant. Guhan took a deep breath and finally made a decision. Actually, if there's no choice, right? I have no choice but to become stronger. That is the only way out. If I don't fight now I will die in the future. Now beings comparable to the immortal emperor have emerged. And now he is not even an immortal king. I want to protect the people I want to protect, and I want to be free and unfettered in the world. The current strength is too weak. Now is also his only chance to quickly become stronger. Hearing Guhan's remarks, the supreme god of extinction was not surprised. They are essentially he knows his Gu also understands Guhan's grid. Okay. Then I will lend you a helping hand today. The supreme god of annihilation let out a hearty laugh. Almost in the next moment. Boom boom. The whole time the long river, suddenly a resonance of power was felt, and it rolled and roared violently when the excitement is overwhelming wave. And these countless boiling moments-long river waves like a piece of blue sky smashing towards Guhan. Don't resist. If you want to control the power, then you must be able to bear it, the rush of the power of the long river. Guhan subconsciously used his strength to resist. Until the voice of the supreme god of extinction sounded in my ears. Only then did Guhan grit his teeth and give up this idea. Boom. Almost at the next moment, the water from the long river hit me hard. Pain. It really hurts. Guhan almost couldn't hold it in and let out a heart-wrenching roar. This is not just the pain on pain in every aspect of God's soul. The power of time contained in the long river is really like the sword of origin the long river washed over him. Guhan, you feel your own like being the knife formed by the tears slashed across. His not only is it disintegrating. Even his soul, the power of the avenue he grasped and the essence of his existence would be destroyed by this. The power is eroded. The long river washes away, it is also washing. After a while, the cleansing of the power of the long river, it can be regarded as a gradual transformation, and after the transformation you can try to master this strength. I will continue to pull the power of the long river washes you, melting as much as possible in your origin, help you awaken to the immortal world. You take this opportunity to quickly enlightenment mastery in one fell swoop, the power of the Tao. The supreme god of annihilation took a step forward as he spoke. When Guhan was here, the scene of struggling to march through a long river is completely different. The supreme god of nirvana, even if it is just his shadow, can take a random step forward. The whole time the long river rolled violently. The ground under his feet. The long river gradually separated towards both sides as if it had dried up, create a vacuum channel for the supreme god of nirvana to travel. Chapter 694, Fusion Origin. When pushed open the gate of origin. Then, when the thousands of annihilation runes in the hands of the supreme god of annihilation are wrapped up, the power flows. A palm reached out. The whole time long river years change. To the completely different powers which seem to represent the power of the past and the future were directly drawn from time by him. Long river deep caught it out. That is Guhan's past and future. Different from his past and future. But that's not enough. Guhan having reincarnated 9 times, there should essentially be 9 pasts. Put all your God immerses in the time-long river wave deep. Don't hold back. Learn to live facing death. Once you leave yourself a way out, you will subconsciously not. If you use all your strength, there is a high probability of failure. Listen to the rebuke of the supreme god of extinction. Guhan didn't dare to think too much. Decisive use all your strength. Completely integrate your soul consciousness by wave deep. At this moment, Guhan, even they are completely shattered. By time direct erosion by the long Rivera void. Only a small wisp of consciousness remains long river deep. His consciousness had just sunk into long river deep only a moment past. But it really lived up to the saying that love lasts a lifetime at first sight. His consciousness was immersed in long river deep. In an instant it seemed as if thousands of years had passed. He has been experiencing various lives, various life and death in these 10,000 years back to various years for. I have experienced countless different lives back. And this is just the beginning. His consciousness must sink deeper, sink. Until you get used to it, the erosion of power. Finally, and hiding in time-long river deep, a certain source of power is integrated to truly master time, the power of the Tao. But this process is too long and too painful. Conscious experience various, it may take hundreds of thousands, or even tens of millions of years. Once you can't hold on, it is very likely that during this long time completely lost myself in the journey. But every time Guhan's consciousness began to blur, he couldn't help but feel the endless time when the power is completely assimilated. Hidden in him up one the breath of the origin of extinction will hair. Directly from basically he dispelled the confusion and numbness returned him to his original state. Over and over again constantly. Until the end Guhan even forgot about time. I forgot how much I had been through life and death back even in different time after transfer. Finally. He originally felt like he was falling into the abyss forever, the feather that cannot reach the bottom of the abyss off him. It seems to have finally fallen here over the bottom of the abyss. A down-to-earth security suddenly flooded all over. There were countless moments in front of Guhan as if they were torn apart, the fragments suddenly came together. Guhan's vision regained clarity at this moment. This is. But. He didn't have time to investigate his current situation. It has been completely reflected. I was shocked by the scene I saw. At this moment he seemed in a magical place. Thousands of hours runes rising. One after another, the illusory time, the shadow of a long river is rushing around. And in this world, he actually saw 9 special portals. One let him a special portal that is familiar yet strange. This is the time the gate of origin connects the past and the future. She's voice sounded again. The supreme god of extinction suddenly appeared in front of Guhan back. This scared Guhan and made him speechless. I have experienced thousands of after going through the painful torment of reincarnation. He finally sank by this time the deepest river. This so-called supreme god of nirvana is quite good. Enter our Changha is like returning home. Seeing the other person's calm and nonchalant look, I knew he had come to this place. It didn't take much effort. The supreme god of extinction didn't seem to care what Guhan was thinking. Smiling, he said, "You want to completely master your own time. The original power condenses into its own 9 lives. Then we need to use these 9 doors. The door of origin is opened. But as I said at the beginning, you want to condense the 9. This is timely long river. That existence of taboo rules may cause harm. The spirit of the long river even suffered terrible punishment. But you don't have to be afraid. In my prime I also beat this so-called spirit of the long river, although I don't have the power of my peak period now. But I will transfer my power to you when you push open the 9 doors, the gate of origin. We return to 1 through 10 lifetimes, and when we solve the problem, the spirit of the long river is not particularly difficult either." Guhan was speechless. The supreme god of nirvana was still in his heart great tall. Now total, I feel that the other person likes to brag. The peak period has not yet come. You were killed by the spirit of the long river. You are now much weaker than before. Don't I know what my own strengths are? Lend me your strength. Even if all of us attack together, we can't beat you, okay? But Guhan just complained in his heart. This moment is already a step walk towards the gate of origin. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. If you lose, there is only one way out, which is death. Guhan quickly arrived at the first door, the gate of origin. Place your palm on something you don't know how to make when above the gate of origin. Almost in the palm of your hand by the first time of the gate of origin. Guhan was there. The gate of origin arrived. The breath of She. This door seems to be related to his first life. It was related to when I just crossed over to this world. Countless times the power seems to be transformed into various memories that keep coming back in his mind. His memories seem to have been changed. In his first life, if he had not been so foolish as to sacrifice himself for his master Mu Bailing and his junior sister Chu Wei Lu Ruyan Bai Ji and others risked their lives and gave everything. Instead, I chose to repair the chain down to earth. He might really just a different avenue. 100 years later, he is the emperor of the Xian Huang world. Then ascend to the fairyland. Spend thousands of years for the immortal lord. This is my first life. Is this my other ending? Guhan smiled. The past is past and there is nothing good to recall. At the same time, Guhan he used his cultivation to push open the first door when closed the gate of origin. Boom! In an instant, while rolling and roaring, the power poured out like a torrent breaking through a dam. In a trance, Guhan was boiling. A blurry light was seen in the power of the long river film. Although I couldn't see the other person's face clearly. But Guhan still felt there is even an inexplicable intimacy. That's him. He in his first life. with the curiosity of having just traveled to this world. Even on his face there was a childish. Guhan is just like this with him. It was as if I saw myself in my first life and experienced a different life. Finally slowly became stable and finally ascended to the fairyland. He is one of the most powerful immortals in the fairyland. While standing wave the other Guhan among them seemed to have seen him as well. It seemed as if he had also seen Gu Hanjo back to the pain of experience. His eyes were somewhat complicated. In the end he only said the two words sorry. Take a step forward and turn into an illusory time-long river melt to Guhan. And Guhan's aura also rose at this moment. Suddenly reached the realm of Immortal King. Chapter 695. The second supreme god of Nirvana is born. They are still essentially the same. When he said the other word apology, Guhan naturally knew what he meant. He is the Guhan who has experienced all the pain. The betrayal of the master and the backstabbing of the junior sister. He's the one who experienced it all. And these so-called Guhan. It's just another time and space, a different self with a different ending than today. He died very early in his first life. It's not like the me in the previous life. For the sake of the emperor he even ascended to the fairyland. He was an extraordinary immortal of his generation. Guhan said nothing. The second door was soon opened. From the second door, the one who walked out of the door of the Origin Avenue was his second life self. But I am different in this life from the last life. The second life of myself, it exudes a majestic and terrifying demonic power. Moreover, his aura is only stronger than that of his previous life. There was indifference in his eyes. With a kind of view of the world for the coldness of being a worthless person. Humph. The purpose of practicing Taoism is to do something for the sake of or the sake of a clear mind. They let you down so much. If you had killed them earlier, there wouldn't have been any of the things that happen later occur. I would rather betray the world than the whole world has let me down. Guhan also saw that this second life was different from his previous life. In his second life he decisively chose to turn evil the devil's way. He directly killed his master and junior sisters who had stabbed him in the back. Rise from obscurity. Kill all enemies you encounter and all those who disobey you. To him there are only two kinds of people in the world. People who listen to themselves and dead people who don't listen to themselves. Kill. I am the demon lord. I kill people all over the world. Everyone is terrified because I am the only one who reigns supreme. The second Fan Guhan who walked out of the gate of origin also quickly merged to Guhanban among. At this moment Gu Hanmo's mighty power. Back a huge demonic figure appeared with a shocking aura quartet. At this moment Guhan seen Toto the impact. Suddenly his eyes turned red and his mind was filled with murderous intent towards the world and everything. His aura rose again, even reaching the 7th level of Immortal King. Such a speed increase is already extremely terrifying. The Immortal King, he is a 7th level Immortal King. This is just the fusion of the 9th world, 2 worlds. If the 9th complete integration. Guhan's strength is definitely unimaginable. Soon the 3rd and 4th, the doors of origin were opened one after another. The 3rd fan, it's good that the door of origin was pushed open. But when the 4th door, the door of origin, was pushed open by Guhan, Guhan can already clearly feel one strong resistance. Even Oni powerful force is coming from time-long river deep revival spreading in his direction. Because throughout history everyone can only open 3 doors at most, the gate of the long river. Corresponding to the present, past and future. But Guhan was actually going to push open the 4th door. The spirit of the long river has been startled, is about to revive. But Guhan didn't care about that. When the 4th fan is integrated after passing through the gate of origin, his cultivation had actually reached the 4th level of the Immortal Lord realm. And now his strength has become even stronger. It can also relatively undertake more from the time the backlash of the long river. Soon he came to the 5th door in front of the gate of origin. But just as he was trying to push the door open, something unexpected happened. Boom! The next moment. The terrifying aura from time to time long river deep recovery. The whole time the long river is surging at this moment somewhere in the dark, the incomparably powerful willpower from time to time, long river deep rising up. Our it can only run through one past and one future. I have given you the opportunity to connect the future to the past. This is already a great favor. Rules die. The will that emerged from the darkness rose more and more, long river deep, spreading towards where Guhan was. The will of the long river was shocked. Yes, it is a little slower than I expected. The supreme god of annihilation doesn't seem to care. At this moment I even have the leisure to make a few comments. Boom! In Guhan's shocked eyes. Not far from him, a piece of time, the long river exploded. A statue completely made by time, the huge time condensed by the water. The giant took huge and heavy steps with a kind of mechanical confusion. When the rumbling steps, the long river brings a moment wave rushing towards Su Yan. The giant is huge. Every step you take will bring about a stormy time wave. I don't know how much attached to time wave when above long river tributaries to the impact. No, when a little fragile, the long river tributaries collapsed directly. These special times the tributaries of the long river were opened up by the immortal king. It broke directly at this moment. This also creates when they can't get through. The long river runs through the past and the future. The realm of cultivation may be affected by this backlash or even decline. At the same time, Fairyland. Guhan followed the supreme god of extinction time. The long river has a period of time. But to outsiders it only took a moment. In just a moment a catastrophic change occurred. What's going on? My cultivation. Why is my cultivation decreasing? I am long river, it should be cut off. How could this be? No. Suddenly immortal kings from all directions in the immortal realm let out terrified and heart-wrenching cries. Some immortal kings directly fell to the level of true immortals. There are also some who have relied on some special means to barely break through to the level of immortal king. At this moment in time, after Changhe lost contact, past and future unable to maintain, directly collapsed and dissipated. And now I am living backlash, unable to recover with strength. Mudagacid is declining sharply and the lifespan is gradually disappearing. Finally, in front of countless powerful people's dumbfounded eyes watching, this immortal king directly turned into that ashes were completely reduced to ashes. Such a sudden change immediately made countless people extremely frightened. Some are even more confused. Why are there so many immortal kings who are inexplicably huge backlash? Something strange has happened in the long river. This is unprecedented. Deep in the distance. Compared to the doubts of the people in the fairyland in shocked. Same by long river deep different, the 5 supreme gods are now in front of big changes. That is by time the 5 largest tributaries of the Yangtze River were born. No one in the world has it easier than them know when the changes in the long river. In there know the middle. Our long river deep when approaching the source of the long river. There is one that extremely rich aura of extinction is reviving. And this the power makes them incomparable all. It is the breath of the supreme god of nirvana. They had fought for many epochs. Even if the supreme god of nirvana doesn't say it, they probably guessed each other's purpose. This guy wants his so-called reincarnation master the time the power of origin finally be the true inheritor of your own power. This will allow the second supreme god of nirvana to be born, a supreme god of nirvana who is even stronger than him. Chapter 696, The Supreme God of Annihilation vs. Time Giant. Absolutely can't let them achievement. This thought occurred to several supreme gods at the same time. The supreme god of nirvana is to some extent also a nightmare in their hearts. By integrating all the principles one can even grasp the origin of all the principles. If given time he could even completely surpass them. Such a supreme god of annihilation is terrifying enough. If it was the guy called Guhan, he is the second supreme god of nirvana and is even more terrifying than the first supreme god of nirvana. Then there is no fun at all. Moreover, once Guhan fully takes over the power of the supreme god of nirvana, even if he is not as good as them, but in terms of personal level he is the same as them or even higher than them. We can't delay any longer. No matter how great the cost. they must also stop their plan's achievement. He might even come early and return to the fairyland. 1 year? No. Too slow. This guy has only been in the fairyland for a short time, but he has made such rapid progress. If we give them another year, will they still want to play? 1 month, even the sooner the better. They must return to the fairyland. Just as the 5 supreme gods wanted to exert their power as much as possible to interfere with Guhan's plan. Long river deep. The giant was walking towards Guhan with heavy steps, getting closer and closer. At that time, with every step the giant takes, his aura becomes stronger. Until the aura emitted reached the 8th level of Immortal Lord, far surpassing Guhan. See this scene. Guhan cursed inwardly. He probably understood the mechanism of the giant. That is to crush with absolute cultivation realm violators. Although his current realm has barely reached the 4th level of the Immortal Lord. But it is only a superficial state, and I have not yet fully mastered this strength. Not to mention the scope of the river. By time the long river condenses into a huge giant, the power emitted will far exceed that of the same level. There is no way he could be his opponent now. Alright, such an ugly table, what are you doing? The supreme god of extinction smiled, took a step forward, and he walked towards the giant without looking back and said, if you keep pushing the gate of origin at this time, I will deal with the giants. The words fell. The supreme lord of nirvana killed them out. But he didn't use all your strength. Nofa's cultivation is roughly comparable to the 8th level of the Immortal Lord. He also knew the mechanism of Changha will. The stronger the power of hair. The more the will of the long river is revived. The will of the long river also has the characteristics of being eternal and indelible. There's no need to waste time. He just needs to buy enough time for Guhan. Guhan will ensure that the 9 fans just push open the door of origin completely. But even if there is no give it your all. The supreme god of annihilation, the aura it emits is also extremely terrifying. Cover the sky with one hand. The huge palm was filled with an extremely strong aura of desolation. Even the big hand hasn't fallen yet. The terrifying aura it exuded had already made some people the power began to fade away. Those who disobey the rules will die. The giant raised his head and punched out mechanically. But this punch was also extremely powerful. As if when taken the power of the river. Carrying the heaviness of the years, the moment the fist was thrown, countless the power of the universe gathered on his fist, and it seemed as if the power of countless worlds was simultaneously released with this punch hair. Boom! Shocking the law of the earth, the sound of collision resounded throughout the long river. But the attack delivered by the supreme god of annihilation was equally as good, and even John has the upper hand. The aura of annihilation swept down like a torrent of doomsday, and wherever it passed, time the runes disappeared, and one world after another fell silent under the breath of annihilation. The giant's punch was easily knocked away by the supreme god of annihilation, broken. And that the aftermath of power remains unabated. When smashing, the giant took several steps back. The huge foot stomped down on the ground. Splash went the monstrous wave. At that time, giant, the mouth was also pierced by a palm. If it were a normal creature, it would have died long ago. But this time the giant is when taking the power of recovery. After a while his injuries recovered and his aura became stronger again. This time giant eyes deep flash by, there was anger and murderous intent, but the voice remained wooden, speaking an ancient language, repeating itself over and over again. When you disobey rule maker, kill. If an ordinary strong man saw this, not only are giants indestructible, they also grow stronger and stronger. I'm afraid I've already given up, or even just run away without caring about anything. But the supreme god of nirvana still had a smile on his face. What's the point of doing this mechanical process? It's better for you come back to consciousness and fight me. While chatting and laughing, the supreme god of annihilation slapped out with his backhand. The overwhelming aura of annihilation transformed into a pitch-black sacred mountain that reached the sky and crashed down. Easily in time, giant smash broken. But soon the long river boils again. Thousands of hours, the power of time once again condensed the appearance of a giant. When you disobey rule maker, Kill. Repeating the same words again. But this time the river giant was obviously more angry and his aura was even more terrifying. Even there was a look in the eyes, clarity and wisdom. GG. You're looking for death. This time the giant finally said something different. He seems to know the supreme god of nirvana. Haben consciousness finally came back. The supreme god of annihilation smiled and punched out again. It clearly looks like only one punch. But it seemed as if in an instant the supreme god of annihilation threw out tens of thousands of punches. Millions of punches. Tens of millions of punches. The huge fist mark that covered the sky and the sun seemed to fill the entire time-long river. Easy again when restrained at the same time as the giant. The supreme god of extinction even had time to turn his head to Guhan. When I saw Guhan reluctantly push open the sixth door, the gate of origin is merging. Suddenly felt a little dissatisfied. Why are you so slow? Can you go faster? Guhan was speechless after hearing this. Damn, it doesn't hurt your waist to talk while standing. You're having fun there. But as time goes by, further revival of the long river consciousness. Covering time, the resistance on the gate of origin is becoming increasingly intense. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to push the door. Now he can open the sixth door. The gate of origin is already very fast. Although I was cursing in my heart. But Guhan was still shocked by the power of the supreme god of annihilation. You must know that the current supreme god of extinction is not at his peak at all, but just a remnant of divine consciousness. But it is already possible to the time when the long river consciousness condenses giant pressed to the ground. If you have a complete divine mind even. It is hard to imagine how powerful the supreme god of annihilation was at his peak. Chapter 697, The Way of the Great Existence, the Eternal Cage. Guhan felt an inexplicable surge of excitement in his heart, but also a little bit of anticipation. I don't know if I will have the chance to reach the level of the supreme god of nirvana or even surpass him in the future. Soon with the sixth door, Guhan walked out of the gate of origin. The shadow merged with Guhan's real body. Guhan's aura has completely broken through the limit of the immortal lord and reached the level of the quasi-immortal emperor. Such a speed of breakthrough in cultivation is said to be the fastest in history. Even when I recovered a little the long river consciousness, everyone was a little stunned when seeing this scene. This is something he hasn't had for many years. Mood. It can even be said that he did not have this thread. But now, because of Guhan, directly break through from true immortal to quasi-immortal emperor. Let's not talk about the eternal years of the entire fairyland, there is none at all. Even if there is, he will be able to break through to the quasi-immortal emperor in one fell swoop. That combat power is basically rubbish, at most comparable to the top immortal king. Because every breakthrough requires years of accumulation and requires a thorough understanding of the great Tao enlightenment. It's like you have a huge and gorgeous ferry boat. But you don't know how to make him float in the air and fly through the air. It's just a decoration and is of no use. Gee. You and I are of the same origin, and we can even be said to be one. This time the giant's eyes seemed very clear and his words even contained some wisdom and cognition, no longer as mechanical as at the beginning. And his aura has reached the quasi-immortal emperor realm. When you are so disobedient the law of origin, do you know that you are seeking your own death? Stop now. When that guy returns the absorbed essence, it's not too late to enforce the law. The supreme god of annihilation smiled. He actually knew the long river consciousness is deliberately delaying time. I want to take advantage of this time to revive more of my consciousness so that control more time. The power of the long river completely defeated him and Guhan in one fell swoop. But the supreme god of nirvana doesn't care. Anyway, his purpose is to delay time. It all depends on the final result and who benefits. Now that you say that we are one, you take your time. What happened to me? Anyway, we are one. What's yours is mine too. Wait until we are completely assimilated with you. For us, we also for you. Isn't it true that I can achieve unity and completeness? Oh? The supreme god of nirvana smiled. In fact, those idiots still didn't take care of the matter completely. Watch. I always feel that I am the biggest threat to balancing them. But little do we know that Changha's consciousness is their biggest threat. Because Time Changha was also the one who created the world and established the fairyland from the Chaos Keep. The Long River is the Tao of that great existence. Although they were also born because of that existence. But they did not inherit much power from this great being. Instead, when Long River deep the birth of consciousness. That is when the spirit of the Long River. But he inherited the power of the great way of this great being. Even through this power affects them indirectly. All he wanted to do was to survive and to escape from this so-called prison of the avenue for the real self. Just like Guhan, I don't want for him. For this so-called supreme god of nirvana. He doesn't want to for the great existence who is said to have created the fairyland. After all, everyone has their own life and their own consciousness. No one wants to suddenly for others. He even said that he was just a consciousness separated from a great being from the beginning to the end. When the day comes when that great being truly resurrects, my consciousness will be completely shattered. Who wants to wait to die? No one wants to. All he wanted was to survive. Break out of this so-called eternal cage. Just for the real me. The giant narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew there was no point in talking. Foolish. We are born because of him and no one can escape this eternal cage. There is no point in struggling to death. Gee, I always thought that you were the most insightful among them. Unexpectedly, he is also the most paranoid and stupid one. Even back then I paid such a huge price, depriving me of some of my time, the original authority, the so-called back to reincarnation. But what happened? 9 chances you barely counted, as it worked once, but it's not complete yet achievement. Speaking of, the giant's cold eyes when you continue to push Guhan from the gate of origin. And once he dies, all your plans will be turned to ashes. It's impossible achievement. This eternal cage you can never escape. This is your destiny. The giant was too lazy to say any more nonsense. If we can't reach an agreement, then kill. Kill. The other party naturally agreed to the deal. The supreme god of nirvana and time, the time when the Long River consciousness condenses, the giants were fighting each other. Taichu, immortal realm. The leaders of several major forces are still fighting with Zangshu Yu. In action, make a meal at the same time. Because they received the oracle from the Most High God at the same time. At all costs, kill our Long River deep to prevent Guhan from breaking through achievement. Upon hearing this oracle, the god of time and others were slightly stunned. Guhan is breaking through? And still at the time Long River deep breakthrough. Are you breaking through to become an immortal king? But now an immortal king is too insignificant to them. Even if Guhan breaks through, what can be changed? But now, several supreme gods did not hesitate to change their previous decrees. Let them kill first at all costs, or the Long River prevents Guhan from breaking through achievement. Guhan is definitely making a big deal though. Could it be that this kid is trying to break through to the immortal lord level? Even a quasi-immortal emperor? Or even stronger? Such a ridiculous idea emerged in the minds of several people. But how is this possible? Not long ago Guhan was a true immortal. It's been less than a month now. Breakthrough to the level of immortal venerable, or even above immortal venerable. I really thought I was writing a novel. The thoughts of the Lord of Time and others were in turmoil. But to them the will of the Most High God is supreme. Nor does it allow them to refute their doubts. Only, since you choose to be with me, if we hold hands, it will be a matter of life or death, and we can't even think about leaving. Zhang Suyuyu's voice with a slightly crazy smile came again. Boom. The breath of annihilation hair. The whole universe seems to be at this moment change. Seem for a lotus seed in a pitch-black lotus. The Lord of Time and others sits extremely ugly. Zhang Suyuyu is this madman. He started off without any regard for anything, even at the cost of burning his own original strength. They are powerful when they unite. But the Zangshu moon is equally strong. It is very difficult to solve it quickly. Everyone. To be honest, the reincarnation of the supreme god of Nirvanates Guhan. He is now Long River deep. He want to break through to a higher level and return as the supreme god of Nirvana. You all know what kind of disaster the supreme god of silence brought to my fairyland. If you still want to have your own future, then kill him now. Hour-long river deep, kill Guhan. Prevent the supreme god of annihilation from returning again. The voice of the Lord of Time, the entire fairyland. In fact, his words have both advantages and disadvantages. It can instigate some unknown strong men who have ideas or even are hostile to the supreme god of Nirvana to take action. But it is also very likely that those who once followed the supreme god of Nirvana will an unknown powerful being in hiding intervenes. He didn't want to care about so much. Anyway, the fairyland is it's done. Then make it more some good. Well, stop making yourself sound so innocent. The supreme god of Nirvana smiled indifferently. In my opinion, those guys are just reckless people who are not worth worrying about, even though they have great strength. They are. I didn't watch it. Avenue Ben also didn't see through this so-called chess game. A man with strength but no brains is not worth worrying about. If the words of the supreme god of extinction were to be spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation. That is an almighty and great being that surpasses the immortal emperor and stands at the true pinnacle of the pyramid. Now he is actually called a brainless man by the supreme god of annihilation. He didn't even take it seriously. But however, Changha consciousness heard other meanings from the mouth of the supreme god of extinction. So you came up with this so-called 9-life reincarnation. It wasn't meant to return to peak form someday. Even surpassing my previous peak from beginning to end, the original intention is to attack me. GG. I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. Reminiscent of the time when the supreme god of extinction had just arrived, those words that Changha said. He had guessed something. He wants to achieve true unification. For the great existence who created the world opened up chaos and established the fairyland. After all, whether it is the supreme god of Nirvana or the other supreme gods, they are all part of that great existence. Including him the whole time. The long river is the manifestation of that great existence avenue. He is more of a carrier of the will of that great being. He is also the other party's agent. No matter how powerful these guys from the supreme god of annihilation are. In fact, they are just different consciousnesses differentiated from this great being. The future is destined to be recycled. For this great being is also equivalent to as part of him. But now the madman supreme god of annihilation is plotting against him. Isn't this also using one's own consciousness to swallow up the entire long river? How about becoming this so-called new great existence yourself? If it were any other supreme gods, it would probably be difficult to do. But the supreme god of Nirvana is different. Because the original power of extinction that he possessed was essentially the same as time, the power is completely consistent. Both can achieve a certain resonance and even coexistence in this sense. So, there is a high probability that the supreme god of annihilation can achievement. I've almost recovered, so I tried to resonate the power of origin. Don't tell me you don't know how to resonate. After all, you have opened several doors. The gate of origin. If you still can't do this, then you are too stupid. The voice of the supreme god of extinction sounded in Guhan's mind. Guhan was speechless. Dude, it's not slow at all. Directly combine with previous, understand the experience. Begin to truly embrace yourself, the power of two combined into one. If only achievement. He can condense the 8. And his cultivation will also reach the realm of immortal emperor. This speed is already somewhat unexpected. True immortal to the immortal emperor, 4 major realms. Now there are so many fairylands, even the ancient strongmen cannot enter immortal emperor. But he only broke through once to reach this realm. If this matter gets out, I don't know how many people will go crazy because of this. Many the supreme realm that the ancient powerful men dreamed of? But Guhan has now arrived in the fairyland and it only took him half a year. It's really unfair. Although the Changha consciousness was afraid and daunted by the supreme god of extinction at this moment. But he couldn't just watch Guhan gather achievement. Because from Guhan's 4th life start, Guhan's 4th generation, already in time, the power of the origin of the long river. Other side, the more you take, the more control you have. The original power will be relatively more. This will also affect his existence. There is even a high possibility that he will become Guhan's vassal in the end. This is something he can never allow. Boom! This time the river roared again. Send out a shocking the roar of the earth. Our Changha's consciousness became extremely anxious without any reservation at all. Once Guhan is allowed to achievement, he will perish. But this time he was facing the projection of the supreme god of annihilation in his complete peak period. The supreme god of extinction simply slapped out with his palm. It was even bigger, and the rich aura of annihilation seemed to have transformed into a prehistoric giant that could swallow the sky and the earth. Open the basin's huge mouth keeps swallowing up the time that is sweeping in the power of time. Our Changha and the supreme god of extinction once again launched a shocking local collide. And Guhan has calmed down. Continue to stabilize your breath. In a short time the fourth condensation complete. Then the fifth. Outside world. Many ancient powerful beings and even the supreme god are waiting. Waiting time-long river deep the unexpected events that happened. But next from time-long river deep the breath that came from it made them all dumbfounded. Because the breath of the origin of annihilation that had disappeared appeared again. And become even more powerful. This immediately left many powerful people confused. What condition? The supreme god of annihilation should not be. Has Changhe's consciousness been erased? Why is the aura getting stronger? In the distant land of nothingness, several supreme gods looked at each other. Then, as if he had thought of something, he was struck by lightning. This guy, the supreme god of annihilation. Could it be that they all don't know in this case? Long river deep, did you leave any backup plan? After all, they fought against the supreme god of annihilation for a long time road. Naturally, I also know what the other person is like. Grid. It's true, take one step at a time. Anything, I like to calculate every drop of water. Make people, I don't know how much he has left. Trump card. Every time you thought this was his limit, then he comes up with another trick to refresh your understanding. Damn it! Jaime must have some unexpected tricks up his sleeve. Or something big must have happened in Changha. The supreme god of time was the first to utter a low voice. Kill. We must kill our way back to the fairyland. No matter how great the cost. Needless to say, the other supreme gods had also gone crazy. Now the source of extinction produced, a lot of the restraint has disappeared. They can almost. I am sleepy. No matter what happened. Anyway, we must return to the fairyland in advance. Fairyland. Several leaders of major forces have received messages from the supreme god. I am becoming more and more anxious at this moment. They have always been entangled by Zangshuyu. Even if they beat the Zangshu moon everywhere, even with wounds on his body, the opponents still refuse to give in. They can't come long river deep. And that group of ancient beings. Each one of them is also a ghost at this moment. Ghost very exist before the situation becomes completely clear. They will not step down and take sides easily. Chaos. Are you planning to betray the supreme god? What are you still standing there for? Since Ji Yao still hasn't come out, then kill him. Yaoqi Palace, come out. The Lord of Time shouted angrily at the Lord of Chaos. Now they have been held back by Zangshu Yu. The top fighter, the Lord of Chaos, has not taken any action. If the other party had taken action earlier, the situation would not have developed into so. The Lord of Chaos frowned. The last images towards the time-long river deep IA flash. Finally he let out a long sigh. Woji. Then his eyes again to oneself, the four top immortals on the side. Please give your orders, my lord. The four top immortals did not think much about it and thought that it was their master who wanted them to kill in Yaoqi Fairy Palace. But I didn't expect it. The Lord of Chaos that they were following slapped them without any warning. Chapter 703, The First Master of Yaoqi Palace. This scene came too suddenly. Not to mention the Lord of Time and others. The four top immortals who had been dedicated to the chaos space over the years had no reaction at all at this moment. They never expected that their master would suddenly attack and kill them. They are just immortals. Even the positive he is no match for the top-level quasi-immortal Emperor Chaos Lord. Now we are caught off guard and have no defense or vigilance at all. It was so easy for the Lord of Chaos to kill them all. Boom! The chaotic thunder that exploded and rolled melted into the palm of the Lord of Chaos. Just a casual slap. Quilt, the chaos thunder that reached its extreme suddenly exploded. A powerful force roars the several immortals and the void where collapse a piece of. Everything happens so suddenly. When the Lord of Time and others reacted. The four top immortals in the chaos space have already completely collapsed, leaving only a few remnant souls emerging from the collapsing starry sky. There was confusion and shock in their eyes. But nothing was said yet. The Lord of Chaos extended his palm again. Follow the trajectory of their spirit and breath to explore our long river deep. A palm will take away their time original imprint shot broken. Since then, four top immortals have completely fallen. He suddenly fell in a way that no one expected and was unexpected. Suddenly there was a huge clouds are spreading and falling from the sky rain. The starry sky was suddenly filled with meaning of sadness. At the same time, the territory of chaotic space. Countless powerful warriors in the chaos space who still didn't understand what was going on looked up in horror. I saw four huge energy suns covering the sky and suddenly they became very red. Then four shrill and unwilling roars came out from it. Why? But with the shocking the roar of the earth. For huge energies day. Like a remnant generally fell with a loud bang setting off a huge wave. The mentality and morale of countless powerful people in the chaotic space have completely collapsed at this moment. Those are the four top immortals second only to their Lord of Chaos. If they join forces they can rival the quasi-immortal Emperor. But now they have fallen together. Why is this happening? On the starry sky battlefield. The Lord of Time who witnessed this scene was a huge shock. Until now I still haven't come back to God. They never expected that one of their accomplices, the Lord of Chaos, would directly for the rebel. Chaos! What are you doing? At this moment the other Chaos Lords were so shocked that they could no longer remain calm. The current situation is not very good. The Lord of Chaos is after all a top combat force. But such a top fighter now for the sake of rebels. If you attack them again later. This is extremely bad for them. The God of Time change. He always I feel like something is wrong with the Lord of Chaos. Because from their warpost till now, the Lord of Chaos never attacked Ji Yao from beginning to end. Although the Lord of Chaos is somewhat good, a little greedy for Ji Yao. But when it is time to be decisive he is still extremely decisive. But now this important matter has been delayed again and again. He didn't say anything about the delay in taking action against Ji Yao. Now it even turns against the people on our side hand. Something is wrong. There's something really wrong with this guy. Boom. Just when the God of Time and others had different thoughts. A huge roar suddenly resounded through the heaven and earth. Then, Chaos Lord the shadow flashed and disappeared on the spot. When it appears again, a white one has appeared in my hand avenue porcelain vase. The Lord of Chaos holds a white avenue porcelain vase. A bottle was smashed towards the Lord of Death's head. He's not the Lord of Chaos. Watch out. The Lord of Time roared angrily. Even if his reaction speed was slow, he had already noticed something was wrong. This person is definitely not the Lord of Chaos. Because the Chaos Lord soldiers it is a big axe. With this big axe the Lord of Chaos will exuding an incomparably terrifying power. But now I use a white, the porcelain bottle looks effeminate. And in their impression, there seems to be only one person using this porcelain vase. But after thinking of this person, the Lord of Time and the others were all subconscious, unable to believe or accept it. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That guy should have been dead a long time ago. How could he appear again? And he replaced the Lord of Chaos without anyone noticing. Boom. At this time, The Lord of Chaos already holds the white porcelain bottle. Muddy the breath is gorgeous to the extreme with wisps of brilliant avenue blooming. It directly knocked out the death wave from the Lord of Death. They were immediately defeated. White the power of the Tao porcelain bottle remains undiminished like a huge white. The stars fell with a loud bang and hit the Lord of Death heavily on his crown. The Lord of Death suddenly let out a heart-wrenching roar. Then the Lord of Death it turned into wisps of black air and quickly disappeared from the spot. Overlap again, converge, complete film. But at this moment his face already showed hemp like porcelain white broken marks. A gurgling smelly blacket is flowing out of his head. Obviously.